All right, move on. The half-wolf looked at Alexis, and they both nodded at the same time. He handed her the white cube. When the half-dragon felt the strange sensation of the cube touching her skin once again, she felt uncomfortable as always. This time I will use a weaker magic circle because we don't have much audience time left, she thought, and suddenly a translucent circle with runes appeared around the cube, causing it to rise naturally. In just a second, this single, small magic circle expanded a few dozen times, causing the half-wolf's friends to sigh, as they had never seen rune magic up close before. For Alexis, it was also a strange sensation to use magic after some time, without even thinking about it, but her muscle memory allowed her to realize the magic circle without making mistakes or losing focus. 10 seconds after the Emperor's speech, the cube was already on the ground, and around it a slightly orange circle, closely resembling the shade of the half-dragon's hair. The S-Class looked at the half-wolf, who nodded to her, and only then did she release the demon prison seal. At that moment, the cube turned to nothing but dust, and an intense amount of energy was expelled from it. The energy was mostly held back by the magical containment circle, and the rest just threw everyone's hair back a bit. Amidst the glow of energy, a figure just over 6 feet tall emerged. The man inside the circle had black hair, pale white skin, and torn but still elegant clothes. He had his arms crossed back, and after being released a smile appeared on his face, displaying his sharp fangs. "How nice it is to be back, ladies and gentlemen." Ma Sink spoke as he opened his arms to the side, leaving him with an open chest. Both of his hands lightly touched the edge of the magic circle, which released a weak burst of energy against him. Ouch! If only those weren't the conditions I'd like to be in. "Shut up, Ma Sink, or rather Morix," Luke ordered. Chapter 264, Demon Seal, Part 2. Upon hearing Luke Lange's voice, the false demon count frowned, and the smile vanished from his face. Although Ma Sink understood that Alexis Dimitri was a little stronger than the half-wolf, his irremediable hatred of Luke angered him more than any had angered him all his life. And finding out that the half-wolf already knew his name made him feel even angrier. Now, quiet. The demon tried to start reasoning about ways he might not be killed. "I've been sealed and released a few times, but I've never met a human who had a chance to kill me. Half-wolf son of a bitch. Okay, I have to flatter you. Maybe I can negotiate a release." "Morix, do you want to be released?" Luke soon asked him, as if reading the demon's mind. Upon hearing this, both the demon and the Emperor looked suspiciously at Luke. They didn't know what to expect from every action of the half-wolf, so they were on their guard. Moreover, at this moment, the demon noticed that he was in an overstuffed dining hall, and at the head of the lavish table was a man of about 30 with black hair and handsome robes. On the right and left sides of this man were 5 guards in white armor on each side, making him look imposing. He recognized the armor, and especially the black hair of the man who was the youngest ruler in history. Realizing where he was made, Ma Sink feel many different things at once. "Do I want to be released?" "Well, that's a pretty dumb question, but it's not a surprise coming from someone like you." "Half-beast." "Huh. Morix, you're very grouchy with me, and that's not stopping you from expanding your vision. Pay attention to your surroundings and see that I am the only one who is thinking rationally and dialoguing with you." The demon didn't have to try very hard to notice that the expression of hatred stamped on the half-dragon's face was almost tormenting. He knew of her strength, he knew he was trapped, and that they already knew his real name. She was going to kill him as soon as she got the chance. Ma Sink put both hands on his lower back and turned to Luke again. "Okay, what do you want?" "Simple. Tell me the first servant's plan, and I will set you free," answered the half-wolf. It was more than clear to anyone that Luke's promise was actually a bluff. "I already told you that no one can speak of the greatest demon of all time, much less betray him like you were asking me to. I would die sooner or later. You know, Behareth thought the same thing. He insisted he wouldn't say anything when we arrested him, just like you did. But in the end, he made the right decision and was released." "Behareth?" Morix recognized the name of the demon who once possessed Jean Poyo. "You are lying. Of all the lower demons, Behareth was the most loyal to our Lord's plan. He would never say anything to you. You're almost right. He is really dead. At first he didn't say anything, and it caused us quite a headache, but after putting some pieces of the puzzle together, he noticed that he was just being used by the first servant to try to hit me, weaken me, or strengthen me. I still don't know. Believe me when I say he died a peaceful death, a painless death, because he was aware of Chu. I don't care what a lower demon did or didn't do. He is a disgrace if he really chose to betray us. I won't say anything even if they choose to kill me. The half-dragon snorted upon hearing these stubborn words being spoken by the demon, and then she summoned her green bird once again, because she didn't want to waste any more time. From within the bird's feathers, she pulled out another white cube, whose glow startled Morix. The demon in the circle initially thought Alexis was going to seal it again, but as another conception arose in his mind, he heard the half-dragon inquire, "Have you ever wondered how Marie ended up after you were sealed?" Alexis' question echoed in the demon's mind hundreds of times in a second, leaving him a little stunned. She couldn't get away? He refused to believe it. Do you think she could resist my sealing and strength in the state you abandoned her? Shit. Ma Sink removed his hands positioned on his lower back on a whim and began to gnaw the nail of his right index finger, expressing for good his nervousness, which until then had been disguised. Do you guys know her name? I mean, her real name? Do we know? Alexis bluffed. If you want, we can put her in a magic circle, just like you. And from there we can see who speaks first. I bet the Imperial Guards have a lot of powerful abilities that would cause her tremendous pain. Unusually, this was the first time many of the group had seen Alexis act sadistically. Okay, I will tell you all about it. Sigh. Alexis and Luke exchanged glances and smiled briefly at each other, with a feeling of victory in a mind game against this demon. This was the first time many of the group had seen Alexis act sadistically, but they were not startled but rather impressed. Tell me what the first servant's plan for Broatforge is. Luke ordered, not asked. The demon lord wishes the world to be more like dungeons. To do this, he infiltrated the Melki Empire 300 years ago, used many different names and receptacles, until he got the perfect receptacle for himself. The dungeons on half the continent were broken, and ironically the monsters stopped appearing there and started appearing on the surface. He says that seeing the whole world in chaos is nothing but a step towards his goal, replied Morix. And he wants to turn the Broatforge Empire into that too? The Emperor asked, completely interested and confident in the misgivings the half-wolf earlier pointed out. Of course he does. That nation is one of the 5 great nations of the world, and it's on the 2nd largest continent. If it dominates Broatforge, only the sea will be in the way of world chaos. Chapter 265, The Fall, final volume chapter. World chaos? Is that what he wants? The Emperor asked Morix, only to confirm what he had heard. With his elegance and petulance put aside at that moment, the demon nodded, answering the man's question. At that moment, Colin brought his left hand to his temples. As he massaged them gently, he began to try to reason and absorb everything he had heard in a few minutes. Another son of the Emperor had just been born, and the last thing he would want to go through at this moment was war, even less so against such mystical beings as the demons, incomparable enemies. Of course, the Emperor had many strong warriors at his service to fight a war, but since the dungeons appeared in the world, the armies of all nations were reduced to only a few tens of thousands of troops. The whole situation was made even worse if you included the factors that the war would be continental, and also that the demons could use the monsters resulting from dungeon breaks. Do you know where he will start? When will the war start? Luke asked. I already told you the goal of our race. Are you guys still not satisfied? Humans are really a rotten race who only think about their own navels. That's why they will be exterminated. Morix exclaimed. The demon's voice echoed through the gigantic chamber, and at the same time the rays of sunlight coming through the panes of glass were slowly extinguished by the passing of a gigantic cloud. Luke looked at Morix coldly. Those eyes made the demon tremble with fear. Morix closed his fist to try to hide the trembling, but the half-wolf's gaze on him seemed so piercing that the demon felt his mind was being invaded. Luke stood face to face with Morix, and suddenly the sound of a stab could be heard. Soon people noticed that the half-wolf had stuck a sword into the demon's belly. Don't be an idiot and answer our questions. Because if you don't, better than killing you or your wife, I will break your soul. Now tell me, why are you trying to buy time? A black liquid dripped down the left corner of the demon's mouth, but it dried up before he even began to speak. Huh, who knew that magic circle wouldn't separate us? Cough, cough. Well, you're right, of course I'm buying time. Can't you feel it? Cough. Feel? Feel what? His aura approaching. Ha 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 ha. The fall of the Broteforge Empire begins today. That was a long second for everyone in that room, because they personally heard the declaration of war. In that long second, they remembered something that made everything even worse. A few minutes ago, the sky was clear and without any clouds, so what the hell could have covered up the sun? Just as everyone was wondering this, and silence lingered over the hall, in the background shouts could be heard as quick, metallic footsteps reached the door of the hall. A guard opened the door to the hall abruptly, because he was completely desperate. His gasping breath did not stop him from shouting to the Emperor, "Your Imperial Majesty, our city is under attack." Collant immediately rose from his chair, and the shouts outside the palace became even louder. Before he could even give the order for the Imperial Guards to start acting, the 10 panes of glass in the hall exploded. Responsible for the shattering of the windows were the dozens of imps that now infested the hall's ceiling. These imps were small monsters, no more than 60 centimeters in size. Their skin was usually wrinkled and red, with pus-filled blisters and spines scattered on various parts of their bodies. In addition, they all had a pair of wings, which flapped frantically to keep them flying even when stationary. 100 of these monsters invaded the Emperor's hall as if it were nothing. They talked among themselves and shouted in a voice so thin it hurt your eardrums. The Imperial Guards drew their weapons and rushed to form a circle around the Emperor. However, it was not they who acted first against the imps, but the half-wolf's band. Nathalia summoned her spear of panspermia, the daughter of Hades. Although nervous, frightened, and surprised, Ayumi Yamazaki did not stand still. She created a shield above the group, pushing more than 30 imps away. Everyone else also prepared for an intense fight, because from the persistence of the shouting outside, it was possible to tell that the confusion was not only here. "Shit, what do we do now?" Zack asked with raised fists, because he didn't bring his hammer. "Stay calm, Zack. It's okay," Luke said with an unshakable calmness of aspect. Then he uttered low enough that only he himself could hear, "Yggdrasil." From the floor of the hall emerged dozens of roots that hoisted toward the monsters. The vertices of these roots were extremely pointed, and according to Luke's orders they began to kill the imps one by one. In just a few seconds, dozens of imps were killed, but their bodies fell to the ground without crumbling. In Luke's head, dozens of messages resounded, but the transmitted message radiated was different from before. An imp has been killed. Its corpse may or may not contain its vital core. The half-wolf noticed this drastic difference, but something else quickly replaced that sense of strangeness. Luke realized that using the Yggdrasil was consuming a lot of his energy, especially since he was killing dozens of monsters in just a few seconds. But there was something strange in the air. As Morix began to laugh hysterically, and dozens more imps kept storming into the hall through the panes of glass. Luke noticed something larger among a swarm of monsters, a humanoid creature, or rather, the devil himself. Chapter 266 Monsters vs. Humans. The devilish figure's mere pass through one of the windows was enough to make the wall around it explode, hurling debris and scattering a lot of dust. The creature moved its right hand as if cutting something, and all the dust dissipated in a single second. Then the monster of the day revealed its appearance amidst a swarm of imps. It had horns curved backwards, which bent in a way that created almost a circle. His skin color was similar to that of the imps, but his muscles were very large and defined. With a petulant smile on his face with thin, human-like features, the devilish monster smiled and said with both arms outstretched, "Kneel before the omnipotent demon Ro," before the self-styled demon could finish his sentence. 5 of the 10 Imperial Guardsmen charged toward him. At that moment, the path of each of the guards' blades became visible in the air as they cut through the wind and intertwined. To most of the creatures in that hall, the movements of the Imperial Guards were so fast that they were unseen. But to the others, it was like a joint coordinated dance. Only the noises of the wind and the slashing of blades was heard, and in the end, everything was silent. The smile on the demon's face vanished, giving way to an expression that conveyed both his fright and his fear. In the speed of a simple snap of fingers, dozens of cuts appeared all over the monster's body, which didn't even have time to scream as it turned into a dense black smoke. "What was that?" John asked aloud as he saw the monster shattered in a second. Inosuke pointed with his right hand at the white armored guards just ahead. "It was them, I think." Seeing those people on their backs wearing their shining armor, John could see a light mystically hovering over them in his imagination, as if the Imperial Guards were not just above average people, but people truly blessed with a higher power. His eyes sparkled like the first time he had seen real adventurers in his childhood. The Emperor was not even surprised by the achievement of his sentries. After the demons were killed, the imps stopped entering the hall, so they were quickly exterminated. But one look through the panes of glass was enough to see that this was not the end yet. Sheltered Halvoy was being attacked by dozens of monsters coming from the sky, the earth, and in the shadows. When all the imps were killed, the Imperial Guards knelt before the angry gaze of Emperor Collant, who exclaimed, "Pay attention. I want you to convey the following message. The Broforge Empire is at war with the Melki Empire. All those who are true to the principles of our nation will have a sword and shield to fight by my side, and even those who don't care about principles. At least join us because you care about the world you live in, because this war will decide the future of humanity. Go." "Yes, Your Imperial Majesty." Then, beneath the feet of 7 of the 10 Imperial Guardsmen appeared green magic circles, and after a vivid glow the 7 disappeared. Then Collant turned to look at the half-wolf group, as well as at Morix, the demon who was trapped in the magic circle. "You need to act as well. Amelia, you have communication skills for long distances, correct? Use this to warn Pontiff Rebecca, so that she will warn sensory magician Michaela Ackerman. In case she is on our side, I already have a plan in mind. Mrs. Stroger, you are a symbol of strength and influence of this nation, so stay somewhere safe for now. And of course you must take your daughter. She is the future of this nation. Luke and companions, I didn't know you, but you have already earned my respect, so I will make the most selfish request so far. Please get rid of this demon by your side, since his life is no longer needed, and fight alongside my guards to keep sheltered Halvoy standing." Everyone hesitated for a second, but the half-wolf did not. Once again he did not kneel, but slammed his right fist into the left side of his chest and roared, "Yes, sir." Seeing Emperor Collant give intelligent orders, without so much as a flicker of his voice, made Luke begin to admire him. Then everyone followed his gesture and roared in agreement with the Emperor's orders as well. When Collant left the hall, accompanied by the 3 remaining Imperial Guards, Ayumi and Nathalia looked at Luke, hesitant to actually take shelter somewhere. "What are you waiting for? Go." Luke pointed to some guards at the exit, who were taking orders from the Emperor himself to protect the elves and Amelia. "But," Ayumi was saying with a hand on her chest, but was suddenly silenced by a hug from the half-wolf. Luke laid Ayumi and Nathalia's heads against his chest and hugged them lovingly. "Stay alive. I won't be able to keep fighting if any of you die. So don't you dare die." They blushed but smiled happy. The whole half-wolf group was warmed by this scene, because now they should not only fight for themselves, but also to protect other people. From that day on, everything changed. That sudden monster attack became known as the First Wave, and it revealed to the whole nation that monsters could emerge from dungeons and that it wasn't just a rumor, especially since the attacks occurred in several locations throughout the Broforge Empire, causing imaginable damage and hundreds of deaths. Sheltered Halvoy, the capital, remained virtually untouched. Some of the thousands of high-rank adventurers lived there, so the low-level monsters of the First Wave had no chance to survive. To ordinary civilians, The sky covered with imps and the ground strewn with blood was a sign that the apocalypse had arrived. But each time a civilian was saved by an adventurer, that idea of the end of the world proved distant. Chapter 267: The Strengths of a Sovereign Nation. At the time of the beginning of the war between the Melki Empire and Broteforge, there were 500,000 F-class adventurers, 100,000 E-class, 20,000 D-class, and from that the level difference got even more, with there being 3,000 C-class, only 1,000 B-class, and 134 S-class adventurers. However, there were still two types of people with power above the S-class, who were not necessarily adventurers. These people were the Sense-class mages, mages so powerful that they can use spells even more powerful than gene skills of the highest level. And there were also the seculars, people so talented that their talent appeared only once in centuries. For these fantastic people, the quantity was 7 sensory magicians and 13 seculars. At the time of the invasion in sheltered Halvoy, one of the 7 sensory mages was on the farthest floor of the city dungeon. But he returned to the surface in a snap of his fingers. He saw the monsters attacking people, but ignored this. After all, it was only a few monsters, and the local adventurers could handle it. What really caught his attention were the dozens of ships that lay on the shore of the city. These ships bore the crest of the Melki Empire, which made the man confused. Still, these ships could not do anything against the imperial capital. Why? The answer is simple. It was because a sensory magician was present, with his release and control of electricity. Hazard energized the water particles in the region's atmosphere, and they quickly turned into ordinary clouds, which evolved into nimbostratus-type clouds. A storm began, which forced the ships to retreat to a more distant part of the sea. Hazard preferred to do this rather than actually destroy the ships. But his efforts to avoid a conflict were unnecessary, because one had already begun. Amelia discovered that the attack on the Imperial Palace was only a distraction, or rather a warning. Many miles away, Parado Island was taken with extreme ease and speed, which was a critical blow to Broteforge right from the start. Everything was happening too fast, and the incoming information was confusing. However, one thing was clear. There was no resistance from the Smakasa Navy. Otherwise, Emperor Collant and the other commanders of the noble families should have found out beforehand what was going to happen, so they could react, even if it meant sacrificing Parado Island. However, they didn't even have that option. If things continued to progress in this way, Ukawa would be taken within a few days, which should not happen anyway. To this end, Collant called an emergency meeting with the main people of the Broteforge Empire. There were 22 people gathered in all, and all very powerful, which made Luke think, "What the hell am I doing sitting here?" The half-wolf only agreed to go to this meeting because Ayumi Yamazaki and Alexis Dimitri asked, but he didn't expect that both seculars and sense magicians would be present. On his right side was Ayumi, but on his left was a sensory magician of intimidating aura and genius. She was Shin, an elf with white hair, just like Nathalia's. Also, on the other side of the gigantic round table were a blonde man with black wings, a girl with golden, semi-transparent horns, an old man in white clothes and gray hair who didn't even seem to be feeling the strain of war, and Michaela Ackerman, a woman with golden hair and a gentle countenance. Also present were the seculars Barrett and Baptist, the Cardinal Church Pontiff, the Germajiker brothers, Halorius, and other powerful clan commanders. Normally, most adventurers would choose not to get involved in a war. After all, most followed the philosophy that it made no sense to die for something like this. And since there was no martial law in the Broteforge Empire, choosing not to go to war was a real option. However, the situation was different this time, because Emperor Collant decided to spread the word to every last person of his people that the Melki Empire was being controlled by evil demons, which is why they decided to attack after so long of peace and parity. On the other side of the continent, the first servant was extremely irritated by this action, because this should have happened a few months ago, not at the beginning of the war. Why was this so bad for the Melki Empire? Well, with the information that the Broteforge Empire would have to protect its lands against demons and monsters, the adventurers finally got involved. The choice for most was easy and didn't weigh much in the balance. go into cramped caves to fight monsters, or protect a nation and have a chance to become a war hero. Even the youngest enlisted for the emperor's military service, whose promised pay was even higher than that of ordinary adventurers. Everyone was a winner. Still, not everything was going so well for Emperor Colin as the troop built up. Of the 5 of the 7 sensory magicians who had answered Rebecca's summons, only one had made himself available to the emperor for battle. All the others said they were neutral for the time being, which confused everyone, but no one dared to question their decision. This one mega censor was called Geo, and he was the man with black wings. To make up for the absence of the most powerful warriors of the Cardinal Realm, the emperor already had a plan. He ordered the founding of 3 special squadrons. The Fire Ray Squadron was the first to be founded and would be headed personally by Geo. This squadron would be the elite force of the Broteforge Empire and would study the right moments to enter the battles, with the objective of being the trump cards for great victories. Geo had full authority to summon any member of the Broteforge army to join his special forces. The second squad to be founded was the Domain Order, whose responsibility was to fill most of the gaps in the regular army. In other words, this squadron was responsible for managing supplies, defending cities far from the front line, and spreading information. The last squadron to be founded was the Shadows. Its members were to gather crucial and deterministic information about the Melki Empire, acting under the cover of darkness. By the way, everyone was surprised when Colin asked Luke Lang to command this squadron. Chapter 268, Is Being a Guardian Really Necessary? When Luke was asked to head the Shadow Squadron by Emperor Colin himself, he felt honored. Still, he did not accept to be the leader of something so important. Yes, he knew that he had his merits and efforts that made the proposal not so lunatic. However, Luke knew that everything he had learned in the last year was not enough to command a squadron, because he didn't even feel like a leader. The half-wolf felt that if he agreed to lead a squadron, the lives of all the people under his command would be in his hands. So he agreed to just be part of the Shadows and follow some orders. Luke knew that he was too involved in the war, and that now that it was on, he couldn't run away from his responsibilities, not least because he had people to protect and a home to look after. For these reasons, Luke imposed a condition for agreeing to enlist as a Shadow. He wanted a guarantee that his friends would be safe in sheltered Halvoy, which was now the safest place in the nation. However, the king denied this condition, because he could not guarantee the safety even of his own family when monsters could appear in the corner of the rooms at any time. Still, Colin gave Luke one night to think about what he would do with his life. If it was his wish, Luke could even serve on the front lines, or in the Fire Ray or Domain Order squadrons. When Luke finally closed the door to his room in the residence reserved for Ayumi, Yamazaki, and escorts in a building near the Emperor's palace, he sighed and locked the door. What do I do now? He wondered, as he took off the formal shirt he needed to wear during the meeting. Not being able to stop the war was a hard blow to the half-wolf's emotions, for he had never stopped to ponder what he would do if the war started. He had complete confidence that he could stop it, but once again, everything went against his expectations. Ayumi and Athalia are safe here for now, but what about the others? If Rebecca's speculations are true, there are at least 10 servants, and there are still the occultists of the Chaos followers infiltrating the nation. Ayark, I'm out of options. There is a whirlwind of thoughts disturbing Luke, and thinking about protecting so many people was suffocating him. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked 3 times on his bedroom door, causing him to get up from his bed. Answering the door, Luke saw Alexis with a serious countenance, and she was looking him in the eye. Hi, do you need something? We need to talk alone. Are you alone? At the same time she was saying this, she was trying to peek over Luke's shoulder. Yes, I'm alone, you can come in. Then Luke stepped out of the way, allowing the half-dragon to pass. What? Did something happen after that meeting? Were you able to talk to Amelia? He was worried, because it was rare to see her act like this. The red-headed woman with horns sat down on the soft bed, crossing her legs and arms afterwards. No, nothing happened, she stated, irritated. Luke arched his eyebrows. Confused. Did I do something? The closed expression on the half-dragon's face immediately changed to a countenance of surprise. She hadn't even realized she was acting rudely. "No, no," she exclaimed, at the same time shaking her head and hands. Luke sat down next to her on the bed, took her right hand, and asked in a calm voice, "What happened to me, my love?" Upon hearing those words, Alexis blushed and looked away. She was quiet for a few seconds, and the words just wouldn't come out of her mouth because she didn't know how Luke would react to them. But in the end, she said everything she wanted to. "Rebecca was trying to convince me to go back to the Cardinal Kingdom and not go to the front lines of the war." "You're going to the front lines?" "That's what I intend." Luke didn't even think much of it. He just smiled and nodded, at the same time contracting his lips. To Alexis, this was a different smile than the others from the half-wolf, both because of his facial expression and because he squeezed her hand as he made the gesture. She noticed that he did not agree with her decision, but he still respected her and would therefore support her. "What about you? What will you do?" she asked. "Isn't it obvious? I will go to the front lines too." "But what? Are you doing this for me? Can I be honest?" "Partly, yes, that is one of the reasons, but you have made me realize that the place where I can be impactful is on the front lines, whether acting from the shadows or fighting among the troops." "Are you sure about that? You know that everyone will follow you, right?" she asked, referring to their group. "Yes, I know that, and I still wonder how I will protect all of them. Amelia, Ayumi, Nathalia, Zach, Sook, Meredith, and John. Today I wonder if taking them out of that fort in the countryside in the northeast was really the right decision." Alexis released her hand from Luke's grip, took his face, and forced him to look into her eyes. "Pay attention, Luke. You don't need to protect everyone. That's impossible, and you'll only wear yourself out. You need to trust us more and learn that you won't be able to protect everyone all the time." Hearing this was like the famous click for Luke Lang, who until that moment had not realized his lack of maturity in wanting to protect everyone. To top it off, Alexis completed the dialogue by asking, "Luke, what do you really want to do with your life? Don't think about anyone right now. Just think about what you want to do." "I will go to the rear," he stated. "Okay, so that's what you will do. Wait a second. Did you say rear?" "Yes, I will go to the rear of the demons." The Emperor and the Cardinal Church are working in a very defensive and reactive manner, which I do not support. If there is no limit to the amount of monsters that can emerge from the dungeons, we will lose the war by numbers in a few months. If we want to win, their rear must be attacked. In other words, you will go to the Melki Empire? Luke said nothing more, just nodded with a determined look. Chapter 269 Impact Strong, December 7th, 1512, Era, Irani. Strong huff. "Huff, come, father, run." A little girl shouted to her father, who needed to use crutches to walk. The man was doing his best, but still the shadow that followed him and his daughter was still very close. He could feel this closeness not by the noise, but by the shiver down his spine caused by the cold that the mysterious creature emitted. "Run ahead, daughter. I'm right behind you. I just need to catch my breath a little," the man stated. The little girl hesitated to heed this order, but she remembered that her father once said that children who don't obey their parents are ugly. Because of this, she continued to run as far as she could down that long alley. However, it only took one look back for her to stop running again. Her father was leaning on a wall, and when he saw her stopping, he shouted at her to run, but the child was paralyzed with fear. Behind the man was a spectral monster, whose black cloak was black and translucent, and the yellowish bones frightening to someone who had never seen a spectral before. The little girl tried to scream to warn her father, but no sound came out of her mouth. Desperate, the man screamed as hard as he could for his daughter to run, but the little girl's bulging eyes evidenced his terror. Eventually, the man was grabbed by the spectral creature, and the monster's nails dug deep into his skin. Just then, a man who was nearby and heard the screams appeared in the alley. His hair was mostly brown, but there were also many gray hairs. His full beard highlighted his age, his mature look, his experience. Since he had only his right arm, this man took the child on his lap with a little difficulty. For the man with the crutch, seeing this bearded man determined to get his child out of this place was like a spark of hope, at least enough to make him smile in his final moments, even as he was pulled up by the spectral man and his flesh slowly tore away. However, the man suddenly heard loud footsteps coming from above, and when he looked up, he saw almost in slow motion a horned woman punching the spectral with her white gauntlets. The spectral creature was thrown to the ground with a powerful blow, and Alexis Dmitri caught the man before he fell to the ground as well. The little girl saw it all up close and began to cry with happiness when she realized that her father had been saved. The man who was carrying the little girl was also impressed by the scene and was even more awestruck when he realized that it was someone he already knew. The same applied to Alexis, who smiled at the sight of that man. The daughter shook herself free from the brown-haired man's arm easily and ran towards her father, who was bleeding heavily. Alexis pulled out of his side pocket an advanced healing potion and gave it to the man in the crutch, which not only healed his injuries, but also his spine. At the man's feeling the intense pain in his spine cease, he almost cried with emotion, but restrained himself and focused on matching his daughter's embrace. "You're still as amazing as ever, aren't you, Alexis?" the one-armed man stated. "And you're still alive, which is impressive," she said with a wry smile. The two shook hands, and she stated, "I'm glad you're okay, man. We have a lot to talk about." So they guided the little girl and her father to the next safe area of Okawa, and finally sat down to talk in a tavern when it got dark. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair and a kind smile poured a glass for Matthew and another glass for Alexis, and then continued to pour the glasses with beer on her tray to people at other tables. "It's been a while since we've seen each other. 3 weeks, maybe?" Matthew asked Alexis and took a sip of his beer. The half-dragon took the handle of the mug, but felt no urge to drink the alcohol. "No, it's been 5 weeks. Ow. Time is passing even faster than I expected." Alexis looked at the brown-haired waitress and pointed with her chin as she asked Matthew, "Your girlfriend is pretty." "Jess." "Yes, for sure in the world. In fact, she accepted my marriage proposal, and now we're engaged." "Engaged, huh?" Alexis felt a small twinge of envy, and to suppress it, she took a long sip of her beer. "Lucky you." Matthew realized this, but chose not to say anything. "And the others? How are they? Have they come to the front line, too?" Yunosuk is training civilians who enlisted and sheltered. John enlisted as well, but he doesn't feel confident to go to the front lines yet, so he's upgrading. Zach and Shiro are in the 17th Squadron, fighting as tanks. Nathalia, Ayumi, and the other Stroger are in sheltered as well. Everyone is very angry about Luke and Meredith's decision, but there's nothing to be done. "Wait a second, what did those two do?" "The last thing I heard was that Luke was in a special squadron protecting the North." Alexis looked around and realized that all the combatants in the tavern weren't even paying attention to the two's conversation. They infiltrated the Melki Empire. She whispered, while covering their mouths with one hand. "What?" Matthew squinted his eyes. He thinks the only way the Broteforge Empire can win this war is to figure out how the monsters are manipulated and maybe try to stop that. I don't know how he's doing, but then that third wave was even harder than the first two. If he really gets any meaningful results or information, he will be the hero of this war, but I don't know. Those towers are full of monsters, doom and gloom, and demons. I don't have a good feeling about it. Chapter 270 Mountain ranges. The mountain ranges that divided the Oatforge Empire and the Melki Empire were a frightening place. The mountains were kilometers long and stretched as far as the human eye could not see. Their sharp peaks were made of the purest ice, and even the middle parts of these mountains had layers and layers of deep snow. A warm wind blew from every corner of this mountain, and it came from all directions, not to mention the treacherous and deadly terrain. The word slip in this place was synonymous with death, and it was no wonder that these mountain ranges prevented a major war at the time the continent's empires were making moves to expand. "Luke, when will we stop for a rest?" "Sniff," Meredith asked with her nose running a little. She was hugging herself from being so cold, and yet she was shivering quite a bit. The half-wolf turned back around, taking off his hood. "There's no way we can stop now. A storm is coming, and if we're homeless when it starts, we could freeze to death." He looked at the region of the sky behind the half-fox and saw that the higher clouds continued to follow him toward the mountain ranges. It had been 5 days since they had left sheltered Halvoy, crossed a dense forest, and started up into the mountains. Saying goodbye to his friends was not easy, not when he had fought so hard to bring them close to him and was suddenly leaving them. But in his view, it was necessary. When Ayumi Yamazaki heard about Luke's plan, she asked him to try to talk to the Emperor because maybe he could get a team that specialized in infiltration. After all, in her view, this was better than him going it alone. Luke refused for the same reason he refused the position of Shadow Squadron Commander. He didn't want to carry the responsibility for the life and death of others. He wasn't ready for that yet. In any case, all the half-wolf wanted to do at this moment was to focus on his goal and not on the people he left behind. Since the storm was coming in their direction, Luke and Meredith urgently needed to find a cave for shelter or at least a hole in a mountain. However, getting around was very difficult because of the more than 40-centimeter layer of snow, and any sudden movement could mean a deadly slide. "Okay, Meredith, get on my back," Luke ordered. He had his back to her and leaned forward a little as he called to her with his hands. "If I can jump, we can go faster." The half-fox put her hands on her waist and debauched a little. "Do you really think you can do it?" "I'm a little heavy," she inquired. Luke knew her so well that he knew her debauchery was just her way of disguising her shyness. Did he know that from the tone of her voice? No. It was because her tail was wagging really fast. As soon as he glazed his eyes on her bulky, red-haired tail, Meredith realized that she let that give her away once again. "Are you sure you don't want to come?" She turned her face for a second, and this time her tail did not wag. However, her face did blush quite a bit. With Meredith at his back, Luke felt more confident to go faster. So, he began to jump from side to side, and these jumps were over 10 feet high. This was only possible now because the second stage of the sea ornament greatly increased his physical attributes, especially his agility and strength. The moment the storm started, and the swift winds from the mountaintops began to whistle in the eardrums of the two half-beasts, they knew they were in trouble. Despite this, Luke kept moving forward. He jumped, landed in a safe place, waited a second, watched for the next place he should land, and jumped once more. This process was deterministic so that they didn't land in a snowy hole or worse, fall off a cliff. Luke kept moving forward, but suddenly Meredith squeezed his shoulders firmly. "Luke, wait a minute. There's something wrong here," she shouted so that her voice would stand out over the noise of the wind. He immediately stopped. "What is it?" "We are not alone. Pay attention to your hearing." At first, the half-wolf found such a request strange in this situation. Only he still followed the instruction, as he knew that Meredith would not be alarmed by any nonsense. Since the half-wolf had senses as sharp as Luke's, it wasn't too difficult for him to hear what she was talking about. At a frequency lower than the wind, there was the sound of snow being pressed down firmly, which in this situation could only be footsteps. If there were footsteps, it could mean that there were locals nearby, so they felt relieved for a moment. Only when they got a little closer to the sound, strange voices became quite evident. "Come on, you slugs. Can't you people realize how boring this fucking weather is?" The two half-slugs sneaked closer to where the voice came from and noticed that they were on slightly higher ground. They peered down from above and saw a very small man riding on the neck of a very large humanoid creature. In front of this man were 5 other humanoid creatures. For a brief moment, the storm abated a little, and the vision became a little clearer, which allowed the half-beast to see better. The giant creatures were fat, but had very muscular arms and legs that could easily crush the small man with the annoying voice. One look at these things was enough to realize that they were not humans but monsters, and that they looked almost perfectly like the descriptions of a goblork, in other words, real giants. These giant creatures grumbled a little as they kept walking forward with wooden boxes strapped to their backs. But they didn't even question the directions of the man on the back of the last monster. "That's it, move on. Let's enjoy that the weather has improved a bit." Hi. Luke looked at Meredith beside him, and they didn't need to say another word for the other to understand each other's intention. It was cold, but they needed to follow these monsters. Chapter 271 Orc in the freezing cold of those snowy mountain ranges. Luke and Meredith followed the six giants for a few hundred meters. As they followed them, Luke remembered a book he had read during the return trip to Ukawa a few months before. This book was an ordinary bestiary with only 100 pages, but it cost the princely sum of 500 silver coins at that time. Both because of the price and because it was a type of book he had never bought before, the half-wolf was curious and bought the bestiary. He didn't even carry it in his normal inventory anymore, but the rich knowledge from the book was ingrained in his mind. Thanks to this book, Luke stopped comparing the physical size of the giants in front of him to the famous Goblork, aka King of the Goblin, because he noticed that the resemblance of these monsters was greater to orcs, abominable and solitary beings whose strength is capable of murdering up to dozens of superior goblins in territorial disputes. So, Luke followed them even more cautiously. As time passed, it became clear to the half-beasts that the orcs were following a route. Of course, the short man in the neck of the last orc in line was the one who was guiding them. But it was still strange because they didn't know where the orcs might be going. There was nothing for in the ranges, no city, no people, just ice and stone, at least that's what they thought. However, when the wind blew harder and the snowflakes condensing in the air came out from in front of the half-orc's eyes, a surprising horizon was revealed. Between four frozen mountains lay a flat space. And covering this space were several buildings covered in snow, but still in one piece. From afar, it looked like a settlement, but Luke had never heard of such a place in the ranges, nor had Ayumi warned him about it when he left, so she didn't know either. The architecture of the place was a little unusual. The roofs were somewhat rounded, like domes, and the buildings were all made of heavy concrete blocks, which couldn't even have been manufactured in that region with such intense cold, and were even less likely to have been brought this far away from any civilization. Furthermore, in a wide open space that appeared to be the courtyard of that strange settlement, there were almost a dozen blue-skinned orcs. These monsters were just sitting there, and there was a much smaller person in front of them, apparently talking something. This alarmed Luke, but not enough to make him desperate. He took Meredith's arm and said, "We have to deal with these monsters now, so we can also find out what they're doing so far away already." "I agree, but we're pretty close to those buildings. Don't you think they might just, I don't know, howl for help?" The half-wolf put his hand on his chin and was quiet, because he hadn't thought of that. "Okay, I have an idea," he stated after thinking for a while. "They are slow, so we can overtake them quietly if we want, and I'm also sure they can't hear us the constant blowing of the wind. So, we will continue on the higher ground and go further ahead. Since we're just over a kilometer away, we could try to deal with these 6 monsters separately, and then well take care of the other 10. "All right, then you go ahead because I can hardly see the back of my hand from all the snow here." Meredith agreed because she trusted Luke's instincts. If he said it was possible for them to kill these monsters, then it should really be possible. With his senses sharpened by the use of his focus, Luke ran fast on the ground above the route the orcs were using. The short man thought he heard something and even asked the orcs to stop for a moment. At that moment, he saw some snow dripping from the top, but he didn't even think that it could be someone. Rather, he thought about the possibilities of an avalanche. After the orcs started walking again, the half-beasts moved forward once more and took a good margin of distance from the group of monsters. They analyzed their surroundings and drew up an ambush plan. The war had already begun, so the enemies could not be ignored or spared. As the first monster was passing under a steeper relief of rocks, the heap of snow shook. The short man on the back of the last orc noticed this. However, the second he exclaimed to order the monster to back off, an immense amount of snow fell on his head, bogging him down on the spot. "Shit, are you dumb?" the man asked the snow-hit creature. "Hey, let's stop for a minute until this idiot gets up." Of all the words the man said, the orcs understood only "hey" and "stop," so they didn't even care that they were being offended. Thanks to this decision by the man, the half-beasts got the chance they had been waiting for. With the monsters finally stopped, Luke was able to act. From the stone walls parallel to the orc's path, dry roots appeared and grabbed the feet of 5 creatures at once. The wind blew louder that second, and the half-wolf shouted loud enough for Meredith to hear. Now, the sense of confusion that the monsters and their leader felt was quickly answered by the sound of something approaching. In the middle of the trail that the monsters were following, a snowball appeared as if it had turned into air. This ball gradually increased in size as it got closer. The orcs tried to move their legs to retreat, but their feet were trapped by roots. They struggled a bit and managed to easily break through that poor wood. However, it was already too late. The ball was so big that it crushed the first monster that was still getting up from the first attack. "What are you stupid creatures doing?" "It's just a snowball," shouted the man with the thin, irritating voice. That second orc in line didn't understand a word the short, strange man said, yet he acted. He put his right fist back, and when the ball approached, he punched the ball so hard that it smashed the snow, and the corpse of that orc that was crushed and merged into the ball. But of course, it was exactly something like this that the half-beasts were expecting. Besides the bits of roots that could still regenerate near the monster's feet, there was also a lot of snow now, which made their movements even slower. Since Meredith was only a few meters away, the half-wolf saw no better time to attack than now. This time he jumped in front of the snowballing orc because he didn't want to waste time sneaking one by one. Chapter 272, The Snowy Village. It was only when Luke was facing the first orc in line that he realized just how big this creature really was. The monster was surprised for a second, but reacted immediately afterwards. He opened his muscular arms wide, showing how large his wingspan was, to cause fear in his opponent, and roared. That roar was loud, and ferocious enough to make the snow on their feet shake. Had Luke not cleared much of the snow on the ground above, that vibration could have been the trigger for an avalanche. In the village a few hundred meters below, the person guiding the other orcs thought he heard something coming from the mountains. Still, the wind was always blowing so loudly with the echo caused by the mountain ranges that he thought it was just storm noises. Luke, who was standing very close to the orc, felt some of the monster's spittle fly in his face, but he didn't care. He threw his coat up in the air as he charged toward the first of the 5 remaining monsters. In the midst of this swift movement, he brandished the obsidian sword that once belonged to Nebeziel. In one swift, clean, and frightening movement, Luke sliced the first orc in half. One down. The short man's startled expression at the neck of the last orc changed in the same hour to anger, and he shouted, "Attack that savage bastard!" In his conception, the wolf ears of that half-beast and the environment they were in pointed out that he was perhaps a local resident. After all, only half-beasts or monsters could survive conditions as extreme as those of the mountain ranges. When Luke saw the second orc begin to try to run towards him, he realized that the monster's movements were naturally slow, and with a thick layer of snow the creature became even slower. So, Luke didn't hurry. He brandished his sword once more, and in the midst of this movement, he threw the sword. The thrust of the sword into the orc's broad skull spurted blood, and before the monster's body could fall to the ground, Luke had already jumped up, removed the sword from the skull, and charged at the third monster. Watching those movements, the man wondered who the hell that savage was. Then he remembered something, a rumor that reached the monster troops. This rumor said that a half-beast was the main target of the high rank, and that his capture was of top priority. However, this was not the duty of ordinary monsters, but of demons, so the short man had even forgotten about it, until he saw that half-beast kill 4 ice orcs in less than a minute. With his face covered in black blood, Luke stopped in front of the last orc and noticed that he was acting differently from the others. While all the others attacked without thinking, this last orc was still motionless, with an almost catatonic countenance. Behind the skull of this last monster, Luke saw a man who was neither smiling nor looking angry. He was just quiet. In the thoughts of the short man, he was determined to survive, but he also could not underestimate his opponent. However, Luke was so furious with the monsters and demons after the first wave of attacks on Broatforge that he didn't even give the man time to try to negotiate. He regenerated the roots in the giant's feet and pulled him hard to the side with them. The ice aided in the task of draining the orc, and as the thing slipped, Luke ran his sword through the giant and the short man. Their bones could not even withstand the obsidian blade. A horde of ice orcs were killed. Orcs don't drop cores. Luke found the information from the voice, saying that orcs didn't drop cores strange, because he had never encountered a type of monster that didn't at least have a chance to drop a core. So his confusion soon found an answer. The orcs' corpses were not disappearing. Since the half-wolf had no knowledge of which orc body parts were the best to sell, he just ignored the corpses. Luke walked over to his coat lying on the ground, and as he picked it up, he patted it down a bit to get some of the snow off it. As he approached Meredith, who was a little further up that trail, he said, "Let's go down to the village. If this really is a battle outpost, we have to destroy it." The half-wolf had learned a lot about wars and their subtleties during the meetings he had before leaving the Broteforge Empire. Most notably, the emergency meeting with seculars and mage censors that taught him about the Franks, the tactics, troop formations, necessities for maintaining a war, all complex aspects. It is also true that this meeting made Luke realize how weak he still was compared to the seculars and the magus censors, and this made him understand that he could expect no less than this level of power for the high-level demons he might encounter. At no point did Luke stop evolving, and he always had a lot of help from luck, but going into enemy territory, he would need to start abusing his instincts, his luck, and also the things he had been learning little by little. As soon as they got close enough to the village, the half-beasts noticed that everything seemed quite empty. To avoid first contact so early, they didn't go into the courtyard, but instead circled the buildings a bit, looking for more monsters or people who might be sheltering from the cold. All they found in this brief search were dozens of boxes like the ones the orcs carried up the mountain. With this information, Luke deduced that this was not an outpost of the Melki Empire yet, but this old and decayed-looking settlement would soon become at least a resting place for the monsters. Anyway, Luke should destroy this place and the supplies. So he asked Meredith to look for a high point where she could give him cover with her bow, while he would attack the orcs head-on so they could have a peaceful night. After all, it would be dark soon. Chapter 273, The Archer Hauko Tomolak. One orc said to the other. The other orc understood everything the other said. After all, that was their language. Goka no mi ivoda. Ha ha. These two were the last orcs in that group of 10 monsters who were in the courtyard of the snowy village. They were not paying attention to what the person in front was saying, as they could hardly hear her. "Hey, you two there. What are you laughing at?" The man walked through the orcs to these last two. "You do know that this is very important here, don't you? You're a part of the first attack on a major city. So, you need to pay attention." The man's stern tone didn't even come close to being enough to make the orcs intimidated. Seeing that he had no choice, the man with the black overcoat, white hair, black eyes, and flaky skin simply gave up being peaceful. A shadow appeared over his gaze, and he slowly raised his right hand. In the same minute, the orcs stopped laughing because they felt that something had changed. They looked at their right hand and saw it slowly rise until suddenly they punched themselves. "Don't forget that I still have control over your bodies." The man spoke, and the two orcs fell knocked out as he turned on his back. "Now all listen well. When your brothers arrive, we can no longer rest. We will descend the mountains and enter the forests of Broteforge." Watching this scene from afar, and from a slightly higher place, Meredith was a little surprised by the power of the white-haired man, but she did not hesitate in what she had to do. The half-fox summoned her Arch of Panspermia, a gift given by Yumi Yamazaki for her bravery in wanting to accompany Luke. "I almost forgot how light that bow is," she thought. Meredith used bows a few times during her childhood and adolescence, mostly when Luke was teaching her to hunt and use her instincts. However, the time she spent with Yoelona was when she began to learn the basic fundamentals as well as the art of archery. After summoning the bow, she positioned it in front of her breasts, using her left arm to hold it. With her right hand, she pulled an arrow from a small sheath in her pants and placed it on a string. Then she sighed deeply, aimed at her target once more, tensed the bowstring as much as she could, and finally shot the arrow. The loud sound of the gale obscured the whirring of the arrow, and that same gale caused a disturbance in the arrow's course that Meredith had not expected, because she was not used to shooting in such extreme environments. Because of this disruption, The arrow did not hit the skull of the first orc as the half-fox had intended, but rather the back of the orc. The monster didn't even feel pain when the arrow dug deep into his skin. For that reason, also, he didn't react. Shit, this wind makes everything even colder, and on top of that, it hinders my attack. Lucky for me, the freak isn't feeling the arrow, so I could try one more time. Luke, rest assured, this time you'll get the signal you've been waiting for. Meredith spoke internally. The half-fox this time took 2 arrows and put them in the string. She was still not confident that she could fight the wind, being so inexperienced. However, she had an idea in her mind. As she positioned the arrows, she sighed deeply once again, as if her life was depending on it, and shot the 2 arrows at the same time. Something different happened the moment the 2 arrows were launched. One was faster than the other, and the arrow that was lagging behind began to be pulled by the first arrow. A little way off, Luke noticed that the second arrow lined up with the first, as if it was following the same route. So when the first arrow felt the wind disturbance and changed course, the second arrow was protected from this by being in the vacuum of the first, and when this vacuum was broken, the second arrow started its ignition point again, getting even faster. The first arrow hit one of the shoulders of the last orc in a row, who already had an arrow stuck in his back. The second arrow hit his skull with such a high speed that it went through him like it was nothing. Yes, I got it right. Meredith celebrated that her idea had worked out better than she had expected. Hearing the gooey noise and the thud of the orc on his back, the white-haired man turned back. At first he thought that maybe the monster had fainted from sleep. After all, orcs did that sometimes. Still, the pool of blood quickly generated by the open skull made him realize that it wasn't just a nap. "Get ready. We are under attack," he shouted, and immediately began to look around for the person who had shot the arrows that were in the back and skull of the dead orc. His eyes danced across the pure white of the outskirts of the settlement, and all he found was snow and more snow. The snowflakes were blown by the intense wind that cut through the mountain ranges, and this created something like a mist, but made only of pure cold. Thanks to this mist, anyone's vision was made at least 10 times more difficult. The man did not give up when he did not find the archer within the first second. He raised his right hand, causing 4 of the orcs to stop acting confused and form a shield around him. In this way, he was able to keep holding on while searching for the archer. However, killing the scaly-skinned man was not Meredith's goal. She just wanted to attract attention. And to achieve this, she shot another arrow, revealing her position. As the arrow was shot, a unique glow appeared in the midst of the flakes, and it flew across the courtyard at top speed until it stopped at the chest of one of the orcs protecting the man. Upon seeing this glow, the man gathered all the focus and hatred he had, ordering the monsters to attack anyone who was in the direction from which the arrow came. This was the opportunity Luke had been waiting for. As the orcs moved away from the man, he had his chance to act. From a building near the courtyard, the half-wolf whispered low, "Yggdrasil." A 30-foot tree blew the roof off the building, and the roots tore through the courtyard. Luke was mastering this powerful ability more and more each day, and each day his power grew greater. Chapter 274, Poor Night, when the giant tree generated by the Yggdrasil skill burst through the ceiling. Its branches grew monstrously fast and attacked the orcs. The monsters screamed in pain as they were grabbed. The white-haired man fell backwards with fright. He tried to control the orcs to fight back against the branches of the tree, but this effort was useless because they were regenerating. As if it was something easy, the branches lifted the orcs, which were 5 meters each. At the top, all monsters were broken in half by the severe squeezing of the branches that filled with life from the blood. Luke discovered the day he killed dozens of imps that his Yggdrasil ability becomes stronger in proportion to the amount of monsters he kills. This fascinated him and made him wonder how strong this skill could become, what the limit was, so he spared no energy to use the skill when he saw the orcs in a place that the tree would not hinder him, but would help him. All 9 orcs died in the blink of an eye, without the man having a chance to control them properly. That's not possible. What was that? He wondered, dragging himself backwards as he stared in fear at the giant tree, whose green leaves that had grown were stained with the black blood of the orcs. Is that land sacred or something? The man stood up and turned back, ready to run as far as he could. However, when he turned, he saw a person stop in front of him, with a cold and practically inexpressive gaze. Boo! Luke scoffed. Although it was a joke from the half-wolf, the man was truly startled by Luke's thick voice and the way Luke was staring at him. Aya, please spare me, poor lost soul. I didn't mean to disturb your lands. I'm already leaving. Luke was confused, but the apology was not so bad. He shrugged and decided to abuse the cooperation of the man with scales a bit. Tell me what you were doing here. You must be honest, or you will not be spared. Okay. The coward agreed with a low nod, sitting down on his knees and head down before what he believed to be a guardian spirit of the snow village. After all, no human being could simply be strolling through the highest mountain ranges in the world. We were simply carrying fertilizer to sell in the cities of the Broteforge Empire. The man said, with monsters? The world has changed a lot since you died, poor knight. Poor knight? Luke felt as if someone had hit his head with a piece of manner, and a vein popped out on his forehead. Wait a second. You think I'm dead? The half-wolf was confused. Dumb bastard spirit. You don't even know you're dead. Calm down. Elliot, you need to stay calm. I can't let that spirit get angry shit. In the end, the white-haired man just smiled in a cynical way, as if he did not wish to answer Luke's question. Huff, whatever. Just tell me the truth, and he'll let you go. Luke tried to negotiate calmly, for he was not yet a barbarian. He may be a conscious spirit that wanders these lands. Maybe if I lie, it'll be worse. He pondered. Any truth? Regardless of what it really is? The half-wolf nodded. All right, I will speak the truth. We were carrying alchemical bombs for use in the rear of the front line. With a brief explanation, the man said without any guilt, as if he were confessing his intentions to a mirror. He didn't even think about the possibility that Luke was real, thanks to his hearing enhanced by his focus. Luke noticed that there were no irregular palpitations in the man's heart while he was speaking. That meant he was not lying. Where are you guys coming from? Luke asked seriously. The man arched his eyebrows, but decided to answer. We came from a military post near the Howling Hills. You guys carry a map, don't you? Let me see it. Of course. Just wait a second, he'll get it from my pocket. Then the man opened his jacket and suddenly slashed with a knife in the direction of the half-wolf, who did not even for a second lower his guard. Luke dodged the knife as if he had all the time in the world. He could notice the facial expression of the man, who didn't even seem to know what he was doing, and also the wrong way the man was holding the knife. The sharp blade passed close to his cheek. At that moment, Luke moved his left arm to the man's neck and squeezed him hard to knock him out. It all happened in just a second for both the man and Meredith, who was watching from afar, with 2 more arrows tensed on the bowstring. When the half-fox saw the man fall, she sighed with relief that it all worked out, as she had never fought monsters before that day. Winning the 2 battles against orcs was certainly something to be proud of, even if it seemed so paltry to Luke. As it was getting dark, Luke put the man on his shoulders. After all, he still had questions to ask, and met up with Meredith so they could go into one of the buildings of the snowy settlement together. The cold in that region was severe and deadly, in a way that Luke had no idea how there could even be a building so high up. As soon as they entered one of the buildings, the questions about what it was all about only multiplied. On the walls of the spacious chamber were several strange symbols, which were neither runes nor normal letters. These symbols were somewhat square in the center and irregular around the edges, but followed a pattern similar to that of human language, which meant that it might just be an ancient language. On the walls, there were also many beautiful drawings carved deep into the stone blocks. In one of these drawings, Luke saw something that reminded him of something he saw a long time ago, a half-moon. This half-moon reminded him of the woman he saw in his vision and relieved him of his curse when he didn't even know what it was yet. He had the chance to have only a brief conversation with her, but the situation was so unusual that his brain had erased it until this moment. Luke didn't think much of it and touched the illustration of the moon with his right hand. Chapter 275, The Crescent Moon. When the half-beasts entered the first chamber of the village's main building, They were astonished at all the wealth of culture that seemed lost in that place. For Meredith, it was just an interesting fact to have something so old in such a remote place. Even more so, because this village could have existed for thousands of years, thanks to the low temperature of the place. However, to Luke it all seemed really fascinating, and the half-fox only noticed because he had his mouth open while looking at everything with his eyes shining. She smiled at seeing him so interested. He's been so quiet and tense the last few days. It's really refreshing to see him so engrossed in something other than his own thoughts. Luke walked ahead without waiting for Meredith, until he stopped in front of a large panel that joined several stone blocks together. On the edges of this stone panel were strange designs, or rather runes that were completely distorted, and in the center was an illustration of a crescent moon. Before he even touched the moon, Luke felt something strange. Old memories were returned to his consciousness, causing him a mixed feeling of strangeness with familiarity. At that moment, he recalled the sight of a woman on his back and her soft voice that was strangely familiar to him. This woman's face had thin features. Her hair was yellowish like the petals of sunflowers, and on her back was the same symbol of the crescent moon that was drawn on this wall of this chamber. Curious, he touched the moon. Meredith saw Luke touch the drawing and also saw him remain static for many seconds. His eyes were fixed on the moon figure, at the same time as his body was paralyzed. In the half-wolf's mind, everything was even stranger. The instant he touched the figure, his consciousness was covered by dense snow, as if he was waking up after sleeping for a long, long time. Initially, his fingertips touching the figure began to tingle. Then he could feel this same sensation all over his arm. He couldn't think of anything too complex, like wondering what was happening to him. He was just existing in a deep nothingness. Somehow he knew that this feeling of strangeness, was fleeting and that it shouldn't last more than a few seconds. When the fog in his mind finally cleared, he felt every muscle in his body pulsing and a voice resounded in his mind, telling him, "You are close to finding out, but it is not yet time. In the future, offer me an unbreakable promise, and I will help you with any goal you desire." After the soft voice spoke this, he recognized it as the voice of the blonde woman he met in one of his waking dreams. Luke couldn't tell if these strange visions and sensations were being caused by his curse, or if something greater was really watching over him. Right after the woman's message, Luke woke up with a weird feeling, as if there was something stuck in his throat that he wanted to talk about. Sweating, he looked at the half-fox behind him. Meredith was looking at him with a bit of fright and fear, for he had only been staring at the moon figure for a few seconds. Only now he was suddenly panting and wide-eyed. "Are you okay, Luke?" she asked. With his hand on his throat, he tried to say something, but the second his vocal cords quivered to produce a sound, he felt something break them. There was definitely something in his throat. So he put one hand against his throat, bent forward, and began to try to expel whatever it was. Meredith quickly noticed all this. "Are you choking on something?" She ran up behind the half-wolf, who, although he tried to deny it with his left hand, could not stop her. From behind, she put her two hands together at the height of his abdomen and pressed 3 times. Suddenly, Luke expelled something shiny, which fell to the floor of the dark chamber. They immediately focused on that strange object, whose brightness ranged from very intense to almost nil. In addition, the white, glowing object emitted a kind of low, buzzing sound, but in that chamber it echoed in the stillness. The half-wolf came closer and saw that this object was a rather unusual-looking brooch. The brooch was shaped like the head of a wolf with long ears and an elongated snout. "Ugh, Luke, what did you swallow that?" the half-fox asked, finding the whole situation strange. He turned quickly to look at her. "I didn't swallow that thing, probably." With his attention returned to the brooch, he slowly moved his hand closer to take it. As soon as the half-wolf touched the brooch, the glow became more intense, the buzzing louder, and the object began to vibrate in Luke's palm. "God's tuner found." This time the voice that resonated within the half-wolf's mind was different from the others. The voice that was normally soft and feminine, this one time was a thick and masculine voice. Meredith noticed that Luke paled once again as he picked up the metal brooch. Luke, wake up, Luke. She shook him in desperation. The half-fox already knew that Luke was cursed, so she was always wary when he acted differently than normal. Just as Meredith called out to him, Luke returned from his state of surprise. I heard a different voice. He stated, Huff, are you okay? What do you mean a different voice? You know when we acquire a new gene skill? Some people say they hear a female voice. For others, it's a male voice. I know. I heard a female voice when you gave me that skill as a gift. Normally, I would listen to a female voice too. But I heard a male voice when I played this. The brooch was still in his hand, and it no longer vibrated or glowed. Wait, you touched this, and the voice resonated? What is that? Maybe you mistook it for a core, ate it, and your stomach didn't digest it? I wouldn't swallow something like that. I know how to differentiate it from a monster core. He blushed. The voice said, that's a God's tuner. I don't know what that means. God's tuner? The half-fox arched his eyebrows, because he remembered something. I think I've read about that somewhere. Chapter 276, the text of a yellowed page, wait a second. You said you know what that is? Asked Luke. Meredith crossed her arms. I literally don't know. I just remember reading that in some of the books I read. I believe I can look for something in the books we brought in your inventory, but how about we set up our camp here first? Inflating. Okay, let's spend the night here. The half-wolf looked at the fallen, white-haired man lying on the ground, who appeared to be fast asleep. Since there was no firewood in the middle of those ridges, Luke had to prepare himself for this cold. Luckily, he had learned in the past that sets of items can be stored in his normal inventory, taking up a single space if placed in a compartment. Thanks to this discovery, Luke had an idea when they were about to start the climb up the mountain ranges. He felled 3 trees with a behemoth axe, split the logs into dozens of cylindrical pieces, and thus managed to assemble 3 bundles of firewood, taking up only 3 places of the 10 in his inventory. The Yggdrasil gene ability was difficult to cut and burn, so Luke would only try to use wood from its roots or branches as a last resort, not least because they withered quite quickly after Luke deactivated the ability. So, in that cold and mysterious chamber in the village, they set up a small camp. As if they were in a forest, Luke set up the campfire and lit the fire, using his obsidian sword and a sturdy stone as a makeshift flint. Also, Luke didn't forget to make sure that their hostage was securely fastened to one of the pillars of the chamber. While Luke roasted some of the meat from the deer he slaughtered before the climb up the ranges, Meredith was eagerly searching for something about the Tuner of Gods in her books. Since most of the half-fox's current collection was part of Ayumi Yamazaki's library books, they were all very complete and well-written, so there were a lot of pages and information. At one point, Meredith was so focused on her task that she would read the entire pages of the books in a matter of seconds and already turn to the next one. Thus, even the thin sheets of old paper were able to cut the tips of some of her fingers a few times, evidencing the young woman's persistence. After a few hours, when the wood from the fire was already about to run out, and Luke was taking advantage of the lull to rest a bit, the half-fox finally found it. I found it. I can't believe I found it. She exclaimed in excitement and delight. Luke opened only one eye, showing that although he was resting, he was awake the whole time. Luke, I found it. Come look. Meredith pointed to a thick book in his hand, which the half-wolf had not yet had the opportunity, nor the time, to read. He stood up from his corner on the other side of the campfire and sat down next to Meredith. It's literally the same name, she stated. Although Luke was a little skeptical that they would even be so lucky to find the answer they were looking for right in one of the books that was already in his inventory, Luke agreed and took the book in his hand to read with his own eyes. Excuse me, he asked. In the middle of the yellowed page, there was a brooch drawn. Only the appearance of the illustration seemed to try to mimic the figure of a bear's face. Text surrounded that drawing across the page. In the past, there were religions, peoples, and whole nations that worshiped gods, lost gods. The world has not changed much since then, but back then, people believed faithfully that everyone should choose at least one god to dedicate their entire lives, soul, and often body, thus becoming an avatar of that god, a son. Some people believe that the lost gods still live on, even if the society of people devoted to them has long since collapsed. People who still believe in the lost gods today have only one clue, a single piece of evidence that separates them from the scythe of stigma, the tuner of gods. Legend has it that when the ancient gods notice something of great potential latent in mankind, they can come out from wherever they are, from any hole, cave, or tomb, to present that noble person with the key to their home. However, of all those who followed the path laid out by the god tuner, only one returned. Hazur is his name, or at least it was before he gave in to madness and retired to a city in the Melki Empire called Stahart. When Luke finished reading, he almost couldn't believe that he finally had a concrete clue to the mystery that had plagued him for so long. At the same time, he opened the old map of the Melki Empire, given to him by Emperor Kallant, to check if he was too far from the city mentioned in the texts. Dith, come here for a second, please. Do you think we can change the route we set? He spoke, already with pencil in hand, ready to alter. I believe it is crucial that we at least check this clue. The half-fox crossed her arms. I know. I don't even know what to think about all this stuff that happened to you. It's not even mentioned in the book. However, Stahart is literally on the opposite side of the road to which we intend to go, and which we agreed with the Shadow Leader. Luke thought and thought and thought some more, but he couldn't substantiate enough arguments that could convince Meredith to go against the initial plan. Fine, we will go to Yukiat, but you must promise not to go into the dungeon with me. Erg, that's not fair. Why should I promise something if you are the one trying to go against the plan we drew up together? She protested. Now, there are 3 possibilities for ending our mission. First, by causing extreme destabilization in Melki's rear, that is, in the dungeons, thus giving time for perhaps the remaining censor mages to be convinced to fight this war for Broteforge. The second option is to kill the first servant, which is almost impossible for only 2 people, because we don't even know his location like we know that of the other demons. The last option would be to convince Leskar to tell us everything he knows and is hiding from us, but I feel this is even more impossible than the second. Therefore, we cannot fail at the first possibility, least of all Yukiat. Meredith dared to open her mouth to retort him. However, she didn't think of anything that could contradict him. After all, she knew that she wasn't as strong as him, at least not yet. Chapter 277, A Human Allied with Demons? As Meredith slept peacefully in her warm sleeping bag next to Luke, who was standing guard, a grudging groan could be heard crossing the place they were in. Luke Lange's wolf ears twitched as he caught the sound, and he immediately looked to a specific pilaster on the opposite side of the chamber. There stood the man who controlled the orcs, and who innocently believed that Luke was a guardian spirit, both because of his strength and because finding humans in a settlement lost in the middle of miles of mountain ranges was not something expected. When this white-haired man opened his eyes, he came across the half-wolf sitting cross-legged in front of him. The man was a little surprised that he was still alive, but also a little frightened by who he saw as he despaired. The man looked right and left, but all he could make out was the fact that he was inside one of the buildings in the village. "Shesh, you're not a ghost, are you?" he asked after a mournful sigh. And Luke just shook his head negatively, making the man feel like the idiot he really was. "What are you going to do? Eat me? You're not a cannibal, are you?" "Of course not, but I could be just as cruel as one," answered Luke, without so much as a shiver. Sweat immediately began to bead down from the strange man's forehead. Right. Just tell me what you need to know, and I will help you. Just don't kill me, man. I have a daughter who needs me." Luke arched his eyebrows. "Do you really think I would fall for a lie? For such a ridiculous bluff?" "I'm not bluffing." With some desperation, the man tried to move his arms and lean forward. But Luke had tied him quite firmly to the stone pilaster, so he didn't even get out of place. To the half-wolf, it was simply unbelievable the idea that someone who was on the side of the demons actually had a family to protect. After all, the demons wanted chaos. The end of the small spark of peace that the world had experienced since the calamity. Besides, what the man claimed was practically impossible. Humanoid monsters, as this man seemed to be thanks to his scales, could not have children because procreation among monsters was something common only in the weaker monster species, such as kobolds. Even though he didn't believe it was possible, Luke was not an unreasonable man. The half-wolf uncrossed his arms and put them over his legs. All right, prove that what you say is true. If you can, I will listen to what you have to say before I can question you. Luke saw tears of happiness pool below in the man's wide-open eyes, who thought for a few seconds, and then suddenly stated, "My wallet. In my coat pocket is my wallet. I carry everywhere a drawing made by my daughter and a letter written by her." Luke removed the man's wallet from his own overcoat, surprising him. "You mean that wallet? I thought you were some kind of monsters like the goblins who steal people's belongings for themselves, but if that's what it is, it'll take the liberty of opening it to check." The reality was that Luke had just forgotten to check the wallet that fell out of the man's pocket as he carried it into that building. The man wasn't even surprised that Luke had already picked up his wallet in advance. The drawing is in the front pocket, and so is the letter. The man's wallet seemed to be made of animal leather and was quite normal looking, yet was still able to surprise Luke. It was not very common in Broteforge to use wallets, and only a few people used them to keep some documents, such as purchase receipts, letters, statements, and other prominent papers from the bureaucracy. Luke searched the wallet with close attention to detail. 3 gold coins and a certificate of enlistment to the Melky Empire. Just that in the first pocket. Opening the document that was titled as Certificate of Enlistment, Luke found the following information. Certificate of Enlistment to the Melky Empire. I, Wane Cusley, apply to serve in the name of my homeland, the Melky Empire, and honor the legacy of all those who desire a unified, just, and... So his name is Wane? Well, of course that could be false. But not even the humanoid monsters of the Legion had human names like that. Luke thought. When Luke turned to the second and last compartment of the simple wallet, he immediately saw a nice drawing, a portrait. In that small portrait was drawn the face of a young girl with eyes drawn like the captured man's. But this girl's hair was depicted as dark, not white. "That is my daughter," the man stated with a slightly sheepish voice. "When I said goodbye to her a month ago, I am sure she already knew that I would not be back to see her grow up, find a good boyfriend, get married, have children, and fulfill her dreams. My mission is practically suicidal, yet she told me to have strength, focus, and faith, and that everything would work out. Stop trying to move me, because you won't be able to see a smile on my face. I am out in the cold, talking to an enemy, and in the middle of a war, while all I wanted was to be in my girlfriend's bed with them in my arms. However, you have managed to convince me that you are a human, so tell me everything you know about the Melky Empire, its strategies and plans, and I will release you." "Are you serious?" the man inquires, a little fearful. After all, if Luke considered him an enemy, it would not be unusual for Luke to kill him after he told him everything. "Give me a guarantee, and I will speak." The half-wolf crossed his arms, glaring at the man angrily. "The guarantee is that you are still alive, and if you don't tell me, you will die. What do you think of that guarantee?" Chapter 278, Hypocrisy. All right. The man tried to appease the moods of the half-wolf. "What do you want to know?" The first thing Luke thought to ask was also his biggest doubt at the moment. "You are human, have a daughter, and yet you fight alongside monsters? I don't understand that. You don't understand why the Broteforge Empire is strong, influential, and has many powerful warriors. The Melky Empire, although it had part of the continent, became weak over time. It became complacent. When an elder mage from Orkenby discovered how to manipulate the instincts of monsters and control their wills and bodies, the Emperor believed it was time to proclaim our place on top of the world, preventing the true monsters of Broteforge from one day succeeding in ending the world." Broteforge in the world? What are you talking about? Luke couldn't even comprehend if Wane was serious or making fun of his face. "You guys eat the cores of the monsters you kill, right? You trade them like bread, or rather swords. With each core you ingest, you become more like the monsters you kill than the humans you were. It's not hard to predict that one day this power will implode and turn you into monsters as irrational as any other. When that day comes, you will sweep the face of the earth in destruction. Since the half-wolf was past the stage of questioning the origin of the gene's abilities, he was not even tempted to believe Wani's claims. Anyway, the hypocrisy. You claim with complete certainty that one day we will end the world, but that is your goal, the goal of the demons. Demons? What are you talking about? At that moment, Luke smiled wryly at how foolish the man was. Demons are nefarious creatures that possess the bodies of people, like a snail enters a shell. From the moment of possession, you can hardly tell the difference between the original person and the demon. Also, when a receptacle is killed, that is, when the shell is broken, it just gets released into the world and searches for a new person to possess. P1A denied with his head, swinging it sideways. That's a bogus bluff. Demons are just old, lying legends, a myth to keep children away from the vicinity of dungeons. Monsters walking on the surface were just legends in the old days, as was the power to control them. Do you really wish to cover your eyes so as not to see the truth? There was no reason for the man to believe Luke's words. After all, he didn't even know him. However, the serious look on the half-wolf's face and his confident posture made him question whether what Luke was saying was really true. The whole situation made him think about how devastated his nation had become after the monsters had started walking on Earth, and made him realize that maybe not everything the Emperor propagated was an absolute truth. After swallowing the lump that was in his throat, Wane asked, "What is your name?" "Luke Lunga." The half-wolf answered smoothly. If the first servant had put a bounty on his head, Luke could kill this man in front of him with no problem. "Mr. Lang, I trust you." Vani Leet. The half-wolf heard the white-haired man's heartbeat change for a second as he said it, indicating that he was lying, but did not question him about it. Luke would just watch out for Wani's actions, as if he were still his enemy. The next morning, Luke and Meredith entered into agreeing that the best possible resolution to the problem with the hostage was to keep him alive, yet at the same time use his knowledge. Relying on information passed on by a stranger was certainly something risky and something the half-wolf would not want to do. Still, the information they had about the locations of some things in the Melki Empire was quite outdated, so keeping Wane alive and by their side was the best choice. Wane just seemed grateful and obviously didn't fight the half-wolf's decision. After all, he was also interested in what he could learn from these strange half-wolves. It took them 2 whole days to go down the mountain ranges, because Luke would take Wane on his lap to go down some of the riskier regions, since the mobility of the man with scaly skin was not very good. At one point, Meredith was so curious about the fact that Wane had scales on some parts of his body. She looked at him closely as they walked beside a canyon and asked, "Wane, you have scales. Are you a half-beast like us?" That was the only theory the half-beast could think of. Half-beast? No, I wish I could. Let's just say those scales are the price you pay for learning some things. Maybe even a punishment from the gods. He replied with a thoughtful look. "Pay attention on the way. If any of you fall, I won't be jumping in to pick you up," Luke stated, looking down into the canyon hundreds of feet deep beside them. A day later, they finally reached the end of the ridges and came upon a flat field that went as far as the eye could not reach. They looked at the ridges behind them and shivered at the thought of going up again. All three had the feeling that everything in the cold and the height was even worse than normal, and the one who had this feeling the most was Wane, who had lost a human companion and also several orcs that were very difficult to tame. Now all that didn't matter anymore. In front of the vision of that weird trio were miles of plain, which had an uncomfortable appearance. The trees were dry, the grass was dead and brittle, the soil was practically exhausted, and the sky was covered with gray clouds. They thought they had just been through hell, but they weren't sure if the mile-long mountain ranges that divided the continent were really the worst part. As Luke had his ears tuned, he was the first to hear a sharp noise coming from above the clouds. And this sound he had never heard before. Immediately upon hearing this, and realizing that it was indeed approaching, Luke shouted, "Scatter!" There wasn't even time for Meredith and Wane to react, because something in the same second landed in front of the trio. Chapter 279, a living legend. The sound of the impact of what landed was so loud that it resonated for miles, like thunder, and powerful enough to cause earthquakes that were felt beyond the plains. Amidst the dust raised by the impact, Meredith jumped back, obeying Luke's order for them to disperse. However, Wanne couldn't move even a muscle, not from fear or surprise, but because he already thought he was dead as soon as he heard the sound that cut through the clouds. Since Luke couldn't let this man die yet because of the valuable information he could offer him, Luke grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and pulled him backwards. As soon as the dust rose, it too was spread by a flapping of wings. At that moment, the members of the trio could see the appearance of what had landed in front of them. It's exactly as they say. The skin is black as the darkest of coals. The muscles larger than that of any other kind of monster, and the aura even worse than that of a whole horde of monsters. Wanne thought. What was in front of them had the body of a giant lizard, crocodile scales, claws even bigger than swords, and a tail so long that just moving it breaks the sound barrier. Not to mention the pair of long wings on this creature's back. What was in front of them was not just a monster, but a legitimate dragon. Damn it, Meredith, back off right now. Luke immediately ordered. That's a drag. He couldn't even finish speaking before the dragon made its first attack. The dragon opened its gigantic jaw, and a beam of energy suddenly shot out. Luke had no idea if that beam could seriously hurt him, or if it would just make a few scratches, but he preferred not to test that because of the legends surrounding the dragon stories. Luke pushed Wanne to the left and jumped to the right, thus deflecting the attack. The half-wolf got up quickly and started running toward the dragon's paws without hesitation. He had read in a book that dragons' weak points were their size, which made them weak against large groups or parties of adventurers, such as clan raids against dungeoneering floor bosses. And at the same time that there was this information, there was the information that dragons' paws were the main targets of groups. So, Luke ran as fast as he could towards the muscular legs of the monster. At over 15 feet in size, the dragon was the largest creature Luke could remember ever seeing, so it would not be an easy opponent. Eye of Horus. Luke used the legendary skill. The dead fields around him were shrouded in a thin layer of mist, which prevented him from seeing beyond a limit of 50 meters. This skill gave him time and calm to breathe and think. I need to keep Meredith safe, and so does the man. Still, it is a very big responsibility to take care of 2 lives while facing a dragon. I don't even know if I could beat one, even if I were fully equipped and prepared. Luke deduced, taking a closer look at the creature's features. The dragon's scales glowed in a metallic and black, as if they were a pure and freakish, or also very imposing and frightening in appearance. Humph. Anyway, it was remiss of me not to have thought that this might occur. I will now find the best way around it all. Luke used the lines that formed the dimension of Horus to create 2 clones of himself. This was the most he could do after such a grueling trip, even with as little time left to continue with the Eye of Horus active. By the end of an hour, all 3 half-wolves within the dimension were drenched in sweat. At this time, they looked at each other and had the same thought. It was impossible to defeat the dragon alone. Of course, they were not basing this conclusion only on the dragon's first move, which seemed frighteningly powerful, but also on the way it shot for hundreds of meters above the clouds to the ground. Besides that, in case the dragon wanted to escape, he would be able to, because other than Meredith's bow and arrow, Luke didn't have a way to attack from long distance. That was his weak point. If there isn't a way to defeat it, there must be a way for us to stay alive. Luke thought positively. It didn't take long for Luke to actually find what he was looking for among the millions of variables in the battle. After that, he deactivated the Eye of Horus and continued his run towards the dragon's legs. Instead of summoning the behemoth axe, as he normally did, Luke reached into the side belt of his pants and pulled out 3 knives, which he threw in the same second. The knives flew towards the dragon's wide face and were immediately repelled when they collided with the monster's scales, showing how weak the weapons were in comparison with a dragon's natural protection. This was the result Luke was already expecting, as the dragon immediately looked at Luke, not having time to pay attention to the other 2. Meredith noticed Luke's intentions, and although she didn't agree, she didn't question them at that moment. She ran over to Wanne and helped him up. Am I alive? How am I alive? Wanne wondered aloud, looking at the huge dragon practically beside him. He saved you. Thank him after he kills the monster. Meredith pointed at Luke as she pushed to help the white-haired man. No matter how strong your boyfriend is, he can't defeat a dragon. With her face slightly flushed, the half-fox didn't disagree with the man. Let's back off a bit. We'll just be a burden here. If you dare try to attack me, know that I will not be merciful. Chapter 280, The Resounding Voice in the Soul. As soon as Meredith and Wane started running toward a large rock that was near them, the giant dragon's eyes followed them. The pair of horns on top of the dragon's head glowed for a brief instant as it opened its mouth. In the next second, a long blast of dark energy began to spew from the monster's mouth toward the fleeing duo. Dragons were too proud creatures to let victims escape unharmed. Luke propelled himself forward with speed and hit the dragon in the jaw with an explosive punch, in a move so fast that even the dragon could not predict it. Luke's blow was so powerful that it stopped the dragon's attack. Face to face with that imposing monster, Luke knew he had no time to hesitate. After all, he had seen countless times with the leg of Horus what just a moment's hesitation could result in a battle against a dragon. Determined to let the other two escapes, Luke spliced his right jab into a left jab from below, aiming to strike the monster's jugular. Luke managed to hit the jugular, and it threw the dragon's head back a little, but that was all. The dragon's scales were too tough. Damn, the toughness of that thing is even greater than I could have predicted. I want to be able to fight barehanded. The half-wolf lost a lot of mobility every time he chose to use the behemoth axe, and even though this weapon was a crucial key to his greatest victories, using it against a dragon was tantamount to abandoning the full range of possible attacks that the sea ornament martial art provided. There's not much to think about. I need to buy time, and it'll only achieve that if I injure it. In Luke's hands, an abyssal-looking black axe suddenly appeared, and Luke immediately spun it around to try to attack the dragon. As he ran, Wane looked back for a brief second and saw that wolf-eared man really was managing to slow the dragon down. In the Melki Empire, half-beasts were a class of common servants and employees of the wealthy, and Wane had never heard of any that could be a warrior. So to be defeated by a half-beast and to see him fighting on equal terms with a dragon was certainly a surprise. Wane was pulled by Meredith to continue their momentum to the rock, and when they finally got there, Luke felt relieved because he no longer had to hold back. After one more attempt at scratching the dragon with one of its front paws, Luke defended with the behemoth axe and felt his arms shaking from the tremendous strength of the monster. But he managed to withstand it and jumped back, stepping back. I don't care how strong and big you are, we will not stop here. Luke spoke to the monster and slammed the axe handle into the ground as he knelt down. Yggdrasil, he uttered. A gigantic tree instantly formed between the dragon and the half-wolf, whose trunk was 10 meters thick. The roots of this tree dug deep into the ground, and its branches formed a shadow in front of the beast, who was obviously surprised that this was suddenly summoned. Still, what was a tree to a kind of monster capable of destroying entire forests in minutes? The dragon's ornamental horns glowed, and the energy beam shot out again, cutting the tree in half. Luke already knew this would happen, but he hoped he would at least have time to control the branches of the tree first. Luckily, the half-wolf was able to use the smoke created by the burning of the trunk to sneak through and the thunder of the tree falling to advance unbound, thus creating the opportunity he had been waiting for. Luke concentrated very well as he pulled plenty of air into his lungs and used a technique he hadn't used in a long time, a technique taught to him by Yolona. With much experience and a slight feeling of strangeness, Luke managed through his breathing to coordinate his heartbeat, speeding it up. At that moment, his muscles became firmer and his whole consciousness more precise. Luke didn't know and didn't understand, but at that moment he concentrated his chi. Like a dark flash of lightning, Luke suddenly came out of the smoke, startling the dragon, which turned to strike him with its tail. The half-wolf used the debris from part of the Yggdrasil tree to change its trajectory, which once again surprised the monster. Luke did this maneuver again and again, using every feature of the battlefield to his advantage, aiming for the best possible result. From the outside, those watching this would see the dragon confused by not knowing which direction his enemy could attack from. However, in the heat of battle, Luke couldn't even think about how funny it was to see a confused dragon, because he was too focused not to miss under any circumstances. Luke didn't have much time with his improved strength, so he had to attack, at least that's what he thought. The dragon surprised him when it flapped its wings and flew a few feet upwards, with no patience for the games of that human who was annoying to him. "What do you think you are doing, insignificant creature?" the dragon asked, startling everyone with his thick voice. Just the beating of that monster's wings was enough to clear the battlefield, so Luke had no choice but to stop propelling himself to and fro. After all, this was certainly not foreseen. "Can you really talk?" Luke asked as he looked up, still with his axe in his right hand and ready for anything. "Of course I can talk. What do you think I am?" The sound coming out of the dragon's mouth was strange, as if it was resonating all the way down to the soul of the half-wolf. "A monster." With all the simplicity in the world, Luke stated. At that moment, the dragon sighed through its large nostrils, and a sudden explosion of black smoke occurred around it. The half-wolf didn't understand, and just gripped the handle of his weapon tighter, but almost dropped it when he saw the small creature that came out of the smoke where the dragon was. Chapter 281 Again, after the explosion of smoke around the dragon, a man much smaller than the dragon came out of the smoke. He had wrinkled skin and gray hair, both traits of great age and experience. His clothing was a long cloak made of satin, which wrapped around the most crucial parts of his body. Luke was jaw-dropped and confused. He had never seen anything close to this happening, a monster transforming into a human, nor vice versa. At least this is what seemed to have happened. Soon the half-wolf noticed something familiar about the dragon, its horns. These horns protruded from the top of its head, and although they looked cracked and quite old, they still gave off a singular crimson glow. "Are you a half-beast?" Luke exclaimed loudly so that the dragon could hear his questioning. The man with the glowing horns, who was floating in the sky above the half-wolf, placed his hand on his chin as he lowered himself gently to the ground. "Isn't that obvious? You're a half-wolf too? You should notice these things with just a glance. Frankly, young people these days are still as foolish as ever. At least you're a little stronger than most." Even with many questions to ask, Luke did not allow himself to let his guard down just because the man was a half-dragon like Alexis Dimitri. Luke placed the behemoth axe in front of his chest and asked, "Why did you attack us?" The gray-haired man crossed his arms. "I attacked you and your group because you dared to invade the land of the glorious Bracco. I cannot allow that, but I see you are not just any warrior. After all, you can read my every move." "How? Never mind. Just let us pass through the plains. We don't want any confusion." Luke glanced at the large rock that was 5 meters to his right, where Meredith and Wanne were hiding. The dragon crossed his arms and denied with his head. "I cannot allow mere humans to start wandering into my lord's territory. Not even brave warriors like you, still less 2 cowards who simply ran away." Luke almost choked on his saliva at that moment, because he too was planning to run away after clipping one of the dragon's wings. Damn, I should have listened to Wanne. He warned me that it was dangerous to go through the plains, but I had no choice. Going around the coast is dangerous and could take weeks more. There is nothing to do. I will use your teachings now, Matthew. The half-wolf smiled falsely with one corner of his mouth, put away his axe, and opened his arms in a friendly manner. "What do you say we trade? My friends and I pass through the plains, and you and your lord get a good amount of gold." In Luke's mind, no one could reject dozens of gold coins without at least hesitation, yet that is exactly what the dragon did. The dragon looked at the bag of money that Luke pulled out of the normal inventory and turned his face away as if that bag full of coins was nothing. Luke almost clucked his tongue, but held back. He put the bag of money away in his inventory and threw both hands to the side, disappointed by the dragon's lack of courtesy for not trying to negotiate. With a tone of withdrawal, Luke spoke. "Why, I thought all half-dragons were greedy for money. Looks like I was wrong." Immediately, the gray-haired man turned to look at Luke, uncrossing his arms. "What made you assume that? My race is too powerful to be concerned with petty things like that. Are you trying to insult us? To be insignificant? He stewed his chest. Luke turned his face away and began to analyze the other items he had in his inventory that might be able to convince the dragon to leave them alone. Not exactly. My girlfriend is a half-dragon, and she is fascinated by money, especially the coins she earns in betting. So yes, I have a little experience with a race. The silence lasted for a few seconds after he said this, so that he got strange and turned to look at the dragon, hoping that the dragon was waiting for another offer from him. However, the old gray-haired dragon was, in reality, completely dumbfounded. Alu, did you sleep standing up? Luke tried to run his right hand in front of the man's eyes, which were not even blinking. At that moment, the half-dragon came back to reality, and a huge smile appeared on his face, a smile not at all intimidating, but rather one of companionship. You really know a half-dragon? What's her name? What does she look like? Or rather, where is she? I haven't heard of another half-dragon in many years, much less a woman. My people will celebrate with this news. Initially, Luke was surprised. However, he soon realized that this was his chance. Are all of your people like you? He asked. No exceptions, but we shouldn't talk about that here. If you really know a half-dragon woman, you must go to Lord Bracco. Only then can you cross the plains. The half-dragon explained, crossing his muscular arms for his average age. How long will that take? According to my friend Wanne, the acronym plains will save us 2 weeks of travel to reach Mount Palatine, in case your lord is further away. Luke didn't even have time to finish his inquiry, because the man suddenly turned into a dragon again. With that thunderous voice that echoed even within their souls, the dragon ordered, "Come up. I will take you and your companions to Lord Bracco. If you are lying about meeting a half-dragon, you will all be killed. Wait, you want us to ride you? Like a horse?" Luke couldn't believe it, since the half-wolf was completely sure that Alexis really was a half-dragon, both from her physical characteristics and the fact that he himself had told him so. He accepted the deal. This will probably be faster than spending 2 weeks walking around places along the coast where there's so many outposts, according to Wanne. However, it's still very strange. Luke pondered. Just get on, before I get angry and lose what little respect I have for you. Ince come. Friend, I said. Friend, the dragon said. So Luke had no choice but to agree to ride the dragon. Before that, he walked over to Meredith and Wanne, and the man with scales on his face could hardly believe what he had seen in the last few minutes. He knew that the acronym plains was a strange place unlike anywhere else in the world. But surely a dragon becoming a human exceeded his expectations 1,000-fold. The dragon wants us to ride on it, so we can fly to his lord. That's the only way we can get through the plains, and who knows, maybe we'll get a ride with him. Luke pointed with his right thumb to his back, where the black-scale dragon was sitting waiting. Wanne was extremely surprised. He actually managed to dialogue with a mythological being. Who is this man? He wondered, looking at Luke as he nodded frantically with excitement to get on the dragon. Meredith clenched her eyes cynically, as if she couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. Luke put him up to wait like a puppy, she thought as she looked at the sitting dragon. When Luke had convinced Meredith that there was no other alternative, he led Meredith and Wanne to the half-dragon and introduced them. The dragon bowed his head slightly to the half-dragon, as a gesture of greeting that she was also a half-beast. He looked for a second at Wanne and turned his face away without greeting him when he saw the scales on his skin. After that, he lowered his left to the ground so that everyone could come up to his spine. Hold tight to my scales. If any of you fall while I'm flying, I won't have time to catch you before you crash to the ground. So be careful. Even though they were afraid, everyone climbed on the dragon's back. By the way, what is your name, Mr. Dragon? Meredith asked, very interested. She listened to Luke's entire conversation with him, but at no point did she hear him introduce himself. The dragon began to flap its wings at that moment, and with each swing the wind shuddered around it, causing rumbles. My name is Ogin Griffin, but you may call me only as Ogin, for Griffin is the name of my clan. Clan? You are part of a clan of adventurers? Ow. I can't imagine how there are still adventurers in Melky. That's surprising. Luke paid attention to the dragon's words and said, while the other two sitting behind him looked down and watched the ground get farther and farther away. Oh, You're a foreigner, then. I had my suspicions, but now I'm sure. Anyway, we don't use the word clan in these lands to call a group of adventurers like in the rest of the world, but rather to denote to a kind of family. At this point, Luke wondered, is Alexis a remnant of this griffin clan? Or is the half-dragon lineage different from this man's? Chapter 282 Stones over an immaterial lake as the dragon took flight. Luke didn't know where he was going, but he definitely felt that finding this lord named Bracco was better than not finding him. Luke also couldn't tell for sure if Ogin, the black-scaled dragon he was riding, was on his side or the Melki Empire's. However, he certainly sensed the animosity that existed between Wanne and Ogin. As they flew away, Luke was not shy and soon asked, Ogin, are you, or rather your lord, part of the Melki Empire? You spoke to me, warrior? It's hard to listen at that speed, the dragon replied, flapping its wings with intensity and dodging the larger clouds. I asked if your lord serves the Emperor of Melki. Luke shouted even louder so that Ogin could hear him. Oh, but of course not. A lord serves no one. Between a weaker flap of wings, Ogin retorted. Luke couldn't determine whether the dragon lied or not, because Ogin's heart already had a strange rhythm from the first moment the half-wolf met him. Maybe that meant he was an experienced liar. Or maybe it didn't mean anything at all. Either way, Luke was betting a lot of things at this moment. He could be going to the demon's lair and not even be able to know it. However, something inside the half-wolf told her from the first moment of conversation to try to trust the half-dragon. And that was what she was doing. Don't get it wrong. The half-wolf wasn't believing that everything Ogin said was true. He was just trusting his instinct that Ogin was not his enemy. And it was his instincts that had gotten him to where he was, so he was somewhat reassured. The moment after the dragon slowed down to answer Luke, he flapped his wings once again with great force, and in a single second overtook a thick layer of clouds that was above them. Then Wanne, Meredith, and Luke got their first glimpse of a panoramic view of one of the most beautiful places in the world. As if the sky were a lake and the clouds a shallow mist, rocks as large as islands floated naturally above the clouds, moving only slightly with the strong wind from side to side. Under many of these earthen stones, green vines drifted for dozens of meters until they became weak and brittle in the wind. Between many of these islands, there were chains that held them to each other. On the islands, there were forests, waterfalls, and on the island that was in the center and the largest of all the islands, there was also a small town with a few dozen brick buildings. Although a little away from the town, they saw people walking, growing food, and even children playing, all with horns like Alexis on their skulls on this larger island. Meredith blinked her eyes a few times, scratched them hard, and still refused to believe that what she was seeing was real. How could such large islands float above the clouds? How could this be possible? Her sense of normalcy was totally shattered by these questions. The people walking on the islands saw Ogin approaching and started waving happily at him. After all, he was one of the 3 great dragons. This place is beautiful, don't you think? The dragon asked the people mounted on his back. Well, it's one of the few beautiful places left in this nation, one of the few places that corruption hasn't reached yet. Corruption. Luke and Meredith literally asked at the same time. Oh, you guys don't know that yet? That is certainly unusual, but my lord will know how best to explain to you what corruption is. The dragon resisted its urge to greet people as it passed above the city, flapped its wings, and flew even faster to a part of this larger one where the city was already becoming distant. In the middle of a vast grove of green trees, there was a large building with a circular roof on which there was a dome. Luke was as speechless as Wanne and Meredith, who just could not believe what was before their eyes from the first moment they saw the floating islands. That feeling of fright and daze only went away when Ogin landed in front of the construction of that grove. When they stepped onto the land of the island, the feeling was exactly the same as any other footstep, but the treetops shook more than usual, and you could feel the island swaying in the wind, making it impossible to forget that they were many hundreds of feet above any firm ground. Wanne stepped onto the grass with both feet, arched his eyebrows, and then jumped as high as he could. But as he landed, he realized that this could not be an illusion. There was no way it could be. So it's real. The old tales about flying islands are real, he exclaimed, knelt on the ground, and squeezed the grass that remained between the fingers of his hands. Hey, warriors, make your friend shut up, please. We are in sacred territory. Ogun asked, striving to be as polite as he could and crossing his muscular arms. Friend? We don't even know this guy. Luke stated with a simplistic expression. Oh, you guys aren't? Then can I throw him over the edge of the island? The half-dragon grabbed Wane by the back of his collar and lifted him up with ease. After all, Wane was not a very tall man, and Ogun was taller than the vast majority of normal men, even at his advanced age. No problem. Meredith threw her arms to the side. Luke crossed his arms and agreed with a nod. Wane's use was to guide them and also provide some information about places in the Melki Empire. However, Wane became just a hindrance from the moment they met Ogun. No, I can still help you. I know better than anyone about Melki. Wane wiggled like a child to try to escape the dragon's grasp. Ogun let go of the man with scales on his skin after watching him struggle, and Wane fell flat on his chest on the ground, somewhat relieved. Are you guys going to want this little bug's help? The half-dragon asked, looking at Wane with much disgust. Meredith and Luke exchanged glances at that moment, and came to the same conclusion without exchanging even a word. Luke stewed his chest and decided, before we make any decisions, I should meet your lord, no? The old dragon didn't disagree with that. He smiled and asked the trio to accompany him, and that's exactly what they did. So, they walked for a few meters until they finally came upon the entrance of the building they saw from above. This building was, in a way, simple. The thin stone beams supporting the second floor of the building, which followed an architecturally open concept, were numerous and from the entrance seemed to form a path, which they followed as Ogun guided them inside the second floor. After entering the main part of the building, where there were older-looking walls, it only took one look upwards for everyone to see rock drawings and orange stones on the ceiling that were as old-looking as the bases of the lines themselves. People more avid about history, like Meredith, would be fascinated for the rest of their lives if they had at least a few minutes inside this building. The half-fox, although she didn't have much time, was the only one of the three visitors to the Flying Islands to realize that that building was not some kind of weird temple, but rather a construction whose purpose was to try to preserve and keep standing the stories written on the walls of that small old building in the core of the newer construction. She noticed this because she connected the cave drawings, the ancient facet of the construction, and the huge amount of beams. When they finally came across the end of the beams, they were already facing a large hall with lots of entrance to the sun through large windows and many different plants, a real garden. Oh, the shuddering of the roots that brought me here, but I don't feel like I got there yet. If I go back now, is anyone still waiting for me? A man with a harmonious voice sang, while watering a strange plant with pink flowers and white leaves. Come. Ogun cleared his throat to show he was present, because the man didn't seem to notice the sounds of footsteps. Lord Bracco, I have brought visitors whom I thought it necessary for you to meet. He knelt down and spoke. At that moment, Bracco turned calmly to look at his faithful half-dragon companion and saw three totally strange people. The first thing he noticed were the particularities of each one. The woman with the large bust, thick clothes, orange ears, and bulky tail was certainly a half-dragon. The man with black hair, slightly pointed wolf-like ears and eyes so yellow that not even the most sunflower could match was also a half-beast. By his judgment, certainly a half-wolf. Finally, the white-haired man was the person who created the most fear in the Lord's heart. The scales that emerged at some points on his skin were certainly not recognizable traits of any half-beast race. You have brought a corrupted one into our home, Agni. You know that, don't you? Bracco spoke to the old half-dragon, who was standing with his head down and knees on the ground a few feet away. Chapter 283, The Handshake Agni. You do know that you brought a corrupted one into our home, don't you? Bracco asked, looking calmly at the kneeling old half-dragon. The Lord present had long horns like all the residents of those islands, but has looked more worn and old than even Alexis' horns. Although this was true, Bracco did not look that old. In fact, he seemed to be younger even than Agni, however, only by a few years. Bracco had gray hair as well, but this only on the sides of his head, while on top, sharing space with his horns, there were brown strands. He wore a strange white robe, like Agni, but Agni's thin facial features made him look more gentle than someone with the Lord's appearance, who had thick features and a voluminous beard, a different kind of beauty. Hearing his glorious Lord's question, Agni shuddered a little, but did not flinch. "I know, sir." Still, this man was accompanying the two half-beasts who came from far away, or rather, he was being used by them or something, so I couldn't just release him from his prison. Of course, if it's an order from you, they'll kill him right now, without hesitation. Wani's pupils contracted at that moment, and he looked at Luke and Meredith startled, perhaps looking for an objection from them. The two half-beasts remained quiet and didn't even look at the man. Okay. First, I will listen to them. Then I will decide what we are going to do. For now, just an introduction will be enough. By the way, my name is Bracco Griffin, and I am the elected one to rule these flying islands for the next 15 years. Luke was relieved that the lord of the place seemed a far more ordinary person than Agni, who was literally the personification of the stereotype of the dragons of legends, tremendously powerful and tremendously proud. The half-wolf placed his right hand on his chest and bowed his head slightly, as did Meredith beside him. "We are two travelers from the Broteforge Empire who just want to get over the plains so we can get to Mount Palatine faster." Luke spoke with respect for the figure present. Bracco placed his right hand on his chin and spoke. "In the end, they were just ignorant travelers trying to pass through our territory. I'm relieved that it wasn't something more serious, like dangerous invaders. Still, it is strange that they are still alive. Agni has killed hundreds of travelers who dare to step foot on the plains, and he has a habit of attacking first and asking questions later." At this point, Agni blushed and looked away from the Lord. "You know that for most people it is strange to hear a dragon asking anything. They would attack me anyway. I am very handsome, rare, and intimidating. Anyone's first thought when they first see me is death-related. I know. I'm not blaming you. Anyway, I am intrigued by the fact that you guys are alive. You are certainly very strong. However, there is no one stronger than Agni who would leave you without scratches. So this leads me to believe that you have come to a mutual agreement. What made you two stop fighting?" Lord Bracco demonstrated why he was considered a wise man, analyzing the entire context in seconds. Luke, Wane, and Meredith were impressed by Bracco's speed of completion, but Agni was not. He just rested his eyebrows raised by the elation of having to explain himself. The man in black acknowledged that I was a half-dragon and also said that his girlfriend is of our race. Agni explained after regaining the upright posture of his spine. The Lord looked at Luke with the wrinkles in his eyes squeezed out, as if such a thing was hard to believe. However, all he found in Luke's eyes was a deep seriousness. "She's a woman, right? How old is she? It's been many years since we've heard about another being of our race that doesn't live on these islands. I never asked her age right. After all, I don't care about that, but she must be 25 or 26. Luke stated, There are a few women in that age range around here. However, all 5 of them have lived here since they were little and have only been out a few times." The man ran his thick fingers through the tip of his bulky beard. "She lives in Broteforge currently and is fighting on the front lines of the war." The half-wolf understood that a misunderstanding was occurring and soon set about resolving it. Lord Bracco was more surprised to hear about the war than about the location of the half-wolf. "What are you talking about? What war?" Only then did Luke get a dimension of how long information takes to travel, especially to reach more isolated peoples, as this one appeared to be. "You don't know about the—" Meredith was about to tell, but Luke suddenly stepped forward and put his arm in front of her chest, as a gesture for her to stop talking. With a stern expression this time, Luke didn't hesitate and said, "We won't say anything more until we're sure of one thing. Do you know about the demons that rule the Melky Empire?" Bracco looked him in the eye and showed no expression. Then he turned toward the strange plants behind him and watered them again. Thus he remained for a few seconds, until the Lord himself broke the lingering silence that was in place. "Yes, We know about the demons, and well, as far as I thought a minute ago, only leaders like me of the half-dragon people knew about that reality. In a way, I'm relieved that we don't have to carry that burden alone. You guys are on their side? On their side? That would never be possible, even if they offered an entire nation to us. After all, our race was almost extinguished before the calamity happened. Back then, the demons discovered that our race is the most powerful in the world and started hunting us down to use as receptacles for their evil bodies. Bracco continued to water the plants with his metal watering can. My people tried to resist, but only a few were left. Since then, we have isolated ourselves and seek little by little to rebuild ourselves, of course, out of sight of any other people, so that the past does not repeat itself again. His voice had a melancholy tone, as if he had lived through everything he described. The half-wolf was undecided whether to believe the Lord's story or not. His mind told him not to trust such simple words with so many enemies lurking to kill everyone he loves. But his heart processed the Lord's emotions, and his instincts told him to trust this old man. I don't know if I trust you, and I certainly don't advise you to trust me. So what do you think about a mutually beneficial arrangement? Luke extended his right hand to the Lord, even though it was a few feet away. Ogin looked at the half-wolf's hand, looked at his glorious Lord, not believing that a stranger was even extending his hand to him. Still, he didn't interfere because his Lord didn't ask. Bracco nodded, placed the watering can on a wooden table that was a little further away, walked over to Luke's outstretched hand, and shook it with his right hand as well, initiating an agreement that would literally change the fate of the world. Since the day of Luke Lang and Bracco Griffin's agreement, only a week has passed, and much has changed. The residents of the peaceful, but also dull, region of the Flying Isles needed to go back to training. After all, there was now a threat greater than any most of them had faced in their entire lives. Although the half-dragons had known that the Melky Empire had been run by demons for some time, they never thought that they had an expansionist vision, not even that they challenged the Brotforge Empire. However, the demons waited a long time to act even after they completely dominated Melky. They waited so long that they seemed to know the exact moment to act. And that moment came when the Flat Kingdom went to war with the Dayu dynasty. So the demons' biggest antagonist, the Cardinal Church, was much more limited. Bracco didn't listen to all this information for free. He also explained what this corruption was that Agni had commented on while flying over the islands. The corruption was a kind of spore that was spreading all over Melky's territory, and although it was not deadly to breathe these spores, it still caused a pain as agonizing as inhaling acid. Its origin was mysterious to the half-dragons. However, Wane knew exactly what corruption was, which within the Melkian army had another name, Alamanos. Wane explained that the commanders of the army he had forcibly disinherited pointed out that the Alamanos spores are from a time as old as water and fire, and that these natures were born almost at the same time. But while water has the gift of nourishing life and fire of extinguishing it, the Alamanos have the function of fortifying it. However, as the spores killed every single wood in the Melky Empire, the more voluminous the army of monsters became, creating corrupted people capable of controlling the monsters. Chapter 284, The Coffee Mug Strong. February of year 513, front line of the war between the Brotforge Empire and Melky Empire. Strong, huh? I can't rest. I have to keep going. A woman with glorious red hair and a pair of majestic horns was kneeling in the middle of the battlefield. She was holding a sword with gold and crimson details nailed to the ground, and she was breathing breathlessly. Beside her feet were hundreds of monster bodies of the most varied species within a radius of at least 200 meters. But in front of her, yet another horde of monsters walking towards her. Her body was already extremely fatigued. Her joints ached as if she had gone back to training as she had during her entire adolescence. And her mind was a little dizzy because it had been many hours since she had been fighting. Even with her legs wobbly, the half-dragon leaned her body weight on the sword on her right side and stood. Then she brandished the sword forward and placed it face to face with her chest. I can't give up yet. Luke was the one who got this information advantage for us, so we should take advantage of it and destroy this outpost. She spoke to herself, trying to motivate herself. Suddenly, she heard footsteps coming from the left of her back. When she turned around, she saw Luke with a smile and wearing obsidian armor. As soon as their eyes met, she felt her heart pounding like never before. After all, it had been many months since they had last seen each other. However, by the time she jumped up to hug Luke in her full, loving embrace, she woke up from that dream. Damn it, Alexis, that dream yet again? The S-Class spoke aloud as she looked up at the ceiling of her tent. A little stressed about missing the half-wolf and not being able to see him, and tired from the previous day, Alexis huffed and quickly tried to get up from her bed. The camp is always so quiet at that time of day, she noted once again, after easily realizing that the sun had not yet risen. When Alexis Dmitri put on her clothes this time, she was not wearing the routine white shirt with embroidery on the sleeves, nor the dark blue blazer she normally wore, but rather a nice armor that obviously highlighted her beautiful curves and also protected her more than ordinary clothes. That blacksmith is really good. He managed to get the best durability and strength that the scales of a lord of the kobolds can achieve. Her armor had scales that protected the sides of her abdomen, her boots, and also her bracelet because she was still choosing to wear a skirt. After all, she always thought that pants restricted her movements. After dressing, she blew out the flame of the lantern with one breath and left her private tent. As soon as she left the tent, she saw a sea of tents. There were thousands of tents, and among them were also poles erected with flags emblazoned with the Melki Empire's coat of arms, which had the same number of points that star designs normally have. But each of the points of this coat of arms was a large circle that in the end connected in the middle with a smaller circle. The vision of that same destroyed place had been appearing constantly in S-Class dreams, and it also appeared in her vision at that moment when she was watching the sea of tents. Accompanied by this quick and vivid vision came a strong headache that made her put her left hand to her forehead and close her eyes for a moment. "Good morning. Wait, are you okay?" A gentle, sweet voice caressed the ears of Alexis, who slowly opened her eyes. So, when she opened her eyes and looked to her right side, she saw the kind healer and alchemist who often helped her with some things. This woman was holding 2 iron mugs with coffee in them, and hesitated to extend one of them to Alexis when she realized that she was not doing very well. The half-dragon smiled a little and reached out to take one of the coffees from the woman. "It's just a passing migraine. More importantly, how are the survivors from yesterday?" she asked, and took a sip of the coffee she received as a gift. "The ones you brought back from the safe point with Matthew Oliveira?" The woman needed to confirm, because there were many survivors from war-affected neighborhoods in Ukawa. Exactly. It was a little girl and a man of about 50, her father. I remember them perfectly. They were directed along with the other refugees to Bwaji in the late afternoon, because their house was destroyed in the first wave, and they have no living relatives in Ukawa. Alexis smiled contentedly. "I'm glad they were left in peace, at least for now." "For now? What do you mean, ma'am?" "We are managing to handle the waves with the army of volunteers and adventurers. We are not doing so badly that we need pessimism." The woman did not hold back the words of her opinion. After all, she was not a servant, but a scholarly alchemist. At that moment, Alexis looked her in the eye a little more seriously and said, "Follow me." The two walked to the back of the half-dragon tent. There were a few dozen more large tents. However, it was a much larger number than there were in the small mounds ahead. Behind these larger tents was a 10-meter-high wall made of ancient stone bricks, in which there was a large hole that allowed one to see how thick this wall used to be. "I know that you came from the imperial capital to help here. However, I do not belittle the damage that happened in the first waves, and that continues to happen with the remaining monsters. The wall of this city used to be one of its symbols of respect, and it is broken, as are its people. We have not been able to save as many people as we would have liked, but those who are gone will surely be avenged. I guarantee you this. Even if this empire falls, I will not stop fighting." Seeing Alexis speaking so earnestly, the woman could not hide the blush that appeared on her face. She had become a deep admirer of this Class S adventurer in the last few days. And she did not doubt Alexis' willingness at any point. She just did not approve of the negative thinking. Although Alexis was more than right to reflect on everything bad that had happened to Okawa. Just the fact that one of the 5 major cities of the Broteforge Empire had become the epicenter of a war of such large scales was surely a frightening thing. Understood. Sorry if I was disrespectful. The alchemist spoke and looked away while sipping some coffee. Alexis approached her and gave the woman a weak slap on the shoulder in a friendly manner. You haven't slept yet, have you? From the position of the moon, it should still be another 2 hours before dawn. Go to your tent and get some rest. The day will be long if we are to advance with this army in DR. As the half-dragon spoke, she saw an explosion of flames in the distance, and the sound of that explosion didn't even reach her ears. However, she still interrupted her sentence. Eliza, run to the nearest bell and swing it. Swing it as hard as you can. Surprised, Alexis didn't know how to react. She just gave the orders as fast as she could as she walked towards the explosion that happened amidst the sea of tents. Next, dozens of explosions happened in several different places. The constancy of the explosions illuminated the hills in the distance, beyond those on which hundreds of tents stood. On those hills farther away, thousands of monsters had been revealed, just as Alexis had seen in her dream a few minutes ago. As she ran towards the monsters, she just smiled, for unlike how she had been in her dream, tired, she was now well and willing to kill tens of thousands of monsters for a whole week if it were possible. However, when she was halfway through and watching from afar as the first warriors began to confront the horde of monsters, she heard a howl coming from the sky, like thunder. The night was partly cloudy, with a few clouds in the sky, but it was still possible to see the moon. Then, in front of the moon, something appeared, and its silhouette was evident to all who looked for the noise of the thunder amidst the explosions. This silhouette was huge. It had 4 legs and 2 wings whose wingspan was as big as the body on which they were supported. Alexis' eyes widened, and he immediately used Fist of Life. After all, this was his strongest weapon and the only one that could stop something so big. Looking at the creature that was flying over the skies, she had no doubt what that creature could be. After all, its features were unique. Dragons? They can control dragons? That's not fair. She complained as she noticed, although she hadn't had the opportunity to see the creature up close. Chapter 285, Annihilating Monsters. Wide-eyed. Alexis could hardly believe his eyes. A dragon was flying over the sky of the vast area where hundreds of tents had been erected to support the Broteforgian volunteer army. Dragons? They can control even dragons? That's not fair, Alexis thought. Drops of cold sweat poured down from his forehead just from seeing that such a kind of legendary monster existed. The members of the army who were getting ready for battle, wearing armor and picking up weapons, looked up at the sky lit up by the constant explosions and saw the gigantic monster above the clouds. Many lost hope for their lives in the same hour. What is that? I've never seen something so big. Could it be a wyvern? Oh, I don't want to die. What are you talking about? A wyvern is at most 10 feet tall. This monster is at least 10. A thick-voiced knight stated as he adjusted the shoulder pads of his armor. Shall we go? He asked the man waiting beside him. The other man, who had light eyes and blonde hair, nodded and turned to speak to the dozens of hopeless soldiers. Don't mind that. The special squadron is with us and will surely take care of it. Archers protect our rear, squires in front. Mages get ready. Focus on the monster hordes. He roared and raised his sword high. Most people roared as well with their weapons raised. This man who spoke was a Class A adventurer who was in the 1st Battalion that faced the 2nd Horde just a few miles from Okawa less than a week ago. He was one of the few who returned from the battalion, but just his return was already a huge accomplishment. With him by our side, we will make it. I heard that he has the ability to improve the defense of his comrades. By his side, we will be protected from that creature. Seeing a symbol of resistance and resilience was a crucial factor for the soldiers at that moment. On top of a small ridge, Alexis Dmitri watched the chaos spread in the east, near the walls of Okawa. It was not as if before every wave Okawa received a letter warning day and time. However, This time the surprise attack was certainly more cowardly than the others. For it was during the early morning hours and the day before that same army had fought thousands of other monsters. The Melki Empire was not letting the Brotforge Empire recover between one offensive and another. And the interval between each attack had become more and more stifling since the day of the attack on the imperial capital. Alexis was thinking about all this, and what she should do now, unlike the other times, was not to go easy on the monsters, not even the dragon. So she bent her knees, put the hands that wore gauntlets of light behind her, and leaped off the ridge toward the vanguard of the monster horde. As an S-class, my duty here is to lighten the load for the others to be able to break the horde's formation, meaning I have to kill as many as possible. Then, when many soldiers who had already formed the horde formation, so that they could counterattack in smaller numbers, and began to run towards the vast crowd of monsters, they saw something bright in the sky. The veterans immediately recognized the white glow, which seemed to have put fear into even the dragon, because it had disappeared among the misty clouds that were gathering in the sky above the battle. Then, after the glow landed in the middle of thousands of monsters, an explosion so intense as to shake the ground occurred. The soldiers struggled to stand upright in the face of the tremor, digging their spears and swords into the ground, which was not the case for the monsters, who had nowhere to stand, and many fell to the ground. As soon as Alexis landed after jumping from a summit, she had used Divine Blast, and seeing that all the monsters around her turned to dust, she was not content with so little. She used Jean's skill Fist of Life, which wrapped her hand with white, translucent gauntlets. Immediately, she looked back and saw a Nyxodaemon, a monster of the same lineage as the orcs, but far more dangerous and lethal. His skin was pale blue, and his body was the equivalent of two orcs mixed together, which was probably his nature, because this monster had 4 muscular arms and 4 strange tentacles sticking out of his back. However, such a monster that could wipe an entire small village off the map was not able to cause any trouble for the S-class. She simply charged towards him and punched him in the face with her right fist, breaking the glorious fangs from the lower part of his jaw. Nyxodaemon had no time to recover after taking the punch, because Alexis amended another attack in the middle of his stomach. The half-dragon's plan was to have killed Nyxodaemon with that second punch, but his thick layer of fat proved somewhat more effective than he had expected. If that's the way you want it, I will increase the power of my punch as much as I need to, she exclaimed in mid-attack. The gauntlet touching Nyxodaemon's belly began to heat up, and an instant later it began to rotate, forming a kind of drill. In this way, Nyxodaemon's chest was pierced without him having a chance to react. Alexis' instincts were what made her notice that her blow would not be enough to defeat her enemy, even while it was not yet over. This was her strength, her specialty, her ability to perceive the elements of battle was frightening. Even after showing such strength, the monsters didn't stop running towards Alexis. It's not as if the monsters didn't realize her genius. It's not as if they didn't know that the opponent in front of them was stronger than anyone present, but they simply didn't care about any of it. A clear message echoed in their minds. Kill them, kill them, kill them. And they simply followed the order. Without question, without retreat, without fear. Alexis killed monster after monster with bravery as her horns glowed more and more intensely because of the excitement. When a monster took off on her, it didn't matter to her whether it was a high goblin, a prum, or an Aarakocras, as she simply annihilated monster after monster without stopping, even though she received cuts and scrapes. However, this monster horde was even bigger than the previous ones. No matter how many monsters Alexis killed, more monsters filled the spaces she tried to create. At one point, she finally found herself pressed. She was using Finder's Tales to defend herself from the blows coming from various directions, which didn't leave her totally without attack options like that. But there were so many monsters around that he couldn't even find gaps to strike them without compromising himself. Shit, the soldiers didn't advance as far as I expected. I have to get out of here, otherwise I'm going to die. The S-class concluded. The 100 or so soldiers who were trying to advance on the monster army had been standing still for some time, as many soldiers in the vanguard died, and those in the rear couldn't cover the gaps, occasioning more deaths. Now, part of the formation was ruined, which meant that all of Alexis' efforts were about to be thrown in the trash. Still, Alexis hoped that if she could get together with the other soldiers, they had a chance to hold out until reinforcements arrived. However, there was still something in the skies that worried not only Alexis, but all the rest of the army. The dragon appeared again, this time under the clouds that now covered the moon completely, so that only the glow of Jean's skills, explosions, and fire arrows illuminated the battlefield. In this dark place, Alexis was like a beacon to the monsters because of the white glow of the gauntlets she wore. At one point, Alexis was less than 30 meters away from reaching the vanguard of the volunteer army, and coincidentally, or not, this was the moment that the dragon roared the loudest. The timbre of its roar was so loud that everyone felt the bones in their bodies tremble, and the S-Class was no exception. Alexis looked up and realized that the dragon was getting closer and closer to the ground. Although the monster had not attacked yet, everyone felt that the moment it attacked would be the end of the entire Brotoforgian army present. After all, no one could reach it in the sky. However, when the monster finally decided to act, he did something that literally no one present could even imagine. In a swift, swooping maneuver, the dragon dove towards the battlefield and then opened its huge jaws. Quickly, blue rays like those that could be seen in the sky on rainy days were generated around its fangs, and then everything was shot out as a single beam of energy in the middle of the army of monsters. Chapter 286, The Surprise Element. As the dragon fired bursts of energy at the monster army, the entire Brotoforgian army, at least the members present on the battlefield, were completely in shock. No one understood why the dragon was attacking those who were theoretically its allies. But deep down they were relieved that they were not the targets of the gigantic monster. Each dragon attack devastated everything in its path, killing millions of monsters and leaving the land it hit in an energized, or rather electrified, state. The ground shook intensely and the sound resonated for miles. From the lake that divided Vasconcelos to the newest outpost of the Melki Empire on the shores of the East Sea, Alexis was at a loss to understand why the dragon was helping, as was everyone else. However, unlike most, she was not convinced of victory and continued to do her best to kill as many monsters as possible. This horde of monsters was very close to Ukawa's city, and should the Broforge volunteer army not be able to contain the attack, Ukawa was going to be devastated by the monsters. Should Ukawa be erased from a map of the Broforge Empire, Melki would have free passage to Vasconcelos, a much smaller city. The cities in the north and to the imperial capital. This would not mean that the war was lost, however, it would certainly be a hard blow and difficult for Broforge to recover from. Besides, Ukawa had 3 dungeons, and if the monsters were really coming from dungeon breaks, well, the demons would have an efficient way to expand their army, and a defeat in numbers would be inevitable. Broforge depended on Ukawa staying, and everyone on the continent knew that. Therefore, this war was no longer just strategic, but also a war of resistance for the Broforge Empire. With this in mind, Alexis didn't rest for even a second during that early morning hours, keeping his eyes on the dragon's every move. The moment people saw the S-Class efforts to turn the course of the battle alongside the Blackscale dragon, they felt motivated to do their best as well. When the sun rose in the morning, the clouds that made the sky hazy were already far away on the horizon. The first warm rays of the sun touched the faces of the soldiers, as if they were a ball of wool caressing them, as the bodies of most of the soldiers filled with cold blood and open wounds. "Are there many monsters missing?" the leader of one battalion asked as he pulled his steel sword from the head of a superior goblin. He looked back and saw his 10 companions were fighting with a small group of other Femoris, a distorted humanoid figure monster whose skin was pale, almost white. The Femoris almost always carried prehistoric wooden sticks in their hands, as well as wearing some very old clothing rags. "We're managing. Go help the others," The man in the long mage cloak pointed to the left, where there was a goblork, a type of elder goblin who usually commands large groups of superior goblins and also a common floor boss in dungeons. This 4-meter-tall, green-skinned monster was giving trouble to a few dozen soldiers, because most of them were tired and the goblork was much stronger than ordinary monsters. However, neither the goblork nor the soldiers expected that the dragon would once again dive from the sky towards the battlefield, and that it would crush the goblork by landing on top of it. The Brotaforgian soldiers were startled and unconsciously raised their weapons at the dragon. The dragon looked like an even more frightening being up close. His scales were thick like the shields some tank-class warriors carried, his appearance fierce to say the least, and his scent was pure death. The front paw over Goblork's head moved for a moment, and the dragon noticed that the green monster below him was still alive and resisting. Quickly the dragon made a little push with his leg and exploded the Goblork's head, unintentionally throwing brains at the soldiers. A few hundred soldiers gathered around the dragon in less than a minute, all with their weapons ready to attack. Although it was surrounded, the dragon still looked at the humans with an air of superiority, with its chin up and its wings retracted. No one dared to attack the dragon without a commander's order, just as no commander dared to give such a foolish order. The dragon, despite being a monster, had helped them. When it got tired of waiting, the dragon sighed through its nostrils, frightening all the soldiers, who were paralyzed in the same instant with fear of an attack. However, the dragon's reason for sighing was out of boredom, for as he gave up waiting, he spoke aloud. "Where is Alexis Dmitri, the half-dragon?" His voice reverberated for hundreds of feet, surprising anyone who heard it. Everyone knew from the first moment the dragon helped them that there was something wrong with that dragon, but hearing him speak a human language was beyond anyone's wildest expectations. Immediately, buzz began to appear among the human army about who the imposing dragon was speaking. Of course, everyone knew the name of the S-class adventurer who was helping everyone on the front line. However, almost no one was bold enough to speak her location. Upon hearing her name, Alexis immediately began walking through the crowd to the front of the dragon. Her horns caught the attention of the people in front of her, and she didn't even need to ask permission for people to make way for her. The moment she crossed the space bounded by the very soldiers surrounding the dragon, she looked up, aiming for the dragon's eyes. For the first time, he lowered his head to look at the small woman in front of him. She was wearing armor with reddish scaly details and a small silver tiara on top of her head, which somewhat emphasized the magnificence of her horns. As soon as the eyes of the two crossed, the dragon inquired, "Are you really Alexis Dmitri?" "Yes, and what are you?" Her voice did not tremble, because she was not afraid of the dragon. She had watched the dragon fight all night, so she knew she could beat it. The dragon answered himself with questioning, not because that was unusual, but because it was exactly what Luke Lang asked when he met him. Upon being questioned, the dragon lowered its head and shrunk its wings. A black smoke explosion happened around him, making all the soldiers desperate for a second. Alexis didn't move a muscle. With a snap of his fingers, the dragon was able to create a gale, which dispersed all the smoke he created. Everyone immediately looked up as they noticed the smoke dispersing, only they found nothing. "Ow! Where did the monster go?" "Ready your weapons. I wonder if it was a distraction." "What happened?" The confused inquiries of the soldiers were answered only a second later. That is, the questions about where the dragon was were overlaid with inquiries about who the man was who had appeared in the midst of everyone. This man had gray hair and an above-average stature that made an ordinary soldier look like a preteen next to him. In addition, he was wearing a strange outfit that set him apart from everyone else. "Do you want to know what I am? Or who I am, young man?" Agni asked, looking her still in the eyes. Alexis noticed that the large horns the dragon displayed were exactly like the pair of horns on the man's head, which were also very similar to hers in shape. The half-dragon's eyebrows rose. "Are you like me?" Agni smiled at her. "Yes, and where I come from there are hundreds like us. We need to talk, not only alone, but also as a group. Get your leaders together." The victory of that early morning in the face of such adversity against the monsters certainly went down in history. Suffering a surprise attack, Having smaller numbers than the enemy and almost suffering a shameful defeat could have been the end for Ukawa. However, the dragons helped totally change the course of the battle. Still, hundreds of humans died that night, and not only their bodies were to be cremated, but also the bodies of many monsters that, for some reason, did not fall apart. It was not time to celebrate victory, at least not yet. Literally at any moment, another surprise attack could happen. So everyone needed to try to recover as quickly as possible and stay prepared. In light of this, the main leaders of the Broteforge Empire gathered as quickly as they could, which took less than a day, because most of them were in the imperial capital, except for Rebecca, the pontiff of the Cardinal Church, because she needed to stay in the Cardinal Kingdom, protecting it. At first, many found the sudden summons strange, for they were managing everything involved in a war after battles. Food, weapons, potions, building materials, orders, and many other things were the factors that determined how long an army would last, besides the political squabbles. However, this summons was more than justified when these people heard about what had happened in East Ukawa. Certainly to hear that the volunteer army had managed to resist yet another wave was commendable, but the fact that they had received unusual help was the event that frightened them. Chapter 287, the message: the greatest leaders of the Broteforge Empire had gathered at the request of Alexis Dimitri, a Class S adventurer whom everyone had learned to admire and respect since the sudden outbreak of war. At a large table in the Imperial Palace sat the most important figures in Broteforge. 7 of the 9 commanders of the noble families were present, missing only the 2 leaders of the Smakusa family, who had been missing since the 2 days leading up to the Continental War, as well as all their relatives. Leaders of powerful clans who now commanded the main defense forces of the imperial capital were also seated at the table. Most of them carried their eccentricity, but it was exactly the fact that they were outsiders that made them stand out from the majority, and also what made them as powerful and influential as some of the commanders of the noble families. Besides them, at the right end of the table sat the person with the greatest decisive power in the entire Broteforge Empire, namely Emperor Colin. He was a young man, but also very responsible. The Emperor's thirst for victory was probably the greatest in the entire kingdom, surpassing that of Alexis, Luke, Ayumi, and anyone else besides himself. After all, Colin had wives and children he would protect with his life if he had to, and he also carried the legacy of his entire family, as well as all the expectations of his father, the former emperor. At this table, one person stood out from the rest, more than the nobles, clan leaders, and the emperor. This person had short white hair of old age, bulky muscles, and a height well above average. This was Ogin, an old half-dragon. Ogin was an experienced man, very experienced, so he could read that the situation in that hall was even more tense than when he fought Luke Lang a few weeks ago. Of course, no one there doubted the old man's ability to really transform himself into a 15-meter-tall dragon with black scales. For the event had been reported by thousands of soldiers and broadcast for hours in meetings prior to the one required by Ogin. However, it wasn't every day that people heard about a man who was able to transform himself into a monster. And it became even more unbelievable to the leaders of Broteforge when they heard that this same being helped rather than annihilated the Broteforgian army. There was the possibility that it was all true and that the man really did have pure intentions. But this help could also be a way of trying to distract or deceive them, those two always being the first alternative for strange people and strange events. Were you? Ayumi was the first among the leaders to address words to Ogin. The beauty of the Stroger matriarch was mind-blowing most days, but receiving her suspicious gaze conveyed an unbearable feeling to most people, like a warning not to tease or underestimate her. Ogin didn't seem to mind this look. With arms crossed and eyes clenched in boredom, he yawned and replied, a half-dragon. Ayumi continued with an unflinching expression. Of that we already know, and that is perhaps undeniable because of your horns like Alexis Dimitri's. So I'm basically asking your name, the place you come from, and what your command position is, so we will know how to address you. The dragon noted that there was no use getting lazy now, nor being proud. This meeting could decide the fate of the entire continent, and even the entire world, including his people and his lord. So Ogin began to understand that he couldn't be ignorant and end up messing everything up. I have to make my lord proud, he thought as he uncrossed his arms and adopted a posture more appropriate to the situation. Ogin placed his right hand on his chest subtly and stated, "My name is Ogin Griffin of the Griffin clan, the last half-dragon clan in existence. I am one of the 3 great dragons who protect the half-dragon people. But today I am not a protector, but an emissary." Thanks to this more human presentation, the people at the table could be a little more reassured. Ayumi already had this in mind, as Alexis warned her that the hours she spent with him were terribly long due to his bad personality. And that was exactly why the Stroger matriarch requested an introduction for her. The Emperor placed his hand on his chin as he stared at Ogin. "Right, Mr. Griffin. I confess I've never heard about someone with the ability to transform into a monster like you can, but I'm not surprised. This world is fantastic and giant. People with unique abilities appear all the time. By the way, I would like to introduce myself. I am the Emperor of Broteforge. You can call me by my last name, Colin, and I am extremely curious about what your goal is with us, not just about you," affirmed the man with black hair and crimson eye. Usually, Emperor Colin was quite smug. However, since the war started, this trait of his personality was severely hurt. "As I said, today, I'm just an emissary. Have you guys ever heard of Luke Lang?" Ogin asked. In the same hour, the expression of most of the people at the table changed. Luke Lang was a recognizable name to any inhabitant of the Broteforge Empire, but especially important to the people in that hall, because they knew the truth about where he was, a truth that the normal inhabitants and soldiers did not know. Ayumi Yamazaki and Alexis Dimitri stood next to each other at the table and immediately looked at each other. They already knew that Ogin had a message to reveal. However, he refused to say who it was from until everyone was gathered. "He speaks to the half-wolf, doesn't he?" Halorius, leader of the Escadron Density clan, asked. After the tournament, Halorius tried to approach Luke to convince him to join his clan, but had his attempt thwarted. Jim Calalto was wearing a confused expression. "Him? It's been many weeks since I've heard about him. His mission status is not being disclosed." Amanda Hangen explained to Jim, to her left at the table. Batista, a secular, was standing with his arms crossed and also frowned upon hearing about Luke. "Isn't this that crazy man who is on that suicide mission?" Yes, I've had a chance to talk with him. Certainly an interesting individual," Michaela Ackerman said. The Emperor remained silent. Ayumi restrained the urge to ask how Luke was doing. After all, it had been weeks since Amelia Hangen had gotten in touch with him and Meredith. At the time, they had not crossed their ranges yet. However, while Ayumi's main personality traits were to be calm and rational, Alexis was pretty much going in the opposite direction, so she quickly asked, "How is Luke? Is he alive?" From the lack of contact, the S-Class feared that the worst could have happened and constantly needed to try to forget about it by delving deeper and deeper into the heated battles of the front line. But upon hearing Luke's name mentioned, she couldn't help herself. Ogin crossed her arms and thought for a moment before answering. "The half-wolf is fine if that's what you want to know. However, even he can't tell you how long he will be like this. The day after I took you to my people's land, it started attacking again. You must know what it is." Ayumi immediately looked down at the table, breaking into a cold sweat. Ogin could only be talking about the curse that afflicted Luke, and one of the reasons Ayumi was so worried about this trip Luke and Meredith decided to take. Manolin presented a theory of how to cure her, which would be by killing the creator of the scroll that cursed him. However, the only clue they had about this person was the name, Bukovac. Before the half-wolf's girlfriends could say anything more, the Emperor finally interfered. He politely stood up so that he could speak and exulted. "Luke is a man. I'm sure he's fine. The proof is that, even in the difficult situation he has put himself in, he thinks about this nation and its people, not to mention that he is apparently responsible for Ogin coming to Broteforge, which allowed us to defeat the fourth wave. Certainly, the message you bring is very important, isn't it, Mr. Griffin?" Ogun sighed and nodded. Luke said that under current conditions, the Broforge Empire cannot defeat the demons, and that you must pull back your forces. What are you talking about? Geo, the sensory magician who commands the special forces of Broforge, and who had been silent until that moment, suddenly stood up from his chair upon hearing Ogun's words. Retreat is not an option, no matter who says so. Calm down, Geo. The man is not finished yet, Christopher ordered. The leader of the Hunter Owls clan was being in a chair near the corner of the table, wearing his original blue yukata. Come. Ogun cleared his throat. It may just be the ravings of someone debilitated, but while Luke was sleeping, he was also talking. The first day, the words that came out of his mouth were indecipherable, like innocent whispers. However, as that week progressed, he began to talk about a blonde woman, about a half-moon, until when he finally woke up, he said he knew how to not only stop the advance of the Melki Empire, but also defeat the demons forever. At that moment, no one at the table knew how to react. Normally, they would not believe such empty words coming from a stranger. However, if it was true that Luke knew how to win, they felt they could not doubt. The half-wolf had proven to most at that table that he was someone special. But could the future of one of the greatest empires in history be entrusted to a mere former thief? Chapter 288 Hair that shines like moonlight, huh? Bubbles? Luke thought. In his vision, everything was gradually getting darker. At the same time as he felt lightness in his body at that moment, he also felt his body sinking deeper and deeper. Where am I? His mind was sleepy, and he could remember almost nothing. The last thing he could remember was being at a dinner party a few seconds before. At the table were Meredith, the Lord, and his wife. However, after a certain part, Luke couldn't remember anything else from the dinner, but all he had to do was try a little harder and he would remember. Was I poisoned? No, that's impossible. They looked as desperate and surprised as Meredith. The half-wolf was managing to recover some flashes of memory with great momentum, and now he could clearly see the last moments of that unassuming dinner to which the Lord had invited him. At that moment, Luke had planned to let Meredith rest for 2 days on the Flying Isles, and he would use that time to learn all about the Melki Empire from Wan Ne and the half-dragons. But that plan was interrupted on the first day. The feeling in my chest, I've felt it before, he thought, placing his right hand over his heart. It's the same as that time. A pain so strong in his chest that it was capable of expelling every molecule of oxygen from his lungs. That was Luke's definition for the pain he was feeling. This terrible stimulus had been marked deep in Luke's mind ever since Manolin revealed that the reasons he lost consciousness sometimes was not because he was sick, but because he was cursed. Now Luke felt as if he was sinking deeper and deeper into a deep lake. He could see in the form of bubbles in the water the oxygen escaping from his lungs. He could also feel the pressure of the water around him gradually getting stronger, heavier, and unbearable. The once clear glow was now distant, indicating that he had long since moved away from the surface. That's my limit? Luke looked down at his own outstretched hands, reaching for the light. You guys haven't given up yet, have you? Looking at the palm of his right hand, which was struggling bravely, he smiled bitterly with squeezed eyes. Suddenly, Luke felt someone touch his hand and pull it away. Surprised, he opened a slit in his eyes so that he could see who was touching him in such a hurry. As he opened his eyes with difficulty, the first thing Luke saw was a blonde woman swimming towards him in that dark lake. Her hair shone like moonlight, and her face was beautiful like a mermaid's. She took him by the hand, and at that moment Luke felt the drowsy state of his consciousness return to normal. Suddenly an aura enveloped him, and they both reached the surface of the lake. Stunned, Luke looked down, thus seeing that he was flying over an infinite water surface. The water in this place was calm and undisturbed, like still water in a puddle after a long storm. This water reflected the blue sky over Luke like an endless mirror. But while Luke noticed all this, he also stared at the woman in front of him. She was floating as well, holding his right hand as she did inside the lake. Who were you really? Luke asked, breaking into a cold sweat. The time inside the lake seemed to have lasted an eternity. She smiled, looking at him fondly. I told you to look for me, didn't I? You find out if you did. Luke looked away. I was going to do that at some point, but now that you're already here in front of me, things have made it easier. I wish things were that simple. The woman looked at the horizon. This place is beautiful, don't you think? Certainly. Where are we? In the sky? Waha! Do you really think things like heaven and hell exist? Waha! The woman started laughing so hard that she put her hands on her stomach. With clenched eyes, the half-wolf didn't see where the funny was. If for some reason he unconsciously smiled a little at seeing her laugh so casually. Laughing like that, she reminds me a little of a Yumi, but certainly with a mix of Meredith and Alexis' personality. He thought. The woman wiped away the tears on her face and slowly stopped laughing. All right. I understand that it's not like you humans to know that sort of thing. Luke crossed his arms and kept a serious expression. What are you talking about? Do you think you're some kind of goddess or something? The woman's gaze became a little more serious, but she still displayed an amused smile. What am I? That's a tricky question to answer, even more so than the others. Well, I have lived many lives, had many names, seen this world born, and also know how it will end. Some may call me a divine being and worship me. Others may see me as a creature even more evil than the demons. However, in reality, I am the balance that balances the order of this world, and I am also the one who will seal the fate of all mankind when the time comes. If the world is peaceful, I should be the person responsible for causing chaos, and if you are evil, I would be the herald of peace. With his eyebrows arched from such surprise, the half-wolf looked at her and just asked, You didn't mean that you were the scales of this world, did you? She smiled once again, put her right hand on her chin, and rested her right arm on her chin. Now I understand why fate led you to me, the woman said as she nodded. At one point in history, the spirit world of our world suddenly collided with another, a world of pure chaos, a world where your scales abandoned their duty or just couldn't reverse the chaos they created. When this happened, I used everything I had to try to stop what you humans call an eruption. In the end, I was able to stop it, but I didn't have enough strength to kick out the doors that connect our world to that other world. The dungeons. Exactly. The first thing I thought after I finally managed to stop the eruption was that I should try to look for clues in these structures and make sure to seal each of them. However, I was weak, very weak, and one day I thought I would stop and rest for a while. I just woke up when you touched me. She suddenly looked at Luke with a downcast look and a slightly flushed face. Don't talk that way, you crazy woman. He punched her weakly in the head, crossed his arms, and turned his face away. Ouch, ouch. I was just kidding. Ha ha ha. Humph. From what I've picked up, you're into me then, somehow, aren't you? Yes. I've been hitching a ride with you since the day you touched that sign on the second floor of Okawa Dungeon. So it was at that door with countless skulls. Damn the day I agreed to enter a dungeon. The woman put both hands on her waist. Hey, are you saying you wish you hadn't met me? No doubt about it. He answered without hesitation. Now answer me. Why have you stayed with me all this time? Can't you get out? The serious expression returned to her face. Unfortunately, I lost most of my powers when I paused the eruption. Even after resting for a few hundred years in that dungeon, I still couldn't recover enough even to form a material body. I'm afraid that perhaps the solution this time is not time. Therefore, it is more advantageous for me to help you stop the demons than to simply continue falling asleep. I see. So, since I'm seeing you and can touch you, is this a spirit world? Luke, that is your soul, at least a part of it. Normally, my current strength would not be capable of greater things than putting subliminal messages into your dream and watching your journey. But as the curse increased, your soul fragmented a bit, and that allowed me to travel through the cracks into your consciousness. In other words, the curse allowed me to get to know you. So, I suppose you know a way to stop the demons, don't you? In the beginning, you clearly said, I am a goddess who has experienced the past, the present, and the future, and you are inferior to me. Hey, I didn't say that. Are you sure? That's how I heard it. Yes, I know several ways we can stop the demons. She tossed her blonde hair to the side and turned her face away. However, The collision of two worlds hurts the natural order. What does that mean? I will explain it to someone like a brass mind like yours. Each world has its parameters, and it is as a basis on them that I, as a scales, can calculate all possible probabilities to keep the balance, thus knowing everything that will happen and anywhere in the world. When another world enters the field, parameters foreign to the scales are entered. And since I don't know what each parameter can do exactly, things get confusing. In other words, are you as useful as an ordinary war strategist? You know everything about your side, but virtually nothing about the other side. Luke articulated. A vein began to pop out of the woman's forehead. I hate to admit it, but you're right. However, I'm not just a strategist, I'm the best there ever was. And I don't need to know everything about the enemy to say with certainty that the strategy the Broteforge Empire is following will not end with the defeat of the demons. Chapter 289 Sacrifice upon hearing the words spoken by the scale. Luke looked down, completely shocked. Don't you feel that too, Luke Lang? Isn't that why you decided not to remain in the Broteforge Empire? The woman asked, looking into the eyes of the man in front of her. The half-wolf was fully aware that the direction in which the Broteforge was heading with the current strategy was not one of victory. Yet hearing this from another person was frightening. No, actually it was not because he heard it from someone else, but because he heard it from that being of supposedly divine origin. At that moment, Luke put his left hand behind his head and began rubbing his hair. Ah, you're right. Are you satisfied? I abandoned my friends because I didn't trust the plan of any of those commanders. I tried to say in those meetings that adopting a defensive position, not knowing the numbers of the enemy army, was a dumb decision, but I also understand that there's no way to be aggressive in a war without sacrificing some things. And based on what I've seen, the Emperor isn't willing to sacrifice anything. Scales let out a little air through his nose upon hearing that. One of the greatest lessons I can teach humanity is that there are no results without sacrifices. For a warrior to become strong, he must put in effort. For a jar to be created, the natural state of the clay is molded with effort, time, and technique. Do you understand what I am saying? Sacrifice is not the end, but only a means to achieve something. If you choose not to sacrifice anything, you're already sacrificing the chance to win, and thus the outcome becomes predictable. Luke was silent for a few seconds, until suddenly he looked at her again with an expression of conformation and inquired, "All right, what do you know that might help us? Am I not on the right track? Did I cross the border between the two nations for no reason? You think that was without reason? Luke, I told you, there are no balance parameters when two worlds cross the same path. There is no right or wrong now. You have crossed the border and found new allies, and no one knows what these new allies might do for you soon. The right future has already been altered once, and when that happened, it became more malleable than ever." She spoke, placing her hands behind her lower back. "I cannot guarantee that the path along which I guide you will be a guaranteed victory over the demons, but I am sure that it will be a better future than the one you follow. If you can understand that, I will follow by your side, guiding you. However, you must know your own limits, because there's a price for that as well." "I know my limits." "Do you really? Or do you just think you do? What are you talking about?" Luke was confused. He knew he was still weak compared to the strongest people in the world. However, the woman looked down with a downcast look, making the half-wolf understand on the spot that she was not talking about strength. "Luke, it is sad to say this, but your curse is advancing faster and faster, and it is fragmenting your soul. For now, this is what allows me to communicate with you. However, soon your body will be just an empty shell." The half-wolf looked into the eyes of the scale and realized that this was not one of his jokes. Then he sighed and looked up at the blue sky, where white clouds were passing over them, wooing them. Although not one of the smartest people in the world, Luke understood that his own life was the sacrifice necessary to follow the best strategy, to go with the guidance of the being that once ruled the entire world. Yet now that same being had the humility to make such a human request. "Then that will be the end of me, won't it?" Luke inquired in a serene voice. The woman frowned. "Will you really accept death so that I can guide you? Ever since I became a thief, I knew I would not die in peace. A world where I don't have to do anything, that is my ideal world, And I know that may seem like a rather juvenile thought, but if there is peace after my death, I will be happy. Nevertheless, I wish to actually make a deal with you. A deal? I want you to promise me that after we are done with the demons, you will leave the world in peace for a few hundred years, abdicating your duty as Scales during that time. The half-wolf asked earnestly. She was about to vehemently deny this request, but seeing the downcast look on Luke's face touched her heart. All right, I think the inhabitants of this world deserve a little peace after so much chaos. Right? Then we will seal the agreement that for as long as it takes, you will be my mind strategy and I will be your body physical to accomplish our goal. At that point, Luke extended his right hand to the Scales. She looked at his hand and saw the huge amount of calluses. That was proof that besides being very talented, the half-wolf was someone who was hardworking, and looking at that hand, Scales felt that there was indeed no better person to help her get the world back to normal, help her perhaps get her powers back. Okay, so listen to my plan carefully. I won't keep repeating it. She squeezed Luke's right hand with her right hand and spoke. As soon as she finished telling Luke her plan, he almost couldn't believe that she wasn't joking. Her plan was simply the craziest and most unbelievable, but also the one that made the most sense looking broadly at all the features and strategy options the Broteforge Empire had. Her idea was not to sacrifice the Broteforgian army in a crazy onslaught towards the Melki Empire, nor to bribe the high-ranking officers of her opponents, let alone to seek reinforcements elsewhere in the world, which was also a probability. What Scale had in mind was to pull back and reprogram the army's battle function at that point. The largest number of soldiers were in Okawa on the front lines of the war, but there were also tens of thousands scattered in larger cities and a few thousand in smaller towns, making the total number of enlisted men not really actively participating in the war. Emperor Colin's first war strategy to fend off the hordes was to use the number of soldiers originating from each city to defend the cities they were already in. Therefore, cities with larger numbers of inhabitants had a more voluminous defense. However, thinking this way was the same as wasting thousands of soldiers defending cities that were probably not targeted by the Melki Empire nor by the demons. To deduce that, just as in any other war, the Melki Empire had goals to achieve, made it clear that they wanted to dominate the cities that had dungeons first, and those that really didn't interest them. This goal was obvious when looking at a map that by dominating the Parado Islands, Melki had access to the entire east coast of the Broteforge Empire, including Forge Hill, a large mining town near Forge Hill, but they still did not attack it. Of course, after a few defeats against Okawa, the demons could choose to advance against Forge Hill, take it down, and move on to the Cardinal Kingdom, another city with dungeon. Since the Cardinal Kingdom had the most powerful city and the most powerful adventurers in the Broteforge Empire, an action like this would be the same as provoking the seculars and sensory mages, so the Melki Empire had not yet had the audacity to do this. In the end, there were only 4 targets left for the monsters to attack: Owa, Vasconcelos, Sheltered Halvoy, and the island belonging to the Darren family in the west, where Death Row was located. Vasconcelos was protected between Okawa, the mountain ranges, and Sheltered Halvoy, the imperial capital. The island of the patriarch Rugier Darren was an inhospitable place in the middle of the sea, but overpowering it could be an even greater challenge than attacking the imperial capital, because large natural structures isolated it from the rest of the continent. So there were only 2 target options left, Okawa and Sheltered Halvoy, and these were exactly the 2 targets chosen for the first wave, Okawa City being the main target, because of all the problems and conflicts that had plagued it in the past months, making it not as powerful a city as it once was. Looking in such a panoramic way, Luke felt that everything seemed to have been planned in advance by the first servant, as he had deduced a few months ago. However, Scales' plan could counteract any and all previous plans of the greatest among the demons. Her idea was to pull the population back from the small towns to the 5 large cities, making the Broteforgian army's efforts more focused and the logistics less fragmented. That was your plan? Group everyone together? Luke looked at the blonde woman with his eyes clenched, not believing it. Isn't that pretty simple? At that moment, Scales inflated her cheeks and turned her face away. Idiot! That's only the first part of the plan. Now I need to find a way to warn the leaders of the Broteforge Empire of this and get them to agree. Chapter 290-1509, when Agni revealed the first stage of Luke's plan to the leaders of Broteforge, they thought it was absurd. In fact, this was the exact same reaction as Luke himself when he heard the same plan the moment the blonde-haired woman told him. However, just as with the half-wolf, they pondered the possibility. The Broteforge Empire was able to withstand 4 waves, but the last wave was a hard-fought victory that they narrowly missed. It was undeniable that Luke, unlike the Broteforge Empire itself, was managing to make headway as he got such a powerful ally in a few weeks of travel. What else could Luke have discovered? The leaders of Broteforge were already feeling the immense pressure of a terrible future approaching, so they all knew they needed at least a breakthrough. But would this breakthrough they so desperately sought be by going backwards? What do you guys think? The idea is working and has consistent pillars. However, it is a risk, it is a sacrifice. The Emperor pointed to everyone at that table as he placed both hands on it. He had his fingers crossed, and this was the first time that the Emperor seemed really undecided. Christopher, leader of the Hunter Owls clan, raised his hand to speak. If I may be allowed to be the first to speak, I will give my opinion. I am against ceding our smaller cities to Melki. That would be asking too much of all its citizens. They would need to leave their homes, their jobs, their trades, all without there being a guarantee that when they return, those assets will still be there. Michaela Ackerman soon rebutted his statement, revealing her opinion as well. Assets? There will be no point in having assets if they're not alive. Should we win this war, they will get back everything they've ever conquered. Ask a father whether he would rather keep his home or his son's life, and he will answer you without hesitation. Despite the frank words, the sensory magician articulated them in a way that Christopher did not feel thwarted, but rather inclined to accept the plan. Miss Ackerman is right, Amanda Hangen stated. She stood with her arms crossed, highlighting her huge muscles. I know that this plan will sacrifice everything I have, an entire town. Yet every day I feel more frustrated to be here, safe, away from the citizens who inhabit Forge Hill. The history of that town is millennia old, descending from the first hang-in, but protecting a legacy won't be worth it if it ends up forming shame. These statements, coming from one of the most powerful nobles of all time, certainly made quite an impact on the people sitting at the table. After that, Barrett placed his wooden bow on the table, causing a grave noise to echo through the hall. I don't know who this Luke Lang guy is, and I don't know what he's done to be so respected by you guys, so I can't trust his plan blindly. Besides, Bwaji is the town where I grew up. I will not accept its destruction. Alexis Dmitri sighed upon hearing these words from an old companion. Barrett, I know you're a secular now, but you're here to vote for this strategy or not. Regardless of what is decided, we will all help carry them out. Mr. Griffin also pointed out that there are more later steps if we decide to pursue Luke's idea. I know. You don't have to remind me of that, Barrett complained. If you want, I can contact Rebecca so we can find out her opinion on all this. I know there are seculars and sensory magi here. However, the Pontiff has a right to be able to participate in such a defining decision. Amelia spoke up. She was on Ayumi Yamazaki's right side, and Alexis Dmitri was on the left. Please, Miss Hangen, the Emperor allowed. So Amelia stepped forward, placed both right hands on the table, sighed, and used astral projection. Rebecca was surprised at her living room by a wide beam of light whose colors ranged from purple to dark blue. Obviously, she recognized this strange phenomenon. In moments, the beam of light expanded, transforming itself into a rectangular table that the first characteristic was that it was very long. On this table, there were more than 24 people easily recognizable to Rebecca, both because of her familiarity with these people and because they were all figures from the Broteforge Empire. She was quite shocked to see them united after so long, and a strange feeling of uneasiness plagued her heart as soon as she noticed the serious expression of all of them. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. To what do I owe this unexpected visit? The Pontiff asked, rising from the comfortable armchair at her desk. In the hall in the imperial capital, everyone could see Rebecca as a huge hologram above Amelia's head, who had her eyes closed and was concentrating so as not to lose the connection. The matriarch of the Stroger was the one who stood up and explained the situation to Rebecca, who was surprised that Ukawa was close to falling during the early morning hours. But not so much, because the defense strategy of the Broteforge Empire was decided so quickly that it certainly opened gaps for the enemy to take advantage of, or rather, by being outnumbered against such a simple strategy, the demons didn't even have to worry about Broteforge's strategy, because it was only a matter of time before they lost. Got it. The current strategy is working. However, we can't know how long it will continue this way. How many have died in those first few weeks? Rebecca inquired, putting her right fist over her lips, denouncing her concern. Emperor Colin was in the middle of turning around to ask the Imperial Guard who was collecting this information, but Alexis answered the same second the question was asked. 1,509 people by the fourth wave. There are a significant number of missing people as well. These who may have been devoured by the monsters, butchered, or worse. All was silent for a few seconds after the S-Class adventurer spoke, until the pontiff sighed and said, "The exorbitant death toll for such a new war is proof that the fate that awaits Broteforge is not what we long for. I trust the final decision you will make, and I also trust Mr. Lang. He has been helping with the investigation of the demons and this possible war from the very beginning. So there is no better person for us to listen to. When you finally decide you are in favor of his plan, let me know. I have some ideas for the rapid transportation of citizens from one city to another." After that, Amelia Hangen deactivated the astral projection ability, sweating with sweat. However, there was something different in the looks of everyone sitting at the table, something different from when Amelia had closed her eyes. Most of the figures were looking more determined, and a few showed a frustrated look. The Emperor looked at each person's face and spoke. "This is the best way. Should it be proven that Mr. Griffin is indeed an envoy of Luke Lang, Mr. Lang is right. There are no gains without sacrifices. I know that everyone present here has already sacrificed a lot. It's just that maybe that's not enough." On the faces of the seculars and the sensory magi, the shame was stamped. Most of them knew the information about the amount of dead from these first weeks. The first to react from them was Gio. He stood up and bowed his head with a serious countenance. "I and everyone I represent in the Special Squadron are in favor of the change in strategy. If approved, we commit to the execution of any order, from food logistics to a direct attack on the Melky Emperor's palace." Then Barrett stood up and placed his right hand on his chest, leaning forward just as Gio had done. One by one, the people sitting at that table stood up and agreed to the change in strategy. It didn't matter whether it would require much more effort from them or not, because the fate of the continent was at stake. In the end, even the people who were initially against sacrificing smaller cities to compensate in defending cities with dungeons voted for the change, making the decision unanimous. Very well, then it is decided. The Broteforge Empire will retreat even further. Regardless of the revolt this decision will generate, we stand together and are committed to this new strategy. The Emperor was the last to stand. Everyone in that hall bowed once again, this time in simultaneity. "You four." Colin looked in the direction Agni, Alexis, Amelia, and Ayumi were standing. "You guys know a way to communicate with Luke, right? Let him know that he can proceed with his part, and also communicate in advance which city or location he will be staying. I will ask that some shadows go to the Melky Empire, so they can assist him." "Yes, Your Imperial Majesty." The three women bowed in respect. However, Agni only nodded briefly. None of the people present at this meeting in the Imperial Palace knew, but on the other side of the continent, Luke and Meredith were already beginning to take the first steps towards the second stage of the plan, because Scales predicted that a future where her strategy was negated simply didn't exist, even considering in the calculation external parameters. Chapter 291, the world's biggest army, the Broteforge Empire was on the ropes in space, and hadn't even noticed it until it was too late. Luckily, they had some totally unexpected help that was able to change the fate of the battle called the Fourth Wave. Before the fourth wave, there were 3 major battles and some minor conflicts. And in all of them, the Broteforge Empire managed to hold out. However, Broteforge could not consider these battles as victories, because hundreds of people died in each of them. The Broteforge Empire's death toll became even more frightening when the fact that the Melkian army had only monsters enter the discussion. There was no doubt about it. Broteforge needed a new strategy. It took a while for them to realize this, but when they did, they efficiently began to act. This change of strategy was masked and seen as a retreat by the Melki Empire. In the cities of the Melki Empire, the demons celebrated the retreat of the Broteforge Empire as a great victory. In their view, it was only a matter of time before the entire continent was fully in their hands. Except for the cities with dungeons, all the formerly Broteforgian territory was now controlled by the Melki Empire, which quickly divided its army into what strategic regions. Thus, if Broteforge dared to make a sudden onslaught, they would be massacred from all directions. By securing themselves in their cities, the citizens of Broteforge were completely surrounded. The first servant found the movement of the Broteforge Empire strange. A retreat was not what was expected, not at this moment. What is going on? They should try to resist as much as possible, he thought, sitting in his armchair while looking at a giant table that displayed a map of the entire continent. There's something unusual. Anyway, there's no chance they'll win when they get cornered. The leader of the demons was not alone. Around the table he was looking at, there were 9 other people, all with a dull smile stamped on their faces. Without a doubt, those people were demons as well. Listen to me carefully. The first servant asked calmly, then picked up the crystal ball that was also on the table with one of his metal hands. They are ceding space to us, and we can't afford to waste it. This is certainly the first significant victory we have achieved. If I can point to the reason for this setback so quickly, I'd say it was because of our brother's sacrifices over the past year. Sacrifice? I'm sorry, sir, but I wouldn't call the shameful death of those clowns that. They underestimated the Cardinal Church. The seculars and their magi are quite powerful. A man pointed out. The first listened to the man's statement as if he were listening to a dog barking on the other side of the wall. He simply wasn't bothered. However, Liz was certainly bothered by the comment, but said nothing. In a way, she felt a little bad for not warning Behareth that the first servant was using him to try to create insecurity in the public policy of the Broteforge Empire. This strategy seemed to have worked, and in the demon leader's own mind, this could have been one of the reasons for Broteforge's retreat. Again, the first servant began to speak, but now he had a disdainful smile on his face. You know what? Send that to Ukawa City. The Broteforge Empire has already fallen. It's already in our hands. We've already dominated the continent. Now we just have to deal with the pests in our garden. The aura of malevolence in the room these demons were in was so intense that it could drive an ordinary person totally insane. Ukawa City used to be a very populous place. Because of the 3 dungeons that existed in this city, adventurers from all regions of the Broteforge Empire visited the city regularly to trade items, buy, party, or explore the exotic dangers of the mine-type dungeons. If there were people disconnected from Broteforge's reality and situation, they would think today that Ukawa had returned to its glory days. Many people filled the streets of the town, but no one even managed to smile. Everyone was very tense about the possibility of an attack, and everyone was stressed about not being able to cross anything from the gigantic walls. Most of the population was insecure and afraid of what might happen. After all, there was a huge portion of people who did not have their origins in Ukawa, but in other cities. Even with such fear, the people worked continuously to prepare for the day that the Melki Empire would attack. When the bells of the central palace began to echo in all directions of Ukawa, it didn't matter if people were in the upper, lower, or middle city. Everyone felt the same fear. The moment people put their heads to look out the windows, they saw something huge flying towards the city. This thing's body was egg-shaped and entirely white. If people could see it up close, they would notice that on the back of this thing there were 3 propellers, which were spinning at full speed, throwing the wind behind them and propelling themselves forward. On the sides, There were two pairs of wings on each side. No one had ever seen anything like this before, yet it was easy to tell that it was not a monster. "What's that?" a soldier asked Alexis, who was looking at the thing from the central palace itself. The half-dragon shook her head negatively and smiled confidently. "That doesn't matter. Luke warned us that it would happen, so we are already prepared." That was to work. The man with the helmet on awkwardly looked at him, a little dumbfounded. He knew that his superiors were quiet, unlike the rest of the population, but he didn't understand why. So he just shut up and kept looking at the thing approaching the city. A few seconds later, the bells of the central palace stopped beating. However, a loud, vibrating sound lingered. The ordinary civilians ran into the buildings as fast as they could, for everyone was oriented to take cover when the bell began to ring. All the soldiers gathered at specific points in the city as planned. Suddenly, a beam of light came out of the Yokawa main guild building near the center of the city. This beam had the colors of a rainbow, and when it reached its peak dozens of meters high, the vibrating sound became even louder. Then the beam pulsed, and from its highest point spheres of light were thrown in 6 directions, in places outside the walls. The soldier next to Alexis was fascinated by what was happening before his eyes, until the half-dragon slapped him lightly on the back, smiled, and inquired, "P, what are you waiting for? We have to get together with the others." "All right." He put his helmet away and began to follow her down the huge staircase. It was obvious to him that the beam of light was not something from the Melki Empire, but from the Broteforge Empire. As much as he couldn't say that with certainty, Alexis' confident expression almost gave that away. The moment the 6 glowing spheres landed on the ground, the beam pulsed once again. Lines between the spheres, the beams appeared, and then another pulse of vibration was heard. Thousands of magical circles began to fill the spaces between each of the lines, forming a dome-shaped shield around Okawa. The airship that was heading towards the city didn't have time to change its course and crashed into the dome. When this happened, the townspeople heard the muffled noise of the explosion, and the debris from that flying machine was wiped out of existence. As for the people who controlled it, the soldiers roared with happiness when this happened and raised their hands upwards, and it was at this moment that Alexis put her foot in the central square. She raised her right palm upwards and warned, "It's not over yet." Thanks to that warning, the soldiers saw that another 6 airships came out of the clouds on the city's horizon, and thousands of flying monsters accompanied them. Just like the first wave, Melki's onslaught this time would also be aerial. However, this information Alexis had Luke's permission to pass on to the soldiers. So everyone expected it. Golden magic circles appeared beneath everyone's feet, not only in the central square, but also in all parts of the city. Suddenly, the volunteer soldiers were teleported beyond the walls. When people opened their eyes, they were no longer just a few hundred, but tens of thousands of soldiers. The pilots of the airships rubbed their eyes thoroughly because they couldn't believe their eyes. 1 minute ago, there was no one near the magic barrier, and soon it seemed that the entire Broteforge army was present. And this impression was indeed true. In the fields east of Okawa were the seculars, the sensory mages, 3 gigantic dragons, the largest adventurer clans, and all the adventurers from the guild who volunteered. This was the united army of Broteforge, an effort of organization and information that in the future would be regarded as a symbol of human strength. This was nothing more and nothing less than the complete strategy of the scales. Looking at the panorama of this sea of people, Alexis smiled confidently and thought, "Luke, as you requested, we will hold out for as long as we can, protecting each of the cities with the collaboration of Amelia's range communication skills and Michaela's teleportation skills. Now, you must do your part of the plan." Chapter 292, 2 Years in the Future. Stahart is one of the 5 main cities of the Melki Empire. With the rampant expansion of its lands in the north, this large city began to attract people from many different regions, whether refugees from the war or high-class nobles, which further boosted the local economy. However, there were always many things going on under the Melki Empire's cloths, terrible things that the population itself would be disgusted if they found out. 6 months had passed since the Broteforge Empire declared war against the Melki Empire. Or at least that was how the common people learned about the beginning of the war. There were people who knew about the truth, like Wanne, a man who volunteered to become a corrupted one. Wanne had his trust manipulated by the Melki Empire when they told him the truth, that is, the lie masquerading as green. Wanne was told that thanks to the culture of the Broteforge Empire adventurers, ingesting monster cores would soon become monsters. He later found out that this was a blatant lie, but not only this, but many other things were preached as truths within the borders of the Melki Empire. Luckily, Wanne awoke from this manipulation when he faced Luke Lang, an unreliable-looking half-wolf with unmatched strength. Luke and his partner, Meredith, told Wanne the truth. At first, he was in disbelief and decided to just pretend to believe so that he could escape at some point from the clutches of the two half-wolves. This moment came up numerous times in front of Wanne's eyes. He had many chances to escape. Still, Wanne chose to stay by Luke and Meredith's side. Why did the man choose to stay? Perhaps because he was afraid, or maybe he just knew that the half-beasts were not lying to him. In the times that Wanne spent inside the Melki Empire, no matter how many times he tried, he never felt safe. He always felt like he was being watched, no matter where he went. So, when Luke and Meredith killed all the orcs next to him, and he felt an indescribable sense of relief, he became curious about who the two half-beasts really were. Since then, 6 months have passed, and the corrupted one no longer has any doubt that these two half-beasts are the only ones who can free the Melki Empire from the evil clutches of the demons. Stahart City, Melki Empire. 2 years after Luke decided to start the journey. During the morning, the streets of Stahart were usually very busy. The local adventurers would often go to the quest boards to check what quests were available to be done, and the streets would be crowded with merchants trying to sell all kinds of things to these adventurers. Much had changed during all this time. Luke had been training more avidly in the sea ornament, reaching the 3rd stage without difficulty, but had been stagnating ever since. Meredith was also training with the help of the half-wolf, and now her archery skills were on par with those of an S-class archer. His aim was cool and unwavering, and it was a rare event to see him miss. However, there was something troubling the half-fox recently, and it made her lose focus whenever she went hunting. On top of a building, Meredith decided to finally press Luke and force him to speak the truth, because until then she was holding back. Luke, Mun, it's been a year since we left Okawa, and you never told me the reason why we never went back. I told you, he replied after a few seconds, and then jumped off to the next roof. His jump was quick, and his feet didn't even make a sound as they touched the tiles. Meredith realized that he was lying, not only because she grew up with him, but also because Luke was not very good at sustaining lies for very long. She also jumped to the next roof, following him. Refresh my memory. What was the reason then? Meredith crossed her arms and looked at the back of Luke's head. He turned around, looked into her eyes for a second, and looked away as he began to speak. I owe someone something. To whom? She prompted him in error once again. Meredith knew that Luke didn't force her to accompany him. He didn't even ask for it. Still, she was confused during all this time that had passed. After all, Luke never revealed to the Scales plans, nor the instructions he passed to Agni and the other half-dragons. He simply didn't tell anything. Luke thought for a while before answering the half-dragon's question. And it's Matthew I.O. Are you kidding? Matthew just had a son, and he was your best friend. You also asked Amelia about him last week. Why would you run away from him? Because he was an idiot? The half-wolf said as he stopped at one of the buildings near the main avenue. After this answer, Luke realized that there was no longer any point in deceiving his best friend. Meredith looked at him with a sorrowful countenance, as if she was disappointed. Luke didn't look back, but he could sense the half-fox's feelings through her aura. This was a new gift he had acquired when he reached the 3rd stage of the sea ornament, and by acquiring this new ability, it became even harder to lie to the one he cared so much about. Humph. All right, I will speak the truth. I can't go back to Okawa. Not yet. Ever since the Broteforge Empire fell, that place is no longer the same for me. They'll find someone first, and then we'll go back there. Until that moment, Meredith couldn't understand why Luke didn't talk to her like he used to, why he's so different from how he used to be colder. It seemed like everything had changed, and well, all this change had finally been given a reason: the fall of the Broteforge Empire. The Broteforge Empire, which had once been the largest of the empires in the entire world, was now shrinking into a few regions. The pressure from the Melki Empire at the beginning was very intense and forced them to do this. However, even though Broteforge had lost 80 of its territorial dominion, its population, its nobles, its commanders, its emperor, and 95 of its army were still alive. The Broteforge Empire had fallen, but it was not dead. "Thanks for talking, Luke," Meredith said with a dismayed tone of voice. It was a relief to her that she finally had a clear answer. The half-wolf looked back, and seeing the tears building up beside her eyes, he blushed and turned his face forward again. "Why do I have to hide this kind of simple thing from her? That sucks," he thought. "Luke, this was necessary. You don't have long to live. We can't take a break to visit your friends and then return to our journey. With each passing day, your soul becomes more fragmented." The voice of the scale resounded in his mind. I know. I just hate having to lie to her so constantly. She cares about me. And me too, Luke, me too." Chapter 293, New Targets. The more Luke's soul fragmented due to the curse, the stronger the bond between him and the spirit of the scales harbored within his body became. And what was previously only possible when Luke was unconscious was now possible when he was awake. Communication between the two became faster and easier, which certainly helped Scales when she needed to pass on directions, but it fatigued Luke even more. Several times a day, Luke would cough up blood and stay up nights because of a lacerating headache. He tried to hide this from Meredith, but she was smart and could tell. Even though she noticed everything that was happening to her best friend, Meredith didn't stop him from continuing his journey, deciding for a while to just stay by his side. However, when they arrived in Stahart, Luke's coughs became even more frequent, and she decided that she couldn't keep quiet any longer. At this point, Meredith put Luke up against the wall, questioning him about why they never went back to Ukawa, even after getting everything Luke needed. As usual, Luke tried to lie, but in the end gave in to the woman's insistence. He told her that he still needed to find a person in the Melki Empire. The half-fox didn't understand how Luke started overnight, knowing exactly where to go and what to do. Still, she felt fearful and didn't ask about it. Deep down, Meredith still felt a lot of guilt for abandoning the half-wolf with the Stroger and running away, so far away. However, even if she asked Luke how he knew what to do, he would duck the question. The truth was that he was receiving instructions from the Scales to get the best possible ending to this war. Scales' plan was minimally calculated, which meant that they had no time for mistrust. Should Luke tell about the voice, people would not believe him at first and say it was the curse that was messing with his head. Thanks to the trust that the half-wolf put in Scales over the past 6 months, he got a lot of information not only about the plan, but also about many other things. The spirit infiltrating Luke's soul was not only very old, but also very wise. Thus, the Scales informed Luke that there were many regions that oozed corruption in the lands of Melki, and it was up to him to decide whether he would try to find a way to nullify this corruption or not. Before he could make a decision on this, Scales warned him that the first option might be time-consuming, just not impossible. Luke left it to decide when he entered a corrupted region. When he finally entered, he saw many different things. Dead trees, dry grass, whole villages abandoned. Places that once should have been beautiful now had a soil that black particles. They were dead and hopeless places. According to Scales, the corrupted regions held valuable information about the demons and that they were possibly the ones who released it. This made Luke come to the conclusion that the corruption was not a plague, but a kind of hostile energy, just that. Wane was shocked when Luke revealed this theory. So, if we need to find a way to get through the corrupted lands without our lungs inhaling the particles, I will test something. That's what Wane said, looking into the eyes of the half-wolf and half-fox with determination. Well, It took Wane a few days to learn how to teach the corruption inside him to disperse the corruption wherever he went, like two magnets with opposite poles. In this way, Luke managed to get into some corrupted regions of the Melki Empire and found the 3 specific types of items that Scales asked him to look for. When Luke finished gathering the items, Scales once again gave Luke 2 options, one stupid in his eyes and the other more strategic. Luke could head to Orkenby, a city at the southern end of the Melki Empire, and face the demons head-on with the help of the items he stole from their vaults, or he could go to Stahert, seek answers about Scales' past, and thus perhaps find a way for her to regain the strength she once had. Should Luke choose to go to Stahert, there is still a remote chance that he would survive at the end of it all. However, there was also the possibility that his soul would complete fragmentation. For him, it was not a difficult choice. After all, going to Orkenby, the forgotten city between endless mountains, was a true suicide. Right. So Luke finally decided to open his beak and tell us what we came to do in Stahert. Wane said, nodding his head repeatedly with his eyes closed as he kept his arms crossed. But can we at least know who you are? You are full of your own mysteries with tired eyes across the table. Luke looked at the man to answer him. It's only fair you tell me that. Yes, I can tell you who we are looking for. However, try not to draw too much attention while looking for him. Right. I would never do that. Wane kept nodding. Meredith just stood still, sipping her mead with a thoughtful expression. His name is Hazer, Luke announced. The commandant dash? The scaly-furred man wearing a hood suddenly exclaimed. However, he couldn't finish the sentence because Luke put a hand over his mouth. Still, Luke couldn't be quick enough to avoid drawing the attention of half the people in the tavern they were in. The half-wolf smiled bitterly at them and said, "This is my cousin. He has Tourette's, so don't bother with us, please." Since no one present even knew what Tourette's was, the people just grumbled a little and went back to eating, drinking, and talking. "Why the hell did you talk so loud?" Luke inquired, looking Wane in the eye. "Sorry, I was just surprised that you also knew Commander Hazer." "Commander? He's a commander? Are you kidding? He's a legend in Melki. There isn't a living being who hasn't heard of him. They say he was the one who trained the former emperor, who only earned that title by single-handedly clearing the Diamond Mountains." Chapter 294, Burden of a Nation. How do we find him? If he's so famous, it should be easy, right? Luke asked Wane, who quickly began to deny with her head. "No, I'm afraid not. Hazer was a legendary man. I haven't heard his name spoken in many years. It seems he stepped down as commander when the former emperor died. As far as I know, he never said where he was going." At that moment, Meredith noticed Luke's gaze become downcast. "Wait a second. Did you just deduce that this man you're looking for would be in the largest city nearby?" "And no, of course not. Micah just told me that Stahert might be the right place." Luke lied without giving Wane a chance to be suspicious either. "Anyway, walking around like I did this morning didn't do much good. We have to be able to make contacts with locals and ask them. Luke, we're on camouflage elixir right now, and it takes away some of the attention we would normally bring. But going out asking if we've seen this man might draw unnecessary attention." Meredith pointed out. The half-wolf nodded. "You're right." Just then, Wane raised his right hand to the waitress who was taking down orders at a nearby table. Seeing someone's arm rise in her field of vision, the young waitress instantly looked at him. The woman moved closer and tossed a lock of hair behind her left ear when she noticed the scales on Wane's face. "What do you need, soldier?" Stahert was located only a few thousand miles from the mountain ranges, so most of its inhabitants knew the traits of the corrupted, those who guided the hordes of monsters onto the battlefield. "Do you know Commander Hazer?" Wane was direct and asked her. The two half-beasts accompanying him to the table widened their eyes, believing him to be a complete idiot. "Of course I know him. He was a phenomenal swordsman who lived in these lands not too long ago. There are rumors that he was possibly born here and was the master of a dojo near Great Eliezer. But those are just stories." The woman promptly replied without hesitation. It was common for people in the taverns to ask about all sorts of subjects, especially recently. Again, the half-beast's eyes widened. This lack of reaction and notion on the part of the waitress was astounding even to the people of the Melki Empire, who used to not look down on everyone as the people of the Broteforge Empire had in recent years. Wanne was not satisfied with the woman's answer and continued to question. And does this so-called dojo still exist? You know how it is. We who fight have a certain passion in our hearts for that sort of thing. The woman looked at Luke and then looked at Meredith, easily noticing that both were also warriors, both by the not at all flabby appearance of their skins, and also by the looks on their faces. Then she put her right index finger to her mouth and said, It's hard to say. These stories have been circulating for a long time, and I don't know if the people who know up to Great Eliezer know about it. Maybe someone will look for the truth someday. She retorted, a little reflexively, Hey, waitress, another round of beer for table 6, please. A citizen with flushed cheeks from all the alcohol he was drinking pleaded with the woman. Okay, I'm coming. The waitress replied, turned to Wanne, Luke, and Meredith's table and bowed. Excuse me. When you decide whether to order anything else, let me know. She spoke politely. Watching the waitress walk away, Luke looked coldly at Wanne, causing the man with scales to feel a deep sense of terror. I told you that you must not act without permission. Not like this. You're not our friend. You're only collaborating with us for the sake of your family. Remember that. He warned Wanne, who broke into a cold sweat. Stretching his hands forward, Wanne quickly tried to ease the tension. Easy there, easy there. I was just trying to help. Look, we even got some new information. The dojo thing is a good place to start looking, isn't it? There was a faint smile on his face, which Luke hated. The half-wolf shook his head negatively and rose from his seat, leaving behind only 3 Melchian silver coins, enough to pay for the drinks. He then left the tavern without saying anything. Wanne was a little relieved and a little stressed by the half-wolf's reaction. He was indeed thinking that he was succeeding in helping Luke with his efforts, but even that didn't seem enough. Then he looked at Meredith and inquired, Really? What's his deal? Why does he act like this every time I do something he didn't ask? The half-fox took one last sip from her beer mug and placed it on the table, finally looking at Wanne. We've already talked about this. Gotta. We allow you to accompany us because we agree with your determinations and have the same enemies. But understand that the burden Luke carries is much greater than we can imagine. If we lose, you will at most lose your family, but we will lose everything we once had, an entire nation. As Wanne and Meredith left the tavern to meet Luke again, Wanne reflected on what the half-fox said. He carries an entire nation on his back, hundreds of thousands of lives. I can't blame him for being so paranoid about safety. Indeed, the pressure on the half-wolf's shoulders was enormous. Yet he hardly noticed it. With the instructions he was receiving from the scales, everything had become easier, and most of the time he knew exactly where to go and what to do. Also, after training the Sea Ornament, Horus, Yggdrasil, and Gula for so long, Luke felt he was practically invincible. Outside the tavern, there were fewer people. It was afternoon, so there was less circulation in Stahart, which, despite the plague ravaging many parts of the Melki Empire, was experiencing its best economic phase since its founding. Leaning against the tavern wall, Luke looked at Wanne and didn't curl up to ask what he had in mind. Do you know what this Great Eliezer is and where this is? Chapter 295 surrounding Forest the Great Eliezer was a large monument to an ancient warrior of the Melki Empire named Eliezer. This monument was located north of Stahart, more precisely in some very wild mountains, whose woods were so dense and the terrain so treacherous that few ventured to visit the monument. Since Luke and his present companions had not crossed the Acronym Plains in the direction of Stahart, they had not had the opportunity to pass near these mountains. So this was a totally new area for them. Nevertheless, Luke had no regrets about not going straight to Stahart as Scales had asked him to do before they could have a chance to talk further. If he had gone on to Stahart at that time, he might have missed the chance to get the information he obtained in New Yukiat. When Wanne was asked by Luke what the Great Eliezer was, he answered expertly. As a child, Wanne was a boy fascinated by stories and tales, so he certainly knew the warrior Eliezer. However, what Wanne didn't realize while talking about the monument was that Luke actually knew the answer to his own question before he even asked it. The truth was that Scales told him the moment he left the tavern. Although Scales had lost virtually all the power she had once had, she was still an extremely powerful divine being. Just as it was already natural for the half-wolf to manipulate the lines in Horus dimension, it was natural for Scales to read the lines of fate and reality. Luke only asked Wanne what the Great Eliezer was because he wanted to confirm if what Scales had deduced was correct. When he finished listening, Luke nodded, uncrossed his arms, and spoke. "All right, I will check out to the vicinity of that monument. If that dojo is there, it won't be hard to find it." "You?" Meredith looked at Luke and asked, "Are you really thinking of going alone?" "Luke, we are not in New Yukiet anymore." "You are right, and that is why I want to entrust the most important work to you. We know very little about Stahert and what is going on here. It will be risky without knowing much more about. There's an inn around the corner. Stay there and try to find out something from the staff," Luke said as he held out a bag of coins to her. The half-fox nodded and held out her right hand forward one. Luke placed the bag of coins in her palm, making her hand feel a little heavy. "I believe this will be enough." As Wanne and Meredith watched Luke walk away on that long street they were on, they had a bad feeling. Everything had been working out well for them for some time now, and they were managing to achieve all the goals they set, but there was something different about Stahert, something strange. They had been feeling a strange sensation since the day they arrived in this giant city, a feeling of uneasiness. It was at this moment that a questioning rose in Wanne's mind, and he could not help but express it. "How will he know which rooms we will be staying in?" he asked Meredith. The half-fox looked at Wanne and then pointed to her delicate nose. "Haven't you noticed? We have powerful sense of smell, and Luke's is far more trained than mine. I bet he would know if one day we grasped, even though we were a mile apart." Indeed, the half-wolf's sense of smell was very powerful, and his focus exponentially increased the smells he could distinguish. And thanks to that, Luke was able to smell blood as soon as he entered the forest in the mountains that Wanne pointed out. It was after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so there shouldn't be anyone in the forest, but the smell was still worrisome. "Is that something worth my attention?" Luke asked Scales about that blood odor. "I don't know. The variables for a smell of blood in a dark forest are endless. Maybe it's worth going to check, maybe not." "Okay, I better go check. Maybe it's some—" Luke couldn't finish speaking, because at that moment a shrill, wailing scream echoed in the forest. The furry ears of the half-wolf picked up the sound easily, and at the same instant Luke began to run in the direction of the scream. His steps in the woods were very agile, so that he always seemed to know exactly where he was stepping and also where his next foot would step. Shit, shit, shit. That was a female scream, Luke concluded. It didn't matter what Luke's goal was if someone innocent was being attacked. It was his duty to help, as he was probably the only other human in that forest. It would be hard for Luke to be sneaky in a forest as steep and closed as the one he was in, so he just ran as fast as he could. A minute later, he finally managed to catch up with the person who had shouted. The woman was stuck in the tree and had a gag over her mouth. The left side of her face was marked with the palm of a hand, coming from a strong slap. She had a simple appearance, brown hair and dark eyes with a few freckles on her face that accentuated her modest beauty. "Why'd you let her scream so loudly?" "I was just arranging the cloth in her mouth. I didn't imagine she was pretending to sleep." Two Caucasian men were talking in front of the woman. Both were wearing simple black leather armor, a kind of leather that could only be obtained from dungeon boars. Low-level monsters of dungeons. As the two men argued about whose fault it was that the woman had managed to scream, Luke noticed that the woman was looking directly at where he was standing, indicating that she noticed his approach. So it wouldn't take long for the two men to notice her gaze as well, and eventually investigate the area she was looking at. Luke took a second to think, activating Eye of Horus. Over the past few months, he had managed to avoid almost every conflict to avoid drawing attention. So why should he risk that safety to save a single unknown woman? Not to mention the fact that she was probably just an ordinary citizen of the nation that was at war with his. There was no reason to risk it. Nevertheless, Luke had changed a lot in these last 2 years. When thief, he would not hesitate to stay out of other people's problems so as not to draw attention to himself. But now it was different. Luke had self-awareness of life and a name to look after. "Hey, brother." She's looking up, She doesn't even have the courage to look into our eyes. How did you let her scream so easily? I told you it wasn't my mistake. You should have tied a stronger knot. Then I wouldn't have bothered to fix the gag you made. Wait a second. Is she looking up? They were in a partially low area, so upwards there were only more trees and branches. So one of the men decided to look up. At that moment, a shadow jumped out of a bush and the glint of some sunbeams, which were piercing through the leaves of the trees, reflected on the blade that was strapped to his right wrist. Chapter 296 Lament. When the two men saw the glint of the blade Luke was wielding, their eyes became as big as apples. Skillfully, Luke landed in front of them, and in the next movement already knocked them down with his right leg. The men fell awkwardly, but Luke allowed them to get up so they would have some chance to fight back. As soon as they saw the opportunity arise, they both drew the silver swords that were in their sheaths and propelled themselves to attack Luke. They're clearly not inexperienced, but the way they fight is messy. Luke concluded as he deflected and defended from the men's attacks. It would be easy for the half-wolf to kill those two at that moment. They were nowhere near his level. In fact, they would possibly lose even to Wane. Their fencing wasn't some of the worst Luke had ever seen, but the way they fought interspersed was useless against Luke, who didn't tire easily and was fighting with only one hand holding the obsidian sword. And at one point, the man with a thinning beard on his face broke the rhythm of the fight by attacking at the same time as his partner. However, the moment their silver swords came within inches of hitting the half-wolf's chest, he made a move so fast and powerful that it shattered the sword blades into dozens of pieces. Stupefied, the men fell backwards simultaneously, completely surrendered to that tremendous force. But what? One of them couldn't believe his eyes. Silver swords were not supposed to be broken as easily as it seemed. The waterfall of cold sweat that dripped down the second man's face didn't stop him from questioning Luke as well. Who are you? The half-wolf looked at them and decided not to talk to them yet, ignoring the two men. Luke calmly walked over to the woman trapped in the tree and cut the ropes that tied her hands on the other side of the trunk. When Luke also removed the gag from her mouth, she touched her own throat to check if she was all right. Luke looked at her and questioned, "Did they hurt you much? Where are you from?" The brown-haired woman shook her head negatively to answer the first question and then answered the second, still with her hand on her neck. "I'm from right here in Stard. I live and work in a diner near the coastal forest." From what little Luke knew, Stahert did indeed have forests surrounding its beaches, but if what the woman said was true, she was a long way from home. It was not hard for Luke to assume that this situation was about a kidnapping. "All right, are you guys going to tell me what's going on here? She doesn't look like a rich family. Why did you kidnap her?" He asked the men, who as they looked at the woman realized the look of anger in their eyes at them. "It was not our decision. We have been hunting a monster that has been in the vicinity for a few days, and when we returned without the monster's head yesterday, our leader told us to use any methods to lure the monster, even if it meant using human bait," replied the man with the unshaven beard. Ever since the Melki Empire started using the monsters escaping from the dungeons for their own army as an endless weapons factory, there were thousands of monsters on the surface of the continent. Among the thousands, there were some with the special ability to resist the mind control of the corrupted. Tracking down and killing these monsters became the job of the adventurers of the Melki Empire, who received coin rewards for each monster killed. No doubt being an adventurer was still as stressful as ever, but at least the spoils of monsters were not as difficult to trade and not as expensive, which certainly raised the adventurer's level a notch. Knowing all this, Luke rubbed his two temples with his right hand, stressed, and suddenly an idea popped into his mind. Luke walked over to the tree, trunk the woman was tied to, placed his left hand on the wood, and closed his eyes. Since his affinity with Yggdrasil had improved, he had learned new tricks with Jean's skill, and now didn't need to utter her name to activate it. First, Luke felt the texture of the wood, then the nectar on the flowers blooming near the top of the tree, where the sun beat down the most. In a few seconds, Luke could see with the sensory ability of the plants a safe and easy path for the woman to follow. The moment the half-wolf opened his eyes, he looked at the woman and said, "I'm sorry I can't accompany you into town. I'm looking for someone, and I can't go much further out of my way. There's no one else around besides us, so you should go straight on this path until you find a tree whose trunk looks like an L. Then turn left, and you'll find a road. Go soon. You will get home before the moon appears in the sky." The woman listened to the instructions of the muscular man in front of her very attentively, even though she had never seen him in her entire life. She then followed the indicated path, stopping only for a second to look at Luke one last time and bow, thanking him. Luke listened to the woman walking away in the forest with his hearing for a few seconds and then turned his attention back to the two men on the ground. However, this time they experienced a different look from the half-wolf, a look that was not as inexpressive as before. With his bright yellow eyes, Luke looked at them with disgust. What are you going to do to us? Please don't hurt us." "Man, we didn't even get to hurt her, right? She confirmed that to you. Just let us go, and we promise to keep our mouths shut." But you will keep your mouth shut for sure. Do you know why? Because you will spend the night right here, where you plan to use that woman as bait. Isn't that wonderful?" Luke smiled sarcastically and raised his right hand slightly. This movement of his caused several branches of the trees to grab the men's legs, finally causing them to be upside down. The men almost had time to scream at this moment, but as soon as they saw this spark of perspective, leafy branches covered their mouths. After this, the men were taken into the treetops, completely trapped. The half-wolf didn't really want to lure the monster using them, but rather to teach them a lesson in life. So he hid them well. Also, by using the sensory form of the Yggdrasil, Luke finally felt he found the reference point he was looking for, the Great Eliezer. Chapter 297 Dojo, Part 1. Luke quickly climbed the mountain after leaving the point where he helped the woman who had been kidnapped. When he got almost to the top, he found a stone statue that was little more than 10 feet high. Ironically, this was a statue made to honor a dwarf, although it didn't look that way, because the name of the statue was also loaded with irony. Great Eliezer. The human featured in the statue had a robust face and long, partially braided beards, not to mention his very detailed armor. However, what was most striking was not the name that contradicted Eliezer's real physiognomy, but the fact that he carried a typical kendo sword in its side sheath. Kendo swords have always been little used by adventurers. Although they were fast and allowed many different movements, the fact that they were made of bamboo provided more negatives than positives for their few users. Even though Luke didn't know the history of the Great Eliezer, he knew from the traces on the statue that the thing must be a few hundred years old. At least the shape of the sword looked nice on the statue. Luke said to himself. The sun had set by that time, and the forest was much darker, but at least the moon illuminated the small clearing in which the monument stood. If the waitress said the dojo is around here, it shouldn't be hard to find, Luke uttered, and that practically cursed him to a much longer search than it normally would have been. Words have power. Luke spent so much time searching for the dojo in the dark forest that his stomach was shaking and making weird noises. Why can't I find the dojo with Yggdrasil? Maybe it doesn't exist anymore. Maybe it's buried. Maybe it merged with the forest. He reflected, searching for an answer. Luke Lang looked to the right. There's a trail, the Scales warned him. The half-wolf at the same moment looked to his right and saw what Scales was talking about. There really was a trail, almost imperceptible to the naked eye in that dark forest, because dry leaves covered its entire length, except for one small leaf, the one responsible for helping them. Luke approached the trail and dragged some leaves a little to the side with his right boot. There was a human footprint on the trail, identified by the marks of a shoe sole. Luke crouched down near the footprint and placed his right hand on the trodden earth. The mark is deep. It was probably made by someone large or someone wearing a heavy shoe. It's also recent, from this morning. Aren't there supposed to be a few people coming here? I've already found 3. Since that was the only clue he had, Luke followed the trail, dragging the leaves to the side to remember how to get back, and also to see if anyone else might have joined the owner of the first footprint. However, the large footprint remained lonely until it came to a stone wall, which made it look meaningless. Unless this person knows how to fly, it's not possible that he could have just suddenly disappeared. Even a teleportation would leave clear marks in the environment. What happened here? Luke reasoned, looking at the stone wall. At that very instant, a conclusion arose in his mind, and he whispered as he extended his hand forward, "Ghoulish soon." The stone wall began to be distorted as it was drawn toward the half-wolf's palm. In less than a minute, the stone wall had already completely disappeared, revealing the entrance to an Oriental-style dojo. So, it really was an illusion. Humph. Using that still tires me. Looking down at his right palm, Luke felt quite tired. There's no reason to go back now. I really hope you're here. Hazer. Above the wide entrance door was carved in very large letters, dojo level. However, Luke didn't care about these details and just entered the building. The dojo had a wooden floor that creaked immediately with the first step of the half-wolf. The sound of the creaking echoed into the darkness that plagued every corner of the place. Luke bent his knees in order to take some of the weight off his heels to make less noise. Everything was very quiet, and only the wind coming through the door could be heard. Luke couldn't see very well, and his sense of smell identified nothing more than the musty, dusty smell of the room. But there was a sense of restlessness plaguing Luke's chest that wouldn't let him let his guard down. As Luke went deeper into the dojo, the more noise his heart made. He was sure he was calm, so why could he hear his heartbeat so clearly? The answer to that question came when the silence was finally broken by the sound of cloaks swinging and the clang of a sword coming out of its sheath. The half-wolf's enhanced reflex was barely enough to dodge a cut that came from his right. Then another slash came from his left, aiming to cut off his head, but Luke was quick and made sure the blade only grazed him. Luke considered summoning his epic-class axe. Only upon reasoning, he realized that the large weapon as it was would only hinder him. Since the use of inventory was not instantaneous, like evoking weapons of panspermia, he dared not pick up the obsidian sword he kept after the fight with the kidnappers. "All right, I will just use my fist this time," Luke concluded. The person attacking him strained in a diagonal slash at the height of his chest, evidencing that he was not joking and really wanted to kill the half-wolf. At this moment, Luke turned a little to the side, letting the moonlight into the room, which was enough to show the blade that was about to hit him. As soon as he saw the blade, Luke saw the path it would take, and since he didn't want to be defensive, he put his hand in front of the sword, stopping it. The mysterious assailant sighed in surprise as his blade was grabbed. A sudden glow appeared amidst the darkness. A blue glow that threw Luke several feet backwards. "Ouch, shit," Luke thought, slumped on the wooden floor of the dojo. Now, he was near the entrance, so it was well lit. He placed his right hand on his chest and then looked down at his own hand. There was quite a bit of blood on his hand, and a cold chill rumbled through his ribs, indicating that the wound in his chest was quite serious. The wood of the dojo floor creaked heavily as someone approached Luke until a man with a thick voice stated, "You're tough, kid. You managed to put pressure on me with only a few seconds left in the battle and at a disadvantage. Who exactly are you?" Chapter 298 Dojo, Part 2, You're tough, kid. You managed to push me with only a few seconds of battle and at a disadvantage. Who exactly are you? Luke raised his neck slightly as he heard the question and saw a large man slowly emerge from the gloom. This guy had gray hair and beard, a blank stare, and a scar above his left eyebrow. The clothes he was wearing were relatively simple, but it was strange that he was wearing a beige cape if he was inside the dojo. Not satisfied with his defeat, Luke stood up as he wiped with his left hand the bit of blood that had dripped down the sides of his lips. "I'm the one who should be asking you that question," he said, and held up the water, raising his fists. The man did not smile or manifest any expression other than a stern one. He then tried to jam his sword into Luke's belly. However, the sword did not come close to hitting the half-wolf and was surprisingly reflected by his own hands. Although he did not express his surprise outwardly, the mysterious man thought, "What was it he just did? Is he with a knife hidden between his fingers? No, that's a technique of mine. It's impossible for him to know. So how? I'm a little rusty from not using that Yo Alona technique in a while, but I'm glad I haven't forgotten how to do it." Luke considered. Now that Luke's hands had become as sharp and cutting as blades, this was a fair battle. Luke began to walk in circles around the man, making noise with each stomp. At the same time, the man was following Luke with his eyes, even when the half-beast was actually at his back. His observation skills were incredible. Not to mention that he was counting the sounds of Luke's step, which he listened intently, waiting for the silence that would precede the attack. What the swordsman didn't expect was that the half-wolf was even more experienced than he appeared, and that he was letting all these signals go by on purpose, a trap. At one point, Luke walked so close to the darkness that he suddenly merged with it. The noises of footsteps ceased at the same instant, as did the sound of his breathing. The man suddenly began to feel that he was alone in that place, although he knew he wasn't really. This feeling was frightening, almost a psychological terror. And if the man didn't have a lot of experience, focus, and skill, he would surely have chosen to run away. Now that we've both calmed down, can we talk properly? Luke asked. The half-beast's voice surrounded the man's ears, so it was not possible to discover his location so easily. From the beginning, Luke's intention was not to attack the man to kill him, but to turn the situation in his favor, rescuing the initial scenario from a few minutes ago, except that he was now the one with the reins of the situation. Moreover, Luke used Head of Horus and realized that the battle against that unknown man would not be easy, even with the advantage of stealth. You break into my house and still want to ask questions? Come out from where you are and fight like a man, the man stated fervently. Luke decided to ignore the provocation. Just answer my question. If you're not who I'm looking for, I will leave. He can move, so being silently wounded. Who is this guy? The gray-haired man wondered. In case you tell me who you are, I will tell you my name, the real name. With his keen hearing, the half-wolf could not identify any different palpitation in the man's heart as he stated this. It was an obvious risk for Luke to say his name to a stranger, and since the man was quite strong, it certainly wasn't just any civilian, meaning the risk became exponential. Still, Luke needed to confirm his suspicion, and if it wasn't correct, he would have taken down the entire dojo with Yggdrasil to kill the man. My name is Luke Lang. I am a half-beast, and I do not belong to any clan. For the first time that night, the man clearly showed his surprise by widening his eyes and stopping moving. This reaction was something even the Alho of Horus had not anticipated, but Luke did not let the opportunity slip away and quickly placed one of his sharp hands on the skin of the swordsman's neck. Luke's whisper in the man's ear left the swordsman in shock and frustrated at losing focus for a single second. Now, let's go quickly and tell me your name. I will not hesitate to kill you if you are not who I'm looking for. Who does he think I am? The first servant? Damn. If he really is who he says he is, he may have been manipulated by false information and believe I am a demon. Should I tell the truth? The man reflected as distress coursed through the veins of his entire body. I will count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Luke threatened. My name is Hazer. I am not a demon. I promise. The swordsman exclaimed as loud as he could before the count reached 5. Luke pushed him forward, dropping him. Why did you suddenly claim that you're not a demon? Do you know me? Luke asked. Based on Hazer's exaggerated reaction of surprise and the fact that he mentioned demons with no apparent logical basis, that was the only theory Luke could think of. There isn't a person who doesn't know your name. You are the one who started the war with the Melki Empire. Like the crystal-clear water of a small, salty lake, the man couldn't hide his nervousness as he lied. Really? Are you sure? I know I don't hold you as hostage, but this place is precious to you. Isn't it? What would happen if a 10-meter tree suddenly grew here? Luke used a cynical tone to threaten Hazer. The swordsman put his sword away as he sighed in frustration. All right, I will tell you everything. Just let me put the lamps on in this place. We'll need to look each other in the eye. Chapter 299 Dojo, Part 3. When Hazer proposed that Luke could light the light, Luke said nothing, and Hazer took this as consent. One by one, the lamps on the walls of the dojo were lit, as were the many candles on the floor of all sizes. It took a few minutes for Hazer to finish lighting them all, but the warm, bright environment lightened the overloaded atmosphere that the battle had created. The place was a little different from ordinary training academies. At one point in the large room, There were leather upholstery on the floor, obviously to cushion falls during training. There were also many wooden dolls for training swords, which were so worn out that many pieces were missing. On the walls, in addition to the lamps, were emblems with the symbol of a roaring tiger. Hazer saw the open wound on the half-wolf's chest as she walked back to him. "Oh, I forgot that I attacked you with such hatred. Unfortunately, I don't usually carry healing potions, but I will look for the first aid kit. This must be around here somewhere." Luke Lang couldn't say why, but just looking at Hazer provided a literal sense of calm. Granted, the experienced swordsman's eyes were taxing. Perhaps it was the white, not his beard, and the age and the wrinkles on his face that provided that feeling of sloppiness, as if he were a single parent. While traveling in these thoughts, Luke was surprised by Hazer approaching with a metal box full of bandages. He looked down and saw that the wound was less ugly than at the moment he was hit by Hazer's skill. Determined not to waste much more time, Luke covered his wound with his jacket, pulling it aside, and stated, "It's not necessary. Let's talk. I believe we have a lot to talk about." Hazer frowned, yet he chose not to intervene. Whether Luke wanted to be treated or not, that was solely his choice. "All right, sit down, let's talk. First, can you answer my question from earlier? How do you know me?" Luke was inquisitive. Although he respected Hazer for being strong, he still didn't really know him. "I counsel you from a group, where your name was a recurring agenda for some time, specifically over 10 years ago." Hazer spoke, sitting down on the wooden floor with his legs crossed. Luke blinked twice quickly, not understanding what he was talking about. 10 years? I was just a boy. How did you know me?" "Mr. Lang, 10 years ago, an event crisis occurred in Ukawa." "What is it?" "He'll explain. A cursed item was discovered in a dungeon in Ukawa and was about to be sold on the black market to one of the most important criminal factions in Broteforge, something that definitely couldn't happen. But a bunch of kids stole the item." Luke continued. Hazer nodded and continued talking. "Fate is something that is bound to happen and repeat itself like an eternal cycle. Weak souls will always be weak souls, and strong souls will always find glory. At least it was meant to be that way. However, when we, sitting at that faraway table, saw you part one by one that day, we knew that something between the lines of history had changed. Luke, maybe you will hate me for this, but that is all I can reveal to you. There are secrets that I won't be able to tell you unless I trust you fully." The half-wolf wasn't understanding much of what Hazer was talking about. However, it was obviously related to his past, so he couldn't let go of this information. If Hazer knew something deeper about the day of the theft, he needed to know and also find out how Hazer was related to the scales. After all, she said Hazer might know the crucial information about how the scales could regain their strength. "How do I go about gaining your trust?" "I appreciate the interest. First, I need to find out which side you really chose in the end, the one that will kill you or the one that will save you. However, I don't need words. I want to see actions. Have you ever heard of the Sakan religion?" Hazer asked, looking Luke in the eye. "Yes, it is that religion that deifies a man named Sakan, who wandered the world during the calamity, delivering power to those who had none. To keep out of trouble, Luke needed research on certain subjects to make himself look more like a Melky local and not a war refugee." "Exactly. The Sakan religion has an unknown origin, and although it has been around for a few years, no one knows where the first churches came about or who wrote their texts. I have a guess as to who it was, but I won't reveal it to you yet. For now, I will ask you to head south of Starhurt. Before the wastelands, there is a small coastal town where there is a large lighthouse." "What's in that town?" "The Church of Sakan that is in possession of the original texts, and that the Pope keeps a cursed item, practically a relic from when the dungeons began to appear. Should you bring that relic to me, I will know that I can trust you. If not, I will just add you to my enemy list." Luke was more than willing to get Hazer's loyalty to get the answers he needed, but something still bothered him. "The cursed relics are important, aren't they? Why don't you go and get it for yourself?" "First, I don't want it for myself. I want to protect it from falling into the hands of the wrong beings. Second, I cannot leave these mountains and leave them unprotected. There is history in this place. History far more precious than I can price." "Okay, the south then. How will I know when I find that cursed item?" Luke inquired. You will feel it. Besides, I need you to communicate with me if anything worrisome happens. Use this if necessary. Hazer held out his palm, and at that moment a small creature appeared out of nowhere. This creature had the size and appearance of a squirrel, except that its tail was not as bulky as usual. Luke stretched out his hand for the creature to come to him. That little thing looked at him, looked at Hazer, and jumped happily in his right palm. Looks like she liked you. Hazer spoke, smiling slightly. Luke smiled back as he watched the little creature rub itself against his skin. I will go get that relic, and we will have a long talk, Hazer. I'll look forward to it, Mr. Lang. I'm also curious how you know me, but I saw early on that you're not willing to talk yet. For now, they'll stick around at the dojo. That place can't stay closed for a day. Then Hazer held out his right hand for Luke to shake, who returned the gesture eagerly. Chapter 300 Different Routes. When Luke Lang returned to Stahart and met up with his traveling companions at the agreed-upon inn, Wanne and Meredith couldn't tell whether they were more surprised by the fact that the half-wolf had found them with his sense of smell alone, or by the information he brought back from his few-hour walk through the forest. Hold off on the revelations a bit, buddy, Wanne said, stunned, stretching both arms forward. Are you really wanting to help the unknown weirdo who lives in a forest and who you only know the first name of? I've been traveling with you for 6 months, and I only know your first name, Luke stated with a neutral expression. I've told you 1,000,000 times that my last name is Ronald. Wanne Ronald. Luke. He's right. I won't be able to trust a stranger's information. If he wants us to steal something from a Melky institution as important as this strange religion, I need to trust him, counters Meredith, crossing her arms balanced on her hind feet on the small table the three of them were sitting at. The half-wolf placed his hands on the table, crossed his fingers, and leaned forward slightly, looking Meredith in the eye. You're not obligated to trust Hazer, but I ask that you trust me. This man may have the answers we have been searching for all this time. He may have the answers on how to use each of the 3 items we have been searching for the past few months. I know he can. Trust me and my gut. Wanne Ronald and Meredith Scully looked at each other at that moment and nodded with determined smiles. In a way, they felt a little guilty for not trusting Luke's words the first time, and if Hazer really could know everything Luke thought he knew, he was the right person for them to trust, even with Hazer himself still not trusting them. In the end, even though Wanne supported the trip to the small, unnamed town, he decided not to accompany the half-beasts. According to his words, there was something strange hovering over Stahart, and this needed to be investigated, which with the few days they had in the city was not enough. Although he wished to continue on the trip, he still felt he should ask Luke to do so, and Luke's response was very sincere. He just shrugged, as if this was not his decision. Wanne was very pleased and remained Stahart, accompanying Meredith and Luke only as far as the wagon drivers at the entrance to town. Since Luke did not know exactly where the town mentioned by Hazer was, because it was not marked on the map he just had to pay for a wagon driver to take him and his companion to the place. It was not a bad deal. The wagon driver would get a coin of Melkian gold, and the 2 half-beasts would save time. However, when they reached the town area, the wagoner suddenly pulled the reins of the horse he was driving. Luke and Meredith looked to the sides, seeing only bush everywhere. Why did you stop so suddenly? Meredith asked, a little confused. Are you going to take a leak? They had been traveling straight for over 10 hours, so maybe he wanted to take a break. The wagon driver gave a nervous smile, looking at the 2 young people in the back of his wagon. Don't you guys know? There are legends about these parts, so no one goes beyond the forest toward the coast. The desolate lands border that region, so it's pretty dangerous. When he heard this, Luke grabbed the half-fox's purse and climbed down from the wagon. We knew, but we thought you would proceed to the end of the forest. Well, walk the rest of the way, Meredith. The half-fox inflated her cheeks, dissatisfied, and followed Luke. Wait a moment. What about my payment? The old wagon driver held out his hand to receive the money. Oh, I almost forget. Luke muttered low and opened the normal inventory. Finally, he tossed a small bag of money to the toothless old man, who with some excitement opened the bag of money. It has never been so easy to take money from rich people as it is in Stahart. A trip that normally others would charge 7 coins, I charged 10 coins, and they still paid me. The wagon driver thought, almost letting a smile escape. However, he was surprised when he opened the bag with money. Hey, there are only 5 coins here. That wasn't the deal. Luke turned back with the half-fox bag slung over his left shoulder and stated, "You're right. I asked if you could take us in the town to the south that has the lighthouse. You quickly agreed and gave your price. But look around. Do we see any towns? Well, there aren't any. So settle for these coins or none. You choose." The wagon driver had no arguments to rebut, not least because he purposely omitted the information that he wasn't going to take them to the town. So he just hit his own lips at that moment and left muttering loudly to himself as he snapped the reins for his horse to walk. "You are such an asshole," Meredith spoke up and punched the half-wolf weakly on the shoulder. "Ouch, that hurt," he stated, immediately starting to rub the part that was hit. "A punch for me would never hurt you. An arrow would, a punch wouldn't." She stretched her arms up to stretch. "I can't even tell you're lying," Luke muttered. Meredith turned back suddenly. "Hey, I heard that." "What? I'm just talking to myself." "Ha ha ha." Luke turned his face to the side and pouted. The half-fox inflated her cheeks and moved closer to him as she leaned her bust heavily in Luke's direction. "Are you sure you didn't say anything?" Unlike all the other times Meredith had teased him, although Luke blushed, he didn't flinch and smiled mischievously. "Maybe I said something about how beautiful you look today," he stated and took her chin. This time it was Meredith who turned red as a strawberry and looked away. "Why, you got it wrong. I didn't mean to tease you," she exclaimed, waving her hands like the sail of a boat waving on the high seas. "Relax. I'm just teasing you. Let's get going. There's still a portion of the way to go," he said. Chapter 3:01 Guard Luke and Meredith had to walk for a while longer after the wagon driver dropped them in the middle of a dirt road. Together they drove through that long pine forest and also through plains untouched by corruption to finally reach the area of the small town Hazer had mentioned. Even from afar they could see the lighthouse, which was the town's reference point for travelers on sea and land. It was not difficult for the half-beast to soon notice that this town was different from the others they had visited in the Melky Empire. The huge, rich buildings were not present, and there were no large plantations around the city either. Only small houses and a few commercial buildings, all looking very old. As they approached the town, they noticed that the beams of the houses were made of wood, as were the roofs. Even for a quiet town, this was unusual. Construction had advanced quite a bit, especially in the Melky Empire for some reason, but this town seemed to be an exception to this. As it was about to get dark, there weren't many people on the city streets. Still, the few people who saw the pair of unknown travelers, Luke and Meredith, were surprised at first, and then smiled receptively. This was something Luke hated about the citizens of Stahard. They were so passive with strangers that he suspected some of the population didn't even know that Melky and Brotforge were at war. "Let's find somewhere to spend the night. Even here, there must be a hotel. Otherwise, we'll head back to the plains and set up camp." Luke spoke to Meredith, who nodded immediately afterwards. "We have to make more camouflage elixirs. Everything we had ran out during the trip. If people see our ears and tails, they're sure to be scared." "I know, but we'll have trouble finding Boldo leaf. People here love Boldo tea. We'll probably be able to find it at some store," affirmed the half-fox, referring to Melkians in general. Luke tilted his head slightly to the left and nodded twice with a slight smile on his face. "You have mellowed a little." The half-fox didn't understand the sudden comment. With frowning eyebrows, she asked, "I matured? What do you mean by that?" While looking at a man near a post a few feet in front of them, Luke answered without much pretense. "Before you thought a lot before you said or did something. Now you're more confident." He then turned to her and stroked her head. "I feel almost like a big brother." The blush that appeared in the half-fox's face as Luke spoke disappeared the moment Luke called himself a big brother. Meredith was angry, very angry to hear this. However, she was not angry at Luke, but at herself because she did not have the courage to tell the half-wolf the true feeling she held for him. Because of this, she just smiled gracelessly and agreed in a mild voice. "But I think I still have a lot of things to improve." Suddenly, Luke grabbed her wrist and pulled her a little closer. Whispering, he said to Meredith, "There's a guard lighting the city poles. Go to him and ask where the nearest hotel or inn is." Meredith was confused. "Why are you so alert? We're far from the front line. There's no way they can recognize you without your ears. There's no way to know if someone recognized me in New Yukiat or Stahart, so we should be careful. There is no way for demons to act in big cities lest they create a catastrophe in their own territory. But now we are in a small town. If someone or some hidden demon recognizes my face, nothing will stop them from acting." The half-fox thought it over and sighed deeply. "All right, I'll go talk to the guard." Meredith approached the guard in a bluish formal uniform and took off her hood, leaving her beautiful reddish hair showing. "Excuse me, are you an army officer or something?" she asked in her delicate voice. The man, who was reaching out with his right arm to reach for the oil in the lamp with the match, widened his eyes when he heard the glorious voice of the girl behind his back. As he adjusted his black tie, he turned to greet the stranger with a friendly smile. "Good afternoon, miss. What can I do for you?" The beauty of the woman in front of the man was even more stunning than her voice, and it made him a little more nervous than usual. "My brother and I are looking for a hotel to stay in. Are there any in this town?" Meredith asked, with a slight hesitation as she called Luke her brother. The guard looked at the hooded man, standing a little ways away, but didn't seem to mind his presence so much. There are 2 hotels in town, but one of them is under renovation. In case you were alone, I could give you a room in my house, which would leave my ex-wife gnashing her teeth. You know, our divorce wasn't very nice." "Oh, I'm sorry. I suddenly started talking too much." Since Meredith had long known the art of smiling and nodding to support people who talk too much, she didn't even mind hearing about the man's life. "Don't worry about it. I hope your family recovers. There is nothing sadder than a family separated. Can you show us where the available hotel is?" The empathy Meredith showed made the guard's heart flutter at that moment, but he restrained himself, even though her sweet smell was so tempting to him. "It's getting dark, and I still have to light the lamps for a few blocks, so I won't be able to accompany you and your brother. But there's no way to go wrong. Just follow that street to the end and turn right. There will be a big house with a pointed roof. That's the hotel there." The half-beast duo followed the directions of the city guard and managed to find the aforementioned manor house. However, the place looked nothing like the hotels they were used to, and this was due to the facts that protecting the manor were large stone walls, and that through the gate one could notice several graves in the entrance garden. Chapter 302 Hotelier Luke. "Are we in the right place?" Meredith asked. A trail of sweat ran down the right side of her forehead, and her eyes clearly expected a denial to her question. However, the half-wolf looked in both directions of the street to which the city guard had pointed them, and there were definitely no other manor houses. "We are in the right place. But why is this hotel so different from the rest of the town?" No house in that town had walls, and there were few buildings that had any concrete part, which made the wall of that hotel even more alarming. Since right in the entrance garden of the place were old tombstones and weeds that were the same height as cornfields, Luke came up with a theory about the origins of that wall. "Is that a graveyard?" he asked the half-fox. Meredith turned to Luke with terrified eyes. "Now that you mention it, there are some in Stahart like that, with walls. That seems to keep tomb robbers from breaking in." The half-wolf crossed his arms and began to nod with his eyes closed as he listened to his companion. Yes, he agreed. "Are we really going to spend the night in a graveyard?" asked Meredith. Luke leaned against her shoulder and looked determinedly at the bars of the gate. "That's not a cemetery now, but a hotel. We can't have prejudice. Let's go in." They opened the gates with their bare hands and walked across the garden to reach the door of the huge wooden house. Meredith was clutched so tightly in the arms of the half-wolf that he felt as if her strength arrested his blood circulation. When they finally reached the door of the house, Luke took the iron knocker from the door and knocked only once, as was his custom. For a few seconds, the cruelest silence lingered, causing Meredith to press her breasts even harder on Luke. She wasn't doing this on purpose. She just felt a deep fear of horrifying environments like this. "Hi, is anyone home? We want to spend the night," Luke shouted loudly so that the people inside the big house could hear. Just then, the double door of the house opened, creaking loudly. Meredith and Luke exchanged nervous glances because it wasn't them who opened the door and no one else was there to answer it. Still, they entered the hotel, and then the doors closed by themselves like seconds ago. "What's going on in this place?" The half-fox whispered. "Be quiet, Meredith. There's someone at the counter." When she heard Luke's warning, she looked over to the counter 10 feet from the door. There was an old man there with a friendly smile and very small eyes. He didn't say anything. However, he was looking at them receptively, so he definitely wasn't asleep, although his eyes were almost closed. The half-beast duo made their way through the small, dusty reception room, which had 2 old sofas and a wooden coffee table. As soon as they finally approached the counter, the old man finally said something. "Hello, hello. Sorry for the delay in serving you. I was preparing a simple cup of tea for my sick wife. I am the hotelier. Will you want to spend the night with us?" "Yes, please. How much is the daily rate?" Luke was the only one with the courage to speak, because Meredith was still a little afraid. "Since it's quite late, I'm afraid I'll have to charge more than usual. Will you guys want a room or 2? As soon as the old man asked that, Meredith opened her mouth to answer before the half-wolf did. "1 room, please, just 1 room." The elation of her answer surprised the hotelier, but he just smiled shyly. "Okay, I have a room available for the young traveling couple. This is one of the best rooms we have in this hotel. I'm sure you'll be pleased. Come with me." Although the hotelier appeared to be well past 70, he walked with sure elegance and agility. He stooped without difficulty to pick up one of the keys from under the counter and walked briskly to the hallway to the right of the reception room. "Aren't you guys coming?" he asked as he noticed that the 2 hosts continued to stand still. Luke pulled his right arm a little, bringing Meredith with him into the hallway. "You don't have to be afraid. I'm with you," the half-wolf whispered to her at the beginning of the hotelier's stride. The half-wolf looked at Luke, finally noticing that he didn't look fearful like she did. In fact, he wasn't looking at her because he was afraid or anything, but rather because he was checking on her. That's why his look at the hotelier was so serious and confident. He wanted to show Meredith that she was safe and that nothing could hurt her. This made her heart flutter once again, and instead of loosening her grip on his arm, she tightened it even more. He was as warm as a fireplace, so she didn't feel like moving away, not in an environment that made her shiver so much. Normally, the old man, who appeared to be the only employee of the ramshackle hotel, showed them the room they would be staying in. This one was neither too far from the reception desk, nor too close, being 3-room corridors away. There were many rooms closer to the reception desk, but according to the hotelier, these were all already occupied, which made Luke wonder if there were more travelers in town than he had thought at first. After handing the key to the door of the assigned room to the young couple of lovers, the hotelier said goodbye, warning that if they had any problems, to report them during the morning. They found this warning unusual because normally problems were reported immediately, but they didn't say anything so as not to make a fuss. If those were the rules, they would follow so as not to attract attention. "Look, the room is better than I thought," Luke said with his arms crossed as he scanned the room with a glance. With her eyes clenched and her spine curved, Meredith spoke. "You swear?" "Well, it's certainly better than many places we used to sleep as kids, but it's certainly the worst of all the hotels we've ever been to here in Melky." The wooden walls of the room had patches with wooden boards, exposed nails. The lighting was not of the best, as was the glass window shaking in the wind. "There is only one remaining problem. How are we going to do with this here?" Luke pointed to the small double bed, which the 2 of them would be extremely glued to if they slept together. Meredith quickly looked around the corners of the room and couldn't find anything else to lie on, not even a couch, armchair, or chair, because there was only the bed and a large trunk in the room. Chapter 3. Oh, 3 thin wooden walls are 18. Sleeping in such a small bed together would certainly not be an easy challenge for Meredith and Luke. They knew that. As they always slept together when they were children, there was also the chance that everything would be very smooth. However, not even in his wildest hopes. Luke thought that such a challenge would be almost torture for him. Beneath the duvet, their heated bodies could not avoid touching. The bed was so small that avoiding it was impossible. For a few minutes after the lamp was turned off, Luke tried hard to find some position on the bed that wouldn't be so awkward and, shall we say, exhilarating for him. They tried to sleep with both of them facing the left of the room, but it was hard for Luke not to get aroused by his body being so close to the half-fox's behind. Luke had always seen Meredith as a woman, at least since they were in their teens, and that hadn't changed over time. In the past, fear and inexperience were the factors that kept him from moving forward against Meredith, factors that these days are non-existent in Luke's mind. "No, this position will not work. Turn this way," he said as he turned to the right side of the room. Meredith was even more nervous than he was, so she didn't say anything, choosing to obey him. As the two of them reversed positions, Luke felt the half-fox's large breasts touching his back, not to mention her breath caressing his ears. That doesn't work either. Luke couldn't sleep with her breasts touching him like that. It was noticeable from the space of the bed that they couldn't sleep with their shoulders parallel, so Luke turned to the center of the bed. The half-fox's breasts stopped touching him, and her breathing wasn't as loud as it looked before, nor would he be tortured by being pressed so close to her. This position was perfect. For the first second, he was relieved to have finally found a comfortable position. However, when the half-beast's eyes met, their hearts fluttered. Silently, the half-wolf's eyes fell on the chest, so close to the half-fox's, and unconsciously, his left hand moved to the top button of the satin pajamas she was wearing. When Meredith noticed this, she took a deep breath. This detail was not ignored by Luke, who immediately stopped his own hand. "You do not want?" he asked, as much as he felt her desire through the emotional connection of the moment. He was assured by the enormous respect he had for Meredith. "I have been waiting many years for this." There were tears in the corners of her eyes and a silly, passionate, relieved smile on her mouth. The half-wolf was clearly surprised. All this time, Head thought Meredith's taunts were nothing more than that. Taunts, so seeing her discreetly confess like that amazed him. As the polygamy in Luke, Alexis, and Ayumi's relationship was already established, Luke didn't hold back any longer, and with his left hand, he opened her pajamas button by button, exposing her skin even more. Naturally, Luke leaned closer to her, and she asked him to take a little easier. He could tell she was becoming more responsive, and with careful attention to her reactions, he continued. Luke held Meredith close, gently touching her as he whispered soft words against her skin. This was the first time anyone had been this intimate with Meredith, so she felt her mind drift farther and farther away, as if a wave of warmth was gradually taking over. Meredith's spark of conscience didn't want to completely surrender to the half-wolf. It was a matter of pride. So she moved her hands to Luke's chin and forced him to look up a little. "Kiss me," asked the half-fox with a completely red face, in a mixture of shyness and excitement. Luke smiled teasingly and climbed on top of her, encircling her with his big arms and bust. He flexed his elbows and bent down until his lips were flush with hers. Being so close to each other, the heat their bodies exchanged could be appreciated, and when that exchange of heat happened through their tongues, they both felt the passion in their hearts burn more and more. Neither of them could even explain what happened in that moment, but their kissing felt like a great line had been crossed, a stage in their lives ended, like a dream come true. The sense of accomplishment they both felt was delusional and fanciful. Suddenly, Meredith reversed their position using her legs, which surprised Luke, who had never seen anyone do this, much less in bed. She smiled confidently, and, as she was now on top, she bent down to kiss Luke even more. Then she leaned closer to him, holding him tightly as the moment grew more intimate, feeling that he was already very affected by the tension between them. "Am I getting to him?" Meredith wondered, a little taken aback by herself, but also apprehensive about how to proceed from that moment on. Luke noticed her hesitation, but didn't interfere. Because the first time he spent time with Alexis Dmitri and Ayumi Yamazaki, he learned his lesson that the best way to get experience is to challenge yourself. Also, Meredith didn't take as long to act as he thought she would, and within a few seconds she adjusted her posture further and further, until she was face to face with the half-wolf's waist. She leaned in close to him, her expression intent as she drew nearer. At that moment, She looked at Luke with a smoldering gaze. The moment felt electric, charged with intensity. All differed from how she imagined things to be. So she didn't stop until she heard Luke react a little. Meredith was simply fascinated by Luke's reactions, and that fact was enough for her to take matters into her own hands, even with zero experience. In fact, it felt natural to her, because she had fantasized about these acts so many times with Luke. However, Luke also needed to show that he was no longer the hesitant boy he was before. Then Luke lifted his back from the bed and looked seriously at Meredith, who instantly understood the message his gaze was trying to convey. She got up from the bed, said goodbye completely, and climbed into Luke's lap. Excited, they began to kiss even more passionately than before, and the next step came naturally. Meredith pushed Luke back and pulled him closer, the moment becoming more intimate between them. A little awkwardness lingered, but it was no big deal to the half-fox, who was already flushed and ready. Meredith breathed under her breath as things continued. It would be awful if the hotelier caught them together, because this wasn't a love hotel. With each movement Luke made toward the half-fox, the volume of her voice grew louder, so when Luke got carried away, he had to cover Meredith's mouth with one hand, so the sound didn't get past the thin wooden walls of the room. The possibility of them being caught excited them more and more. Not to mention it was their first time together, so they were both giving it their all, including Luke, who had secretly wanted to have sex with Meredith for a long time. After a few hours, Luke and Meredith were still having sex. Their bodies were tired, exhausted, but they still wanted each other, didn't want to stop under any circumstances. The half-wolf had already come a lot, and afterwards they were both completely exhausted. When they finally got tired, they cleaned up well in the bedroom bathroom, and then threw themselves on the duvet. As he stroked Meredith's silky hair, who had her head on his chest, Luke asked, "Did you imagine that one day we would be like this, together? Together? I don't know. I've loved you since it was just the two of us, but I can't say when I stopped admiring you as an older brother and started admiring you as a man. It was probably when you returned from Yoalona's training. At that time, you became the central pillar of the gang, someone everyone depended on." Meredith replied. The half-wolf silence that followed that sentence made Meredith turn her head to look at Luke. What she saw was enough for her brows to arch up and a teasing smile on her face. Luke was blushing and looked away to the corner of the room, shyly. However, suddenly the cute atmosphere between the two had its end decreed, because their keen hearing allowed them to hear a footstep on the other side of their room. Chapter 304, crackling the moment the old wood on the hallway floor creaked. The duvet covering the two half-beasts flew up. Luke jumped out of bed and opened the door quickly. He knew that the hotelier was stepping first with his heel on the floor and then with the rest of his foot, but the person snooping around the room was stepping on his toes, obviously wanting to make as little noise as possible. As soon as Luke opened the door, he looked up and down the hall and saw a dark cloak turn the right corner. Luke didn't know who it could be, whether it was some perverted hotel guest or a spy, so he immediately started running after the person, barefoot and shirtless, wearing only his black pants. The hooded person was fast, very fast. With great skill and wit, the person moved easily through the long corridors of the hotel, which could easily become a maze if Luke wasn't attentive to details. The half-wolf wasn't bothering to make any noise, so he was even faster than usual. However, just using speed didn't seem like it would work because the hooded person had a large advantage, which increased more and more as they chose where to go, following the paths that made the pursuit more difficult for Luke, such as narrow corridors and lobbies voids. The hotel looked even bigger on the inside than it was on the outside. Luke needed to take action if he wanted to capture the person. At one point, he simply stopped in the middle of a corridor, letting the spy weave through the corridors until he was out of sight. The hooded person turned his head back when he stopped listening to the half-wolf's footsteps in order to make sure he had really given up. "Ha ha, that was scary," the spy thought and smiled with excitement. However, Luke wouldn't let someone who was stalking him get away so easily. He just let the spy get some distance. Luke didn't necessarily need to see, his other heightened senses could do that too. So he used the distance the spy got to his advantage, predicting where he would go, and the outcome of the chase's end became obvious. Luke surprised the spy by suddenly appearing in front of him with a serious face. The person's hood flew back as he tried to break, revealing the face of a young woman with dry hair and rough skin. "How do you?" she tried to say, but before she could say more, Luke grabbed the collar of the black cloak she was wearing and threw it against the wooden wall. The spy gasped the moment her back hit the wall hard, and her eyes widened. In her mind, only one question proliferated at that time. "Who is this guy? Who are you? And why were you spying on us?" The half-wolf questioned. The woman took advantage of the fact that Luke was using only one of her hands to hold her high by the neck and kicked him in the chest, managing to push him away and free herself. The half-wolf felt almost no pain from her blow, but from that kick he could deduce that she was no amateur. "I could ask you the same thing," the woman replied, backing away slowly with her right hand on her neck. He got kicked in the chest, and it didn't even seem to affect him. She broke into a cold sweat. Luke raised the guard to eye level, avoiding her eye contact. Every great fighter can predict the way the opponent will move in the fight just based on the way the eyes move. After all, during a battle, it is always necessary to be aware of the opponent's terrain and weak points. So covering the eyes was a way of making sure it wouldn't be read easily. When the spy saw Luke cover his eyes, she was surprised. This guy is skilled, she thought, and drew the knife that was hidden behind her cloak. The drawing of the mysterious woman's blade indicated to Luke that she would not surrender without a fight, nor did they have any plans to say who she was. Although he didn't mind battling, it was certainly a bad way to end the night. "We'll give you one last chance. Tell me who you are and who you work for, and I will spare you." Luke promised. "There is. If I were willing to tell you anything, it would just be beautiful fuck you," replied the spy, harshly. The half-wolf smiled wryly. "Don't go bigging latte." Deftly, the woman turned the knife a foot wide with her right hand, positioning the object in front of her face. When Luke moved forward, she threw the knife at him, who hadn't expected this. Luke was taken aback and narrowly dodged, letting the blade slash his left shoulder. "Shit, looks like I got too confident after the Hazer fight," he thought, watching the red blood run down his bare skin. Luke didn't want to go full force to defeat the spy, as he did with Hazer, because he didn't want to ask her questions, but this cut made him realize he couldn't hold back much. Finding the critical balance between killing the woman unintentionally or losing because he played easy was a vision skill Luke still longed to achieve. Normally, he could only know the opponent's real strength after a few exchanges. Focused on not losing control of his strength, Luke decided not to use any gene abilities that could cause structural damage to the house, nor the sea ornament, just his natural strength and Eye of Horus. In case that wasn't enough, he could use Vin to make up the gap to defeat her. Hesitantly, the woman was the one who came at him after taking another long knife from her cloak. This was her last knife, and also the only way to have a chance of winning the battle, so she didn't intend to throw that second blade. With enough skill with this weapon, she swung the knife countless times against the half-wolf, who with practically perfect footwork managed to dodge all these attempts as if it were child's play. Chapter 3:05 Piss and Mildew. The woman was lashing out at the half-wolf tirelessly, looking for a way to try to hurt him. However, it seemed the more she slashed, the easier it became for him to predict her next move. Several times, she swung toward his abdomen, aiming for a dirty, fatal blow. For her, this was the best way to end a fight against a stronger opponent. Maybe she had a lucky moment among so many attempts and managed to hit Luke. It was like a chance in a million. However, she still had to try. Although to the spy it appeared that Luke was playing with her, as he was only dodging and not attacking her. The truth was much more technical. The way she held the knife and slashed was strange to the half-wolf, a bit disorderly, which confused the Eye of Horus' senses. Soon, he realized that this sporadic way of attacking was not because of her nervousness, but appeared to be more of a technique. In the midst of such a mess, there was order in the way she wielded the knife, so Luke was wanting to learn about that a bit. After dozens of stabbing attempts within seconds, the spy gasped and recoiled. "You are strong. I can go easy on you," she stated. "It doesn't matter how many times you try to kill me, hundreds or thousands. The result will still be the same. Haven't you noticed that? Luke ran his left hand over the cut caused by the blade the spy had just thrown. The blood from the wound was already dried and his flesh completely healed. As the mystery woman still hadn't noticed that her one hit had not had positive results, she was stunned to see Luke's healed right shoulder. Has he already healed? That cut happened just seconds ago. Shit, maybe he's a corrupted one too, she thought. In order to perhaps create an identification with the opponent, the woman removed the long black bush she was wearing, revealing the clothes of a real assassin, with very dark clothes and few metal details, which did not harm her stealth. The sleeves of the jacket, which she wore under her cloak, were turned up a little, and on each of her wrists were a pair of spikes the size of her thumbs. So she really is a corrupted one. Luke was already expecting something like this. After all, it was very unusual to find people who had the speed that this woman proved to have. Besides, this spy had the same rotten smell as Wanne and the corrupted regions. That doesn't change anything. I still need to know why she was near my room. When Luke was about to ask again the question about who she was, the spy raised her right arm and pointed only her index finger at Luke. Black particles came out of her fingernails, and then that finger began to necrose. Luke, dodge this now. The scale screamed in the half-wolf's mind, startling him. Suddenly, the mystery woman's finger exploded into hundreds of pieces, and a black flesh sphere was flung towards the half-wolf. The force of this skill was so overwhelming that it set the entire area of the corridor through which it passed into black flames, as well as causing the hotel's foundation to shake. Huh, were you watching me this whole time? Luke asked the scale in his mind, completely indignant even in that tight moment. That doesn't matter. Come on, dodge it. Damn. Are you sure you can really see all the probabilities of the future? He provoked her, his face quite flushed at the thought that the scale watched his time with Meredith without saying a word. He calmly raised his left arm and uttered, "Gluttony." Before even touching the half-wolf, the large sphere was compressed, becoming a cylinder that in moments simply disappeared. As this was such a powerful attack, Luke felt pain as he absorbed it. The muscles in his arm were strained to the limit, and the blood circulating in his veins nearly boiled. Gluttony was not a costless skill, and the price of absorbing each skill was for Luke's own body, which was already worn out from within. The spy broke into a cold sweat as her most powerful ability was fully nullified. Luke stretched his left shoulder as he finished using gluttony. The impact was strong, and the damage to his body was greater than he expected, but Luke was calm because he managed to avoid the worst. He couldn't tell what might have happened if he hadn't had gluttony. As he stretched, Luke looked at the mystery woman seriously. "That was your final card, your ace, wasn't it?" He questioned her. Completely in shock at having sacrificed one of her fingers for nothing, she dropped to her knees on the floor. This was the answer the half-wolf had been waiting for. Luke looked around in the hallway and realized that the structural damage he was avoiding doing was, in the end, done by someone else's skill. It was impossible for the half-wolf to tell, with what little knowledge he had on the subject, what kind of skill or magic the spy used. He certainly didn't see a magic circle, but he also didn't hear the woman utter anything, and she didn't make any apparent special gestures either. It reminded Luke of a conversation he had with Wanne about the relationship between corruption and man. In that conversation, Wanne said he didn't know exactly what the role of corruption was. Of course, he knew he could converse and control various species of monsters with this power, like a kind of hypnosis mixed with pain control, but the corrupted's powers weren't limited to just controlling demons. Since then, Luke was very interested in this subject. He approached the woman who was on her knees and questioned, "Does the Imperial Melki army know that a trained officer is so far from the front lines?" The corrupted were a select group of officers, and if Luke was right about her being a corrupted, it would save him from having to search the city. Hair falling in front of her face, head down, the woman chose to answer all questions bluntly. However, the moment she opened her mouth to speak, she heard a loud, cracking sound. As she lifted her head to look at Luke, she saw him falling to her side. Confused and surprised by what had happened in the blink of an eye, she watched him fall flat on his chest without saying. Luke fell hard as a stone, completely unconscious. Then she looked at the shadow that had struck the half-wolf, and the flames of the lamps in the hall lit up the face of a red-haired woman. Meredith was the one standing before the woman, holding a piece of wood broken in half, which she dropped on the floor. "Why did you help me? Who are you?" The spy asked Meredith. "It doesn't matter what my name is. I just want to use this man as an offering to Sakin. You're a Sakin faithful, aren't you?" The half-fox's words initially made the corrupted woman smile, and that smile quickly turned into hysterical laughter. The spy couldn't believe how lucky she was, how ironic fate was. In fact, she had already accepted death when she fell to her knees before Luke, because if she said anything to Luke, she died, and if she didn't, she died at his hands. In other words, Meredith was a savior for her, an unlikely heroine to whom she owed her life. When Luke opened his eyes, he didn't know exactly where he was. Everything was quite dark and silent. The resulting odor of the mixture of piss and mold in the place where he was slowly helped him to regain a faint consciousness. For the first few seconds, it was hard to overcome the confused feeling of stun. The pain from the blow to his head was still throbbing. Gradually, he noticed that the place he was in had stone brick walls, a damp floor, and iron railings. It was definitely a prison, or worse, because it was so silent and dark, he was probably in a dungeon prison. Bracing himself against the wall with his right hand to get up, Luke looked past the bars of the cell he was in. There were a few other saddles in place in the dungeon as well. However, they were completely empty. At this point, he took a deep breath, not looking the least bit surprised. Suddenly, a familiar voice invaded his saddle. "Were you betrayed by your mate?" "Half-wolf?" Hazer asked from the other side of the fence. Luke snapped the chain that held his left leg rather easily and looked at Hazer. "No, I arranged all this with her. We had a mission to steal the cursed item, and as we realized from the beginning that there was something wrong with this city, we decided to test something unusual." Hazer was quiet for a moment. "That was a smart move, very shrewd on your part." He clearly wasn't expecting Luke to go so far as to use himself as a way to find members of the Sakin religion. "By the way, how are you here? You had told me you couldn't get off that mountain." Luke confronted him. "Elite, I just wanted to use you to confirm the rumor about this town was true, and apparently I did," replied Hazer with enviable normality. Eyes closed in disappointment and disbelief, Luke twisted the bars of the railing with his bare hands and opened a space for him to slip through. Chapter 3:06 Faithful Hazer took a step to the side, clearing the way for Luke to pass through the great space without a hitch. At that moment, the little squirrel given by Hazer to Luke appeared out of nowhere on the ground, and Hazer bent down to pick it up with his right hand. "You once again did a great job," Hazer said, patted the little creature's belly, and placed it over his left shoulder. Luke stared blankly at this situation. Had gotten the feeling the squirrel wasn't there to help him, but to watch over him, only he definitely didn't expect Hazer to use that to get to him. "So where are we?" Luke asked, rubbing his arms coldly. Unfortunately, he was still shirtless and barefoot, wearing only his pants. "I don't know, probably in some Sakin faithful hideout." "What do you mean you do not know? How did you get here to me?" When it came to Hazer, the scale didn't give much information, so for Luke he was a big unknown. "Huh, isn't it obvious? I know my summon to teleport." I placed a magic binding circle on his belly, which allowed him to travel long distances, said Hazer simply, as if what he claimed to have done was easy to believe. However, Luke was not a man who used to doubt when it came to magic circles, for he understood that the versatility of magic was far greater than he could have imagined. Okay, I get it. What we do now? Do you have something in mind?" "I'm going to blow this whole place up and search the rubble for the cursed item." Right. Arms folded. Luke instinctively nodded as he listened and spoke. "Wait, what? You can't destroy everything. Meredith is probably here somewhere. That's why I don't work in groups. Jobs get harder when we need to protect someone. But it's okay, I understand you. If my plan doesn't work for you, they'll stay behind you." Hazer placed his right hand on Luke's left shoulder and smiled sympathetically, trying to support him. The half-wolf threw his hand aside and snorted. Certainly Hazer's appearance was a surprise factor But if the man was going to go along with Luke's plan, there was no problem. Also, Hazer was incredibly strong. Luke wouldn't need to protect him. All right, pay close attention. A few months ago, I heard a rumor that came from the south about the Sakan religion. Apparently, human sacrifice has become something practiced by some villages and small towns of Sakan faithful. So I proposed to my companion that she use me as an offering when we found any suspicious church members. Huh? And how did you know this plan would work? Sorry, but this seems like a very risky plan with little chance of success. Hazer spoke as he scratched his beard. Among all the plans I thought of, this was the only one that would get me here as quickly as possible. However, you're right. There's a big problem with this plan that you probably can't even imagine. Meredith and I are half-beasts, and we drank the last vial of elixir yesterday morning, meaning the illusion effect should already be on about to end. Hazer's brows arched as Luke revealed all this. Hazer was already surprised enough by the half-wolf's calculated way of acting, but discovering that he was a half-beast seemed even more surprising. This is not good. If her friend, Meredith, is by Sakan's side by the time the elixir wears off, it doesn't matter if she is a woman who is making an offering to their god or not. They will kill her in the cruelest way possible without thinking twice. The religious who followed the Sakan god were extremely prejudiced against half-beasts, because in the tome of religion, half-beasts were considered nefarious and impure creatures, aberrations created by the combination of monsters and humans. I know. So there is no time to waste. Luke said, opened the normal inventory, and took out Nabeziel's obsidian sword. Soon after, footsteps could be heard, coming from the direction of the wooden door that was in the dungeon. On the other side of the door, a pair of men in long white robes had just descended the stairs to the dungeon. Did you hear that too? One of them asked the other. I didn't hear anything. Are you sure you heard something? The second man looked incredulously at the first, who smiled shyly. Maybe it's just mice, I'm sorry, sir. Okay, don't warn me like that again. I've heard that the sacrifice of the time is a very strong man, so we have to be careful, but there's no reason to fear him so much. The woman who defeated him did it with just a wooden club from what I heard. The one who appeared to be the oldest and highest ranking scoffed. Hee. The first held back from laughing out loud. As soon as the older man pushed the heavy dungeon door inside, the light from the lantern that the younger man held invaded the room, but that was not enough to illuminate almost anything in the chamber. Even so, the two faithful entered the dungeon without saying anything. However, they were not avoiding making noise, because their footsteps echoed all over the place. The younger man walked over to the saddle. They said the prisoner would be in, but the moment he raised the lantern, illuminating the entire saddle, and saw nothing even in the darkest corners, he turned to speak to his superior. However, the older man had simply disappeared from his side, saying nothing. Immediately, he prepared to run as fast as he could. Only suddenly he felt a cold blade touch his lower back. He was going to scream, but his attempt was stopped by Luke, who covered his mouth with his hand. Shoo, it's okay. I just want to ask you a few questions. As this was the first time this man had been in a situation like this, his legs went wobbly, and he dropped the lantern on the floor. When the lantern fell, luckily it didn't break or have its flame extinguished, but its cylindrical shape made it roll a little on the ground. At that time, the light from the lantern illuminated the back of the dungeon door, revealing the scene of Sakan's second faithful already on the floor with his severed head. His face was eternally haunted by an expression of astonishment. Hazer hadn't shown as much leniency to his target as Luke. That man who was surrendered by Luke started screaming and biting the hand that covered his mouth when he saw his superior dead, which gave Luke no choice but to shut him up forever. So that the man would not have a long and painful death, the half-wolf just plunged the knife into his head hard and withdrew. After that, Hazer and Luke Lang emerged from the dungeon, wearing the white robes that the two men wore. The stairs leading to the dungeon were long, but luckily for them, there weren't many doors that needed checking. This seemed to be a little-traveled area, as they didn't see anyone until they found another door like the one in the dungeon, made entirely of solid wood and hinged with iron. There are other people on the side of the door. Hazer warned, not needing to put his ear to the wood to hear. Yes, I know. It's 8 people, no? It's 10 now. Two armored people entered through a door on the right. People in armor? This is unusual for a small town like this. Adventurers stay where there are a lot of monsters. Is it some guard who is on their side? Scratching his beard, Hazer theorized. I don't believe it's a city guard. I was able to talk to an officer as soon as I arrived in the city, and he was not wearing armor, just a uniform. Luke said, but the one who spoke to the city guard was Meredith. Is your mate on the other side of that door? On the other side of the door, it looked like there was some sort of celebration going on, because people were talking loudly and laughing. This broke Luke's stereotypical thinking about members of cults like Sakans. I don't know. I don't hear her voice. She's probably not here, otherwise the men would be very bold and louder. Meredith is unusually beautiful. Luke replied, touching the door with his left hand to feel the vibrations. It doesn't look like a cafeteria to me, and there are no sounds of mugs or plates. They're waiting for something outside. If you're right, it's who they might be waiting for. You said earlier that your mate offered you as a sacrifice. It could be that the men we killed were the people who would bring you here. Hazer's way of thinking was similar to that of the half-wolf. What is the plan? Are we going to enter this room and kill everyone who tries to stop us? Or do you have another idea? Chapter 307, Purple Flames, what is our plan? Will we enter this room and kill everyone who tries to stop us? Or do you have another idea? When Hazer said that, his voice didn't even shake. I don't know, that would be risky. We don't know how many people are in that place and how big it is. I don't want to make a slaughter just to get a cursed item. Luke replied, boy, do you have any idea what a cursed item is? In the wrong hands, any one of the 10 items is capable of unimaginable things. The half-wolf's brows arched. When the scale instructed him to search for the 3 cursed items he now had, she didn't warn him about such a power. Then Hazer snorted and took his right hand from the scabbard of his sword. I see you won't give in so easily. Do you trust me? There's a way we can get into this room without them attacking us. I'm listening. Luke showed his interest right away. If there was a way for them to get past each other's 10 people without causing a fuss, this would be the path he'd choose. After explaining to the half-wolf how they would proceed, Luke was stunned, but also very confident. Okay, let's do it your way. The half-wolf asserted, went behind Hazer, and covered his head with the hood of his white cloak. Immediately, Hazer opened the heavy door that finally led them out of the prison dungeon. The clamor of voices on the other side ceased as the door's rusty hinges creaked. Over Hazer's shoulder, Luke saw 10 people gathered in 2 different groups in a small room with a column in the center. There were no windows in the place, just a few torches on each of the 4 walls. The gloomy look continued, thanks to the weathered stone bricks and the agonizing, musty smell. All this indicated that they were probably still underground. People looked suspiciously at the hooded pair who came out of the basement. 8 of those people wore white robes like the ones Hazer and Luke were wearing now, except for 2 tall, stocky men. These 2 were wearing a set of black steel armor with spiked shoulder pads and ornaments in pure silver. In the middle of each chest was a symbol still unknown to Luke, an illustration of a hand whose palm was filled with a mouth full of sharp teeth. Rydra and Arjon, did you not go to seek the sacrifice? Where is he? The man in armor, who had blonde hair, asked Hazer and Luke. The half-wolf was surprised that Hazer was actually able to copy the appearances of the men who were killed and mirror the 2 of them. Although for Luke to know that Hazer could do something like this wasn't a huge novelty, as the dojo was protected by an illusion, it was still pretty impressive someone being able to do it so quickly. As requested by Hazer, Luke didn't say anything, and he took the reins of the situation himself. The prisoner is not down there, Hazer said. In addition to his physical appearance, Hazer's voice had also changed a lot. What? Everyone exclaimed, astonished. Alert everyone you can. The prisoner is on the run. Investigate all warehouses, rooms, and hallways. He can't have gone too far. We can't let that sacrifice get away. Arm raised like a battle commander, Hazer gave the orders, then pointed at the 2 armored men. You 2 come with me. All the people in white robes exchanged glances, confused by what was happening. The 2 men in armor were also perplexed, and they didn't understand why someone who was a few ranks lower in the hierarchy would dare to give them orders. What are you waiting for? Do you want to make the bishop angry? Hurry up, start looking, ordered Hazer. Right? The people in white robes exclaimed and went out together through a large wooden door on the right, already shouting for all to hear. The sacrifice has escaped. The sacrifice escaped. A great fanfare quickly spread, mobilizing dozens of people to look for Luke. As no one knew how long he might have been on the run, he could be anywhere. However, he was still very close to the place where he was arrested. The two men in black armor walked up to Hazer with a look of disbelief. The appearance Hazer took on wasn't very respectable either. He had a huge paunch, a wispy beard, and a bald scalp, while the two guards were strong, tall, and young, not to mention holding a higher rank. However, Hazer's gaze was enough to intimidate ordinary people, and his ability to give orders was innate, as if he had been born commanding an army. It was not for less that one day this talent was recognized by hundreds of thousands of people, to the point of turning him into a recognized figure throughout the Melki Empire. Boys, where's the woman who brought the sacrifice? We can't lose sight of her either. Hazer asked the two men. The way Hazer asked didn't give the two armor guys room to sneer or retort. Do you talk about Amara? The blond man asked. Hazer looked back over his right shoulder, and Luke shook his head. No, if I'm not mistaken, her name is Meredith or something. Oh, so you must be talking about the red-haired woman who was following Amara everywhere. If I'm not mistaken, the two were in the bishop's room, awaiting the moment of sacrifice with him. The one with long black hair replied, All right, show us the way. The bishop will want to question who it was that investigated the dungeon. Hazer had already seen from the people's expressions that, although the person he had assumed the identity of was old, he didn't hold much higher rank than most of the other acolytes. As there was logic in what the bald old man said, the pair of guards did not question him and guided Rydra and Arjan to the bishop's room. Soon, they emerged from the stinking underground tunnels, entering an environment that still carried the old prison aesthetic but didn't stink as badly. On the walls were old paintings, strange symbols, and torches whose fire burned not red, but purple. We're coming. The blonde guard turned around and warned Luke and Hazer, who exchanged glances at the same time. The mood in the hallway they were following was weird. The sounds of the acolytes' reckless footsteps faded away, and the crackle of torches seemed uncomfortable. I feel something strange. Luke whispered to Hazer. What are you talking about? Hazer retorted. He knew his illusion was still intact, just as he was sure Head managed to convince the two guards. Would it be wrong? However, the half-wolf's instincts were rarely wrong, because he grew up having to hone his survival instincts on the streets in order not to die. In a city like Okawa, where there's so many things going wrong, so much death lurking beneath the buildings and the dungeons, the half-wolf boy had the opportunity to develop the best of survival instincts, which didn't let any of his surroundings go unnoticed. Confirmation of Luke's suspicion came right after the whispers, when suddenly the metallic sound of unsheathing a sword echoed down that long hallway. The long-haired guard had drawn his sword, which was thin as a spear point and sharp as a dagger. He was smiling bitterly, and his hand was shaking. I hope you're not wrong about that, Norgold. Then he swung towards the bald old man that Hazer had turned into. The wind generated by the swing of the sword made the flames of the torches flicker. However, contrary to what the blonde who was smiling confidently thought, the blow had no effect. Hazer was holding the sword between two of his right hand. At that moment, too, the illusion Hazer had created was shattered, revealing that the fat old man was actually a respectable-looking old man with stringy muscles. Shit, you were really right, the black-haired man said to the blonde guard as he jumped back, dropping his sword. I told you, there was no way the sacrifice could have escaped. We had been protecting the only way out of the dungeon all day. Hazer smiled and threw the thin sword at its owner's feet. There are two ways we can end this here. The first one, you die, and the second, you will only be seriously injured. Which of the two options do you prefer? Of course, if you choose the latter, you'll have to tell us a few things we want to know about where the real bishop's office is. The two armored men exchanged glances and chuckled. In front of them, there was only one old man, and they believed there was no way an old man could face the two of them together, so the chance of beating them was even less. Hazer took the sword from the scabbard to the left of his waist with his right hand, while with his left hand he closed his eyelids. A moment later, he disappeared before the men's eyes. Chapter 308 On Knees, Part 1. The eyes of the two guards widened after Hazer disappeared before their eyes. Both of them didn't even have time to move to look for Hazer, because in the next instant Hazer appeared behind them both. Impossible. The hallway must be too narrow for that, the black-haired man thought. Hazer swung his sword quickly towards the black-haired man's chest. However, his attack was parried by the blonde guard. As there was no time to draw his sword, the guard named Norgold had to use his own bracelets to defend his friend, which was not without cost to him. The black steel of Norgold's armor was pierced by Hazer's sword, and the old man's sword plunged deep into his skin. Then Norgold used his uninjured right arm to try to grab Hazer by the neck, but the old man jerked back. "Are you okay, Everton?" Norgold asked the black-haired man. Everton broke into a cold sweat with Hazer's speed and agility. "Why, yes, I'm fine. Thanks." Norgold gritted his teeth as he stared at Hazer. "Damn, this old man is very strong. I can feel his battle experience terrifying my soul now." He turned into a totally different person after unsheathing his sword. The two armored knights' hands were shaking just from looking at Hazer. Deep down, they knew they didn't stand a chance. The old man with the beard and gray hair swung his sword hard, hurling the drops of Norgold's blood that soaked it to the ground. "It's not just me you should be worried about, boys." Norgold and Everton had just a second to think and remember the person who was with Hazer before they started to hear the calm walk behind them. They turned around and saw Luke removing the white cloak, which he used to disguise himself. In Hazer's eyes, there was calm and experience. But in Luke's eyes, there was something that was above calm. There was certainty and understanding. Just looking the half-wolf straight in the eye was enough to make them feel totally invaded. The expression on Luke's face was as if he was sure of the outcome even before the swords met, as if he already knew everything about the enemy. Also, Luke's battle aura was just as big as Hazer's, if not even bigger, putting even more pressure on the environment. This was just terrifying. Everton and Norgold were unable to react as Luke Lang approached. Not because they didn't want to, but because their limbs just didn't move. Their minds were in a mess, as they didn't know which was the best choice to go for. If they attacked Luke Lang, this would definitely be their death certificate, and if they didn't move, he could still choose to kill them both. In the end, Everton dropped to his knees on the ground, dropping his thin sword. Norgold looked to the side, saw his companion surrendered, and didn't think much more. He lowered his head and knelt as well. As Luke approached the two, he didn't understand exactly why the two men had given up so easily when a few seconds ago they were so proud. Luke Lang looked at them simply and asked, "What happened? Won't you fight to the death with the old man? That seems to be what he wants." Voice trembling with fear and still head down, Norgold. "No, we will follow your orders from now on." Everton, Hazer, and Luke definitely didn't expect this. What are you talking about, man?" Luke asked. "Everton and I joined the Children of Sakin because we wanted to become stronger. We thought that by reaching high office, we might become corrupted someday. But when I noticed that you two are so strong without using a drop of corruption, I decided that I want to become just like you." The black-haired man looked at Norgold and smiled briefly, proudly. Generally, Norgold is someone extremely arrogant and easily influenced, but this also makes him constantly evolving, not content with his current strength. If he perceives that someone is strong, he starts to respect that person. The half-wolf clicked his tongue a few times, disappointed, and crossed his arms. "I can't say for the old man, but I wear something akin to corruption, something that pushes me forward. Something you Melky Empires see as taboo. I use gene ability." Norgold looked at Luke for a few seconds and blinked his eyes constantly, trying to understand what those words meant. Everton noticed the blonde-haired man's confusion and whispered, "He eats monster cores." "Wait, isn't that a little gross?" Norgold's first reaction was a distinct look of disgust. In reality, it is like swallowing a small stone. It sucks at first, but then you get used to it. Luke explained. Come. Hazer pretended to clear the throat in his throat. Mr. Lang, we were in an emergency situation, weren't we? The cursed item will not find itself alone. Yes, you're right. Will you two want to continue with this already lost fight, or would you prefer to help us? Luke asked Norgold and Everton. We will go with you. They responded in sync. At that moment, Hazer smiled as he cleaned and illustrated the sword to put in the scabbard. This scene reminded him of a very ancient past. Luke shrugged because either choice would have the same end result. One would just require a little more dedication than the other. Oh, whatever. Show the right way this time to where the bishop and the red-haired woman are. We don't have time to waste. Yes, sir, Norgold and Everton exclaimed. Luke was picking up the white cloak from the floor to pick it up again and was startled by the shouts of the two young men. Shoo, don't make so much noise. Yes, sir. They whisper this time. Norgold and Everton looked to be no more than 20 years old, but they were tall, and their well-forged armor made them look more robust. They were definitely too strong for the average Melki Empire, and could become even stronger if they ever rebelled against the custom of not ingesting monster cores. Some people usually say that human beings are religious by nature. Others say that religious and philosophical thoughts were born only from a moment that humanity conquered the top of the food chain. The truth? Well, it sure isn't that simple. Since the dawn of human development, stories are told, and through them ancient values are passed on to future generations. All religions use this technique as a way to spread the principles that must be followed. However, when power as frightening as the feeling of believing in something falls into the wrong hands, the truth changes, the world changes, and history takes a turn that cannot be changed. From the investigations that Luke Lang did during the last few months, he discovered many things about the Sakan religion, including he was sure that this was just another way for demons to try to manipulate the masses. In a large chamber in which there was a large altar in its center, there were also 3 people. One of these people had a bizarrely strange appearance, as he wore a long black cloak with hand-stitched details, a completely black robe over his chest, and also an iron mask that looked more like the long ears of an elf, the small eyes of an elf, and the memorable helmet horns of the Flack Kingdom's warriors. This person was caressing the stone altar and meanwhile asked Meredith, "Are you sure you want to proceed with the sacrificial ritual?" The half-fox was on her feet, but the woman beside her, the one who had spied on her room the day before, was on her knees and her head down. The hotelier told me that you guys were together a few minutes before the match. If that's really true, why sacrifice someone you've already dated? Again, the man under the mask asked. Meredith was prepared to be asked questions like that, but she was surprised it was the hotelier who told her. Your doubt is fair. However, I will have to disappoint you. The relationships I had with the man were just a way to feel less guilty. I sought to reward him for his life with the best night I could dream of having. Amara blushed a little just hearing the half-fox say that. If you feel guilty about offering one mere human sacrifice to Sakan, maybe you should reflect on your beliefs. Sakan is endless, insatiable. The only reason we offer sacrifices for him is as a way of showing our love for him. Yes, you're right. I still have a lot to learn. Suddenly, the bishop turned toward Amara and Meredith and gasped. Anyway, we will continue with the sacrifice. Amara, I requested the acolytes to bring the man a few minutes ago. Where are they? They must be about 2. They've arrived. The parched-skinned woman answered, stood up, and moved out of the way. Then the iron door of the altar chamber was opened, and 4 men entered the room. Chapter 309 On Knees, Part 2. The moment the doors opened and 4 people entered, the bishop removed his left hand from his lower back and joined it with his right hand, which was holding his black staff. Sir, we have brought the sacrifice as requested, said Norgold, holding Luke by the neck. Behind the young knight was a tall person wearing a ceremonial white robe, and then there was Everton. From the altar, the bishop looked into Luke's face in silence. The half-wolf was still under the effects of the elixir of disguise. Naturally, its wolf ears were hidden, as well as its tail. But these limbs could still be felt if someone tried to touch them. Also, the only clothes he wore were black pants that were already so worn that rips and loose lines could be seen. You guys took a long time. Did something happen that I should know about? Everton took a step forward, confident this time. Determined, he looked at the bishop and questioned him. Sir, where are the other knights who normally accompany you? Before the bishop could respond, Amara took the lead. As you were taking so long, I requested that they go look for you and the other acolytes. At this moment, Everton and Norgold exchanged glances. They realized they couldn't get the time Luke asked for. In reality, the half-wolf had already finished the things he wanted to do without even having to move. He found out how many people there were in the chamber, verified that Meredith was all right, although she didn't disguise her expression of concern for him very well, and had also learned a little about the way the bishop behaved. He is strong. The scale alerted the half-wolf. I know that. He's the local leader of the Sakan religion. There's no way he's weak or stupid. Also, I work with the idea that he's a demon. Luke warned the scale that while he could read his surface thoughts, he couldn't read the half-wolf's perceptions. However, there's still a chance that he is just someone being manipulated by the demons. So I'm not going to kill him right away. I have some questions to ask. Luke, this is not our mission. We've already found Hazer. We just need to keep him alive for now. I know. However, if this cult grows more rotten, the half-beast will suffer more prejudice in the future, even if we win. The half-wolf had plenty of reasons to want to avoid direct conflict with the Sakan religion, but because he was principled, he couldn't totally ignore racists right in front of him. You're the bishop, am I right? Luke asked the man in the iron mask by the altar. The bishop sneered at Luke, who couldn't be noticed by anyone in the room. That doesn't interest you. You're someone who's dead. His words sounded like he was talking to an animal. Men, where are the other acolytes who accompanied you? You didn't answer me. They won't get here anytime soon, said the white-robed man who was behind Norgold and Everton. Then his cloak flew up, revealing the face of a middle-aged man whose gray hairs could no longer be disguised. And who the hell are you? The bishop slammed his staff down, causing the walls of the place to shake. Hazer drew his sword and brandished it in front of his chest. That doesn't interest you. You're someone who's dead, he said and smiled wryly at the half-wolf. At that moment, the two knights present also unsheathed their respective swords and pointed at the bishop. Luke was the one who became more passive in that discovery situation. So, you two, did you choose to betray Godsaken? There are many words out there to describe what you have become, but I will choose a wise word over an offense. You are brave, courageous for not fearing the strongest being in this world, but too foolish to understand the weight of their actions, said the bishop. We don't agree with everything you do here, although we can understand your religion. All we want is to make us stronger. Only we discovered that corruption is not the only way we can. Norgold spoke for him and his companion. Even Everton, who was normally someone more withdrawn and hesitant, was staring at the bishop. As Norgold answered the man in the iron mask, Meredith walked over to Luke to see if he was fine. He was stinking a little from being in the dungeon for hours, and his skin wasn't a scratch. Meredith didn't know those two knights who were suddenly on their side, nor did she understand what Hazer was doing in that place, but she didn't interfere either. The more people to help, the better the situation was for them. When the half-fox approached Luke, he stroked her hair quickly and asked her to stay behind him. As soon as the bishop noticed this scene, he couldn't help but react, So this whole mess was planned in advance. Now I understand. Amara, get up. The woman who was near the altar, still kneeling before the bishop, even after so much confusion, rose at his command. You know what to do. The bishop had full confidence in his most loyal assistant. Yes, sir, she replied without complaining. However, on her face there was not an empty and fearless expression, but the look of someone uncertain. Amara extended her right hand forward, which was already with a bloody bandage where the finger should have been. Forefinger, and this time she extended her ring finger forward. As when she fought Luke, her finger exploded into pieces after black liquid began to spurt from her fingernail. Suddenly, a black sphere appeared in the chamber, weighing the surroundings down, breaking the concrete around him. Shit, what is this? Norgold wondered in a cold sweat. Everton took a step back, shocked by Amara's lack of outrage. He thought she would at least hesitate, but she promptly obeyed the bishop's orders. Do you kill your friends too, Amara? Everyone back off. I will withstand the blast of this dark magic. Hazer spoke and instantly began creating a magic circle in the air with his left hand. Instead of following Hazer's command, Luke sighed and took a step forward. Just stay behind me. Huh? The bishop thought as he saw the black-haired, yellow-eyed man advance a little. Few people were able to face Amara's most powerful blow head-on and still survive. What the bishop didn't know was that Luke Lang had not only already absorbing one of those blows, as well as defeating Amara. She didn't tell him because she was embarrassed that she wasn't killed just for having Meredith's help. And now that she was seeing that Luke's capture was part of a bigger plan, she was even more embarrassed. Therefore, as soon as the half-wolf gene ability gluttony greedily swallowed Amara's dark magic, she wasn't even surprised. However, to the rest of the people in the altar chamber, the way the skill was able to compress the black sphere and dispel it masterfully was something unbelievable. Meredith still hadn't seen the full potency of gluttony live. Consequently, she was very impressed too. What was that? Did he use a magic circle? No, I didn't see any shine. He's not a corrupted either, meaning he's a monster skill user. The bishop thought, gritting his teeth inside his mask. Damn you. How dare you step on holy ground with a body so consumed? Kneel. The bishop's angry voice shook the structures of the room, and as if the weight of the world's gravity were 100 times heavier, everyone was literally on their knees, except for the bishop himself. Nobody understood exactly what happened. Their bodies just obeyed the order. Beating the base of his staff on the ground with each step, the bishop started down the stairs of the altar. However, he was not heading towards the group that was on his knees, but towards the left of the entrance, where there was a dark tunnel. He's trying to run away. Norgold struggled to scream. Luke, we have to capture him. Only he should know where the cursed item is kept. Still having the strength to move his head, Hazer asked the half-wolf. In reality, Luke Lang didn't have many alternatives to do either. He tried to use gluttony to stop the effect of what was forcing them to their knees, in case it was a spell or Jean's ability, but that attempt didn't work. Amara, get up and follow me. We have a lot to talk, the bishop uttered, and the parched-skinned woman immediately followed his orders without speaking a word. When the bishop was about to enter the tunnel, he stopped, looked back, and said to everyone on their knees, Don't think that I'm afraid to fight because I have the Socken God protecting me. We'll meet soon. See you soon, he said, and entered the tunnel. Only Meredith and Luke with their keen hearing could hear him whisper last, Sacrifice Room, Crumble. Chapter 3, 10 Sakon's Acolytes, Part 1. The columns of the wide chamber that the half-wolf pack was in began to shake fiercely, as if an intense earthquake was ravaging the place. Soon, parts of the ceiling began to crumble and fall, causing crashes with each impact. Luckily, Hazer was able to act in time to create a magical defense around everyone, and this was able to hold back the altar room debris that fell on their heads. Seconds later, as the heavy stones piled up on top of the magic shield, the increased gravity effect finally stopped. Under the rubble of that room, Meredith, Luke, Hazer, Norgold, and Everton squeezed themselves inside the shield. After some time, the shaking finally stopped too, but they couldn't get out right away because there was a big heavy rock on top of the shield, and if the shield was deactivated, the rock would crush them. Luke Lang thought calmly and rationally, and had an idea. He opened the normal inventory and took out a bag of bread that was taking up its last slot. Then he nodded to Hazer who, although he didn't understand what the half-wolf's plan was, I trust his plan and deactivated the shield. When the shield was undone, the shadow of the stone haunted the group. But the yellowish square of the normal inventory grew to over 3 meters in height and engulfed the stone. Everyone is well? Luke asked, sweating heavily. Using his inventory to store something this big was definitely not something he would normally try. Yeah, reported Commander Hazer. Nargold was busy checking that Everton was okay, and from the way Everton was smiling in relief, he was definitely okay. The half-fox didn't move away from Luke Lang at all, so she was very close. Are you okay? Not hurt. Luke Lang put his right arm behind him. Yes, I'm fine, don't worry. Most importantly, we managed to get together again. Meredith stared blankly for a moment, unsure whether to scold Luke for his recklessness or his affection. By the way, can you take your shirt off for a second? I'm cold. Luke teased her with a teasing smile. With her right fist, the half-fox delivered a good blow to Luke's stomach. Oh, you son of a bitch. Asking me to take my shirt off in the middle of this situation? You do not have shame. Even though the punch hurt a lot, Luke felt it was worth it. It had been a long time since Meredith had treated him harshly, perhaps because she was wondering about the change in Luke, the evolution of his abilities, or because she was confused. In any case, Luke felt that they were closer after their night at the hotel, in fact, closer than ever. However, the group hadn't even had to discuss what they would do next, because the sound of dozens of footsteps came from a hallway parallel to the sacrifice room. Get ready, people. We have company. Luke Lang warned and summoned the axe behemoth. Norgold, Everton, and Hazer drew their swords from the ground, and Meredith summoned the bow of panspermia, which the half-wolf had given her as a gift a few months ago. Dozens of people in white robes entered the chamber, finding the place utterly destroyed beyond recognition. There were also 5 knights in black steel armor like Norgold and Everton. There weren't many strategic options to get around the situation other than direct confrontation. The stones from the ceiling had collapsed onto the altar and into the tunnel through which the bishop had escaped, so the main door was the only way the half-wolf pack could get out of that place. The half-wolf didn't curl up too much and ran towards the dozens of Sakan's faithful. At the same time, the others looked for strategic positions because they understood that Luke Lang would play the role of decoy of the crowd's attacks. Amidst Luke Lang's run, his wolf ears slowly began to lose invisibility, as did his tail, which surprised all the religious. If the bishop had warned us that the invader is a half-beast, I would have brought some instruments of torture. He has 4 ears. How do these things still want to be considered like us? He's fast and strong because he's a descendant of monsters. Don't underestimate him. Being disgusting, you will be punished by Sakan's will. The god Sakan must be watching us right now. Allow me to fulfill your wish, sir. The white-robed people launched a whirlwind of offense at Luke Lang. It only made him go even faster than before. No matter how much bullshit these people said, Luke would never again hesitate in front of an enemy. During a burst of speed, Luke used one of the fallen rocks from the ceiling to propel himself upward. In midair, he hurled the behemoth axe toward the crowd, and the axe spun with such force that he applied it. At first, some people managed to dodge the axe, but soon it tore more than 5 people in half and left other acolytes injured. Luke felt nothing in killing these people, neither satisfaction nor pity. He didn't believe these people were horrible, bad-hearted. Of course, the practice of human sacrifice was disgusting, and the prejudice against half-beasts was quite disgusting. But growing up on the street, Luke learned that prejudice is more of a cultural issue than a personal one, so he didn't necessarily hate it. These people, he just couldn't let the hatred for half-beasts spread any further. After the axe behemoth fell to the ground, covered in blood, one of the knights tried to catch it. This person was a ruffled-haired woman of enormous stature. She had an excited smile plastered on her face. But that expression changed as soon as she noticed the weight of the axe. What? Why can't I lift this thing? As she listened to the acolytes scream on the front lines of battle, she wondered. The screams of the people quickly got closer and, desperate, she tried to grab the black axe with both hands. And even that wasn't enough for her to lift it. I'm the strongest here. I'm sure about that. So why can't I lift this thing? What she didn't know was that the behemoth axe had a crucial hidden effect. This weapon was a direct descendant of a powerful one named Behareth. And the more strength the person who tried to wield it had, the heavier it became. To wield such an axe, an almost perfect balance between speed and physical strength was needed. Chapter 3:11 Sakan's Acolytes, Part 2. With Meredith's support, Luke was able to deftly bravado the enemy crowd. Most of Sakan's devotees wielded only knives, some wielded swords, some wielded bows and arrows, but none of them could even scratch the half-wolf. When Luke Lang thought that there would be no way to dodge a blow aimed at him, an arrow always appeared to save him in time, hitting the opponent in turn. Luke envied Meredith's talent with the bow, and the panspermia bow had only contributed to this practically innate skill of hers. The arrows she shot made gentle curves in the air, and their speed was such that they whistled moments before they hit their target. As Luke Lang was without the behemoth axe, and the obsidian sword was in his inventory, he used his bare hands to kill people. At the same time, he practiced the third stage of ornament of the sea, making his movements more polished, accurate, and strong. His fists were smeared with blood, and with each punch he threw the amount of blood on his clothes increased exponentially. Hazer was amazed at the scene of the half-wolf killing those people. He's so young, and he's already so cold. What does this boy live through? What did he have to go through? He wondered. Even during the more than 20 years that Commander Hazer has served the former Emperor of Melki, not once has he seen anyone with as much murderous skill as Luke Lang. Soon, Hazer recognized the technique the boy used on his hands to make them so deadly. Not the ornament of the sea, but the fist of the warm sun. This was a technique exclusive to some members of the ancient nobility of the Melki Empire, a technique that was long lost. Millions of questions he needed to ask Luke popped into Commander Hazer's mind. He knew that the half-wolf was from the Broteforge Empire, and some of the other facts Luke recounted that they had the opportunity to talk after the battle at the dojo, but Luke hadn't revealed anything important about who he really was. Hazer only knew that Luke was some sort of spy, or, more likely, an assassin who was sent to Melki. As there were so many questions for Hazer to ask, he didn't under any circumstances want to let Luke Lang die in that place. Therefore, Hazer also ran towards the crowd, brandishing his sword with the intent to kill after so many years of social exile. Luke Lang his target among that nearly 100 people were the knights in armor, because these were the ones who posed the most danger. Enraged at seeing a half-beast in front of them, the acolytes tried to attack the half-wolf blindly and were killed one by one. In a way, Luke knew he couldn't barato the knight's black steel armor with his bare hands. For that he would need a powerful weapon. The obsidian sword in his inventory was a great weapon, but it was nowhere near the level of Hazer's sword, which managed to cut through Norgold's armor, let alone the behemoth axe. Luckily, as Luke moved across the battlefield, he caught a glimpse of his XS gleam and began to advance towards him quickly. Making an X cut with his arms, Luke shoved the knight who was trying to pick up the behemoth axe from the ground. Soon after, he kicked the knight in the chest and somersaulted back beside the axe. As Luke was focused on getting the axe, he didn't care about his positioning, which made him right in the middle of dozens of enemies, and they quickly started running towards them. Meredith tried to aim to support the half-wolf, but an arrow suddenly flew towards her. She managed to dodge it and looked in the direction the arrow came from. There were 3 archers aiming at her, and thanks to her reflex, she managed to take cover in time to protect herself from 2 more arrows that came close to hitting her. "Luke, wait a minute, it'll help you," the half-fox thought, determined. Norgold, Everton, and Hazer were busy fighting 1 knight each, so that left 2 armored knights. "Think, Meredith, think." "Oh, I know." As she was in the sights of 3 archers, she couldn't deal with them in time to help Luke. However, there was a way for her to help him. She climbed down the rock she was standing on and walked through a natural trench that had formed with the collapse of the ceiling. The archers were lost for a few seconds on where she was, which gave her time to pull the string and shoot an arrow in Luke's direction. The half-wolf's ears pricked up at the hiss of the arrow, but he stayed calm and didn't even turn to look at the one who shot it, deciding to focus on the knight in front of him. Meredith's arrow hit the second knight, who was next to Luke exactly in the left eye, and pierced her skull. Another time, she had to duck to prevent arrows from hitting her, but she was proud of herself for having taken a risk that was not in vain. The woman in front of the half-wolf took her sword from her back and smiled sadistically. Her eyes were wide open, demonstrating how focused she was on the battle. Luke naturally lifted the behemoth axe and twirled it in his palm. This caused the large knight to take a step back, a decision she immediately reversed thanks to the enormous confidence she had in herself. Brandishing her steel sword hard, she tried to hit Luke twice, and both times he dodged, just throwing his body to the side a little. The half-wolf thought her physical strength was admirable, but her swordsmanship was a few levels below even the teenagers he taught at the Ukawan Noble Academy. At one point, the knight tried to surprise Luke by increasing the speed and force of her attack. Without difficulty, Luke dodged her attack and saw the knight's sword dig into the concrete floor. This was the perfect opportunity, and no matter how much Luke wanted to fight the knight some more, he was in a hurry. After all, he couldn't risk letting the bishop get away. So he took the handle of the behemoth axe and ran it around her neck, decapitating her. Instead of Sakon's devotees being scared of Luke Lang after this scene, they just kept trying to attack him until there was no one left alive. Chapter 3:12 Crimson Drops. When the battle was finally over, Luke Lang was stepping on dozens of bodies. He was breathing heavily, the skin of his chest completely covered in blood. Crimson drops dripped from the behemoth axe's blade and dripped onto the stone rubble of the sacrifice room ceiling. Meredith ran up to the half-wolf as soon as she realized that there were no more enemies. The battle lasted almost half an hour, and Luke was at the center of it most of the time. This was definitely not good physically, nor mentally. They had just made a slaughter, not of innocent people, but of people who believed in a false god, a god created by demons. "Are you okay? Did you get hurt?" she asked as she approached. Without Luke having a chance to respond, she began to look at every part of his back, looking for bruises. I can swear I saw him getting some cuts. "I'm fine. I'm serious." Luke gave her a nervous smile. Although he was more used to lying to Meredith, after another 6 months of practice, it was still a very difficult thing for Luke to lie to someone he loved. In reality, Meredith was not delusional during the battle. Luke was in fact stabbed a few times for carelessness. As there were so many people, the Eye of Horus couldn't predict exactly how each one would move, and their reflexes weren't powerful enough to be a god of dodge. In addition, Luke Lang had been experiencing an increasingly powerful regeneration in recent months. At first, he thought that this was a characteristic of his evolution in the Ornament of the Sea. Maybe his body was training itself to heal faster. However, soon he felt that this was not the case. Wounds that would normally take days to heal or kill you were cured in minutes or even seconds. Soon, the scale could no longer hold the secret and told him that this was a reaction to the curse that afflicted him. As his soul was fragmenting more and more, his body began to try to reverse the process by putting the regenerative system to work to the fullest. This process was practically useless, but it was delaying the effect of the curse a bit. As Meredith looked relieved that Luke didn't have any scratches, Hazer watched from afar. He could sense the half-wolf, and with each battle this aura was growing stronger. Hazer wondered how strong Luke really was, what made him so strong, and when he would show the height of his power, or rather, if he would ever show his peak. "Guys, we have to go. The structures of this place are still rotten and cannot hold out much longer," Hazer exclaimed to get everyone's attention after finishing cleaning his sword. Norgold and Everton teamed up with the rest of the quintet. The black-haired man was carrying the blonde knight, who was walking in great pain after being stabbed in the stomach. "Is it deep?" Luke asked when he saw this scene. "And no, it's okay, I'm just a little tired. This armor we're wearing is heavy, isn't it?" "Should be it," Norgold explained, and then asked his friend. Everton looked away and replied, "His stomach is probably compromised. We have to go to a doctor urgently." "Which? Of course not. I can take it a little longer. Rest easy, folks," the blond man insisted. "Where are we exactly?" The expression on Luke Lang's face was serious. "In the same city as before, only in the basement of a church," Meredith replied. "Right. There are doctors in this town, aren't there?" The half-wolf asked the two knights, who among them all must have been the most familiar with the region. "I don't know. We knights could hardly get out of the tunnels. There's probably one. What are you waiting for then? Go soon," Luke said, which made Norgold and Everton raise their eyebrows. Then the two knights nodded and started walking towards the hallway to exit the ruined room. They both guided Meredith. Hazer, and Luke up a winding staircase, which both descended and ascended. This is where we parted. You won't have to look long for the bishop. He should be in the common room. I don't know why he ran there with Amara, but he must have an ace up his sleeve, especially since he chose to sacrifice so many of Sakan's subjects just to buy time. Norgold warned them, speaking with some difficulty. Thank you and good luck. Maybe we will see each other after we finish what we came to do. Maybe not. Luke thanked her. Okay, it was nice meeting you. The blonde knight nodded. Do not forget that you cannot underestimate the bishop. He has unknown powers, but he is chosen for guarding the greatest vault of riches of the Sakan religion, which is somewhere in these tunnels. Therefore, when you have to fight him, you must go all out from the start, and you must not fall for his taunts. Everton couldn't speak by looking people straight in the eye for a long time, but you could see his sincere concern. Don't worry. I always fight seriously when I want something. Just let me ask you one question before we go. Do any of you know where a cursed item might be kept? Oh, you mentioned that earlier. I thought I heard it wrong. To answer that for you, I would have to understand what it is they're looking for, but if it is something valuable, it must be in the vault, but as I said before, the vault is somewhere and we don't even know. Norgold replied. After that, they finally broke up. The knights ascended the stairs, while the remaining trio descended. As time went on, going down the stairs became almost torture as there didn't seem to be an end to the steps. There were half-extinguished torches and brackets on the walls, and the room was soberly quiet. No one knew what awaited them when they arrived at the place, not even if they would be able to find the item Hazer wanted, just as Luke wasn't sure he could get the bishop to confess about the demons. Everything was very uncertain, and somehow they felt like they were running out of time. Chapter 313 Common Room. When Hazer, Meredith, and Luke finally reached the bottom of the stairs, they were met with a large, closed iron door. The door was at least 4 meters high, and just as wide. In the center of the door, there was the symbol of a circle with a triangle inside. A heavy door wouldn't be enough to stop the half-wolf, so he advanced. Hey, wait a minute, Luke, Hazer said, just as Luke was about to knock on the door. The half-wolf could tell from his tone that something was wrong with the door, and he took a step back. The old man took a step forward, gripping the sword's hilt firmly as he stared at the symbol. Illuminated by the purple flames of the torches on either side of the door, he sighed and touched the door with the same mother who was holding the sheathed sword. Suddenly, a single glow lit up the entire empty room, and a black magic circle appeared in front of the symbol on the door. However, Luke and Meredith noticed that this magic circle was different from the ones they usually saw in the times of the Ukawa Noble Academy, or even during practices with Alexis. The clearest difference for people who didn't understand much about magic circles like these half-beasts were the runes and the central symbol. Normally, runes must be well designed so that the spell does not have a reverse effect against its user. In this case, it was different. The runes were crooked and misaligned. But amidst so much confusion, there was order, in a way. The symbol was also weird, because being a magic circle, it was common for the symbol to be a circle too, but the one in front of them was a 6-pointed star. Luke Lang perfectly remembered reading in a trivia book that magic circles were shaped to be stable and prevent explosions. What is this, Hazer? You who made this thing? Luke asked after the sudden glow had passed, leaving only the faint glow of the magic circle. No, it didn't. This is a magical seal of protection, probably made to buy the bishop more time. I will destroy it in a second. He answered and picked up the sword hilt again. Then he drew his sword so quickly that Meredith didn't even see the blade come completely out of the scabbard before the blade was hidden again. The magic circle split in half and exploded into shimmering white particles. With both hands on the door, ready to push it open, Hazer turned around, looked at the two half-beasts, and asked, "Are you ready?" Meredith took an arrow from the quiver that popped out of her back when she summoned the bow of panspermia. Then she nodded confidently. The half-wolf already had the behemoth axe in his hand, and he didn't seem to mind the fact that he was shirtless. He didn't react to Hazer's question, and that lack of reaction was what indicated to Hazer that Luke Lang was indeed focused on the battle to come. Then Commander Hazer opened the great door, revealing a large hall with a high ceiling and many pillars. On each of the 10 pillars was a different statue, whose faces were different, clothes were different, and even the races looked different, with statues with pointed eyes and others with a more, shall we say, devilish appearance. The atmosphere was warm, almost cozy. There were thousands of candles scattered on the floor and the smell of common tavern liquor, which certainly surprised the trio that invaded it. Further back in the common room, past the hall of statues and pillars, there was a small staircase, and above that staircase was a stone throne. However, the throne was not the thing that drew the most attention, but the man in black on the stairs. Sitting on a step in the middle of the stairs was the bishop, this time without a mask. His hair was curly and big, his skin was horrible, his nose was huge, and he had almost no lips in his mouth. Somehow, he was even uglier without a mask than with a mask on. His staff was naturally in his left hand, his most confident hand, and in his right hand was a bottle of alcohol, which he drank in long gulps. His face was red from the amount of alcohol he had already ingested, and beside him was another bottle of liquor that was completely empty. "Oh, you have finally arrived. I was waiting for you," said the bishop when he saw the 3 people who had entered the hall. His voice echoed through the room, and his diction was as normal as ever. "What do you think you are doing?" Luke Lang asked, slightly irritated. Had killed dozens of people a few minutes ago, so he wasn't in the best of moods, let alone taking bullshit from a drunk man. When the bishop was questioned in this way, the light expression on his face disappeared. "Ah, get out of here, be disgusting," he responded angrily. At that moment, Luke Lang was lifted off the ground by a mysterious force and flung several meters to the right, and only stopped when he collided with a stone statue. The impact was so strong that the 5-meter-tall statue completely cracked, and the head fell to the side where Luke was lying. He got up without difficulty and lightly patted his hair to get the dust off the concrete. "That's what I was talking about." Luke smiled excitedly. "Guys, cover me." The half-wolf started to run towards the stairs, and meanwhile he threw the axe towards the bishop. "Oh, what a bummer. What the hell did I do to you?" The bishop spoke and stood up with the help of his staff. The axe continued heading towards him, and at no time had its trajectory altered. Luke wondered how the bishop would be able to stop the machado. Maybe he used a dark magic, a magic circle, or even ability of the staff itself. However, what really stopped the axe was the fact that Amara had entered in front of him to save the bishop's life. The axe plunged deep into her chest, and together they fell to the ground. The bishop looked to the side in confusion, and his face reddened, began to laugh beside his best lackey. Chapter 314 Pillars. The unique sin of blood made the entire common room drunk after the axe hit Amara. As the woman was not cut in half, she lay dying on the floor. The stairs to the throne became like a great cache through which blood flowed without pause. Amara still had the strength, in the final moments of her life, to extend her right hand to the bishop, who was watching her die and laughing at this. "Ha ha, you really are a jerk. You just killed the wrong person. Ha ha ha." The bishop, clearly drunk, said to Luke. At the same time, the woman next to him was choking on her own blood and received no praise for having served the bishop's wishes without resisting to the end. Moments latte. What little vitality she had left finally ran out, and her hand dropped to the bloodied floor, indicating that she was already dead. Luke gritted his teeth in annoyance, closed his eyes, sighed for a moment, and when he opened his eyes, he looked determinedly at the bishop. The fully focused yellow eyes made the bishop back up a few steps. "Hazer, go behind the pillars, enjoy their cover. Meredith, use your bow to cover us, and if you get the chance, kill him." "I believe you've noticed that too, but he'll say it anyway. His voice is his power, somehow," Luke said, not taking his eyes off Sakan's servant. Then he disappeared before the eyes of the bishop, who was startled. The bishop swept his eyes over all the panoramic view he had of the place where he was, and realized that the half-wolf was already close to the stairs. As the half-wolf was now close, finally his wolf ears were seen by the bishop. The man widened his eyes as if he was seeing a monster in front of him and clicked his tongue. "Is he a half-beast? That explains why he's after me. Maybe he wants revenge?" Lifting the black staff in his left hand, the bishop thought, "Fly." Once again, Luke was pulled up by a mysterious force, but this time he was thrown against the ceiling and not a pillar. The half-wolf would normally have been taken by surprise by such overwhelming force, but had already expected something like this. He spun around in the air, felt the moment the force released him, and just as he was about to crash into the stone ceiling of the place, he used wind. Jean's ability that could release wind not only stopped him from crashing, it threw him back to the ground. Luke Lang had evolved in the way he used wind, so he was able to manage in a more orderly way the strength of the winds generated through the signal, as well as the directions in which the wind went. In midair, he used wind once more to fly towards the bishop, who was startled by such strange movement. The bishop was about to yell at the half-wolf once more. However, he heard a low hum coming towards him. Torn between looking for the buzz and protecting himself from Luke Lang, the bishop only found the answer of what he should do when he noticed the arrow that was coming at high speed towards his face. The man swerved to the left in order to dodge the arrow that could be deadly, and he couldn't go back on that choice. Luke landed with both feet on the bishop's chest, pressing against the floor with such force that some of the man's ribs snapped on impact. The steps of the stairs exploded. Blood flew, and a smoke of dust infested the place next to the throne. "Yes, we managed to surprise you." Meredith cheered as she watched the scene. She already had another arrow in her bow, ready to shoot in case the improvisation went wrong. Much to everyone's dismay, things wouldn't be that simple. Although Luke had the bishop's neck in the palms of his hand, he didn't feel as if he had won. With the corners of his mouth bloodied, the man looked at the half-wolf and yelled, "Become as powerful as possible, body." Then the bishop's neck grew and grew. The muscles in his arm tripled in size, ripping through his robes. In the end, he got so big and muscular that Luke couldn't resist his strength on the ground any longer and had to let go. The half-wolf was about to retreat 2 jumps back, but before that he grabbed the behemoth axe. He had already realized that the only thing the bishop could order was for living beings, so he dodged the arrow, and that's why he almost didn't dodge the axe. Now the bishop was 3 times bigger, almost the size of a giant. The veins in his limbs were swollen, looking like they would burst at any moment, and his head became small compared to the rest of his body. The man who was smaller than Luke became taller than Shiro and Zack could ever become. "Look what you forced me to do, to use Sakan's power on my own body. If this is the only way, Sakan will surely forgive me." The bishop's voice was now thick, ragged, breathy, and misshapen. Luke Lang twirled the axe in his right hand, then caught the handle with the other. Despite the behemoth axe being shaped like a 2-handed axe, Luke almost never used it with 2 hands. However, drastic situations require drastic changes. Soon after, Luke noticed a shadow move behind the pillars, and he smiled. No matter how big and strong you can get, it just makes you easier to hit. "Now, Meredith," the half-wolf said, and took another leap back, which cleared the options for the half-fox. Meredith shot 3 arrows in a row, all in the monstrous bishop's direction, and he didn't bother to dodge. The arrows hit him squarely in the chest, but with so much swollen muscle, they didn't seem to have any effect. Still, none of the trio members counted on this damage, but only as a form of distraction. Hazer came up behind the bishop's back suddenly, and before Sakan's servant had a chance to turn around, Hazer hit the back of the man's knees and then his ankles. The bishop couldn't keep his legs steady and gave in, getting on his knees for the first time in his life to anyone other than his god. Chapter 3:15 Throne. When the bishop dropped to his knees in front of the half-wolf, his eyes were the size of apples. He became so focused on the enemy in front of him, on that half-beast that was disgusting and repulsive to him, that he forgot about the other threats. Since Luke Lang didn't want to give the bishop's mysterious powers a chance to cause any more trouble, he punched the giant right in the jaw in front of him, as hard as he could. The man's jaw crooked to the left with a single blow, in a way the bishop could never chew again, let alone speak. The half-wolf wasn't sure if something like this would be the way to stop the bishop's powers, but he was already so angry, and the timing seemed so opportune for something like this that he just swung in without a second thought. Blood flew from the bishop's mouth straight to the floor, forming an arc from the mixture of saliva and blood. The bishop's arms were held by Hazer, and somehow that great strength didn't seem to be giving him any trouble. "Looks like your muscles aren't as tough as they seem," Luke said. In fact, his hand was throbbing with pain, as if head hit a rock. "Head down." The bishop's face was dark. He was panting like an animal. His breathing was ragged, and he was sniffling desperately. "Aren't you going to laugh now? Look around you. Everyone who had any appreciation for you has been killed for your arrogance. There's no one here." The half-wolf wanted to see the bishop's face of disappointment, or perhaps an expression of regret. The giant lifted his head and looked the half-wolf in the eye, yet there was not a single drop of regret in his features. Only conformism that had been overcome. Conformism was about to end. From the corners of his crooked mouth, so much blood was oozing, and he couldn't even close his mouth completely. For a moment, he tried to say something, but only groans came out. "What are you trying to say?" "I'm not listening." Luke teased him and came a little closer. Annoyed, the bishop turned to the side and spat some teeth that were practically loose in his mouth after the half-wolf's punch. Then he tried to whisper one more time. "And what's it? This is an apology? Speak up." Once again, Luke moved closer to the man. In a weak, limp, trembling voice, the bishop finally managed to utter syllables that were more than a meaningless wail. "Die." That word barrado Luke's mind as deeply as it could and tried to reach his subconscious. This was the power of the bishop, the power of the cursed word, a power as God had given him, without him needing to do anything. If he wanted something or someone to do something, he would get it, and even death was no exception, or rather, it hadn't been until that moment. The bishop was waiting for the scene of that half-wolf starting to spit blood on the ground, and then his own viscera, but that didn't happen. "Oh, did you try to kill me now?" Luke took a step back, his face serious. He didn't expect the bishop to be so insistent. "Sweesh, I think you're wondering why I didn't die now. Well, the truth is, I'm practically dead already, so this order won't work for me. I'm already under the death effect of a curse." The bishop's eyes widened. However, there was one person who was more surprised by this revelation than this man. Meredith. She decided to approach after seeing the situation being brought under control and was appalled by what Luke Lang announced. Luke, are you serious? You haven't had a relapse in your health in months. What the hell are you talking about? Haven't the symptoms of the curse calmed down? The symptoms never went away, but over time it became easier to disguise it. I'm sorry. I didn't want to worry you, so I didn't tell you before. And when were you going to tell me? I hit you on the head yesterday because you asked me to. I guess it was my right to know if you were healthy or not before doing something like that. Don't you think? Luke looked at Meredith with a sad look. Meredith, curses aren't as simple as diseases. At first, the curse did affect my body. However, this has not been my biggest problem for some time. Although I still cough up a little blood at times, the curse is affecting my soul, not just my body. He tried to explain it on the way that he understood. Suddenly, footsteps from behind the throne entered the room. These steps were slow, which gave everyone time to react and prepare. Hazer used a half-ready magic circle to restrain the bishop and firmly gripped his two-handed sword. Meredith quickly pulled an arrow from her quiver, placed it on the bowstring, and, as she pulled the string, she aimed it in the direction of the sound. Luke bent his knees and got ready to charge at whoever appeared. Are you guys talking about a mana curse? Oh, that's very interesting. I haven't heard from such a case in years. A soft, feminine voice came from behind the stone throne. If I'm not mistaken, the only way to stop a mana curse is to kill the caster. This is really exciting, don't you think? Soon after, the figure finally stopped hiding and appeared at the top of the stairs. At first, it was impossible to distinguish whether that person was a man or a woman, because he was wearing white armor with bright red knuckles, and the helmet of this armor completely concealed his face from it. The armor's ornaments were pointed and gothic, evoking the beauty of the large shields of Tanker's adventurers. However, Luke soon noticed that the armor was not made of white-painted steel as expected, but literally bone. Furthermore, the mesh beneath the bone components was not a kind of tissue, but literally skinless muscle. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself to you. In the one they call Godsocken, though. I hate that false name. If you can, call me Galahad. The figure said sympathetically. Chapter 316 Godsocken, Part 1. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself to you. In the one they call Godsocken, though. I hate that false name. If you can, call me Galahad. The figure said sympathetically. That being's helmet sported a pair of long, ascending horns, which are the only details on that empty-looking shell for the head. On the front of the helmet, there were no eyes or any kind of hole through which the person could see, but that didn't stop them from looking exactly in the direction of the trio. "Oh, are you the famous Commander Hazer?" That asked, looking at the old man beside the half-wolf. Seeing him is certainly a surprise. My people have been hunting you for a few years, but am glad you were able to get along with the first servant. This phrase from the being caused Luke Lange's aura to increase exponentially due to his anger. The half-wolf glared at Hazer with such hatred that he couldn't help himself. Before Hazer could say anything, Luke appeared in front of him and swung the axe toward his face. Hazer dodged the slash by inches away. What he couldn't have foreseen was that the axe attack was just a half-wolf feint for the real punch, a left punch right in the stomach. When Hazer took the hit, his eyes widened and he flew back several meters, bouncing to the ground like a smooth stone bouncing off a calm lake. "Luke, what are you doing? What if the thing is lying?" Meredith could understand the half-wolf's anger more than anyone else, but she was usually more rational than he was, especially in front of an enemy. Commander Hazer got up with the help of his blade, and his face was badly scratched, and you could see blood in some parts of his face. Ha! He was clearly breathless and surprised. "It's okay, Meredith. He has every right to punch me as much as he wants. After all, I partially know the story of everything that brought them to me, because Luke told me, and even then I chose to hide part of my past. It's true, I know the first servant. I know the hidden commander who started the great war ravaging this continent." After throwing the punch, Luke Lange's face was more peaceful. However, he still had a serious expression. Luke was still holding his fist in the same place and pose that hit the old man. "Are you an ally of his, or were you hiding the fact that you knew him just to protect yourself?" "I hate that man," Hazer promptly countered. "Knowing that is enough for now," the half-wolf said, and turned to look at the person in the bone armor on his right. "And you there? What is your relationship with the first servant?" he questioned, pointing to the behemoth axe. The mysterious being looked at Luke Lange, tilted his head to the left, and let out a light sigh, looking surprised. "You're Luke Lange, aren't you? Ho! I can't believe I'm seeing Commander Hazer and Luke Lange in the same place. This has to be my lucky day. Luke, this demon can't get out of here alive. If the first servant finds out you're in the Melky Empire, he'll come with everything he's got to kill you. You know it," Hazer exclaimed from afar. He had his left hand pressing down on his abdomen so he wouldn't feel too much pain. "So this thing is really a demon? That explains a lot of things." Luke was actually wondering what that person's armor looked like and suspected it was something mystical. So when Hazer claimed it was a demon, Luke didn't even seem too surprised. Ho! Don't think it will be so easy to kill me. After all, I am the 10th servant of chaos. Are you a servant too? Good for me," Luke said and lunged towards the Galahad. The moment the axe blade collided with the demon's bracelet, a solid clang echoed, indicating that the materials were of the same level. "You can't defeat me," Galahad exclaimed. "That's what we'll see." The half-wolf spoke and smiled. With the breathing technique taught by Yoelona, Luke Lange increased the rhythm of his heartbeats, which also considerably increased the amount of oxygen that circulated in his body, increasing his physical and mental strength twice. Then he started using sea ornament. As he had trained a lot in this martial art in the last few months, he was able to use it even with his axe in hand. The blade locked by Galahad's forearms gradually began to pierce the bracelets of it, something she hadn't expected to be possible. The demon suddenly opened her arms, pushing Luke back and kicking him in the chest, which should have thrown him away. However, he was wearing ornament of the sea. Galahad's kick seemed to hit squarely for a second. However, this was just an illusion created by Hazer. Luke was actually already on the demon's back. That won't be enough. The demon leapt back, dodging the sneak attack the half-wolf was planning. Then Galahad's spiky-fingered right hand glowed, blew a thin reddish smoke, and the demon pointed its hand at Luke. I know you want to die so easily because you have the mana curse, but I can cause you some pain. Arm, twist to the extreme, said the devil. Luke Lang instantly felt a tearing pain in his right arm, which was holding the behemoth axe. His skin began to rotate in different directions. His bones creaked from the friction, and his nerves exploded from the massive spinning effect that had been applied to the limb. For Luke, the pain was just as great as when he had his abdomen pierced by a claymore. His conscience faltered, his legs went weak, and his mind went fuzzy, dizzy. Luca, I'm here. Focus on my voice. You can't pass out, exclaimed the voice in his mind. Hey, man, wake up, I'm here with you. Meredith exclaimed too. As Luke Lang struggled to stay awake, Commander Hazer struggled to keep Galahad away from him. Hazer was striking as fast and hard as he could, choking the demon with sweeping lunges so it didn't even have a chance to laugh. If Bishop had the same power as the cursed word and managed to become that strong, Hazer didn't want to gamble to see how strong Galahad could become using the power efficiently. Meredith was next to Luke trying to talk to him, only he didn't answer her, just staggered in the same place. Desperate, she searched for Hazer, but found only two blurs fighting at lightning speed in the common room. She had rarely had the chance to see a battle of such speed as this one. Amidst so many attacks, Hazer could already feel that it made less and less sense to keep attacking. His sword was breaking, the blade was already serrated, and it didn't look like it would last much longer. At a glance, Hazer glanced at the half-wolf, noting that he still didn't look well. At this point, for the first time that day, he got a little angry and exclaimed, Luke, this is your chance, your chariot back to a peaceful life as an adventurer in the Brotforge Empire. Kill all high-level demons, starting with Sakin. The half-wolf's droopy gray eyes came alive at this. His arm began to tremble, suddenly twisted in the opposite direction it had been twisted, and the bruises healed almost instantly. At the same time that all this happened in one, Luke approached with a single Galahad movement, bursting move, and struck the demon with a powerful punch. Galahad flew high with a low punch, but even then she wasn't sure. In another explosive move, Luke leapt up several feet and slammed into the demon's belly using both of his hands like a hammer. Galahad dropped like a comet to the ground, which shook the structures of the vast chamber. What a pain, the demon said as he got up with only a slight pain in the back of his neck. Galahad placed a hand on his neck and pretended to stretch as the dust settled. Luke landed in front of Galahad with a smile on his face for the first time in battle. Chapter 317, God Sakin. Part 2. Luke landed in front of Galahad with a smile on his face for the first time in battle. Why are you so excited? The demon asked Luke, confused. However, the half-wolf wasn't even listening to the Galahad's voice. In Luke's mind, the goal of killing that demon was the only goal he needed to focus on. Every movement in his field of vision was processed in his brain as a crucial variable that could affect the end result. In a state between full awareness and focus, Luke used Eye of Horus to see the various futures of the battle. He entered the dimension of Horus and found Galahad immobile there, in the same position he was in the real world. First, I have to think about what the possibilities are for Galahad's controlling power. As he is the bishop's master, his powers are clearly stronger, but what are the limits to that? It was the first thing Luke Lang thought. This was a valid question, because if the devil had omnipotence with his words, it would make him practically invincible. He doesn't seem to want to enjoy a battle, but he's clearly arrogant. Someone strong enough to be seen as a god by people. How far do the powers of this thing extend? I would like to have the scale here with me. Although Gene's skill, Eye of Horus, was inside the half-wolf's mind, he couldn't converse with the scale that was in his soul for some reason. To really get started, I'm going to exponentiate my ways of thinking. Luke said aloud and stretched out his hands in front of him. Hundreds of Lukes appeared in the small space of the common room that was inside the dimension of Horus. Soon after, a proportionate amount of Galahads appeared as well. The half-wolf decided not to include Hazer and Meredith in his battle predictions because he saw them as good supporters who generally didn't interfere at inopportune moments. He trusted them, so he thought that even if the two of them chose to interfere, there would be a good reason for doing so. Also, Luke didn't have enough time to pass on a specific strategy to the two of them on the battlefield. For just over an hour in the dimension of Horus, Luke Lang used all of his experience to find a way to successfully counter the power of the Galahad. It certainly wasn't easy, and hundreds of half-wolf clones died in the process, while less than a dozen Galahads were seriously injured. In these simulations, Luke learned movement patterns from the 10th servant that he himself hadn't noticed, but that were stored between the lines of the dimension of Horus during their brief battle. Despite being a 3-on-1 fight, the advantage was with Galahad. He had enhanced physical strength, cursed word, and also the fact that his name was unknown, so even if he lost, he wouldn't die. This was making Luke a little worried. After all, why would Hazer ask Luke to kill the demon if he didn't even know its name? The results at the end of the Eye of Horus simulation were open. It would all depend on how Luke Lang reacted to Galahad's choices and how he could stop him from doing whatever he wanted. As soon as Luke deactivated the legendary gene ability, the fog from the dimension of Horus that enveloped the battlefield dissipated. At this moment, Galahad noticed the half-wolf's expression change through his eyes. Before, Luke's eyes were focused only on the enemy. However, now they were focused on the entire environment, which made the demon feel the strange sensation of nervousness, or rather, fear. Who does this guy think he is? Just because the first servant hates him, is he thinking the badass? I will teach him a lesson. Galahad thought. The half-wolf started running towards the demon in the next instant, as fast as he could. Galahad raised his right hand, and red smoke rose, as well as murderous intent in the room. Before I twisted just one of your arms, what will you do if I twist all your limbs? Luke, watch out for that. Meredith screamed, startled. The reality is that Luke Lang already knew the demon would try something like this the moment he ran towards him. This happened in 150 of the 300 simulations, meaning there was a 50% chance that he would react this way, while the other ways were less than 5%. The Eye of Horus could see this because Luke knew that demons were proud and didn't like to be faced head-on, without fear. To counter this cursed word, Luke leapt into the air and used Vind backwards, hurling himself at Galahad. The two suddenly collided, giving no chance for the demon, who was surprised to use his powers. From this moment on, Luke couldn't go wrong if he wanted to gain the upper hand in battle. He used the fact that the demon was already on the ground to press it with an immobilization. Like a snake, Luke wrapped itself around Galahad's back and used Ornament of the Sea to strengthen his muscles. The demon was confused as to how to react to this. He was about to explode in rage. The fact that the half-wolf was trying to immobilize him was the biggest insult Galahad had ever received in his entire existence. Luke used his arms to lock the demon's shoulders, and when his hands found the back of the demon's neck, he brought them together to press the opponent's head down. The half-wolf's legs passed over either side of Galahad's abdomen and down to the demon's legs, locking them in place. Thanks to the anger he was feeling, Galahad only noticed the half-wolf's intentions when he felt his limbs completely locked. But what? That's not possible, the demon thought in despair. As Luke had already achieved his first objective, he immediately started on the second. Luke began to force the demon's limbs backwards to the extreme. Due to the stiffness of the bones, Galahad's armor quickly began to crack as his joints were pushed to the extreme by a mere half-beast. Chapter 3:18 Ridge, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Ugh, you little shit, this won't work. Galahad exclaimed, grunting in pain. All of the demon's limbs were completely immobilized by the half-wolf, who appeared to have 3 times as many arms to hold him as efficiently as he was. In reality, Luke was using a basic immobilization technique he learned from Yoelona during his childhood. He used this same technique to defeat Shiro when a young knight challenged him to a match of luck or fight on the half-wolf's first day at the Stroger Mansion. Luke had confidence in this immobilization. not only because of its positive track record, but also because it was the only way to make Galahad give in. All the ways the demon tried to escape were completely useless, as if Luke already knew about each of these attempts and knew exactly how to stop them. Galahad's bone armor began to crack at his shoulders, where Luke was applying pressure with his arms, and at his waist, where the half-wolf's legs were gathering a lot of strength. The demon did not give up, and at one point tried to get up. Luke didn't allow him to do that, throwing as much weight as he could back onto the floor. Usually, immobilization fights end in the opponents giving up, but this time, there was no such option. One of the two would die that day, for sure. Soon, Galahad could no longer contain his cry of pain. "Erga, you bastard!" Containing that demon wasn't easy for the half-wolf either, who was using as much strength as he had. Thus, blood began to flow from Luke's nostrils, his veins became visible and marked on the skin, his muscles began to tremble. Most of all, Luke was just a half-beast, and Galahad was a higher-level demon. "Luke, I managed to find this demon's name." The voice in the half-wolf's ear gave him a little hope. "The Blood Knight, Sakanoth. You could have told me that a little more in advance, don't you think?" A vein popped out of Luke's forehead, and Scale couldn't tell if it was because he was angry or because of the force he was pushing. "Anyway, thank you. Arf." The demon continued to growl. Soon, the armor finished cracking at the points that were being pressed. However, inside the armor, there was not a human as Luke thought, but an endless void. This void adopted the matter of a dark mist, which began to leak out through the cracks. Luke was startled, but he didn't dare release Galahad's hold, even as the mist filled the entire room around him. The lack of stamina and strength coming from Galahad gradually became more pronounced as the mist spread, which made the half-wolf think, is this his real body? The moment Luke asked himself that, he remembered the first demon head ever fought, and he remembered a very important characteristic of demons, or rather, a power. "Look, get out of there now." Hazer's voice reached the half-wolf's ears. "Galahad will use his domain. Within a domain, demons are virtually invincible. They can control the environment, the monsters that spawn, and even the laws of the real world get confused. Being within a demon's domain was practically a trip to another universe, a universe in which they had complete control and power." Luke listened to Hazer's warning, but by the time he lifted Galahad's empty body, tossed it aside, and stood up, he was no longer in the common room. Suddenly, a little boy ran in front of Luke, laughing. You can't catch me. Hey, wait. I'm getting tired. Let's stop for a while." A girl passed right behind him. Both appear to be the same age. The half-wolf looked around him and noticed that he was on top of a small ridge, on which there was just him, a wooden bench, and a large tree. What the hell does this thing think it's doing? Luke wondered aloud. In that place, there was a cool breeze that tossed his hair a little to the side, as well as making the leaves on the trees rustle. It was the middle of an afternoon, and the sun on top of the sun was warming the short grass on that ridge. It all seemed so real and so fantastical at the same time, because there probably wasn't a peaceful place like this in the whole world anymore. A place where children could run and play freely. Showing me all this will only motivate me more. You know that, don't you? Said Luke. He knew that Galahad, or rather Sakanoth, could hear him and could see him. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind where Luke was standing, sitting on the bench under the tree. This shadow did not have a face. It was semi-transparent, but mimicked the silhouette of a human. This thing didn't have a face, but it still had holes for eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. This is a beautiful place, isn't it? Believe it or not, this was once the setting for a small village called Jorm, said the thing, calmly. The voice was the same as Sakanoth's. Luke didn't say anything. Instead, he sat beside the silhouette on the wooden bench and looked out to the horizon. In fact, there was a village on the slope of the ridge, and this little village had less than 10 houses, a humble-looking place, blessed by a small stream that provided water for the people and small plantations. However, there was a secret slumbering beneath the foundations of Vila Jorm, something that not even the landowner, the Emperor of Melki, knew at that time. When this secret finally broke out of the land, None of the nearly 100 people who lived there managed to survive. That day, the seal that had held me since the time of the calamity weakened, and I was finally able to break free. As Sakanoth told the story, the panoramic view of the village grew worse and worse. The soil rotted. The leaves on the trees in the woods below went dry. The tree trunks went empty, and the little stream dried up. Chapter 319 Domain. Luke watched the old landscape of the village rot for a few seconds and asked the demon, "What do you intend to change by showing me this?" For the half-wolf, that scene was one of the saddest scenes he had ever seen. A beautiful village, healthy people, fertile ground. All this was spoiled by a single demon. "It is not obvious?" The shadow asked the half-wolf in a laughing tone. "I wish the end of those who held me in that seal, who put this weight on my back. I wish the end of the Melky Imperial Court. Their descendants did this to me." In the entire region within Sakanoth's domain, the only truly untouched part was exactly the top of the ridge they were on. The leaves on the single tree were still very green and swaying hard in the icy wind. The half-wolf would normally think hard before making any decisions, but this time there was no reason. He rose from his seat, looked at the black silhouette, and held out his right hand with a smile. For a single moment, that smile looked truly flattering, but as soon as Sakanoth went to shake his hand, Luke grinned evilly and used gluttony. The lines of the half-wolf's right palm were the epicenter of a vortex that engulfed everything around it. First Sakanoth was swallowed, then the wooden bench, then the entire summit was gone, and finally, the walls of the demon domain were swallowed up as well. Drenched in sweat from the exertion and his mind unsteady, Luke opened his eyes as wide as he could, but his lids were still a little drooping. In front of him was a thin, small, feeble creature. This creature did not have a human appearance, nor was it animalistic. The elongated snout was parted in the middle, and where there would normally be whiskers, there were, in fact, thin tentacles. In the socket holes, there were no eyeballs, indicating that the creature was blind. Its chest was the biggest thing, but it was no bigger than a foot, not to mention the ribcage that was fully etched into his black skin. It was a boring monster, but not scary at all thanks to its weak appearance. Luke looked at the creature with contempt and asked, "You used every strength you had to establish dominance. Why didn't you use it correctly? It would be Salus to order you have of monsters to attack you. Why you are feared be by all of our race." Luke Lang. Trembling with cold, Sakanoth replied, "Why you arr, the reason the religion of Sasakan hates half-beasts. So you prefer to trust me to be innocent and take your bluff?" This was a brave thing, or rather, as the bishop said earlier today, foolish. You are much stronger than anyone has told me, much stronger. It's been a long time since I last faced any demon ally who managed to escape. More than 2 years, actually. Luke countered. Meredith reached Luke at this point, and instead of hugging him tightly, acted like a true adventurer and aimed an arrow at the monster. Hazer also approached and placed the sword blade flush with the demon's body on the ground. "You're also with strong allies. The first servant won't like to hear that. That's what he feared the most. You won't know about it. You'll die here." The demon was silent for a few seconds. "You can't. I will be reborn when you kill me. Not if I say your real name." Luke opened the normal inventory and calmly took out the obsidian sword. Again, the demon was silent, which was more than enough for Luke to hear the weak creature's heart race. "There's no way you would know my name. There are no human records of me. None of the servants can be killed by an ordinary human, much less such a mediocre being would know our true names." At the moment, Luke Lang didn't know exactly how to respond. He didn't know exactly how the scales discovered the 10th servant's name, so finding a suitable answer wouldn't be easy, but he found an answer faster than expected. Luke looked at the 2 companions beside him and saw that neither of them doubted that he really knew the demon name. Neither of them even questioned him when he said it, and that was the greatest proof of confidence he could get. As you know, I'm not a normal human, and the reason devotees of the Sakan religion hate half-beasts, and look now, I'm about to kill their god," Luke said, and drove the obsidian sword into the creature's head before it could say anything else. "Farewell, Sakanoth." from the blade of the sword, the 10th servant's body began to disintegrate and turn to ash that scattered on the ground. Luke forcefully pulled the sword from his body and looked at it for a few seconds in silence. Then he turned to Commander Hazer and said, "You wanted to know where that cursed item was, huh? Sorry, I completely forgot about that until a second ago." Hazer furrowed his brows, confused by this sudden statement, as he too had already forgotten. Then he laughed a little, which made Luke confused. Meredith quickly started laughing too, both for the same reason Luke was laughing and for the strange expression he was wearing. What are you laughing at?" He still didn't understand. "And it's nothing," Meredith stated, tried to regain her serious posture, but the moment she looked back at Luke, she couldn't take it anymore and started laughing again. "Luke, I didn't even remember we came here to get an item. I understand you." Hazer managed to contain the urge to laugh more easily than Meredith. "However, things are not over yet. Look," he pointed at Sakanoth's corpse. In the middle of a small pile of ash, there was the core of a demon, a sphere a little larger than normal and completely black. It had been a long time since the half-wolf had seen one of this type up close. Chapter 3, 20 chest higher, Demon Psychonaut was slain. Demon core obtained. Luke knelt down, threw some of the demon's ashes aside with his right hand, and picked up the core. In his big hand, that thing felt so small and fragile. He looked at Hazer and then at Meredith. They both seemed to agree that it belonged to him. After all, he was the great protagonist of the battle. As Luke didn't expect to get the core either, he thought better of it and put it in his pocket to ingest later. After all, they were still in the presence of an enemy. Later he'll see what I'm going to do with it. Now, before we talk, let's finish our main quest, Luke said and looked at the bishop, who was still being held back by a magical barrier created by Hazer. Deeply wounded and looking scared now, the bishop might try to beg forgiveness with his crooked mouth that the half-wolf would still choose to kill him. However, Luke had other plans in mind before executing him. Luke approached him with an evil grin, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him with one hand like a bag of vegetables. "Point the direction of the safe," ordered the half-wolf. The bishop swallowed some saliva and pointed to his back, where the stone throne was. Immediately, Luke looked at Hazer, who got the message and went to the throne to check. As Hazer approached the throne, he realized how old it was. The stone was already a little chipped due to age. The mold had already dominated the feet, and the smell of sulfur was impregnated in the place. Despite all this, there was something even more striking about the throne, something that could only be seen up close. There was an almost imperceptible square-shaped bump on the back, and Hazer felt he wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't been looking for something. The old man ran his hand over the relief, and it moved a little. But nothing happened. Maybe I have to apply a little more force? He theorized and pressed the relief well. The moment the relief on the throne was pressed down, the entire common room shook, and something began to drag in the open area of the throne. As dust fell from the ceiling, Luke and Meredith approached the throne after seeing Hazer's signal calling them. "What did you do? Trigger a trap?" the half-wolf asked, walking up the stairs. "Something much better," Hazer promptly responded. As the two half-beasts reached the top of the stairs, their eyes widened. There was a hatch to a place where there was so much treasure that the golden glow of the coins practically blinded them. Immediately, the three looked at each other and jumped into the safe without much thought. Inside, the vault was even larger and astounding. There were mountains of gold coins and various other treasures, such as crowns, jugs, swords, chalices, necklaces, and various valuable objects. "Ow!" Meredith exclaimed excitedly, as she was a former wagon thief. Facing a treasure so vast that it could easily have belonged to an entire nation made her feel like she was in a dream. "Luke, is this all ours now?" The half-wolf didn't even bother to answer that. He crossed his arms, nodded, and repeatedly said, "Without a doubt, we'll take everything we can carry." Soon, Luke removed the bags of food from his inventory, handed one to Meredith, and together they looked at the piles of money with so much love they could drool. However, before they could start grabbing everything they could, Hazer grabbed them by the collar. "Wait a second. You're going to help me look for the cursed item before anything else," he said strictly. "All right, The two had to agree. Hazer smiled in satisfaction, though the two half-beasts were dismayed, and continued, "You must look for a flashy item. The 10 cursed items are very different from each other, but there is none that is a sword, nor a coin, nor a necklace. Otherwise, it may be all there is here. Pay close attention to the energy that each thing emits, through that we get to know the history of each object." Luke and Meredith didn't quite understand the old man's explanation, but they agreed, and they split up. The bishop was still trapped by Hazer's containment, so there was no risk. After all, the church's underground was already empty. Inside the vault, the entire floor was lined with gold coins, and Luke was stepping on them with great pity. At the same time, looking at things of interest and putting some in his bag without letting Hazer notice. The place was shaped like a circle, and there were some really nice columns supporting the ceiling, which was actually the floor of the common room. What did he mean by feeling the energy of objects? Luke reflected after taking in his hand a crown decorated with sapphires and emeralds. Certainly, there was something different about the cursed items. Luke felt it each time he picked it up and touched each of the 3 he collected in the vaults protected by corruption. However, each time he felt something different, sensations similar in some ways, but definitely very different. He'll definitely notice when it happens. Luke shrugged and concluded. He was tired and not in the mood to think for long. A minute later, he found something that caught his attention, a trunk. This chest was iron and larger than most. Not to mention there was a lizard around the keyhole. The moment Luke found this chest, his pupils turned to 2 gold coins, and his heart raced. A cool chest inside a vault full of riches. This can only mean extremely valuable treasure. He thought and bent down to see the lock. The half-wolf was never lucky enough to find a chest in such a mysterious place, not even in his days as an adventurer in Vasconcelos' dungeon. After meticulously looking at the lock, the former thief realized that it wouldn't be a challenge for his skilled hands. However, he didn't have a lockpick at the moment, so he would have to force it open. He placed one hand on the trunk lid, the other on the lock, and began to pry both sides simultaneously. As the lock on the iron chest burst, the sound alerted Hazer and Meredith, who ran towards the burst. "Hey, Luke, what was this?" Meredith had her purse full of gold coins and objects. Hazer looked at her bag, shook her head, and also looked at Luke for an answer. The half-wolf was practically with his entire back inside a metal trunk, so his voice was muffled when he answered them. "I'm looking for the cursed item inside, but there's nothing. Go back to your business." Both Meredith and Hazer frowned, but understood that Luke wanted to be alone and respected that. After hearing his companions leave, Luke took the body out of the chest, and with this same movement, he removed a part of the items that were in the chest. The item he took out was an enormous jacket whose black steel shoulder pads merged magnificently with the bracelets, using steel plates ordered in size to ensure a more refined finish. The fabric of this jacket was also very good. It was thick, but Luke managed to feel soft to the touch, indicating that it was also cool for warmer times and would warm up in colder times. There's also a kind of wool fur scarf around the neck and shoulder pads, which served to protect during cold weather. Luke was impressed by the beauty of that reinforced jacket. During intense battles like the one against the 10th servant, the half-wolf usually missed the security of armor, and that jacket perfectly fit the requirements he wanted. Moreover, it was quite a stylish component. Lucky for Luke, inside the chest was also the rest of the armor set. The lower part had an all-black pants whose fabric was even more reinforced than the jacket. Knee pads, boots, belt, and thigh protection all made of black steel, one of the strongest ores available for forging. The moment Luke thought about putting it on, he felt a sudden shiver, and he immediately knew the cursed item was nearby. He looked into the dark chest and noticed that there was a thick ring with a dark green jewel glowing at the bottom. It was not possible to see such a ring before, because it was under all the clothes. "Meredith, an old man. Come here," he exclaimed. "Without a doubt, this is what we were looking for," Hazer declared upon seeing the item in the half-wolf's palm. The aura of danger that the ring emitted was unique and gave all people who approached it the order not to approach. "Okay, we found it. But what do we do with this ring? Can we put it on?" asked the half-fox and boldly reached out to take it. No, never do that. Hazer warned her. Then he sighed and looked at the half-wolf. During the battle you learned about my relationship with the first servant, didn't you? I will reveal not only this to you, but everything I know. Chapter 321, Untold Stories in the Past. 4 heroes had to fight separately to end the end of the world. Their names were Demiurge, Hera, Arani, and Leto. Each of them contributed in their own way to end the rapid advance of the end of all life on the planet, whose crops were dead, and the sea level was as low as you can get after a day of rain. However, behind the calamity, there are many untold stories, many lies, and an event capable of uniting these two things. The truth is that the heroes fought together. Yes, only once. In reality, this meeting took place unplanned, a fluke of fate, or rather, a stroke of luck. After all, since the first eruption, there is no defined destination for the world, only billions of paths that lead to an even unknown end by the most powerful being in the world. Anyway, their meeting took place at the Citadel of the End, the home of the demons. And together they managed to decimate the demons, or so they thought. Humans and half-beasts live between 50 and 60 years if they are healthy. Elves live a little longer, between 70 and 80 years. But have you ever wondered how long a demon lives? Well, most calamity heroes never asked themselves that and lived happy lives until they finally slept one night and never woke up. The last hero of the legendary quartet, Arani, was a Templar knight very devoted to his beliefs and also to his repudiation of the existence of demons. So for him, it was especially humiliating when he discovered that not all demons were killed or sealed during the attack on Citadel of the End and fled from annihilation. There were demons that lurked in the shadows, and these were certainly the weakest and most cowardly demons of any kind. But their fear wasn't really a bad thing. They waited for dozens of years, cultivating the desire to one day regain their place at the top of the world, and slowly they grew stronger through the lessons that the strongest demons, now dead, left them. When Arani found them, he knew that he no longer had the strength he used to have, much less the influence to mobilize an army against the demons, who were still very weak compared to all the power they once had. Arani knew that a fight between them would be futile, and that it was probably not the demons' intention to reveal themselves so soon. As the last hero, and only an old Templar, Arani knew he had to do something to stop the future advance of demons against humanity. Therefore, he decided to use the strongest item the 4 heroes found in the Citadel of the End, a sphere of condensed mana that emanated a power as great as an entire horde of superior demons. He knew that this would be the only way future humans could defeat the demons. Still, he couldn't entrust that much power to anyone, not even his own kin. So he divided that power into 10 items and added dozens of layers of curses to each one so that only the truly worthy could use such power. Eventually, he scattered such items across the continent of Skull, inside dungeons, caves, and many other famous places. Over time, some of these items were found, but both the demons and the demons couldn't tell what those things were. Legends emerged saying that the cursed items gave wealth and power to their bearers. On the other hand, rumors emerged that said such items also brought death. Soon, 5 of the 10 cursed items were gathered by the demons and then hidden in a way that only the specific demon that hid them could know where they were. As those things had unknown powers and origins, of course they feared it would fall into the wrong hands, as did Arani. Wait. Are you saying this thing holds great power? Luke asked Hazer after hearing the whole story. Yeah, Hazer said. Yes. The scale agreed too. Luke Lang was totally in disbelief, as finding 3 of the cursed items wasn't such a difficult task with Worley by his side. It just took a bit of time. And how do you know all this? Wasn't it supposed to be a secret that only Arani would know? The half-wolf crossed his arms and looked suspiciously at Hazer. He has a centenary degree of kinship with the last hero to die. The blood of Arani circulates in my veins, and it is clear that a part of my clan passes from generation to generation all his teachings, including about the creation of the cursed items. He didn't trust us with the items, but we know the existence of such a power. This is a weight I have carried for over 20 years alone, and which I now entrust to you both." Hazer explained to the half-beasts, "Your expository way of talking is considerably more efficient than the old man's." Luke spoke to the scales, mentally. "Thank you for telling us all this, but I still have questions. You will answer everything, won't you? It is clear. I understand that you said to find the peace the world needs the 10 servants must die, and that in order to have the power to defeat the other 9 servants, I will need the strength of the cursed items. I understand perfectly and do not disagree. However, you still haven't answered me about your relationship with the first servant." Luke was looking serious and waiting for an honest answer. Hazer took the liberty of taking a few seconds to think, and in the end he sighed. "I am ashamed to say this, but there's a kind of council that I belong to. This council is called the 12 Thrones." 12 Thrones? Meredith asked, because Luke had once mentioned it to her during a conversation about Leskar. "Forget it, it's just the name of a game we had as kids." The half-wolf quickly disguised the half-fox's question. Although Luke was surprised that Hazer was on the same council as Leskar, he didn't want to reveal that he knew someone else who was in the 12 Thrones. "Continue, please," Luke asked the old man. "It's all right. We of the 12 Thrones are the people who watch the events of the world and decide which way the world will go. Though I'm the weakest of them all, I'm still the only person in the world who carries the genes of the last of the heroes, so I have a seat to myself. Also, most members of the 12 Thrones are shadows in society, but there are no stronger people in the world than they are." Luke kept a straight face and said, "The first servant is a part of this, so you know each other?" "Exactly. He is the 7th chair, the only demon in history who has ever sat in a meeting with humans," Hazer revealed. "I'm a little stressed by the revelation." The half-wolf huffed and started to stretch to better focus his thoughts. Now, some pieces were finally starting to fill in the gaps, and strange happenings were starting to make sense. Leskar, the boy who helped Luke find his friends, and who also helped him save Ayumi Yamazaki's life during the Council of Nobles, was also a member of the 12 Thrones, which made the half-wolf wonder who in fact was that boy, and why he had decided to help Luke. "Okay, now tell me, if you're all human and you know the history of the demons of desire for domination and chaos in the world, why have you never done anything?" The half-wolf asked. "Not all members think demons are a threat. Unfortunately, for the 12 Thrones to act, a majority must agree. That is, 7 members must agree. There have been 2 meetings in the last year. At the first, the request for continued investigation into the actions of demons was denied by 8-3 because a throne did not attend. At the second meeting, we got 1 more vote, but it still wasn't enough." "Perfect. I just need to go to one of those meetings, punch the opponent in the face, and it's all over, right?" Luke asked after he finished stretching, this time squeezing the fingers of his fists. "Do you have the confidence to do this? There are people in the 12 Thrones who are even stronger than the first servant," the old man said. Hazer knew Luke was saying it without thinking, but he didn't even like to imagine what would happen to the half-wolf if he tried to act so carelessly. "There is one who knows how to stop time, another who can suck your soul with a single kiss, and also people who can split mountains in half. The members of the 12 Thrones have never fought each other because this would be the end of the world. So find evidence about everything the first servant aims to do, weaken his influence in his army by killing the other servants, and that way we'll get what we want." Chapter 322 Starry Sky Commander Hazer explained for a few minutes about the circumstances surrounding the members of the 12 Thrones. According to him, there was a condition that prevented the members from interfering in major world events without most members agreeing to it, which meant that both Hazer himself and Leskar could not prevent the start of the war between the two. Melki Empire and Brotforge Empire, neither could stop it. However, as Emperor Colin was about to declare war on the Melki Empire seconds before the first wave broke out, there was still living proof that demons were directly involved in the war. The names of these living proofs were Masink and Marie, the 2 demons who had sunk Latger City into disgrace. When Luke and Meredith told this to Hazer, as well as the rest of the story that Hazer still didn't know, Hazer was stunned. The turn of course was already visible before his eyes, which excited him. Even so, the plan was the same as before. Luke Lang should first focus on weakening the first servant before taking him down, killing the remaining 8 servants of chaos, and collecting the cursed items. This was the surest way to win. However, everyone knew that Luke might not have much time left to achieve such a feat. The half-wolf looked at the embers of a fire as he thought about all this. The amount of thoughts in his head felt like a stormy sea, and he daydreamed countless hypothetical scenarios about the future. The sun was already at rest, and the moon excelled in the star-filled sky. The night in that small town with the lighthouse on the shore was silent, and you could easily hear the crickets in every bush. As everyone was tired and thoughtful after they left the underground of the church, they decided to have a better conversation about which paths they would take only the next day. This arrangement helped Luke Lang have time to think for himself after a while. After all, the half-wolf has never been alone with his own thoughts since the day he passed out in the Half-Dragon Isles, and the scale managed to access the core of your soul. Don't misjudge him. Luke was very grateful to have an entity as wise as the scales guiding him, especially since she was the one who made him meet Hazer and turned the end of the war from a dream to a perfectly possible reality. However, the scales still hid a lot of information for an unknown reason, which made the half-wolf always suspicious of its true intentions. After all, if the scales knew about the real power of the cursed items, why didn't they ever tell Luke the truth? If she knew the connection between Hazer, Leskar, and the first servant, why didn't she ever reveal it? On top of all that, why did she say that Hazer would help them about the curse when, in reality, Hazer knew next to nothing about the mana curse? There were so many questions that popped up in the half-wolf's mind, such that he couldn't find the answers on his own. To make matters worse, the scale did not respond to attempts at conversations and questions after the 10th servant was killed, which was making him even more nervous. The scale's silence was certainly excruciating for him, but also a little relieving. Hazer was already asleep, propped up in the corner of a tree away from the fire. The half-fox was already very sleepy, as she had not slept the night before, fought the Sakan devotees. The bishop and also looted tens of kilos of gold from the church's vault. It had been a long day for everyone, but she couldn't sleep peacefully watching her best friend look so thoughtful. "You want to talk?" Meredith asked Luke as she sat beside him on the grass. At first, Luke Lang didn't answer her and was silent, but soon asked her, "Aren't you mad at me? Brave? Why would I be mad? Is it because you hid that you have a curse that has no easy cure and that you've been killing for over 2 years, killing the only man I love?" Meredith hugged both bent legs and puffed out her cheeks. "The man you love?" Luke blushed, smiled, and put his arm around her shoulders, hugging her. "I'm sorry for hiding this from you. I just didn't mean to worry you." The hug made her feel welcomed and understood. Meredith turned her face away and asked, looking into his eyes, "Does it hurt a lot?" Luke Lang looked to the horizon when he heard that question and, at that moment, decided that he wasn't going to hide anything from Meredith anymore. She was the woman who had been following him around for a long time, and lying to her only made him feel more guilty about himself. "Meredith, to speak, I feel almost no pain after that day. I passed out on the flying islands. This curse is not killing my body, as you know, as I'm fully healthy now, but the curse will slowly erase who I am, my soul," explained Luke, choosing his words carefully. "Like this?" Meredith was confused. She didn't understand exactly what he meant. "Someday, I will become an empty, mindless body." The half-fox's eyes gradually widened, and she understood how cruel the fate of the bearers of the mana curse was. All this meant Luke Lang would still be alive, but he would be in a vegetative state, without a consciousness to move his own body. This would be what the healers called brain death. His body would age over the years, his hair would turn gray, his whole body would function fine, but Luke Lang would cease to exist. Meredith thought about this and rested her head on the half-wolf's right shoulder. "We'll be able to heal you. You need to live long enough to decide what your wives' order will be." "Wives' order?" Luke was startled by her words. "Exactly. You will need to take responsibility for me, Alexis and Ayumi. We're all women, and we want to marry you. I don't mind sharing you as long as I can have your love." The half-wolf could tell by the look in her eyes and the confidence in Meredith's voice that she was being very serious. Therefore, he passed his right arm from her shoulder to the back of her neck and then kissed her. Initially, Meredith was surprised by the attitude, but soon realized that it was his way of showing a little hope too, and kissed him back. The two half-beasts kissed passionately under the starry sky, showing off to the entire universe the great love that was between them. KHM, sorry to disturb the couple, but if you guys are still awake, how about we discuss a plan I thought of? Hazer said, standing behind them, avoiding looking directly at the scene of the two kissing. Meredith was clearly embarrassed at being caught, broke the kiss immediately, and looked down at the floor. She was still very inexperienced and shy when it came to romances, and showing her feelings still embarrassed her. Smiling shyly as well, the half-wolf hugged Meredith with his right arm and nodded at Hazer. Luke intended to end up telling her about the scale as well, but he didn't want Hazer to know about the entity. When Luke Lang allowed it, Hazer seemed to completely lose his discomfort and sat down next to the couple. I couldn't help but overhear some of your conversation, more precisely the part about the curse. Your next step will be crucial, Luke. Soon, the first servant will know about what happened in this city today, and he will know that someone is sabotaging him. At that moment, Luke looked at Meredith, who looked back, and together they nodded simultaneously. There is something we must tell you, Hazer, said the half-wolf. The old man was hesitant and asked, what would that be? Better than telling, you better see. Luke opened the normal inventory and took out a reinforced leather bag, which appeared to be heavy. Then Luke opened the bag and took out each of the 3 objects that were inside it. On the grass in front of the trio were now 2 metal bracelets with intricate runes carved into them, and also a sword whose large blade was curved at the tip, like a saber. These were the cursed items Luke had gotten hold of in the last 6 months. The question they would normally ask would be what those objects were and what was different about them, but Hazer could feel the aura emanating from those things. An ominous, frightening aura that constantly told him to stay away. Consequently, knowing what those objects were, the question Hazer asked was, how did you get this? I stole from vaults protected by corruption in the Yukiat and New Yukiat region. The bracelets were 4 months ago and the sword 2 months ago. I just wanted information about the demons and how the corruption worked, but I had to get these items because they're, shall we say, different from the others, explained Luke. That changes absolutely everything. With the power of 4 cursed items, you can defeat the 9th servant and 8th with one hand if you want. But first we need to return to Stahert. I won't be able to break so many curses in a place like this. Hazer looked more excited than Luke about the revelation. By the way, the cursed items not only increase physical strength, they also increase vitality, aura, and mana, which means that we will be able to delay the final symptoms of the mana curse a little bit. The half-beasts looked at each other when Hazer said this, and they were overjoyed. Okay, we leave at dawn. Chapter 323 Trust the distance between Stahert City and Lighthouse City was a few days' drive, so before Hazer, Meredith and Luke had to go into town the next day to buy food, water, and a wagon. As they had a lot of money after the looting of the church, buying all this was very easy. Luke Lang also wanted to thank Everton and Norgold for their help, but he couldn't find them. As there were already rumors about the city's underground rumblings being spread across the city, Luke decided he wouldn't have time to find the knights who chose to betray Sakin to help him and set the road ahead. Everyone in the trio was exhausted from the fights, so it would be a problem to have to deal with reinforcements from the demons. As they were in the summer, they didn't have any problems at the beginning of the trip. During the day, they covered as much of the way as possible, and when night came, they let the 2 old horses rest. Timing was crucial to their grand plan, and the half-wolf was very excited too. If the cursed items could indeed increase his vitality, this could probably be the only way to delay the final effect of the mana curse, which would be the death of his soul. Meredith prayed this would work out, for it would give them momentary relief. One day, after breakfast, everyone was breaking camp and putting things back in the carriage, and Luke asked Hazer, "Old man, how did you get into the 12 Thrones? Do they throw you a little surprise birthday party, or was it like a tea party?" Meredith laughed a little at the way Luke asked, as did Hazer, who smiled as he answered, "No, It wasn't any of those ways. To become a member of the 12 Thrones, it is necessary for you to defeat a member and take that person's seat. In other words, his throne. Did you need to win a throne too? Asked the half-fox, interested in the matter too. Yes, I defeated my father. He was old and I was young, but it wasn't an easy battle. We hazers have special gifts for spells. My father had the gift for mana control to the point of materializing it, while I have the gift for creating illusions. The two half-beasts were quiet for some time, and just as Commander Hazer turned to look at why they had been quiet, he saw them dumbfounded looking at him. What's it? Hazer asked, not understanding. Isn't your first name Hazer? Meredith and Luke asked simultaneously. No, my first name is Kenry. But the hero Arani's name was his last name, wasn't it? I thought your full name was Hazer Arani. It was clear to the half-wolf that the old man's name was Hazer from when the scales first mentioned him. Arani is my father's maiden name. However, since I was just a child, he knew that the world was changing and that carrying the Arani surname and the genes of the last hero in my blood could someday kill me. So my mom and dad decided that I would inherit the title her last name, Hazer. Thuff, thuff. The old man patted the cloth tarp head placed across the back of the wagon twice, in order to protect the food from the wind. We are ready. We have to go on our journey, said Hazer. The half-wolf climbed into the front seat and took the horse's lead. Hazer and Meredith sat beside him, because the bench was spacious. So what's the story with you two? What brought you to the point of fighting demons in another nation? Hazer asked as the horses started pulling the cart. The story is a little long. Are you sure you want to know? Replied Meredith. She knew Luke didn't much like to talk about the past, not because he was embarrassed, but because their past revealed their weaknesses. We have enough time, I believe. Stahart is still 2 days away because this is not the main route. The old man was really interested in the past two half-beasts, right? Luke and I and a few other friends used to be thieves on the streets of Okawa. We started out stealing fruit at the fairs. At the same time Meredith was counting, Luke Lang remembered those old memories with a heat in his chest, and he remembered perfectly the day in question that Meredith was talking to Hazer. Typically, they followed a tactic to steal food from marketers, which involved distracting them to steal food directly from the marketer's blind spot. Meredith was a pretty little girl with a face, but her ears and tail drew a lot of unwanted attention, so Luke always tried to leave her out of the plans. However, that one day she insisted so much that the half-wolf eventually gave in to her will. So pay close attention. Luke will go behind the stalls to steal as much of the fruit crates as he can. Me and Meredith are just going to be whispering in front of the target tent. It will make the pot-bellied old woman suspicious of us. Matthew explained with poise and determination. After Luke manages to get everything, he will whistle. This will be the signal for us to walk calmly away from the tent. All right, understood. Meredith and Luke nodded and walked out of the abandoned house they called home, near a dirty stream in Undercity. Shiro and Sarah watched as they left and began to pray for them to return home safe and with food. Of course, this time they had Meredith on their side, who was the shrewdest person in the group when it came to imminent danger, so they would probably be fine. As expected, the whole plan went very well in the beginning. Matthew and Meredith approached the hooded tents and stared at the fat, cross-eyed old woman in the tent while whispering whatever words came to their minds. The half-wolf crept behind the tents, and, as there was a lot of noise in Middle City, he was not heard. Luke Lang stuck his head inside the apple, pear, and guava stall and saw that the woman's eyes were fully focused on Meredith and Matthew. The owner of that tent had never seen the half-fox before, but the brown-haired boy with white streaks was someone her eyes were already wary of. Whenever this boy appeared, fruit disappeared, as she recognized Matthew. As soon as she saw him, she made the final move for her eldest son in the front tent to act. And Meredith noticed the big-bellied old woman's gaze, especially the sign the old woman made, and warned Matthew, who didn't believe her words. They always made that same plan, and nothing ever went wrong. It wouldn't be all of a sudden that everything would fall apart. After all, the woman had no evidence to call the guards for the children. However, the old woman's son was not a guard, not even an adventurer. He was just a very large, idiotic man whose brain was so small that he would do whatever his mother told him to do, and that included pushing some children away. The big man ran towards Meredith and Matthew as soon as he noticed the old woman's sign. At the same time, he screamed like a ferocious bear, which caught the attention of everyone on the street, especially the children. Instinctively, Matthew shielded Meredith, stepping in front of her and opening both arms wide. Matthew didn't even think much about what was happening, nor did he try to fight or flee, because the man was huge and he was already very close. However, Matthew was very lucky that Luke was more attentive than usual, as it was Meredith's first time in a robbery with him. Inside the fruit stand, the half-wolf picked up an apple and threw it as hard as he could. The apple exploded in the idiot man's face, causing him to fall backwards from the impact. The landlady looked at Luke, and Luke looked at her. The half-wolf could see the woman's pale face turn into a pepper in a single second. She tried to grab him, but Luke was naturally fast even before Yolona's training, so he jumped up and used the woman's own head as a springboard to jump even farther. Consequently, they managed to get away easily after that, as both the disgusting mother and the idiot son had been totally bewildered. Hazer smiled listening to this story from Meredith's mouth, who told it with care and affection. Yes, it was sad that they had to steal to survive, but this was a reality all over the world. People had risked their lives for hundreds of years to advance in the dungeons, but street kids couldn't try their luck in the dungeons, so they only had to steal from others to survive. On top of that, Meredith didn't stop at that one story. Throughout that day, she told about many things about them, and Hazer also shared some of her stories. As they set up camp that night, Hazer no longer felt like he was alone, and it had been a long time since that feeling left him. Chapter 324 Return to Stahart City. Part 1. A warm atmosphere with loud music. Beautiful women and lots of beer is just what most adventurers need to motivate themselves to continue in the monster hunting life. No matter how bad the day has been for them, or how unpalatable the food is, they will still smile and sing in a good mood. Wally, a traitor to the Melkian army, always liked to use all that joy to get people talking. To him, there was no one who could hold his tongue after a few pints of alcohol and a charming woman sitting on his lap. As the melody of a lively song echoed throughout the hall, Wally chatted with a famous knight from the town of Stahart. "So, big guy, what did you do after you heard the roar coming from the cave?" Wally asked, his smile also slightly flushed after too many bodies of beer. "What do you think I did, man? I warned the guards. It doesn't matter what's in that cave. But it sure isn't a mad deer like the owner of the property said." "Ah," Elster replied, and laughed like there was no tomorrow. Wally huffed and grumbled, "You're useless too." "What did you say?" "Prime sait y muzalas." "Ah, I can't find a contract that looks easy enough to make ends meet." Wally quickly shrugged it off. Wally was certainly stronger than Elster because he was corrupted and because Melkians didn't use gene abilities, but he didn't want to attract attention by creating a big fuss. However, Wally's response only put him back against the wall. "What do you mean you can't pay your expenses? You said you'd pay for everyone's whores and beer, didn't you?" Elster opened his mouth so wide to scream that Wally could see the cavities in his teeth. Covering his nose with his right hand, Wally tried to think of another lie, but just as he thought of a good farce, someone placed a bag on the table whose metallic clang was recognizably coins. Lots of coins. Wally looked at the person and saw that this person was Luke, but the half-wolf was hooded, which probably meant he didn't want to be recognized. The famous knight named Elster opened the bag before he even looked at the person who had put it on the table and found hundreds of coins, but they were all just bronze, which wouldn't even cover the bill of things he had spent. Indignantly, Elster looked forward to charge the rest of the thin, white-haired man sitting across from him, but the Wally was already gone. Instantly, Elster turned red with rage and roared. Outside the tavern, Wally tried to hold the pose for a few seconds, only he couldn't help but ask, "Did you really deliver a purse full of money to a person you don't know?" "They were just bronze coins. By the way, is this how you treat an acquaintance who just saved you from a mess?" asked Luke, removing his hood. The streets weren't very busy and it was very dark, so it was safe for him. Wally felt guilty and gave the half-wolf a weak pat on the shoulder. Did you get what the guy asked you to look for? The story is a little long. Not much time for that now. Did you find what you were left to look for in this city? Luke started walking away from the tavern. At the same time, people inside the tavern were trying to open the door, but Luke had locked it with the key he stole from the manager's pocket at the counter. This would buy them enough time to get away. There's a rumor. Wally responded after the half-wolf's question. What kind of rumor? A scary rumor. The half-wolf paused for a few seconds and then asked what the rumor was about. With the sounds of dogs barking in the background throughout the city, Wally revealed to Luke that there was a rumor floating around among the adventurers about fake contracts that led to the Stahart side, which was very close to where Hazer's dojo was. Fake contracts? What does that mean? People take the quests, and the monster they kill is not what the quest says? Luke asked. More or less that's right. Usually the quests say the target is a rabid deer, mad deer, or something. Apparently, this is a monster that started to appear regularly around here. Explained Wally. All right, let me understand better. As you told me a few months ago, monsters break out of dungeons breaks and are taken into the ridges, controlled by other corrupted ones, right? Luke was just recapping. Right, I think. At least that was the plan I knew before you kidnapped me. Powerful corruptors can overpower hundreds of weaker monsters. I can't control a few, like the ice orcs you killed when we first met. Focus, Wally. I want to know about the routes. You already told me about the corrupted. The half-wolf massaged his temples. Yes, the routes. At the time I was in the Melkian army, most of the monsters were coming out of the Yukiat dungeon break and a dungeon near Orkenby. Orkenby is the closest town to Stahart other than Palatine Hill, isn't it? Luke could open the map in his pocket, but he was more busy covering his head, so a bunch of drunks wouldn't see his ears. Yes, you're right. Why these sudden questions? You are very mysterious, much more than usual. Wally noticed the half-wolf's mood. Luke Lang stopped and looked up at the cloudy sky. You were right when you thought there was something strange about this town. Hazer told me that a demon lives here, which coordinates the local economy at the request of the first servant. Hazer was in exile at the dojo, so as not to create too much trouble, but I don't have the same intentions. Who first servant? WH, what do you want with him, Luke? Just hearing that name, Wally's voice shook. Up until this point, Luke Lang had never told Wally much about his story, but the glimmer of hope that he could actually kill the first servant and end the war excited him greatly. Smiling, the half-wolf turned around, smiled at Wally, and said, I will kill Stahart's demon and bring the war here. If the adventurers here are looking for so many monsters to kill outside of the dungeons, they will have one. Chapter 325 Return to Stahart City, Part 2. The preparation that Hazer had to do to break dozens of cursed items curses would take at least 3 full days. So too, he asked Meredith to help him with this, because it was necessary to harvest many different herbs in the region, and Meredith mentioned during the trip that she had an in-depth knowledge of herbs. Of course, the half-fox was hesitant to accept at first because it was such a huge responsibility. But when Luke told her that he trusted her, she readily accepted. Since the half-wolf would have to wait 3 days for the ritual, he didn't want to sit around, so he thought about heading into town to sell some valuables head looted from the church vault. At that moment, Hazer called him and warned him about the possibility of a demon in the city, but this warning about the possibility became practically a decree for Luke. So there's a demon here in Stahart? Shit, I knew there was something weird about this place, Wally said, and kicked a small one that was in his way. And what is this talk about bringing the war here? What do you have in mind this time? It's simple. Months ago, I promised the Emperor of Broteforge that I would tear apart the Melki Empire from within, and during the trip, I decided that I would start here. Stahart is perfect. There must be people outraged by the presence of the many monsters that lurk in the city, just as there are adventurers interested in the rewards of these monsters. Wally was a little in shock. The half-wolf often talked to Wally about the war that was afflicting the Skull Continent, but Luke never revealed his true intentions. Although Wally did investigate the Yukiat region well with the half-wolf and Meredith. Imin, what do you have in mind for sure? Asked the white-haired man, stopping in the middle of the street. The half-wolf smiled upon seeing the determination in Wally's eyes and replied, I want to identify who are the people satisfied with the current situation of the Melky Empire and who are not. This will be the second step of my plan, to create a revolutionary army. Open-mouthed, Wally stood at the sound of words Head never even imagined hearing, and then suddenly came to his senses. Wait a second, did you say second step? And what about the first? I already did it. I killed the leader of the Sakan religion in the region. It wasn't quite a step I had in mind previously, but I couldn't refuse to do it when I found out that Sakan himself was a superior demon. Superior demon? What the hell are you talking about, Luke? Wasn't Sakan a god or an entity or something? This statement from Wally made Luke laugh briefly. Higher demons are stronger than lesser demons. This is the only difference between them. However, their strength is not in physical strength itself. They're good at mind games. They use shells to hide and get stronger. They are practically immortal and can put you in a dimension where they control everything. How do you manage to defeat these things then? I can't imagine how to get my nation out of the war of these disgusting things, these sentient monsters. Luke snorted. I confess, it wasn't easy at first, but I had the right help from a very close friend who protected me while I wasn't strong enough. Today, I have my ways of knowing the names of demons, of predicting their attacks, and of getting rid of the domains they create. The first servant must fear my current self with all his might, but I do not fear him. Hearing the half-wolf's words, any doubts Wally might have had about Luke's intentions were decimated. To the corrupted, it was clearer than ever that Luke really wanted to rid the Melky Empire of the demon's clutches and end the current war. Also, from the sincerity expressed in the words Luke used, Wally felt he could die for Luke if it would help him stop the war. Okay, if you want to earn the trust of adventurers, you must first become one and create a revolt among them, highlighting well who are those who like to kill monsters that invade other people's properties and who don't. Wally explained, I know, and I don't intend to do this in secret. If the first servant himself comes in person, they'll be glad to face him outside his lair, so we can spare no effort. What is the hardest contract available? Asked Luke and stopped walking. At that moment, Wally noticed that they stopped right in front of the Adventurers Guild. It was obvious Luke's confidence was sky high, but that was also good. It would encourage people to follow him, and if he was going to start a revolutionary army, this was exactly what he needed. Wally smiled, took a crumpled paper out of his pocket, and handed it to Luke. Even though you are so determined, you must think rationally. About the rumor from earlier, there is a mysterious monster in Northern Start. Many of the groups that took this contract to hunt this monster did not come back alive, and those that did claim with certainty that the monster is not the raging deer, as the contract says. Said Wally. At the same time, Luke opened the contract paper. Okay, it says here that the property the monster is on is a vineyard. What is it? The word is strange to me. The half-wolf almost didn't know how to pronounce it correctly. I'm not the best person to explain this to you, but a vineyard is where you grow grapes and make wine, probably, I think. Wally spoke and took the paper from the half-wolf's hands to read it better, for some reason. Yeah, it must be just that. Wines? In Broforge, it is a requirement at parties of the nobility and important commemorative parties of the middle class. However, I haven't seen wine for sale anywhere since I arrived in the Melky Empire. Luke pointed. If we haven't seen it, it's because there aren't any. Melkian wines were quite famous in the old days, but nowadays, it is something that only belongs to noble daggers as well. Thousands of grape crops have died from the corruption, and the emperor customarily donates land in Stahert to the owners of these destroyed vineyards. The vineyard mentioned in the quest is new, but has not produced anything, so the reward is high, and many adventurers take the risk. In fact, the 30 Melkian gold reward described in the contract was an exorbitant amount for any type of adventurer, and the monster named in the contract was just an ordinary mid-level monster, a raging deer. The contract was obviously a trap, but if Luke managed to kill the mysterious monster, he would not only gain the people's trust by slaying the monster that all adventurers in Stahert feared, but he would go on to get into the likes of the city's nobles by giving them back the vineyard. Chapter 326. Father-daughter. The same night, he returned to Stahert and found Wally. The half-wolf prepared to go hunting the mysterious monster that haunted the lives of adventurers in this great city. Luckily, the location the monster was in was a region that Luke Lang was merely used to. The region in question was north of Stahert, where there were some mountains and a larger one, where the monument and Hazer's dojo were located. This locality had a mountainous part and a very flat part, the latter bordering the forest and love. As Luke Lang didn't know where to start looking for the monster, he asked Wally to accompany him on this mission. In great fear, the corrupted accepted, a sentiment that Luke noticed and couldn't help but question as they walked to the site. Wally, you control monsters, and you're still scared? What's up? Luke was surprised by Wally's behavior. You weren't even afraid to enter the regions full of corruption. The white-haired man gave a nervous smile and began to scratch the back of his head shyly. I know, but I get goosebumps just thinking that this monster managed to escape the controlled hordes. You know, if this monster managed to evade the dozens of Melkian soldiers that control the hordes, there must be a reason for it. Well, you're right. If we're lucky, we won't find an ordinary monster, but the demon itself that is here, Luke said, and slapped Wally on the back to cheer her up. If Wally was already fearful before, the half-wolf's words only intensified that anguish. You don't say something like that with a smile on your face. All right. I'm sorry. Luke laughed at the man's reaction. Watching the half-wolf smile so naturally, Wally sensed that there was something different about Luke tonight. Luke's mood wasn't as bad as it normally was, nor did he have a reflective look on his face. In fact, he looked happy for the first time in a long time. Killing a demon made you feel so relieved? He must really hate these guys, Wally thought, staring at Luke. Wally, can I ask you something a little more personal? Asked Luke. They had just left the region with buildings and entered a wood whose trees had no leaves. Guys, it is clear. We are mates after all. Wally's eyes lit up as he listened to the half-wolf. What is it like to be a father? Luke Lang's question hit Wally's heart like a swift, silent, deadly arrow. This was a subject Wally avoided thinking about as much as possible, but no matter how hard he tried, the world always reminded him of it. What is it like to be a father? This is a difficult question. In the beginning, it's very difficult. Having to take care of a baby's needs was not easy. Bathing, eating, caring, teaching, all these things are complicated, and I try to give everything I didn't have to my daughter. Wally stopped in the middle of the woods and looked up at the sky, just as Luke had done a few minutes ago. The clouds were slowly dissipating, and the sky was already brighter than before. But despite all the difficulties, there is certainly nothing better than being. When I first held Fanny's, my eyes filled with tears. I wanted to protect that little girl. I wanted to see her happy more than anything else in the world. Her hair was exactly the same as my wife's, her eyes too. But her gaze was like mine. I think maybe the way I see the world is today too. Wally said, and then looked at Luke. Do you think she is far from her father? Our village is small and is on an island isolated from all routes of hordes of monsters and corrupted regions. My wife and daughter were definitely fine when I chose to leave them. Do you regret leaving this peaceful island then? I mean, you betrayed your own nation. Wally looked down and then looked at the half-wolf with determination. Yes, I regret every night that I left them behind to fight a false war, for a false leader and for false ideals. However, I definitely do not regret having betrayed the Melki Empire. I believe that only when this is all over will I be able to return to my home with a smile on my face. When Luke heard those words, he smiled and turned around again. All right, when this is all over, I'll ask Ogin to take you to his village, so you'll look nice in front of your daughter. Hey, my daughter already thinks I'm really cool. All right. Seriously, man. Wally had to try a little to catch up with Luke. It took Luke Lang and Wally 15 minutes to reach the vineyard, but when they did, they were presented with a truly beautiful backdrop to the Melki Empire. The region was very flat, full of grape plantations, which were not natural trees, but wooden supports that followed in a straight line for tens of meters, and on top of these supports the roots from which the grapes sprouted grew. In the background of this rural setting, it was possible to see the small mountains of the region, and a strong wind came from them that night. To the right was a forest of tall, pine-like trees, only the leaves were orange, as if it were always autumn. In the center of the vineyard was a large white house. surrounded by low walls and small wooden buildings. Wally and Luke walked to the entrance of this house because they wanted to talk more with the person who had proposed the contract. After all, they had no concrete information, just some prominent rumors and tavern conversations. Also, the wind from the mountains blew away all the smells the half-wolf could smell. Even though it was night, it wasn't that late yet. At least that's what Luke thought. It had been less than 2 hours since sunset, so it must be less than 9 hours at night. So there must be someone awake. All the lights in the house were off, and Luke thought about just heading into the nearby woods to investigate without talking to anyone about the monster. But as soon as they got far enough into the property, the dogs heard the sound of Wally's footsteps and started barking frantically. Chapter 327 Proposal. When the dogs began barking energetically, Wally jumped in fright. Inside the house, the half-wolf was able to hear a man and a woman talking. "Honey," the dog started barking. "Is it because of some thief?" the woman asked. Her voice was weak, which made Luke conclude that she was an old woman. "No, it can't be. I put guards around the plantations all night. It must be them," and the dogs found it strange. The old woman's husband replied with a certain tone of irritation. Oh, it's okay, honey. If it makes you feel safer, you'll go downstairs and check it out." "Okay." As the vineyard owner descended the stairs from his second floor to the first, he heard someone knock on his door 3 times. Knock, 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 knock. The old man immediately stopped halfway up the stairs. Because the guards he's hired are normally not supposed to knock on the door unless something has happened. And if that was the case, the guards wouldn't knock so calmly. Immediately, the old man's heart began to beat fast, and he forced himself to ask aloud, "Who is it?" "Outside." Wally regained his composure after being startled by the dogs and answered the old man. "My partner and I are adventurers. We came to talk about the furious deer contract that is on the loose in the region. You were the one who issued this contract in the guild. The reward says here that it is 30 gold coins. Wally's voice gradually lowered at the end as the owner opened the door to the house. Looking sullen at having been disturbed just as he was about to go to sleep, the old man looked at Wally from head to toe, then at the hooded man behind Wally. "Is this your partner?" the old man asked, pointing his chin at Luke. "Yes, he's a little dark, but don't worry about it. We'll be able to kill the monster." "Can we talk about the monster?" Still frowning, the old man asked. "What do you want to know?" "Yes, the reward is 30 gold coins. That's not a lie." "Why, sir, I don't doubt that one bit," Wally said as he looked at that newly built house in the core of the vineyard. "What we want to know is about the monster, what it looked like, where people first saw it, stuff like that." The owner of the vineyard raised his neck, looked around the area his eyes could reach, looking for the 3 men he had hired to protect the property. But he didn't find even a faint glow of a torch in that dark environment other than a lamp on the door of the house. "Oh, whatever. Come on, you two come in. I'll tell you everything I remember about the monster," the old man said, and walked out of the way for the 2 men to enter the house. At the old man's request, Luke and Wally followed him inside. Inside the house, the old man lit all the candles. He passed the way to the living room, where there was a large sofa and an armchair. The owner sat down in the armchair, then opened a wooden box on a small table beside it, took one of the cigars from the box, cut off the end, finally lighting the cigar with a match. Wally and Luke patiently waited for the old man to start talking. The old man took a swig and looked at the men. "You can sit down." He pointed to the couch. As requested by the owner, the 2 false adventurers sat down. "Okay, where do I start?" "Ah, yes. The monster's first appearance was 2 weeks ago. During the day, many townspeople come to our vineyard to work and leave at dusk after receiving their pay for the day. Normally, my wife counts in the morning how many people came and sets aside the money to deliver in the afternoon. But during one day, the numbers of workers did not match. There was 1 less woman," explained the old man. "Did this woman come to work for you often?" Wally asked. "Yes, every day. Therefore, the first thing we thought was that she had been lost in the plantations or lost track of time. But after intense searches, we did not find her. We concluded that she had come home early, and we paid everyone as usual. However, the next morning, one of the dogs had a human leg in its mouth. Let me guess. Did you think it was the dog that killed the woman?" Luke asked, watching the smoke from the old man's cigar rise to the ceiling. "Of course we thought so, but the dog himself led us to the woman's remains, and we found a corpse so disfigured that there was no way the dogs could have done that." The look of annoyance on the old man's face was clear as he said this. "Care to say what the figures on the corpse looked like?" Luke soon asked. Raising his eyebrows, the owner asked, "Why?" "It's easier for us to identify the type of monster that killed the woman. Different types of monsters have different ways of killing their prey." The half-wolf was being inquisitive, but he was asking questions that a true adventurer would ask before setting off in search of a monster, which shouldn't be as alarming to the old man as it seemed. The owner began to sweat when faced with a question that had not been asked by any adventurer until that moment. "What are you talking about?" "I said it was a mad deer. I put that in the contract," said the old man. Paying attention to the old man's heartbeat, Luke noticed that the pulses were irregular, indicating that he was lying or that Luke was close to discovering something. At that moment, Luke huffed and placed both feet on the coffee table in the living room, later crossing his legs. "We are here to do the work, and we want to finish it. Therefore, I will propose something to you, sir," Luke said, his face practically expressionless. "A proposal?" the owner and Wally asked at the same time. "No need to be scared. It's just business we're doing. My proposal is as follows. If the monster in the region is really a raging deer, I will kill it and will not demand payment of the 30 gold coins. However, if the monster is not a raging deer, this entire vineyard will be mine." Looking into the old man's frightened eyes, Luke proposed. Chapter 328, Confirmation, the entire vineyard? You can only be crazy. What kind of proposal is this? The owner asked indignantly, stretching his back forward. The half-wolf smiled briefly and replied, "That's a fair proposition for a liar. If you are sure that the monster in the region is a furious deer, there is nothing to fear." At that moment, Wally realized how far Luke was going with this matter, so Wally placed his right hand on his chin and nodded. "Yes, I believe this is a fair proposition as well." The old man gritted his teeth, noticing that he was against the wall in that situation. Seconds later, he finally gave in to the pressure and huffed. "Okay, you beat me. The monster is not a mad deer. The monster is actually much scarier," said the old man, opening the cigar box once more. Luke took his feet off the coffee table, propped his elbows on his knees, and looked seriously at the owner. "Tell us everything you know." After we found the woman's body completely torn apart, we were immediately able to deduce that what killed her was very large. All over her body, there were large scratches, not to mention the fact that she was missing half her skull. "Did anyone analyze the skull, or did you just bury it?" Luke asked. The adventurers we called the same day to hunt the creature looked at the corpse, and they said that by the way the woman's skull was cracked, it had certainly been a bite because the teeth marks were still there. It is a big monster. After all, I learned that most adventurers who accepted the quest did not return," said Wally. The old man was about to light another cigar, but he noticed the serious looks of the two adventurers on the sofa and changed his mind. Then he smiled nervously. "You also want to know why I kept the same contract description even though I knew I wasn't a mad deer, don't you? It is not necessary. We know that you won this property from the Emperor a few months ago, and that as one of the few vineyards in the entire nation, you aim earn a lot of money in the next few years, and that having your crops destroyed by battle would be bad for you, the business." Luke answered him. Wally thought the opportunity was perfect to compliment the half-wolf's response. "If you stated in the contract that the monster is actually high-level, gangly, powerful adventurers would show up and wouldn't hesitate to destroy the entire property to kill the monster. Or even the army could show up to capture the creature." The understanding of the two adventurers helped the old man to calm down, and his wife, who was waiting on the stairs holding a dagger with trembling hands, put the dagger away and returned to the bedroom. "Does that mean you're going to kill the monster for us?" the owner asked hopefully. "Yes, we will kill your monster." Normally, which part of the vineyard did the missing adventurers start hunting for? With a huge smile on his face, the old man pointed from the door of his house to the region where the monster was supposed to be. The appointed spot was on a boundary between the forest, the mountains, and the vineyard. Luckily, Wally that same night had talked to Elster, a famous horseman from Stahart, and Esselter told him that the monster was in a cave and that the monster roared whenever it heard anyone approaching. Merging these two pieces of information, it shouldn't be difficult to find the monster's lair, and in fact it wasn't. But the reason for their success wasn't actually the information they had, but Luke's sense of smell. In the woods beside the vineyard, the wind from the mountains had its force reduced considerably because the leaves on the trees were thick and because of the size of the trees, which allowed Luke to sniff out a strong odor of blood. After the half-wolf warned Wally about the new lead, they began to follow the scent, which became more and more prominent as they got closer. When the blood odor got so bad it bothered Luke, they spotted the cave. The sight of the cave entrance reminded Luke of something that had happened a few months ago. He remembered the monster he had killed in Lacker. Furthermore, the current situation was also very similar to what was happening back then in the small northern town of Broforge. In Lacker, people also disappeared practically without a trace at first, and there were demons in the city too. Whether this was a demon pattern, having a mysterious local monster disturbing the peace, Luke couldn't say, but he hoped this time the monster wasn't as big as Lacker's. The moment Wally and Luke stopped in front of the entrance to the cave from which the scent of blood came, the monster inside roared loudly, and the roar of that thing was so powerful it threw back the half-wolf's hood and long hair. From Wally too. "Erg, what rotten smell is that?" the corrupted expressed. Luke pointed to a pile of human bodies that lay just beyond the entrance to the cave and replied, "This is his breath. He fed not long ago." Looking at the bodies, the half-wolf pointed out. Wally could see even in the darkness that blood was still flowing. "Are these the guards you said?" the man mentioned to his wife. There were at least 5 corpses there, 4 men and a middle-aged woman. The men wore robes of different styles, levels of protection and durability, while the woman's body wore a wizard's cloak. I don't know, probably. If word of this contract spread around town, there shouldn't be many interested groups, so if these bodies are recent, it's quite possible they're the guards the landlord hired, said the half-wolf as he entered the cave. "Stay out here. Don't let anyone in." "Hey, you don't want me to try to control the monster?" Wally asked. Luke just ignored him, bent down to pick up the dead mage's staff, and headed towards the darkness of the cave. Chapter 329 Green Glow. As Luke went deeper into the cave, he could hear a growl that echoed from his eardrums down to his bones. The monster's evident aloof demeanor was something new for the half-wolf. Generally, monsters didn't think much and attacked their prey head-on or were sneaky and cunning, trying to corner prey with intelligence. I wonder if the monster is hurt, and why is it hiding in this cave? Luke wondered. If what the half-wolf theorized was true, that would explain why the monster was trying to fend off anyone approaching with growls and roars. Also, Luke kept in mind that if the monster was injured, it could still be dangerous, because the corpses at the entrance to the cave were fresh. However, none of this for Luke, who was determined to kill the creature to gain recognition from Stahurt's adventurers. Luke followed the growl without hesitation. After some time, the monster stopped growling. But the path was only one, and the half-wolf continued on. After 3 minutes of walking in the dark, Luke entered an area of the cave that was wider, where there were many natural rock pillars and running water. The place was redolent with the smell of blood and guts. As soon as he entered, Luke also saw the monster. That previously mysterious being was actually a lich, an extremely rare type of monster that Luke had only seen in books. The lich was an undead creature with a cadaverous face and body made of tree roots. This monster sported a pair of long horns, which more closely resembled moose antlers or the branches of a tree. The monster's eye region was also striking, as there was a deep green glow in each of the empty eye sockets. However, this lich wasn't a normal lich either, because around him was a pack of wolves, which made Luke think, shit, I misbought it so much. After that, 3 of the 10 wolves started running towards Luke while barking. Luke immediately summoned the behemoth axe, spun it around, and sliced 2 wolves in half. He dodged the third, which flew towards him with its mouth open. The lich remained standing in the center of the cave. Then 3 more wolves rushed at Luke, who, although deep down he felt sorry for killing them, was more interested in finding out how the lich was controlling them. In the book, Luke read about the weirdest types of monsters that can be found in dungeons. The Lich monster was a high-level monster that usually appeared on floors filled with forests or lots of woods. But there wasn't a single sentence mentioned in the books mentioned a Lich capable of controlling animals. Anyway, Luke didn't want to be bothered with this for too long either. So he focused on the battle and killed all 4 wolves that were trying to attack him. All the animals' bodies were cut in half, or had their heads severed in a single blow. Luke looked at the Lich, and it still didn't move. Why is this monster different? The situation was awkward, and Luke's instincts were constantly warning him to keep his attention doubled, if possible. With a simple use of Eye of Horus, Luke found a most effective way to kill all the wolves, and he did so, delving in the Lich's direction without stopping. The wolves wanted to protect the monster, and the best way to lure them to Luke's blade was to attack the Lich himself. After getting rid of the entire pack, Luke stopped in front of the Lich, who finally opened his wooden arms. Luke watched the Lich sink both arms into the ground, and suddenly a wave of roots shot out of the ground straight towards Luke. That's what I'm talking about. That's what a Lich does, Luke exclaimed, cutting the thick roots into hundreds of pieces. However, this first attack was just a distraction from the Lich, because when the roots were cut, the Lich appeared again, multiplied by 3. Now, there are 3? Thought the half-wolf, astonished. No, remember, Luke, Liches can use small illusions too. As it didn't matter to Luke whether it was 3 monsters or 1. He allowed himself to use Jean's skill called Gluttony early in the battle. A small vortex appeared in the palm of the half-wolf's hand, which sucked up all that was magic from the environment. Luke was surprised that minute because not only were the 2 Lich clones absorbed, but the wolves were as well. Seeing this, Luke smiled resignedly, for in the end things were simpler than he thought. Still, it was impressive to Luke for a monster to be able to create illusions so realistic that Luke couldn't tell that they weren't real. Hazer said he's very good at illusions. They'll tell him there was someone better in the region, like said, and ran towards the Lich, who was slowly backing away. Although this monster had a very thin appearance, it was very slow. Maybe that was because his legs were made of wood, including the joints as well. Or maybe he was just in shock from Gluttony's overwhelming power. Anyway, the Lich still hadn't given up. Like a true monster, the Lich roared at being cornered by Luke in a corner of the cave. When it opened its mouth, Luke noticed a singular glint in the back of the monster's throat. This glow had a greenish tinge, similar to the Lich's own eyes, but was also shaped like a crack. So, are you really hurt? Fighting so many adventurers must have been tough. All right, they'll put an end to your agony, Luke said and swung it towards the Lich's head. The monster tried to block using both arms, but the panspermia axe was too sharp. The arms that looked more like logs were broken in half. Then the blade hit the humanoid skull that the Lich had on the head, and finally the behemoth axe when it reached the level of the monster's abdomen. Lich was killed, monster core not obtained. Although the half-wolf didn't get the Lich's core, he was glad that the monster's head remained intact after the rest of the body turned to black particles. That would be enough for Luke to prove to everyone that he really killed the monster. Chapter 330. The song stopped with the Lich's head in one hand and the unused staff in the other. Luke Lang exited the cave 20 minutes after he entered. Amazed, Wally looked at the half-wolf and asked, "What is this thing?" "A Lich," Luke replied matter-of-factly. Luke's response only surprised Wally even more, who had never seen a Lich look like, not even in books. He had only heard stories about this type of monster. Liches were very famous for causing fear even in high-level adventurers who formerly explored the dungeons. These monsters were carriers of an intelligence unique among monsters, and usually just a glance at the gleam in the eye sockets of these things gave off a chilling sensation, as if the Lich was also looking back, knowing what you are. As Luke and Wally made their way back to the vineyard owner's house, Wally couldn't take his eyes off the Lich's head, which Luke held by one of the pairs of horns. The half-wolf noticed the white-haired man's curious gaze and immediately asked, "What do you want?" Wally looked away like a child and slowly turned back to look at Luke. So you noticed?" "Yes, of course I did. Do you want to touch, charge, or check if the Lich is still alive to try to control it?" "It's not that. Don't get me wrong, please." The corrupted desperately denied it. I'm just curious what a lich was doing here. Aren't liches part of the attacking hordes? Luke asked. I don't know. That's why I didn't say anything to you. I only had access to the first plans to attack Broteforge, and my unit was supposed to be the first across the ranges. I don't know how things were in the other units, but I'm pretty sure there wasn't a unit with liches. Of course, this one could have escaped from a recent unit, replied Wally and shrugged. Luke grinned at Wally and tossed the lich's cracked skull for him to catch. If there's one thing I learned today, it's this: don't overthink it. Wally had to stretch and juggle to catch the skull without dropping it to the ground. Then he looked at Luke, who was already following along, and asked himself, what happened inside that cave during those minutes? Generally, the half-wolf was the one who least acted on impulse and liked to control everything so nothing could surprise him. This controlling and methodical behavior was certainly what saved them at times, but it was also quite annoying in other situations. Anyway, Wally was a little pleased to see that this streak of Luke was starting to settle down. After the pair returned to the vineyard, they showed the lich the skull to the estate's owner, who was surprised and promptly paid them the 30 Melchian gold coins, which wasn't much for Luke after looting the vault's vault. Church. Naturally, Wally and Luke left the man's estate after that and went into town with the intention of showing the skull at the local guild's tavern. As they approached the venue, Luke asked Wally to come in first and pretend to be a regular customer. After all, Wally had been in town for a few weeks now. While Luke didn't stay long, for the other adventurers, it could be intimidating to see a strange man arrive with a lich's head, but if Wally helped him unwind the story and lied well, people's suspicion would turn into deep admiration. Of course, Wally accepted the plan right away. Although Wally wasn't a great liar, he loved the idea of being the first person to welcome a revolutionary hero with open arms. Well, that's how he imagined Luke would be described in future books. The blood on your scars will dry, and the path of the never-fading stars will guide you. As usual, a bard was singing in the guild tavern. As it was only a Thursday night, everything was calm. There were many adventurers tense with the rumors floating around the city. Some of them were literally scared. Usually, monsters that fled from the hordes could be killed by groups of 5 to 10 people. But the Vineyard Quest monster had already annihilated at least 5 large groups, not to mention the groups that tried to hunt the monster but returned. So terrified, in a big city like Stahert, fear proliferated easily and controlled people's hearts. And it was this fear that Luke wanted to use. At one point, the bard suddenly stopped singing, which made the entire guild tavern look like a graveyard. It was so silent. Before anyone could yell at the bard, everyone had figured out why he stopped. There was a hooded man standing at the entrance of the tavern, and he was holding a weird skull, yellowed, cracked, and with wooden antlers. Without a second thought, many of the men drew their swords and pointed at Luke, but the only one who really had the courage to say something was the man with the strongest aura in the room outside Luke. "Who are you, and what do you want?" asked the man with blonde hair, cut to shoulder length with a cigarette in his mouth. Luke looked at the man, and then looked at Wally, who was at the back of the tavern and who would be the one who would question the half-wolf. The strange man's leadership surprised him, but it was for the best. At least he wasn't attacked at first, which was a good thing. The half-wolf threw the lich's skull to the floor, and it was so hard it broke some of the tavern's wooden floor. Soon after, Luke removed his hood, showing the wolf ears to everyone. "What is it? Is he a half-beast? It's a monster. Be disgusting. How dare you enter ours? So you were the one attacking people. Did you come to kill us too? Let's attack him before he does that." Many people shouted curses, others shouted in revolt. Luke listened to that without even showing a reaction and indicated with his eyes for Wally not to react yet. To Luke's surprise, one more voice from the man with blonde hair was the one who acted. He put his left arm in front of one of the men who was about to lunge at Luke, stopping his advance. "Let not be hasty, boys. You would call me a monster too if you didn't know me, wouldn't you?" The blonde asked the other adventurers, and with both hands he pushed 2 large strands of hair back, revealing 2 pointed ears. "An elf." Luke's eyes widened. He had never seen an elf in all the months he spent in the Melchi Empire or any city he visited. Chapter 331. The elf, and the half-wolf now answer. "Who are you?" the elf asked. "Just a half-wolf," Luke replied, raising his hands to show he was harmless. "Half-wolf? Is this your name, or is it your race?" Taking the cigarette out of his mouth to speak, the elf remained inquisitive. Then he sighed, and some smoke came out of his mouth. "Sweesh. So we'll start by introducing myself. My name is Leona Morsine. I am the leader of the Scythe of the Forest Group. My name is Luke Lang, and I just killed the vineyard contract monster." The half-wolf pointed at the lich's head lying on the floor. A few men were already studying the thing closely and backed away when Leonan looked. Then Leonan approached, touched the tip of the horns that protruded from the skull, and saw how sharp they were. After all, it was indeed a lich, Leonan said, and stood up. The other adventurers in the tavern exchanged frowns. But before Luke could ask, Leonan completed his own sentence. "Many reports have come to me, most of them about a monster with a pair of antlers. Fury deer don't have antlers. I thought about it and remembered a book I studied when I was a teenager, Fantastic and Dark Beasts. It wasn't a good book, but it made me learn a lot about the monsters I hunt today. In this book, there was a creature with long wooden horns that resembled the antlers of a moose. The monster's name was Lich. Everyone in the tavern was impressed by the elf, because most didn't even know the real names of most of the basic monsters. But Leonan not only did, but he knew several others. You didn't like this book? I read it and enjoyed it a lot. I think whoever wrote it really ventured into the dungeons." Luke replied as he took off the cloak he wore over his tunic. Leonan was obviously surprised, took a drag on his cigarette, and asked, "This is exactly the problem. The book was written by a Brodaforgian who entered the damned dungeons, but the monster's behavior changes a little when they come to the surface." Arms crossed, Luke nodded as he listened to the blond man speak. People in the tavern were still stunned, unsure how to react. For a nation as prejudiced as the Melki Empire, this was the only possible reaction. An elf and a half-beast talking before their eyes was something neither of those people had ever imagined. "Friend, are you a traveler? I've never seen you around here," Wally from the back of the tavern questioned. "How about a drink?" Wally had mingled with the people at the tavern a few minutes earlier, as he knew some of them from other taverns. "But of course I accept. My shoulders are heavy from killing the lich." Luke pretended a more outgoing personality after all the tension dissipated. After all, it's this kind of person who is easiest to talk to, especially when it comes to adventurers. "Are you with us, Leonan?" Luke asked the blonde. "How could I refuse? Tell us how the battle with this monster went." Leonan immediately agreed and took a chair away from the table he was sitting at. Within minutes, the entire table architecture of the tavern had moved, and Luke was at the center of it all, being heard by nearly 40 people. Everyone around him listened intently to Luke's story of the fight against the lich, and he spared no detail, exposing everything from his conversation with the vineyard's owner, particularly how he made him confess that he wasn't a deer furious, even the part where he noticed the crack in the monster's dark throat. In the course of history, many people raised several questions, which the half-wolf answered without problems. Of course, he had to lie and withhold information at some points in the story, especially in the parts where he used Jean's abilities, but in the rest he was truthful. Some adventurers asked about fellow adventurers who went hunting for the creature and returned, and Luke replied that he saw 5 corpses at the entrance to the cave. Leonan replied that he would notify the local guards to go collect the bodies and thank the half-wolf for the information. In the end, everyone was impressed with Luke, especially with his strength in being able to single-handedly defeat a creature that entire groups had problems with. The half-wolf didn't let his ego inflate with so much praise, as those people didn't use Jean abilities, so killing monsters for them was a difficult task. Despite that, the Melkian population cared much more about training in martial arts, swordplay, and other types of techniques, which most Brodaforgians forgot. At one point, the conversation took a slightly more political turn after a member of the Scythe of the Forest Group complained. "Every winter, it seems that things get worse around here. At first, it was just a few goblins that appeared, now a lich appears. What will be the next monster?" The man who complained was huge, his voice was thick, and he carried a big hammer on his back. so as soon as he opened his arms in indignation, he got a lot of attention. Luke took a sip of his beer, as well as slamming the mug down on the table shortly after. "You're right, Brooke. Far worse things await this city, so I don't plan on staying here for long." Immediately, Leonin rose from his seat and slammed his hands down on the table. "Luke, or rather Mr. Lang, please stay a little longer," he asked. The half-wolf feigned amazement, looking at Leonin with narrow, serious eyes. "Why are you asking this of me? You are incredibly strong, and we need someone like you around here. There are practically no guards left in the city. The insecurity of the civilians is growing, and the people are afraid," Leonin said, and stretched his arms out to his sides like his partner had before. "What we need is someone to reassure us. And if you take our side, I'm sure most won't even remember that you're a half-beast." The leader of the Scythe of the Forest group at first seemed like a serious person and would be difficult to talk to. But in reality, Leonin was just another citizen concerned about Stahert and the Melki Empire. Chapter 332 Fiyero. The pugilist, after Luke overheard Leonin's request that the half-wolf remain in Stahert, Luke pretended to be hesitant about the proposal. "I don't know. Stahert is a big city, and the nobles won't accept a half-beast like me. In a few days, there will be dozens of people standing in front of this tavern, one on my head." Luke responded to Leonin's request with a wary face. "If someone comes after you, we'll protect you." Wally lifted his mug and spoke aloud. That's it. Most of the men had roared with enthusiasm. Luke's wolf ears twitched, and his eyes widened, which made people who didn't agree with Leonin's decision at least a little more uncertain. Suddenly, a man stood up to Luke's right. This man was black, had a shiny bald head, and had his chest exposed. "I won't be able to agree to targeting my ass with the nobles until you prove that you really are as strong as you say," this man exclaimed. At that moment, Leonin stood up, outraged at the bald man's audacity. "Fiyero, what are you talking about? Can't you feel the tremendous strength emanating from him?" Also, Luke brought the Lich's skull. Fiyero, the black man who was standing, lowered his head a little in respect to the leader of the Scythe of the Forest. "I know, Leon, but I don't understand monsters. I don't understand this aura thing. What I really understand is fists, so before he decides to stay in our town, he will have to fight me first." Immediately, Leonin turned back to see the half-wolf's reaction. Leonin's goal was to convince Luke to stay and help them protect the city, but Fiyero's challenge could upset Luke tremendously, making him not even consider staying in the city. "I accept your challenge. Fiyero, isn't it? Fighting one of you will be a good measure of the level of adventurers here. If I'm going to stay, I want to have partners I can trust. However, I will only give my answer at the end of the fight," Luke replied, causing Leonin to be momentarily relieved. Within minutes, the adventurers had already found a place for Fiyero's fight against Luke. Stahert was a huge city, full of adventurers, but whose dungeon was sealed. Even so, it was not uncommon to find arenas scattered around the city, because this was a type of investment that attracted a lot of money. The chosen location was a private arena called Cradle of Legends. A tacky name, certainly, but it also stuck easily in everyone's heads, so this was the most famous arena in all of Stahert. The floor of the huge arena was stone fortified by iron crystals, and there was water all around the vast battlefield. The water was deep, and inside the water were hundreds of hungry piranhas. Luke didn't give a damn about all the details that night. As it was already dawn and Luke was tired from the long day, all he wanted was to finish all this to proceed with his plan. The number of people gathered to watch the fight from the stands was somehow greater than the number of adventurers in the tavern. Stahert was a very nocturnal city too. So many people were drawn to the sea of people who flocked to the Cradle of Legends. The half-wolf looked at his opponent with the eyes of a dead fish, while Fiyero looked at Luke with determination. Fiyero repeatedly punched the air while jumping in place, which made Luke think Fiyero was underestimating him, because Fiyero was wasting energy so uselessly. If both fighters agree, they'll be the judge. "Okay," Leonin asked, approaching the center of the arena with a cigarette in his mouth. Being the referee meant that Leonin would determine when the fight should stop and who would win in the end. Neither fighter had a problem with Leonin, so they both nodded. "It's all right. "The fight will start when my cigarette hits the ground," said Leonan, who took the cigarette with his fingertips and then flicked it in the air. The cigarette twirled and twirled in the air, causing spectators to stand up to see in detail the start of the fight. Luke looked at Fierro and then at the cigarette. Realizing that a thousandth of the cigarette hit the floor, Fierro got ahead of the movement and lunged quickly. Before this start, Luke promised himself that he wouldn't use any of Gene's abilities, not out of respect for his opponent, but because he wanted to keep these things hidden, at least for a while. Attentively, Luke dodged Fierro's right punch and wasn't fooled by this first punch, which concealed the left punch. Fierro's fists were incredibly fast, and it seemed that with each blow the speed increased each time. The half-wolf dodged Fierro's every strike with just his natural reflex, gradually getting used to his opponent's speed. Seeing someone so weak have such an impressive punching technique bothered Luke a little. The more Luke saw truly talented people like Fierro, Norgold, and Everton, the more annoyed he became at the brainwashing about people not being able to use Gene abilities to not turn into monsters in the future. Of course, in the past he himself suffered from this brainwashing, and even his master Yoelona still hadn't rid herself of such a belief even after seeing up close how rotten the Melky Empire was. However, the fact that adventurers from the Melky Empire didn't ingest monster cores was also what was keeping him confident enough to come up with plans like this one, in which he divulged his identity in public without fear of anything. With all that was going on with Luke, the only question that didn't get out of his mind, even as he dodged Fierro's punches, was what was the scale doing to avoid talking to him for so long. Fierro's blows looked more like fast arrows flying towards Luke, which made him sweat a little to dodge. Even so, with each attempt to hit Fierro, there were numerous openings in the posture of the body, which Luke could certainly take advantage of to defeat him easily. However, Luke thought that just defeating Fierro was not enough, because many people would still see him as suspicious and unfriendly, despite him having spent some time drinking and talking to the adventurers. Somehow Luke had to show he was in Stahert to help everyone. Gaining everyone's full trust was as important a step as generating revolt and creating a revolutionary army. Watching closely, Luke noticed that with each punch Fierro delivered, the bald man opened his guard a lot, exposing his chest and belly to blows. Definitely, if Fierro fought a professional assassin, he would die within seconds of battle. But on the other hand, the pressure he applied with the blows, as well as his size, were perfect for fighting large monsters. If I start warning him out loud about his faults, he's sure to hate me and feel humiliated. The best way to do this is to proceed with the battle normally, teaching him calmly. Luke thought. Chapter 333, Over Pride. The half-wolf knew well how proud adventurers used to be, and Melkians were mostly conceited with their martial techniques, so caution was needed when dealing with people like that. Therefore, Luke started his actions after so much dodging only by blocking one of Fierro's punches with his right arm, and then punching Fierro's face with his right fist. The bald man's reflexes were lagging after drinking so much that night, so Luke's punch knocked him back and blurred his vision. Coincidentally, the same alcohol that made Fierro slightly cloudy also boosted the adrenaline coursing through his veins. For a second, Luke thought Head knocked out Fierro with just one punch. Then he was glad when Fierro hit him even harder than before. Luke continued to dodge the attacks and occasionally threw punches in the opponent's abdomen area, which only encouraged Fierro to continue. Gradually, Luke began to increase the power of his punches, making the moments of rest that Fierro took to himself shorter than before. After the fight was over 5 minutes, the big bald man was already completely drenched in sweat, bruised on his abdomen and panting. The half-wolf, on the other hand, had an intact appearance. Not even the strands of his hair seemed to have shifted position. At this moment of rest for Fierro, it was the first time that most spectators had noticed the scandalous difference in the conditions of the two fighters. Although Fierro was already completely convinced that Luke was indeed a man of terrifying strength, he was too proud to admit it out loud while still standing. After raising his fists, Fierro ran towards Luke one last time. Luke took a step back when he saw the man with the stringy muscles running towards him, but he didn't do it out of fear. He did it just to fix his positioning on the battlefield. Thanks to that small move, Fierro had to stretch farther to try to land a right punch to Luke's face. This punch must have been faster than it actually was, which Fierro internally regretted. The bald man's blow was nowhere near a speed Luke couldn't dodge, but Luke chose not to. At the time, Luke grabbed Fierro's wrist with his left mother, pulled Fierro down hard, and kneed Fierro in the face so hard he flew 2 meters up when he was released. As Fierro fell to the ground on his back, the thud echoed in the silent arena. For the adventurers, Luke's landslide victory was proof that his strength was indeed greater than normal, but it was still a shock to see Fierro, one of Melky's most experienced adventurers, look like a child fighting an adult. Ended. Luke is the winner, Leonin decreed, raising his arm and pointing to the right side of the arena. All the people fell silent, as did Wally, who silently celebrated. I'm going to the hotel. They'll be between 13th and 4th. In that rickety hotel. If they need me, ask the receptionist with my name, Luke said and walked out of the arena. After the half-wolf retreated, the adventurers gathered to check on Fierro. Well, in appearance he was really deplorable, but for some reason he was smiling. Why are you smiling, idiot? One of Fierro's group mates asked him. You know you have a broken nose, don't you? Ha! And what's so great about having a broken nose? I've already broken my nose like 10 times. Fierro exclaimed after chuckling at the question. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding that bald man's spontaneous reaction. Aren't you mad at that half-beast? A sword woman asked. Crack Fierro fixed his nose in place with his bare hands. Why would I be? He asked, his voice a little faint. Why? Because Luke humiliated you. Someone else countered. Humiliated me? What are you talking about? He could have humiliated me if he wanted to, but in reality, he was showing every one of my weaknesses. Fierro answered with sincerity after all the fight was already over. Like this? Asked Leonin, interested in the matter. Haven't you noticed? I'm sure he was holding back. He constantly attacked my weakest points, but with the speed he showed to dodge my punches, I'm sure he could have hit my chin or throat at least 10 times. Not to mention his reflection. Fierro replied, remembering every second he could see his mistakes. But Luke didn't take advantage of them. Generally, a punch to the throat or chin is an accurate knockout, although strong punches to the throat cause suffocation and are practically taboo in the Melky Empire. All the adventurers who listened to Fierro's explanations were surprised that Luke seemed even more of a force to his opponent than to the onlookers. Undoubtedly, Luke had trained so much that these days normal people looked like children fighting him. The next day, Luke woke up to a loud knocking on his door. Luke, wake up. Something urgent has happened. Wally, on the other side of the door, exclaimed with some despair. The half-wolf opened the door while still yawning with sleep and with his hair totally disheveled. Good morning, Wally. What happened this time? I was sleeping at the headquarters of the Sickle of the Forest because you forgot about me, and a messenger from one of the Marquises appeared. Apparently, the Marquis Stahert wants to meet you in person, explained the white-haired man. Frowning, Luke asked, what is a Marquis? I explained to you before how hierarchies work here in Melky, didn't I? If you explained it, I don't remember. Luke said simply, in the past, the Melky Empire was just a small kingdom at the southern end of the Skull Continent. That is, the hierarchy used to have the king as the highest position, and soon after came the dukes, marquises, counts, viscounts, barons, imperial guards, and lastly the commoners. After the Melky kingdom expanded a lot, it became an empire, but the positions of the nobility remained, because all the nobles already had power, and if the emperor tried to take it away from them, there would be several separatist wars. Chapter 334 The Marquis. 3 young men stood before the Marquis Marley. The first one had dirty blonde hair, a sloppy goatee, and a well-behaved look. The second of the men had a confident look, highlighting his handsome white hair, but his robes were extremely bad. The last one was a half-beast with a pretty face and skin, but the 2 ears on top of his head caused the Marquis enormous discomfort. One of his faithful servants had previously warned Mr. Marley who each of those boys were, being Leonin, Wally, and Luke, respectively. The first and the last were invited by the Marquis, but Wally was only there as an intruder. Luckily for Wally, the Marquis wanted to look confident and talk to the guests, and for that alone, he didn't immediately kick him out when Wally stepped into his house with his dirty shoes. "Good morning, men. It is very good that they listened carefully to my invitation and accepted," said the Marquis, raising his arms. Mr. Marley was like most of Melky's nobles. He had a huge paunch that nearly popped the buttons on his shirt, a bald head, and a porridge as big as Firo's muscles. Also, this Marquis had disgusting, oily skin. "Good morning, Your Excellency." Wally gave a typically noble bow, positioning his right foot back, then bending his knees until he was fully bent over with his head bowed. "Very good to see you again, Losthor," Leonin responded intimately. "Hey, Marquis." Luke decided to follow Leonin's type of presentation rather than Wally's, because it was more his style. Wally immediately whispered to Luke, "What are you doing? He's a Marquis. We have to treat him formally." He looked more scared than when had accompanied Luke into the corrupted zones. On Wally's left, Leonin laughed a little. "Wally, there's no need for such a fuss. Losthor is not a noble like the others." The Marquis laughed a little too and got up from the chair he was sitting on, picking up the cane that was beside him to keep himself upright. This cane had a great look. Usually, canes are straight and black, with just a sphere to fit the hand or a hook shape, but this one was all white. It was a little curved to one side, and the tip that touched the ground was very pointed. Luke realized right away that this cane was actually a giant tooth reformed to be used as a cane. When Wally finally noticed that the cane was a tooth, he didn't even have time to say swim, because Leonin completed what he was saying earlier. Losthor is a man with a passion for monster collectibles and a scholar, as well as a noble recognized throughout the city, said the blond man. The Marquis opened his hands once more, raising his cane as well. "Yes, this one is. Now that the introductions are over, let's get down to business." Luke and Wally frowned and braced their ears. Any proposal coming from a noble from a fully demon-controlled empire could be false. "Mr. Luke, that's your name, right? I'd like to ask you about the lich skull you exposed yesterday in the guild tavern. Is this for sale?" Losthor asked with a smile on his face. His fingers were partially black, and there were some gold teeth. The half-wolf thought before giving an answer. After all, if a Marquis was really only 3 positions away from the Emperor, he was certainly powerful. When Luke made up his mind, he took a step forward. "No, he's not for sale to normal people. Something as rare as a lich skull is not something that can be displayed at a fair. However, as you are certainly not a normal person, I'm sure we can negotiate," Luke replied. The smile on the Marquis' face widened from ear to ear. Dealing with a half-beast was a nuisance for Losthor, even more so if the half-beast was as powerful as the rumors were, so Losthor understood that it was best to have a healthy relationship with Luke at first. "What is your price?" asked the Marquis, sitting down again. "How much are you willing to pay?" "I like this stance. It tells me that they have experience in trading, but that they don't usually study much about monster items. What do you think of 15 gold coins for the head?" "With all due respect, Marquis, that amount is ridiculous. I received 30 gold coins for killing him. Selling the trophy for this achievement a day later for half would be stupid," Luke said eloquently. With a bitter and unconvincing smile, Losthor proposed, "I understand. So how about combining the reward value with my first proposal? 45 gold coins for an empty skull is a good deal." Luke Lang had understood in this one that the Marquis was someone who used words to his advantage, trying to manipulate the other side of the negotiation into giving way. However, a loophole like this was exactly what Luke had been hoping for once he learned of the noble's interest in the drop. "Want to know something? That head is not that important to me. You can keep it for yourself, as a gift for my having the honor of meeting you," Luke said, opening his arms just like Losthor had done before. All 3 other men in the room were startled by the half-wolf's conclusion. 45 gold coins was like a small fortune that no one turned down so easily, but for Luke it seemed like a natural thing to do. The Marquis couldn't help himself and burst out laughing. "You rock. I like you, you have fucking guts." Of course, Losthor Marley, unlike Wally and Leonin, understood that the half-wolf's gift was not free, but rather a debt the Marquis would have to repay someday by performing a favor for Luke. Of all the conclusions the situation could have, Luke decided the one that would benefit him the most in the long run. If Marquis Marley really had the power he was said to have, Luke wanted the opportunity to use it for himself when he got the chance. Not to mention that to Luke the Lich's skull was worthless, and that the trophy was lying under the hotel bed all night. In the end, Luke gave the Lich's skull to the Marquis and was even invited to lunch. In Lestor thoughts, this was a great deal, as at the next Marquis's tea, he could brag about the skull to others. It was also a good thing for the half-wolf to form a relationship with a local noble so much quicker than had expected. The only downside was that it was certain to attract attention even faster than had measured it. For the next 2 days, Luke and Waylon accompanied Leonin and the rest of the Forest Scythe group on some monster hunts. None were especially difficult, just small groups of goblins, kobolds, and prums. During this time, Luke met many different people and places in Stahard, not forgetting to constantly complain about how bad Stahard was compared to Palatine Hill. Thanks to Luke's constant complaints, people joked about how he looked like a grumpy old man, but he always replied the same thing. It's not that I want to be boring, it's just that it's frustrating to see such a rich and prosperous nation within as talented to crumble as is happening to Melky. People couldn't answer him properly, and they always replied with the same futile argument. If we don't fight the Broforge Empire now, in the future they will turn into demons and plunge the world into chaos. I didn't know you were in the war. As far as I know, we are sending monsters to wage this war for us. Luke responded with discontent. For Luke, the argument about monster cores being like curses for coming from monsters was so easy to refute precisely because it was a hypocritical argument. It was a fact that the use of dungeon breaks as a weapon by the Melky Empire was what was infesting the entire surface of the southern side of the Skull Continent with monsters. Furthermore, the human power to control these monsters as weapons was rotten, corrupt, and was spoiling Melky's fertile lands. Luke's indignation was not pretense. Somehow, he empathized with the people of Melky during the nearly 7 months he traversed half of the empire. However, Luke knew he could not save Melky alone. He needed the very people of this great nation to open their eyes to the truth. The first step towards that goal was Sakan's death, which didn't mean his religion was dead, but it would surely lose strength with time until he found a leader. Anyway, the last 3 days had been productive for Luke, but what he was really interested in was the ritual with the cursed items. When Luke stepped onto the wooden floor of Hazer's dojo on the night of the 3rd day, he smiled as he sniffed the sweet scent of Meredith, who, when she saw him, ran to hug him. Chapter 335 Ritual. When Luke stepped onto the wooden floor of Hazer's dojo on the night of the 3rd day, he smiled as he sniffed the sweet scent of Meredith, who, when she saw him, ran to hug him. "Where have you been?" she asked, her voice muffled from having her head buried in the half-wolf's chest. "I told you I would put some ideas into practice. If I'm really going to have more time to live, I want to end this in the best way possible." Luke answered her. He then explained to Commander Hazer and Meredith everything he had seen and heard over the past 3 days. It was of paramount importance that they listen so they could advise Luke on how to proceed. The half-wolf knew he was not a master of public relations or social relations, but if his goal was to gain the trust of many of Melky's people, gaining influence was the first step. Obviously, because Luke had killed the Lich, the monster that terrified the dreams of adventurers and the populace alike. He had gained the respect of many. However, respect differs from support. Someone who respects you will not necessarily support you. What Luke really had in mind was to make people see him as a sword they could use to attack the great figures of the Melky Empire. When Hazer heard this idea from Luke, Hazer promptly intervened. "Luke, it's okay that you've earned some people's respect. That's great for both us and the half-beasts. But I do not agree with this idea of offering yourself as a weapon for these people." "Why not?" Luke understood that this was how he would win more people to fight by his side, literally assembling an army. Hazer tried to find an answer and suddenly had an idea. Thus, Hazer stretched his hands forward, and in the palm of each hand appeared a magic circle. Magic is a lot like how society actually works. The runes in a magic circle are the people, and together they have more power than they do apart. However, depending on how the runes are arranged in a magic circle and the type of energy that goes into it, the result varies between negative and positive. As Hazer explained, the small runes on the two magic circles moved, varying in place and placement. Not only was the half-wolf confused by Hazer's example, Meredith was too. As soon as Hazer noticed this, he undid the magic circles and said, "What I mean is that the people of this nation are afraid, uncertain about the future. Luke, if you let these people use you however they want to destroy everything, Melky will become anarchy." The half-wolf had already learned from Ayumi Yamazaki that anarchy is a form of government where there are no political, social, economic, or cultural authorities. In fact, one of Ayumi's biggest fears is that Broteforge will become anarchy if they lose the war against the demons. Living in anarchy would be like living in a lawless land where nothing matters too much. Thanks to Hazer's experienced way of thinking, Luke was forced to think of a more reputable way to attract people. Luckily for the half-wolf, Hazer himself was seen as a legendary national figure because of his accomplishments as a former leader of the Melky Empire's armies, so he had a good advisor. The only downside was that Luke couldn't use Hazer himself to his advantage because of the 12 Thrones no-intervention rule. This rule Luke didn't understand very well. He just respected. After the conversation was over, Hazer and Meredith began preparing the final details of the power transfer ritual. The half-fox ground several herbs with water and an advanced healing potion, mixing everything together to form a viscous, wine-tinted liquid. Hazer drew a magic circle with charcoal on the floor of the dojo. There were runes that Luke had never seen in other magic circles before, but these weren't crooked like the runes found on the pentagram that protected the common room. When Luke asked why the magic circle is drawn physically rather than magically, Hazer replied that drawn circles are more resistant to the user's mana fluctuation. Although Luke didn't understand what exactly this meant, he nodded and sat in the center of the circle, knees crossed as requested. Meredith took the bowl of viscous liquid to the half-wolf very carefully and handed it to him. Luke Lang drank what tasted faintly of healing potion and green tea, an eccentric concoction, but one that Luke didn't think was nearly as bad as it looked. "Now close your eyes," Hazer asked for the half-wolf. Before obeying, Luke looked around. There were several lamps on, illuminating the entire dojo as well as Meredith's worried face. According to Hazer, there was a small risk of the curse interfering, but no matter what happened, nothing would stop Luke from using the power of the cursed items, so he didn't back down. Before closing his eyes, he said to the half-fox, "If I faint, don't despair. I will definitely return to you." Meredith smirked and nodded. "You're not crazy to leave me alone in this world." Luke looked at the old man standing in front of him and nodded too, as a way of saying he trusted Hazer. Then he closed his eyes. "Meredith, please place the cursed items as I taught you before." The half-fox stood up, picked up the cursed items, finally positioning the bracelets in line with the position of Luke's arms, the sword in front of him and the ring behind. "Ready," she said when she was done. "Thanks. Now that all the preparations are done, let's get started. The curses on all these items have already been broken, but Luke, keep your eyes closed at all times. The energy of these items is still very strong, and the will built into each one is intoxicating. Keep focused on your own inner self. Only in this way will you be able to return to us without any problems." "Okay, I'll try to do that." Seconds later, Hazer began to utter phrases in a strange language that none of the half-beasts had ever heard. Each stressed syllable was low, and the consonants were indescribably vibrating. This was the lost language of the Hazer, a language the hero Arani invented for a single ritual, a ritual that would return the full power of that condensed mass of pure mana to a human capable of containing, suppressing, and controlling it. Arani already knew that one day a member of the Hazer family would have to use it. He just didn't foresee that this ritual would be used on a half-beast. As Hazer uttered the phrases embedded deep in his mind, the charcoal magic circle glowed white, a paranormal wind invaded the dojo, and red energy spilled from the cursed items towards the half-wolf's aura. In Luke Langa's mind, all external events were excluded from his thoughts. It was a little difficult for him to keep his consciousness stable, because somehow he felt he was being pulled further and further away from where he should be. All of Luke's memories were fragile. At times, he actually forgot almost everything about himself, his name, race, goals. However, even while everything was easily forgettable, the peaceful smile of the people he loves the most was unwavering. For a second, when all the mana from the first bracelet finished pouring into Luke, he felt those memories flicker, but at this moment someone came up from behind and hugged him. "Do not worry, I'm still with you." The soft voice was easily recognized by Luke. "Balance?" Luke asked, feeling the woman's gentle touch on his back. "Yes, it's me. However, now I remember my real name, Isla. At least, that was the name I gave myself when I was born," she replied, letting go of the hug. The golden-haired woman floated in that infinite white world, which gradually began to take shape from the inside of Luke's soul. A vast blue sky with few clouds, and a floor made of water, so calm it looked like an endless mirror. "Why didn't you answer me when I tried to talk to you earlier?" Luke asked indignantly. The lack of communication with the scale really confused him. Isla landed in front of the half-wolf, and her toes made the water shimmer a little. The future we are in was inevitable after all that has happened. At some point, you would ask about the cursed items, and Hazer would plug it all in, ending up in the dojo with you guys doing the ritual. The half-wolf stopped to think when she answered that, and his eyebrows shot up as he connected all the pieces. The first thing the scale asked Luke, even before he was able to communicate with her daily, was for him to head to Start. She probably knew that Hazer had been investigating Sakan's religion for a long time, and that this would eventually lead to the fourth cursed item, the ring. However, Luke's situation worsened, and the scale instructed a time-saving path, so he spent 6 months searching for 3 more cursed items before heading to Start. After understanding all of this, Luke only asked Isla one question. "It's the cursed items that will give you back your powers, isn't it?" Chapter 336 Mana Mass. "It's the cursed items that will give you back your powers, isn't it?" Luke asked. Isla, who was in front of him, with both arms behind her, turned her back and began to walk forward towards infinity. Luke promptly and for a few seconds said nothing, until the deity broke the silence with his answer. "Yes, you're right. These items are capable of providing a large amount of mana, and this was exactly what I sacrificed to stem the eruption. The eruption is what brought demons, dungeons, and monsters into the real world. When this happened, the scales, the divine being responsible for keeping the world in balance, had to sacrifice all his mighty power to stem this collision of 2 worlds. In the end, when Isla was fully weakened, she found shelter within the half-wolf soul. But Luke, don't get me wrong, I don't intend to steal that mana from you. I just kept quiet since the battle with that Sakan because I thought maybe my words could affect your decisions." Isla explained herself. "All right, I don't blame you. I was just worried," Luke said as he looked her straight in the eye. "And now, what do we do? If you regain your powers, you can kill the first servant, right? Of course, I can kill you, but if I take all the mana that's pouring into you right now, it'll be taking away your chance to survive at the end of all this," declared Isla, placing her right hand on her breast with her eyes looking at the floor. Then she looked back at the half-wolf. "You're the one who must use this power, at least for now. It'll help you control it, understand it, until we finally find who cursed you." Luke shook his head in indignation. "If you can end all this now, why don't you take that power at once? The more time that passes, the more chance we give to the demons. I don't mind dying if it's going to create a future where my friends can be happy." "Things aren't that simple, Luke." Isla refused again and turned away from the half-wolf. "Like this?" he asked, confused. "If it's not that simple, explain it to me so I can understand." After sighing, the scale replied, "Feeling the power of the mana that is in these items, I discovered why it is so powerful. Luke, the massive mana discovered by the heroes in the Citadel of the End is like a cluster of hundreds of thousands of human souls, which the demons managed to gather throughout the duration of the calamity. The half-wolf's eyebrows shot up, and his eyes were terrified. What does that mean? Exactly. There's a chance there's one more man in Massachusetts. I can't say for sure how the demons gathered so many souls, but all these voices echoing from Mana are angry and disturbed, as if they had died in battle. Hazer said that the hero Arani believed that this accumulated power would be able to stop the demons in the future. However, what if there is another mass of mana? Luke asked, a little flustered by the possibility. Luke, we have to hope there isn't. However, if there are, I alone will not be able to stop them. So the ideal is that you recover the cursed items and form the best army you can, even if it takes years. This time, we have to purge all the demons from the face of this world without giving them a chance to keep coming back like fleas on the rug. After the energy of the 4 cursed items stopped overflowing, the metallic sound of the 4 items falling echoed throughout the dojo, and everything went completely still. Meredith and Hazer wondered if the transfer had been successful as they stared at Luke, who still had his eyes closed. The half-wolf was conscious. However, he was cautious. Luke could feel a rapid, continuous energy coursing through his entire body, mainly circling his heart. This energy was so fierce and calm at the same time that it made Luke's finger points tingle and his muscles ache as if had just been working out for an entire week. Isla, this thing I'm feeling running through my whole body is mana, right? Luke asked in thought. Yeah, I know it might take a little time for you to get used to it and get it under control. Have you ever mastered it? It's like controlling anger, emotions. My master taught me this some time ago. All the strange, fierce energy inside Luke was calmed as he began to control his breathing. Initially, the sensation was literally like holding back an impulse of rage, but as the seconds passed, it became easier to control, as if mana was also getting used to the half-wolf's body. When Luke opened his eyes, Hazer and Meredith saw that the yellow glint in his eyes was even stronger, and somehow they sensed that something had certainly changed in the half-wolf's gaze since the transfer had started a few minutes ago. Luke, are you okay? Meredith crouched to the side and asked. The half-wolf's stomach growled at once, which made him laugh a little awkwardly. For some reason, it feels like I have a hole in my stomach. Did you happen to have dinner? The half-fox placed his right hand on his face, relieved, and inevitably smiled. I'm going to roast some of the boar meat I roasted this morning. Do you want the leg or the chest? Both. Once Meredith had pulled away a bit, with her arms crossed, Hazer asked Luke, what happened? Luke looked him in the eyes seriously. Did you know that the power that is contained in the cursed items is the combination of human souls? Thousands and thousands of them, relentlessly begging for revenge. Immediately, Hazer looked surprised. No, of course not. Like this. How could demons do that? I don't know, but if they still know how, there might be another huge amount of mana with them right now. Taking advantage of the Great War taking place on the Hattie continent to collect souls, as well as the souls of those who die in the war here on the Skull continent. No, that doesn't make sense. If so, why would they put monsters to war in place of Melky Empire soldiers? This is a current question. So now that I'm stronger than ever, I feel safe to go to one of these dungeon breaks and check out what happens in those places. Luke stated as he watched Meredith gather some logs. Chapter 337. Next stop, Luke was sitting in the Hazer residence, looking up at the starry sky. Various thoughts began to sink the youth, like a strong tide on a rainy day. Balance, can we talk? Of course. Did you feel any discomfort with mana? The half-wolf suddenly activated the Eye of Horus skill, and within that flash, he could again see Isla, who turned around showing surprise at the young man's attitude. I figured that since you were in my consciousness, I would be able to have more time to talk in the Eye of Horus. The goddess smiled at the boy's insight. The two then sat down, and Luke proceeded to speak. That mana inside me, controlling it was not a problem, but it's like my life is being held down by the suffering of so many people. That's so horrible and confusing. As the half-wolf looked down at the ground, Balance entwined her arms around Luke's head, reclining him on her chest. Her touch was as real as any pain in the Horus dimension, though without heat. The goddess then began running her hand through Luke's hair, patting him. Death is a critical point in this world. It needs balance. Even though it was away from their will, the mana that now resides in you is no more the souls of those who left, but just the energy that remains after they are gone, said Isla. Then, she let go of him and looked deep into Luke's eyes, giving them a kiss on the man's forehead. It's okay, my kid. You don't need to feel guilty about it. She continued. Luke was just looking, and from a confused face, he gradually changed into a peaceful expression, feeling reassured and welcomed. I will guide you through the world on your journey. If you find a high-level mage who specialized in curses, you shall be able to create an item to cope with the side effects of your divided soul. It won't be enough to surpass it thought. You still need to find the rest of the cursed items, or kill the nasty demon that made it to you. Isla then hugged Luke, who was visibly tired, even in the eye of Horus. He lay under the thighs of the goddess, who continued to run her hand through the young man's hair. If I were immortal, I could also fall in love with you. She spoke. Luke, with his eyes closed, gave a smile, and slowly began to feel a strange warm sensation in the goddess' lap. Then he fell asleep. A few hours passed. It was still night, and the weather was a little chilly. Luke slowly opened his eyes and realized that he was in Meredith's lap. She had a blanket around her body, and one of her hands was resting lightly on the young man's chest. Luke was wearing casual clothes, and his body was also covered. You can go back to sleep, honey, said Meredith, realizing that Luke had woken up. A small puff of smoke came out of the half-fox's mouth, which again affirmed how cold that night was. Luke then looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and asked, Do you remember what we used to do on days like this? Then the girl smiled. I could never forget. I try to warm you with hugs and the warmth of our tales. The man noticed how distant she seemed, probably reliving the moments of the past. You've always been by my side, Luke. I want to reciprocate that. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like if you had stayed on in Ukawa, if you would just be mine. So, Luke slowly stood up and hugged Meredith. I will not disappear again. And just as you missed me in my time in Vasconcelos. Now, there are other people who wish for my return as well. The girl then looked at the young man with a smile and said, I trust you, Luke. You have always been the man I love. From the fox girl's eyes, tears began to fall slowly. Luke reclined his head and brushed his ears against Meredith's. Just like in the old days, I will protect you and everyone by my side. And if you so desire, you may always remain with me. The two then got up and went to lie in bed together, remaining in each other's arms all night long. Exactly like the old cold days. The next morning, Meredith woke up to find herself alone in bed. She got up and looked around the room, but there was no sign of Luke. The half-fox then went to look for him outside, but he was nowhere to be found. Meredith then felt a strange feeling in her heart. But just as she was about to go back inside, she heard a voice calling her name. She turned around and saw Luke coming toward her. He was sweaty and was carrying a wooden sword. I was training. I'm starting right now. Do you want to eat breakfast? Meredith then felt relieved and happy, and the two of them sat down to eat together. Then after eating breakfast, Meredith and Luke met Hazer in his office. The young half-wolf had talked again with Balance, who directed him to discuss the proposal with Hazer. I need your help. I know you can't infer to the revolution, but I want to know, where can I find a high-level mage who understands curses? For a moment, Hazer pondered, until he looked into Luke's eyes with a serious expression. Near Yukiat, there is an island called the Diamond Plateau. There resides the first Academy of Magic of the Melki Empire, specializing in the training of battle mages. There are many capable mages there. Even though it is a facility intended to teach combat magic, it is the only place where you could find mages without direct contact with the Empire. Meredith then held Luke's hand, who was now demonstrating that he was thoughtful. Balance. I just need a mage good enough to help me with the curse, so it doesn't have to be a sensory mage, right? Exactly. And if we go to the academy, we might be able to recruit more soldiers for your revolution. Luke then pondered a bit, and then confirmed with his head that he would soon be leaving again for Yukiat, heading to the first Melki Magic Academy. Hazer thought for a while, feeling confused about how to go on. His heroic blood wanted to take a direction he knew he couldn't choose. So, he looked at the two of them and continued. I know one of the teachers at the academy. He can take you and place you as students. Luke could not hide his surprise at Hazer's decision. Is it really okay for you to help us so directly? The swordsman then smiled and looked again into Luke's face. I'm just helping two promising youths get into a simple magic academy. I cannot imagine what you intend to do there. Of course, Hazer already knew what would happen. He was sure that Luke would take this opportunity to recruit more followers. Young people have a much harsher sense of justice. He knew that guiding the two of them to the academy would directly influence the future of the Empire. But that didn't take away the feeling in his chest of the need to act as a hero, the duty to do the right thing. Luke continued to train at the dojo for the next 3 days, while he recovered and tried to stabilize the gigantic amount of mana inside him. Hazer guided him with sword practice. Training with the sword made Luke realize that it was time to change equipment. His behemoth axe was no longer such an exceptional weapon. A blade was needed, so the young man pondered and decided that he would look not only for a mage, but also for a blacksmith. The young man was practicing the forms passed down from Hazer when he then stopped and began to think. Balance, what do you think is better, an axe, a katana, or a dagger? Don't waste your energy talking to me for such futile questions. I care about you. Okay, and why do you care about me? I've been thinking about it since that yesterday. When I walked through your soul and reached your consciousness, I could also see parts of your memory. I think it brought me a little closer to you. I created a kind of affection or something like that. Luke laughed at this vague answer and went back to striking blows with the wooden sword. Then came the morning of the leaving day. Meredith and Luke were ready with their packs and equipment. Hazer then finished drawing a magic circle that made both the half-wolf and half-fox were expressing their confusion. Both imagined that they would be taken by carriage or that they would go on foot, making a long and exhausting journey. After finishing the circle, Hazer looked at the two. Professor Xanad has arranged to receive you both at a teleportation circle in New Yukiat. Leaving from there, you will have a week's journey to catch a port. The two accepted and climbed into the magic circle, which then began to emit a faint blue light. Luke looked at Hazer and said, "Don't forget to keep an eye on Wally for me. He is a corrupt who betrayed the Melky Empire, but he is very perceptive. At the moment, he hates the demons as much as we do, except he may still want to do things by himself." Hazer waved to them, and then a glow covered the vision of the two half-beasts, just like when Luke was teleported to the Skdajan Forest for the Tournament of Legends. Chapter 3:38 Mage, when the light dimmed. The two found themselves facing a man who looked a lot like Manolin, with a long white beard and a shiny bald head. Mr. Xanad was looking at his wrist, which had 4 identical watches. "Ho ho ho. So you're the kids that caught Hazer's attention." Meredith was showing her typical surprise face. In Luke's case, he already imagined that the professor could be someone eccentric. In the end, he was really right. Professor Xanad had the typical features of an old wizard. On his back, he carried a wooden staff that at the ends had a kind of bell. His outfit was a suit and tie, and over that, a wizard's cape. On the belt of his pants was a leather book with gold trim. In the old wizard's arms, there were also 4 clocks on one side and 4 compasses on the other. All these traits just showed how eccentric Xanad was, something that at first glance had Meredith worried. "My name is Luke Lang. This is my mate Meredith." Xanad then turned his back and started talking as he walked out of the room they were in. "This one is a teleportation area of the Melky Academy. This one isn't used much, but it's really something very useful, isn't it? The magic circle present in this magic circuit is interesting. It has an activator and a microcontroller capable of destroying in case of a mana destabilization. If you think about it, this kind of technology is crucial when thinking about a hypothetical war scenario." Xanad continued talking without stopping, his voice echoing through the stone room in which the three found themselves. The temperature in New Yukiat wasn't that cold, but you could still feel the humidity in the air in that room. The elder then guided the two of them to a sofa in what appeared to be a lounge at the beginning of a large tower, with bookshelves stretching to the top. At the end of the tower, it was possible to see a stained glass window with a book and an eagle. Regarding this library, This is a transition center for the collected files to the region of the Plateau de Diamante. It is like a kind of secondary library where we store some books that must be added to the Academy's book system. This process is quite tiring. I'd imagine that Hazer must have already commented on the large body of content regarding combat magic. The old professor didn't stop talking in any way. Luke was visibly annoyed, but he just ignored him and started trying to talk, Mr. Xanad, in looking for some way to mitigate the effects of a curse, a way to control the collateral damage of a curse. The old mage's eyes began to glow with excitement. Xanad gestured and a tea tray came flying towards him. The Lord then began to brew some tea, while answering the boy's question, when it comes to curses, the best way would be through a magical artifact. For that you would need a blacksmith mage and someone who specializes in the area of curses. I believe the Living Library can help you with that. When we get to the Academy, Meredith and Luke then exchange glances confused. The Living Library? What is that? Luke asked. Ho, yes, you don't know then, forgive me. The Academy adopted a girl 15 years ago. She remembers all the books in the Academy, both those in this roast and those kept at our headquarters. She is probably the most versatile mage in our academy. This news shocked the two young men, who again looked up to the top of the tower that was completely crammed with books, and that was not the entire collection known to the girl. Balance. Are we really going to need a blacksmith? What he said is correct. Wearing an amulet is the best way to correct the side effects of a curse. Creating active and constant magic. This can only be achieved with the support of more than one experienced person. Luke then scratched his head apprehensively. Mr. Xanad, could the sensory help us? The old man then started to laugh. Ho. Megan is not a sensory, my boy, though surely her strength is much greater than mine. This news made Luke less worried. If he was a sensory mage, it would probably be even harder to add her to the group. Now the only thing missing would be a blacksmith. However, Luke could look for that later. Xanad kept talking nonstop about the trip, stressing Luke and Meredith a little. After the gentleman finished packing some books, he put them in a cloth bag that began to levitate behind him. After that, the three left that long stone building, arriving in an extremely empty forest. When Luke looked back, he noticed how different it was. The gigantic stone building out of the way of the forest that looked like it had never been touched. Xanad guided the two to a village near the Academy facility. When the group arrived there, everyone in the village began to applaud and thank the old mage, leaving Meredith with an expression of confusion on her face, but she no longer dared to speak, already wondering how he would go on and on. Gradually things started to make sense. Xanad used his magic to help that village, both in harvesting in times when there was not much rain, and even with healing magic when someone was extremely sick. In the end, you were a necessary support for the village. After a few more minutes, the group was facing a carriage. Two black and apparently strong horses were waiting. Standing beside them were two men in simple farmer's garb. It's a pleasure to guide you again, said one of the men, who was muscular, perhaps from working in the fields. I was already missing your stories, said the second man, who was less muscular and thin. Something that surprised Luke was how no one in that village cared about their race. He felt like he was covered. This made him wonder if it was because of being on Xanad's side, or if simply that humble village didn't have that kind of prejudice. The group climbed into the wagon. Luke borrowed one of the books that were in Xanad's backpack, while Meredith started trying to sleep. The thin driver also got back into the back of the wagon and began to sleep, while the stronger one stayed in the front talking to the old mage. The stories of that gentleman were impressive to Luke, something that completely changed the boy's view of how magic could be used. Even though Xanad was a battle magic teacher at the academy, he was still able to use earth and fire magic to create a water pipeline to the village's fields, synthesized medicine for a flu epidemic that arose among the children, fixed the only grinder in the village, and still applied healing magic to the heaviest wounds of the field workers. The old wizard then ran his hand through his beard and asked how his little Tommy? The muscular man then smiled and started to tell about his family, his wife, and their newborn son. He's my second boy. We're still choosing a name for him. This conversation left some questions in Luke's head. He still didn't want to being a father, but he missed his wives terribly. They'll finish the revolution and go back to see them. The trip remained quiet for quite some time. Some cows appeared in the middle of the way, making Luke have to get up to remove them from the front of the wagon. Other than that, there was no major problem, which made Luke relieved. He was already thinking the worst. However, just before they arrived in New Yukiat, the group was attacked by robbers. Luke was about to jump towards them, when with simple hand movements, Xanad buried the 5 thieves easily, leaving only the thieves' heads out. Xanad then made small clouds that began to rain down on top of the group. "You idiot mage! You will regret not killing us. How are we going to get out of here, boss?" "Be quiet." They'll get up and finish them off. The carriage passed smoothly through the group. This made Luke start laughing nonstop. The simplest solution is not always a straight battle. When the group arrived in New Yukiat City, the wagon stopped at an inn where they would spend the night. Just before going to sleep, Luke felt a huge pain in his chest. "Shake, what is this?" "Breathe, Luke, you can do it. Just calm down." This gigantic pain was about Luke's soul splitting again. The more this fragmentation happened, the greater the damage Luke received. The carriage passed smoothly through the group. This made Luke start laughing nonstop. The simplest solution is not always a straight battle. When the group arrived in New Yukiat City, the wagon stopped at an inn where they would spend the night. Just before going to sleep, Luke felt a huge pain in his chest, occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 339, The Traveler's Pain. Luke, calm down. You need to breathe. The pain the half-wolf felt was something indescribable to him. Even after so many life-or-death duels, so many scars, this agonizing sensation was something the young man had never felt before. It was as if the man's heart was being ripped apart, mixed with a gigantic pressure in his chest. His breathing quickly became heavy, and his consciousness was completely white. For the first time in his life, Luke literally started screaming in pain, which alerted Meredith, who was staying in the next room. She opened Luke's door quickly and, in desperation, knelt down to place Luke's head on her thighs. Shortly afterwards, Mr. Xanad and the 2 chariot drivers. The old wizard calmly walked up to Luke Lang, removed the staff he carried on his back, excused himself to Meredith, and began silently reciting a spell. The spell, which Xanad was reciting, lit the entire room with an emerald green light. Gradually, flowers with blue petals appeared around Xanad, all flying. They then formed a circle above the half-wolf and slowly began to rotate, maintaining a single speed. The boy's chest began to glow white, pulsing at the speed of his breath. Gradually, the pain that the half-wolf was feeling was lessened, but from enduring so much pain, he ended up unconscious. Meredith had tears in her eyes when she saw Luke's face finally calm down. Her fear disappeared, and she was relieved. Now she no longer had such a negative view of the flamboyant mage Xanad, but rather a kind of respect, albeit fear, typical of the half-fox. With a more serious face this time, and without his characteristic laugh, the mage said, "I think it should be fine for now." I figured something like that was happening to him after he showed so much interest, but, Shewish, that curse of his is really heavy. "Thank you very much." Meredith immediately thanked him, bowing to the old man as a gesture of her immense gratitude. The old wizard glared at Luke as he put his staff back on his back, and then walked out of the room after giving Meredith a friendly wink. The 2 wagon guides then looked at each other, not sure how to react, and started talking about how amazing Xanad's magic was. The voices gradually faded from the room, as did the footsteps on the wooden floor. "Luke, you're here again, my dear. It must have been so agonizing. I'm sorry to put you through this one more time." The half-wolf was back in that stark white world where the scale claimed to be the core of his soul. The goddess was already waiting for him, so she approached with a smile and opened her arms to him. Again, the man was confused by what had happened. The 2 sat down and started talking about it. For Luke, that pain brought him there was what confused him even more. Even at the beginning of the curse, he didn't feel such pain. "I died?" asked the half-wolf with a confused face and an almost ironic smile, already expecting a negative answer. Yala then gave a small laugh and covered her mouth with her right hand. "Huh, obviously not." Hazer's friendly mage managed to treat the curse's effect. You just can't remember everything because you were passed out. This will still get a lot worse, won't it? He asked. For some reason, that question made the scales look uncomfortable. In the goddess' mind, these effects were only getting worse because of her presence, and she blamed herself for that. Theoretically, the mana coming from the cursed items was trying to cure the mana curse. But the scale's presence was being recognized as part of that curse because it was taking advantage of Luke's soul fragmentation. All this caused conflicting feelings in her. On the one hand, she wanted to help the young man, but on the other hand, she didn't want to see him suffer anymore. Yes, it will get worse. That's why we need to create an artifact for you. The mana you now have may stabilize the curse for a while, but as long as we don't have an artifact, these effects will continue to occur, because the mana is trying to cure the curse at all costs, even if you die in the process. Isla showed her insecurity. Luke then sighed and lay on the floor, hands behind his head. In the end, there's not much that can be done. It's already a relief to know that I'm not in paradise right now. The half-wolf's relaxed manner lightened the mood a little. The two continued talking for a while longer, and the friendship between the goddess and the ex-thief grew stronger every day. After a while, Luke fell asleep as before, and Isla watched him sleep. Just like a few days ago when the boy woke up, it was already the next day. Meredith arrived in front of Luke's room and knocked twice on his door, but didn't wait for an answer and just went inside. A huge smile appeared on her face as soon as she saw Luke's eyes open. "You really are a tough guy," she said. Luke smiled. "Can you tell me what happened yesterday? You helped me, didn't you?" The half-wolf knew that people had entered his room because of the residual smell that lingered in the room. "You got me really worried, you know? If it wasn't for Xanad here, I don't even want to imagine what could have happened. We need to find a way to deal with it." This phrase created a certain discomfort in Luke. He had become so strong in recent years, but now he was unable to react to this curse. The feeling of being unable to find an agile and coherent solution was too stressful for Luke, which was making him more anxious to get to Melky's Academy of Magic. After some time of talking, the two came down from the second floor of the inn and went to breakfast. As a toast, the inn they were staying at prepared a small meal for each overnight guest. On the table was bread, jam, and butter, as well as some tea and hot milk. The group ate, listened to Xanad give more details about how magic was used in combat, nonstop as usual, and then left the house. The subject of what had happened the night before was not a topic that anyone wanted to touch on. Luckily, the two brothers had already fed the horses in the morning, so it was only necessary to continue the journey. To distract himself along the way, Luke continued reading a book called Elemental Magic Techniques, which consisted of a series of basic elemental magic combinations with sword and bow combat. Through that book, he managed to get good ideas for using Vind and Yggdrasil, which were considerably stronger than any elemental magic mentioned in that book. However, the idea of developing in a magical arts was something that couldn't get out of the half-wolf's head. Alchemy and mana heal minor and major problems, but they are not always infallible. As a former thief, Luke knew that the more different abilities he gained, the better his chances of victory against the first servant and the other demons. Besides, Luke felt he was carrying a burden now, the burden of thousands of human souls. The trip went on smoothly for most of the time, and before anyone in the group noticed, half the day had passed. When the group arrived at the outskirts of Ukiat, Xanad chose to stay at an inn far from the center of Ukiat. He was a famous figure in the region, so if he were recognized, it could create quite a stir. The group could head to the port the next morning, take an exclusive ship from Melky's Magic Academy to the island where the school was located. Despite Xanad's fame, the very existence of the academy was not something that was talked about in the region. Typically, students at this place were recruited for feats, relevant skills, or special talents, making it a difficult place of study to infiltrate. The academy's own region, which was located on an island a little far from Ukiat, made it difficult for visitors to appear outside the school year. As soon as the group arrived at the inn, Meredith went to her room to take a shower because she was exhausted. The two brothers who had accompanied them for the entire journey, this time, chose to complete the rest of a Ukiat path, as they had some unfinished business to resolve. Thanks to all of them, Luke and Xanad were left alone, and so the old man made an unusual proposal to the half-wolf. "Help me collect some mushrooms, boy." Luke was curious about the reason for the invitation, but accepted without question. The two left the inn and entered the woods next door. Chapter 340, The Abilities of a Weird Mage. It was dusk near Yukiat, and the purple sky that gleamed on the ocean horizon was the sign that autumn had arrived. It's been a while since I've been to this region at this time of year. The good part is that this grove has some of the best mushrooms for various types of potions on the entire continent, Xanad commented. But when he looked back, he realized that Klaus was just watching the rustle of dry leaves on the tops of the trees. Can you imagine the reason for that? As if returning from a mind trip, Luke quickly shook his head. Though his mind was far away, he was hearing the matter at a glance. He always listened to all the side issues, even on busy streets. That's how he survived so long in the undercity of Okawa. Xanad smiled. This region is rich in underground crystals, and somehow fungi can pull these minerals in more easily than trees, but it's not much different from how a mana wood is born. Although in this case, it doesn't happen by directly inserting mana into the active tissues. These words didn't make much sense to Luke, which once again made the young man irritated at his own ignorance. It hadn't been that long since Luke learned to read, but even so, he felt guilty that he hadn't fully understood the magic book Head borrowed to read during the trip, as well as Xanad's endless speeches. Even after walking through the forest for some time, Xanad didn't stop talking, until Luke finally found an area full of white fungus, which glowed blue. Luke decided not to use his skill Yggdrasil to manipulate the roots and remove the fungus, because that would reveal to the old man that he had gene skills. In turn, Xanad used his magic to manipulate the area's wind, removing the fungi with precise cuts, and quickly creating a pile of mushrooms. Sheso, I'm going to use some of these mushrooms to produce a light step potion. This will be necessary for tomorrow. Have you heard anything about this potion? Luke couldn't even imagine what a Lightfoot potion was, so he just shook his head and said, I have no idea. Ho ho ho. I don't like riding on boats so much, I get seasick. So I thought along the way, and we're going on horseback to the island. But how? Luke then asked the most obvious question. Why don't horses walk on water? Xanad then laughed excitedly as before. Ho ho ho. Well, that's what the potion I mentioned will do. We will give each of the horses a dose of the light step potion so they can freeze every molecule beneath their feet, including the water. At the time, Luke was impressed because he never imagined such a thing existed. After that, the old man began to concentrate all the mushrooms, which were flying, into a single point, using what appeared to be wind magic to generate a small tornado that followed him through the woods. Quickly, Xanad gathered a mass of mushrooms into a hand-sized sphere. When he finished, the hundreds of mushrooms were gathered in just a 2-foot ball, which still emitted the characteristic glow of these fungi. We'll still need 2 more of these spheres like these, stated Xanad, and continued walking while running a hand through his beard, planning something. Luke couldn't imagine what the old man was thinking. He had just finished clearing the forest mushrooms. Why did he want even more? Also, all these displays of Xanad's magical abilities made Luke wonder more and more about the living library, Megan. Although Luke had never had the honor of fighting a sensory mage, Xanad's abilities could be on par with one of them. The half-wolf began to think this not because Xanad showed extreme strength or skill, but rather extreme naturalness with the use of magic without magic circles. Thanks to that, imagining that a young girl would have a magical ability superior to Xanad, as he himself stated about Megan, was surprising. Probably, he'll have to drag that mage out of the academy, at least to build the artifact. I'm sure the teachers won't let something this powerful be built under their roofs, even with Xanad supporting me if they find out. And I don't want to cause the girl any trouble, either. Aya, thinking about it sucks. Xanad backed away from the young man a little while Luke was lost in his own thoughts. So Luke hurried to get to the side of the old mage who was talking to himself as he stared intently at the forest floor. The floor was now clean. It no longer had that different shine, just keeping the grass and some red flowers. Mushrooms are gone here. How are we going to find more? Luke asked. Xanad then turned to the boy and, as he smoothed his beard with his hand, replied, "We don't need to look for anything, boy. Can't you see where we are?" Luke frowned. The old wizard then took his staff from his back, closed his eyes, and began to recite an incantation. The tip of his staff began to glow, a vivid yellow. Around the two of them, several bright spots appeared, as if fireflies were magically appearing around them. This glow gradually intensified as small spheres appeared around them. The words the mage recited were nothing like the language the entire Skull continent spoke. In reality, the words sounded like a song, but in a different language. Luke didn't remember at the time, but this language was Elvish, a practically lost language, spoken only by elves, shall we say, more different than usual. In the past, he had heard this language once, on the busy streets of Ukawa, but it had been so long since that memory had been somewhere dark in the half-wolf's mind. Xanad's enchantment was ended by a phrase that Luke could understand. "Please bloom." Then the glowing spheres descended to the ground, illuminating the grass, flowers, and roots of the area. Gradually, the necessary fungi grew in an instant. It was extremely similar to Luke's skill Yggdrasil, but what Xanad used was not a gene skill, but magic. Luke's eyes widened, showing his surprise, and then he asked, "What was that?" Xanad then put his staff on his back again, placed one of his hands on Luke's shoulder, and patted it lightly while smiling. "This is a sacred spirit magic. I just made a trade with the spirits and the world balance. My mana for a couple of mushrooms." The floor was now littered with those glowing mushrooms, much more than there had been before. There was no point in this being just a couple of mushrooms, as Xanad said. Luke started to think about how big Xanad's mana would be, and again, how surprising the mage Megan would be, who surpassed him. A lot of flowers ended up appearing next to the mushrooms, and even the grasses were bigger and looked more alive. The uses of magic were actually much broader than Luke remembered. Seeing the region change in such a few seconds only put more questions in the half-wolf's head. The two again collected the mushrooms, Xanad with his strange levitation magic, while Luke manually collected the mushrooms, placing them in a pile. It didn't take long for a larger amount than the previous sphere to be gathered. Thus, Xanad again concentrated the mushroom mass and created the two other necessary spheres. After that, the old man took from his belt a strange little vial of blue liquid, which the wizard drank in one gulp and made a sound of satisfaction after finishing. "Do you want some?" "Energetic potion of manicore eggs. It helps me stay awake," he offered. Luke promptly denied it with a disgusted expression. Had seen a lot of disgusting things in his life, countless of them, but using a monster's eggs in a potion was a first. Before long, the old mage created a laboratory in the small woods behind the lodge to start making light step potions. Luke tried to keep up with him for a while, but after a few minutes of incessant explanation about alchemy, the boy got tired and went into the inn to sleep. Various sounds of glass and liquid could be heard throughout the night, which did not disturb the sleep of the half-wolf, who was still tired from the effects of the curse. Luckily, there were no other guests at the inn apart from the two half-beasts and the weird professor, so the noise didn't bother anyone. As the sun rose on the outskirts of Yukiat, birds began to sing in the woods near the inn. The last day of the trip was about to begin. As soon as the half-fox awoke, she stood up and reached in front of Luke's bedroom door, knocking twice. The sound of wood alerted her arrival, along with the questioning of a quiet voice afraid to wake Luke. "May I come in?" the girl asked while already opening the door, without waiting for an answer. Chapter 341, the third facing the door to Luke's room at the inn was Meredith, hesitant to knock for some reason. After sighing, she finally knocked on the door. Talk, may I come in?" the girl asked as she already opened the door, not waiting for an answer. As soon as she opened the door, she saw that the half-wolf was doing push-ups. He wasn't even showing any concern for his supposedly failing health. Luke's body was sweaty, and the sweat that slid down his skin also reflected the light coming in through the window. When he saw and heard Meredith, he stopped exercising and sat on the floor, slightly out of breath. "Luke, you need a rest." As much as seeing him shirtless was extremely tempting to the fox lady, The girl's heart filled with concern at seeing him panting. She immediately forced Luke to stop his exercises and promised that he would rest. In the end, both the half-wolf and the half-fox laughed lightly at her tremendous concern. After Meredith calmed down, they talked for a while, and finally the two then went down the stairs of the inn to eat in the dining hall on the second floor. The dining hall was silent and, as expected, totally empty. There was a single table in place, and on top of that was a basket of rolls, a jug of milk, and 2 bowls of mushroom soups. By the absence of people, Luke was able to eat alone with Meredith after a while. However, this tranquility was interrupted by hurried footsteps that came to the door of the empty inn. Luke and Meredith didn't even alert themselves, because in addition to smelling old age from afar, they heard the laughter of the old mage on the other side of the door. "Ho, ho, ho! I've completed the preparations. Now we can walk on water," Xanad said as he opened the door with force. At first glance, this suggestion seemed impossible. However, Luke had already considered the possibility to be real and accepted this idea. After all, he wanted to see more demonstrations of Xanad's magical abilities. However, Meredith was bothered by the possibility of this going wrong, because pulling the salt from the seawater out of her tail hairs was extremely irritating. Xanad sat down at the end of the breakfast table, next to Luke and Meredith. The old man served himself some soup and a slice of bread, while talking animatedly about how excited he was. With movements of his hands, he naturally used his magic to serve himself, causing both the cutlery and even the piece of bread to come to his mouth. The old man used magic so naturally, showing that he did not care about the mana expenditure. In fact, the many uses for magic demonstrated by Xanad made Luke more and more interested in the subject. His focus in going to the Melky Academy of Magic was not exactly on learning magic, but the idea of venturing into the magical arts was becoming more and more real in the man's mind. The book that the half-wolf was reading during the trip was left on the table and was called Techniques of Elemental Magic. This book had details of how to use the 5 basic attributes of magic, which were fire, earth, air, water, and last, and most importantly, pure mana manipulation. While to manipulate wind using a gene skill, you would need wind. However, with magic, manipulating wind was a matter of concentrating your elemental ability and a little imagination. For Luke, the idea of testing how far he could advance with magic had been on his mind ever since he started reading this unusual book of spells. Looking down at the bowl of soup before him, Luke slowly began to try to perform a basic incantation, mimicking the directions he read in the book. "Self-concentris," he whispered. Without much delay, a small swirl of wind appeared on top of the soup, which caused the thick broth of the soup to begin to swirl as well. The floating mushrooms naturally joined in this centrifugal movement. After this, the boy raised his hand a little and made the small tornado disappear. Controlling the wind with mana was extremely similar to using skill wind, but it took a little more focus. Maybe it just needs practice, thought the half-wolf. Try to imagine the shape of the element next to the incantation. It will make it easier to master the spell. Balance's unexpected voice caught Luke's attention by surprise. However, he didn't have much time to talk to her, because soon Meredith held the young man's hand, surprising him. "Luke, eat at least some of your food. We don't know how far away the place we're going is. Eat while we still have time," she warned, not seeming to notice that he had used magic, right? Since Xanad was also engrossed in his own thoughts, he didn't quite understand what the two were talking about. After finishing his meal, he turned to Luke and said, "I will put you in my research group at the academy. But according to Hazer, you are not very experienced with magic, right?" Luke nodded as he put a spoonful of soup in his mouth. "Okay, your area of expertise will be magical zoology. I believe I have a project that will suit you." There were 3 ways to enter the Melky Empire Academy of Magic. The first would be as a student, a process in which candidates are selected for their magical proficiency and ability, as well as important achievements or accomplishments. The second, as a teacher. In this process, it would be necessary to have a deep knowledge of a magical discipline recognized by the Academy, and to take tests to prove one's knowledge. Finally, there is the research branch of the Academy. This is the main branch of the academy, and according to Hazer, Luke could go undercover with no problems alongside Xanad if he chose this category. The man's goals at the academy were simple: to find a way to reduce the effects of his curse by treating the symptoms, and to recruit as many capable mages as possible for a possible revolution against the Melki Empire. Currently, Luke's main focus will be to gain the help of Megan, declared the strongest mage in the academy by Xanad himself. If he recommended her, that meant that she should probably be the best person to help him in this situation. After finishing their morning coffee, Meredith and Luke got up from the table. "Finish packing up your luggage, guys. I'm going to dismantle the labs I built," Xanad said. The two of them then went upstairs and packed their backpacks. Meredith didn't take long to finish, and then she arrived at Luke's room, knocked on the door, and entered without waiting for an answer once again. "Can we talk?" "Sure. Is there something bothering you?" Luke asked, looking at the girl. "Yeah, there's something I wanted to ask you, Luke." Meredith's voice showed that she was afraid. The man then finished packing his backpack, but stopped and sat on the bed to listen to her. Then Meredith sat down on the side, touched her hand with both of her hands, and said, looking into his eyes, "I love you. Luke, I want to be your third wife." Luke arched his eyebrows, surprised at such sudden words after so long. "I just can't stop thinking about everything that happened. Please accept me. I just can't forget that night." Meredith began to cry a little, and it all moved the heart of the half-wolf beside her. Luke then hugged her, feeling her sweet perfume up close. "It's okay. I just need some time to think about it." Even with that answer, Meredith's heart was soothed by Luke's calm voice, something that was noticeable from the embrace. Her pulse gradually calmed down until the girl then stood up in a hurry, dried her tears, and turned to Luke. "I'm fine. Let's go." She held out her hand to him and smiled. The young wolf then smiled and kissed her hand. "We have a long journey, right?" Again, Luke found himself drowning in thoughts as he walked down the stairs of the inn. No doubt he wanted to accept Meredith, for he loved her. But the real question would be how Alexis and Ayumi would react. Besides, he was feeling submerged in problems. The amulet, magic, his wives, balance, demons. There were many different issues and problems to solve. Having a closer relationship with Meredith would help him think better. Luke could imagine Ayumi and Alexis accepting Meredith, but part of him wondered how they would react to his return accompanied by yet another wife. This made him more apprehensive than battling demons these days. "I don't imagine you'll have a problem, Happy Wolf Boy." "Why do you say that, Balance?" "At the time, I wasn't free to talk to you, but I watched what you did." Ayumi accepted Alexis with ease, and I don't think she is the type who will deny a wish of hers. Alexis was so afraid of being rejected that she wouldn't do it with another girl. I'm sure that after you complete your goals, your wives will welcome you with open arms and won't even mind sharing you, as long as they each get a little of your attention, until you're a good love counselor for a celestial entity. Luke joked with her. "Do you think so? I know you're in existence or something, but still, it's been comforting to have your support. Thanks for being here with me, Isla." In Luke's soul, Balance was sitting on the ground as she ran her hand through her blonde hair, and she smiled because of the half-wolf's compliment. "I thank you for keeping my hopes in humanity, Luke." Chapter 342. Xanad had finished packing his things. The three now outside the inn were heading to a nearby area where the old mage claimed he could hire the 3 necessary horses. The bright morning sun lit up the horizon, and the sound of small birds echoed across the sky. A few clouds covered the strong blue a little, creating a beautiful view. With each step of the teacher, it was possible to hear the sound of several pieces of metal hitting each other. It was not a sharp sound like a blade, and with a certain attention, it was possible to perceive that there was also the sound of a liquid in his backpack. Ting, 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 the sound followed the rhythm of the wizard's footsteps. Luke turned to Meredith, who immediately understood the look of strangeness. The two were trying to understand what was inside the wizard's backpack. But knowing the old mage's behavior, the two knew that questioning would create a long explanation. The journey would be long, and so it was best to keep Xanad quiet. The sound of the mage's backpack was uncomfortable for the two half-beasts, but it was still much better than trying to understand what he was going to say. The walk didn't take long, After going down a slope, the group arrived at another house in front. It was possible to see a sign written horses and cells. On the left side of the property was a small field with a crop of what appeared to be vegetables. On the other side of the house, a barn with several horses. The old mage, Xanad, then came to the door and rang a bell in front of the property. After a few minutes without an answer, Meredith knocked loudly on the door twice. "I'm going now," said a boy's voice. After a few minutes, the door was opened by a gasping, red-haired young man. He appeared to be between 14 to 15 years old. His clothes were typical of a farmer in the region, baggy pants soiled with dirt and a pair of leather boots. Aside from the boy's striking red curly hair, his innocent face was marred by freckles. "Sir, long time no see. Have you come to rent horses again?" Xanad then reached out his hand and ran it through the boy's hair. "Ho, how long, Adam?" "Exactly. He'll ask the academy to return them as usual." The little farmer was excited about the old wizard's visit. This made Luke give a small smile, which Meredith noticed, and began to smile maliciously. However, the wolf boy's eyes soon turned serious, which surprised the girl. "It's for the lives of these people. I need to fight for." His tone of voice showed his heart full of determination. No matter what he was doing, the feeling of need to act always returned to Luke, making him uneasy. "It's going to be all right, Luke," said the fox lady, while holding one of Youth's hands. Little Adam started asking Xanad several questions. He was talking more than even the mage himself. However, the gentleman said he needed to hurry back to the gym. Taking the message, the little farmer led the group to the barn next door. Several horses walked through the grass, with different colors and coats from one another. The boy then took a rope and lassoed 3 horses. "These here are rested. The one with the white fur is Tormentor. The gray is called Matsukes, and the black is called Caravaggio. Take good care of them, please, Sir Xanad." The youth then tied the horses to a fence. But then he slapped himself a little across the face and ran back to the house. "This kid must be kidding," thought Meredith, who was already a little annoyed with the time taken to rent the horses. After a few more minutes, the boy came running back with 3 cells. Gasping, he threw them to the floor. He took a little breath and put them on the horses. "That's it. The rent will be 30 pieces of silver." The magus then took a bag of coins from his pocket, counted out the necessary, and handed them over. By the time Xanad had finished paying, impatiently Meredith had reached the white horse Tormentor, pulled it from the fence, and mounted it, with a speed that showed his annoyance. After that, Luke mounted Matsukes and Xanad in Caravaggio. The group then said goodbye to little Adam and set off on their journey. Following the road in front of the house where they were, a decline continued by the height. It was possible to see the sea in a relative distance. Meredith then ran the horse down the road. Luke followed, and Xanad followed at a slightly slower pace. The strong breeze ruffled Luke's hair. It was an invigorating sensation, which for a brief moment took away all the problems that were going through the young man's head. The 2 half-beasts kept their distance from Xanad, avoiding the noise of the backpack that was now synchronized with the horse's footsteps. After a few minutes, the 3 were facing the beach. The moment Luke's eyes caught sight of the literal memories of the port of Ukawa, making the half-wolf feel homesick and again start to miss his wives. The first off the horse was Meredith, after which both Luke and Xanad descended to prepare. It didn't take long. The wizard removed the 3 potions and asked the 2 to take a small sip. Meredith made a disgusted face after tasting the bitter taste of the potion. After the mage removed 3 apples from his backpack, he poured the potion's contents into them. So they fed the potion to the horses. Xanad then recited a spell, and several small blue spheres appeared around the group. Climbing onto the horses, Luke was the first to walk forward. As soon as the animal left the sand, a kind of ground was formed. The sea was calm. When a slightly larger wave appeared, the lights the mage summoned calmed the waves, maintaining a course of water like a large still lake. Moving forward with the horses was a little difficult. It was as if the animals knew that this place was not ideal for them. However, Luke managed to control it with ease and keep the pace. The horses behind still followed with trepidation. As the group moved away from the shore, It was possible to see fish jumping or even just below the group. In a moment, the 7-foot water snake appeared below the group. Xanad quickly caught it with a spell that reminded Luke of Nephthalia's grappling hook. The mage then threw her away from the group. "It won't take much longer. Soon we'll be able to see the Diamond Plateau," Xanad said. In total, the group should have walked for at least 30 minutes. After the news, the group began to see several bright lights just below their feet. The horses started to get scared, raising their feet in fear of what looked like a shower of shooting stars coming from the bottom of the ocean. The sound of Xanad getting off his horse startled Luke. The old man then looked down at the bottom of the sea and put his hand into the water. Facing his own reflection, the mage said, "No doubt. I think today is fishing day." Luke and Meredith were confused, but Xanad then continued, "This is a group of mana WRMS. Their scales are quite useful for alchemy." The mage then withdrew his staff and began to cast a spell, again in the strange language from before. Permafrost Iculan Majestico Ikedan. When Xanad finished reciting, the water in front of him quickly concentrated on what looked like an iceberg. Controlling the magic with his staff, the old mage was drawing a basin of ice. Telekinez Manadin Ikmaz. Quickly the shoal of mana WRMS flew into the sky. Blue snakes with skin that glowed white light. Their eyes emitted a golden light that, flying across the sky, looked like a shower of fiery arrows. Xanad was controlling the school as if they were a large snake flying through the air. The sunlight reflected off the scales of the creatures as they made a group sound that sounded like hundreds of raging snakes with rage. While with his staff, he moved the creatures. With his other hand, he was drawing in the air. Suddenly, a purple magic circle appeared on the mage's left hand, after which the glow in the serpent's eyes gradually faded until all the monsters in the air were frozen to death. With a wave of his staff, Xanad then gathered the pile of mana WRMS into the ice basin. It was a gigantic pile of creatures that appeared to be extremely dangerous. Luke and Meredith couldn't believe the scene they saw. The mage just executed dozens of monsters like it was nothing. This display of skill left Luke in disbelief, reinforcing in the wolf boy's mind just how necessary he needed to learn magic, and fast. In the fight against the demons, any new weapon would already be of help. Chapter 343, Melky Academy of Magic. After Xanad exterminated the group of mana WRMS, the wizard put his staff back on his back. The first question that crossed Luke's mind was how the wizard would bring this pile to the Academy Island. Luke then turned to Xanad and inquired, "How do you intend to carry it?" "We don't need to carry it now. When we get to the Academy, it'll have some students collect it," replied the old wizard. Xanad climbed back on his horse, and the group continued their journey, riding through the waters on horseback as in a great blue field. The waves were light, and the water reflected the sunlight. After a few more minutes, the view to the horizon was still empty, as if nothing but water lay ahead. However, Xanad then took the lead of the group, and out of that endless horizon mysteriously appeared a boat, which appeared as if invisible, with its bow appearing slowly as if it were appearing in small layers. It was a scene that completely confused the eyes of the onlookers. Little by little, the boat came out until it was possible to see it completely. The boat was small, with a closed cabin. It was made of a dark wood that resembled oak, with gold and blue details. On the side of the boat was a coat of arms with a golden owl and a book, a symbol that also appeared on Xanad's luggage and books. The ship stood still for a few seconds, until Luke could hear footsteps rushing out of the ship and onto the deck. The panting figure then kept running until he put his face out. The panting boy then took a few breaths and looked at the group. Waving, he called out, "Welcome back, Mr. Xanad." The young man possessed blonde hair, and his aura, in general, was elegant. He was wearing an outfit that resembled a social outfit. He possessed a blue tie and a white blazer buttoned with gold and blue details. The boy said as he ran to the side of the boat. The group reached the side, which had a rope to climb up. The three then got off their horses. Xanad walked to the back of the boat and bridled the horses with a rope. According to the magician, They would ride to the island of the academy, and then their students would return the horses to Little Adam's house. Luke did not understand Zoned's mind, but apparently this was already routine for the old wizard. In the end, he preferred not to comment and just went with the flow. Luke and Meredith climbed into the boat first, coming face to face with a blonde-haired young man. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Adrian Hortfield. I'm one of Master Zoned's students." The boy then made a gesture by lowering his head and one of his knees and bowing a little and putting his arms by his sides. It appeared to be a sort of bow, but it made Luke and Meredith uncomfortable. "Luke Lange, Meredith Scully," the two replied with a little trepidation. Just then, the mage Xanad climbed aboard. "I just saw a Maritma Karmasin serpent. They are quite eye-catching. Adrian, make a note for the research group to try and capture one of these alive. I've thought of a new project to do," said the old mage as he placed his staff and luggage on the ground. "Yes, sir," replied the young student promptly. When the boat returned turning around, the question of how the boat appeared was answered on the spot. After crossing what appeared to be a mana barrier, it was possible to see the academy that was completely hidden behind the barrier. The sensation of crossing, it was like a surging wind with speed for a few seconds. Behind, the view was the same, the giant empty sea with birds in the sky. On the other side, it was now possible to see the island completely. The academy building was gigantic, following the relief of the island. There was a gigantic tower on the highest part of the island. Several buildings covered the island. It was like a small, camouflaged city. In the island's port, you could see several boats with the same coat of arms, the owl from the book. On top of a tower in the center of the island, it was possible to see a clock, and just below it the same coat of arms, and there were two other large towers on the island. In the sky, it was possible to see two people flying overhead with swords, which frightened Meredith. The boat docked near several similar boats. The beach had extremely beautiful white sand and a wall of rocks that elevated the area already supporting constructions. After getting off the boat, the group's presence was noticed by several students who were dressed in an outfit similar to Adrian's. The moment Xanad appeared in front of the students, everyone bowed in respect to the mage. He was indeed a figure of importance in the academy. "Adrian, give me a report, please," Xanad said, turning to the blonde-haired boy. "Yes, sir. The research regarding the use of spells blended with the spirits of Zhao has been a success. The experiment you left of mana crystallization was also a success. The gravity-reversing circle stabilizer broke in your absence. We were able to recreate a functional one by adding a fifth magic circle by varying the telekinese spell." Luke and Meredith could not understand what the boy was talking about. However, Xanad nodded as he listened. This report lasted a few minutes. The young man was explaining about several different experiments that the wizard was conducting. After the report was finished, Xanad led the group. After climbing some stairs, they quickly left the beach and came to an open area that seemed to be the academy's main square. In the center was a sundial, but the tower with the clock was just in front of the square. It was possible to see several students in their academy costumes. Several more mature faces appeared as well, however, with more golden details. Sometimes people in robes would also pass by, and at other times older magicians in black or red clothing. The academy looked like a city. It was lively and bustling. But what surprised Luke the most about this whole trip was how quiet the area was. There were no people shouting or selling products. You could see students talking, but always in a low tone. It was an entire city with the manners of a library. At least, that's what he thought at first. Luke suddenly began to hear a strange sound. It seemed to be a sword cutting the air, when suddenly, the group spotted a man walking on a large sword, towering over the four of them. The young man was dressed in the robes of a student. His hair was black, and he possessed a ponytail. His face was slender, and his appearance was also very elegant. He was around Luke's height. After approaching, he jumped off his sword. "Welcome back, Master," the black-haired young man said as he bowed to Xanad. This time, not with the usual bow, but by kneeling on the ground and putting his head down. Ho, it's not that much. Stand up, Orion," Xanad replied. The sword that had been floating then returned and fixed itself on Orion's back. It was a gigantic greatsword. Its handle was red, but the sword was completely black. Only the blade had a white detail that made it stand out. Orion had the features of a citizen of Zhao, something that Luke and Meredith noticed immediately because of his resemblance to Inosuk. Orion then stood up and greeted the two visitors to the academy. "My name is Orion Hitsukaze. I am a student and researcher at the academy again." The two introduced themselves. Orion needed to leave soon after. His sword came out of his back and suspended itself in the air, standing at a certain height from the ground. After climbing a step, Zhao's mage said goodbye and flew off. The moment Luke saw the sword take off, one thing became certain in his mind: I need to learn to walk on this. And that's exactly what Luke asked Xanad, without fear this time, for his will was greater than the fear of a long answer from the old mage. "How can I get a flying sword?" Luke inquired to Xanad. "Ho ho ho, they're actually quite useful. You can ask in the craftsman's area, and then go train in the flying group." This was engraved in Luke's head, who mentally was already imagining himself flying with a sword. After the brief conversation, Xanad asked Adrian to guide the two of them to the dormitories. The dormitory area was really large, with several spacious rooms. The academy had one more building for accommodation, which made Luke and Meredith wonder how many people there were in that area. There was no gender separation between male and female, at least not in the researchers' dormitory. So by choice, Luke and Meredith stayed in the same room. Chapter 344 Walker. There was no gender separation between male and female, at least not in the researchers' dormitory. So by choice, Luke and Meredith stayed in the same room. The reason Luke and Meredith were in the same room was simple. The two didn't know anyone else at the academy. Even with Hazer's recommendation and the time spent alongside Xanad, the two still didn't completely trust him. So the most logical decision was to stay close to each other. At first, Luke was wary of this option, which was proposed by Meredith, but he soon accepted because he understood these reasons. After that brief conversation between the two, Adrian guided the couple to a spare room in the dorm. Entering the researchers' dormitory area, it was possible to see a marble floor, and the structure finishes in a white stone and oak wood. The place was lush and appeared to be quite large. However, it still wasn't as surprising as the Stroger mansions. After walking through the dorm door, there was a receptionist. "We need to register these two new researchers," Adrian told the receptionist. She was an elf with brown hair and blue eyes, dressed in an outfit similar to those seen before. The elf agreed, got up, and went to a door behind the counter. After a few minutes, she returned with a large leather book. Aside from the book, she also held 2 white cards. "Just sign the book and apply some mana to the ID cards. After that, you need to register at the academic center," said the elf, letting out an extremely friendly smile. That smile made the half-fox lady extremely jealous. Cards in hand, Luke and Meredith promptly signed their names in the book. He had a table next to the names with an academy registration number. The list of names was extensive, which showed that even though it was a secluded place, it still had an active community. Soon after, the two channeled mana into the card, which had a small magic circle engraved on both sides. With the application of magic, the card pulsed in a red light. Slowly, it stopped emitting light. The place where the magic circle was now glowed with a faint blue light when charged with mana. These cards are used to get around the academy. They also unlock some magic circles, Adrian explained. They worked like a key, depending on your academic year, or even how many permissions you had to access the school's information. It worked like a key. For example, if you wanted to borrow a book for research, it would first confirm that you are entitled to take the book out. The same was used to open doors, both in his own room and in parts of the academy or research centers. It was a sort of general key and a clever mechanism for organizing the academy. The three then went to the rectory. The building was one in the big clock tower in front of the main square. Adrian explained that most of the classes were held there, as well as the headquarters where the 3 main ones managed the academy divisions. The architecture was much better finished than in the dormitory. After entering, it was possible to see several oak doors and long corridors supported by white concrete arches. The building's numerous windows kept the atmosphere bright and made the space seem much larger. In front of the front door was another receptionist, This time, it was a much more flashy woman. She was a half-bunny, something extremely unusual, which made Luke thoughtful about the Academy's norms. Now that you've registered in the dorm, you just need to finish registering at the Academy as researchers. Mr. Xanad should approve the registration later, Adrian explained, pointing to the front desk. This time, both Meredith and Luke placed their hands on a stone panel. They were asked to apply some mana and were given 2 pendants like an adventurer. They had one of silver with a small detail of a green stone. Upon noticing this, Luke began to identify the same type of pendant around the neck of everyone who walked nearby. This is the area identification pendant. It only serves to explain whether you are a combat mage, magical researcher, or teacher. It's cute, isn't it? Adrian said with a small laugh. Meredith nodded, while Luke was trapped in his thoughts. All these magic circle utilities were making the young man more and more excited to learn magic. Now, he would focus on learning as much as possible at the Academy and then applying his knowledge to the outside world. After walking out of the rectory building, Luke started questioning Adrian about some thoughts that couldn't get out of his head. "Why is there that barrier off the island?" said Luke in a calm tone. However, his thoughts were much more aggressive. "He'll take advantage of the fact that he's a little careless and see if I can get some information. It's not much of a secret. The Academy is a neutral field away from Melky." The first principal was a noble who dedicated himself completely to building the Academy. It makes more sense to have a place of study if you're far from such a confusing empire. Adrian's answer startled Luke. "Like this?" said the half-wolf. "Oh, Melky is not the best of realms. Well, that's my view. I think most people have the same opinion. There are many foreign students here. Like Orion from Zhao, and I myself was born in the Parado Island," said Adrian while nodding his head. So for example, are genes used here?" Luke said, still trying to get information out of the boy. Adrian then opened his eyes and looked at Luke. "Genes are useless and expensive. You can get a lot more by studying elemental magic and learning how to use magic circles." This answered the half-wolf doubts. In the end, the Academy, even though it was a distant place of the Melky Empire, still had its restrictions on the use of genes. As long as Luke was at the Academy, he would be unable to use his abilities freely. "Mr. Adrian, can you help me with this?" said a younger student holding a notebook. The two began talking about theoretical magic. In general, the Academy's thinking was against the Melky Empire. After discovering this fact, Luke realized that his goals were closer than he thought. Throwing the Melky Empire's elite mages into a revolution was easier than he thought. In Luke's mind, his plan should be 2-step. The first, recruiting a team to start the revolution. After that, he would try to exterminate the dungeon being used by the demons. After completing the second part, he was supposed to create a revolt in the capital of Stahart, likely killing the emperor and driving away the region's elite. Several thoughts ran through the young man's head. His face was thoughtful, a fact that was noticed by Meredith. "Don't be so nervous, Luke," she said as she held Youth's hand. Adrian then approached the two again. "Sorry, I was helping another freshman." "Well, today there is not much you can do. Grab your bags and tidy your room. Tomorrow you will start helping Mr. Xanad." The two agreed and returned to the boat. It was already starting to fall in the afternoon. The sky was glowing orange with the setting sun, which reflected off the horizon, illuminating the calm sea surrounding the Diamond Plateau. After nightfall, lights began to shine across the city, all imbued with magic, having the appearance of a lamp, but with a small white glowing stone inside. On the Academy relief, now in the rock of the mountains, it was possible to see where the name Diamond Plateau originated. Along with the purple ones, now several crystals and diamonds shone around the island, making looking at the region's mountains not so different from looking at the sky. The crystals gave off a blue glow, which was reflected in the many diamonds in the uneven terrain. After Luke and Meredith arrived at their rooms, the half-wolf headed for the bathroom. He opened the door, and the moment the door opened,